Chapter 1 Ensuring Your Ascent. Do as I say, Anushariya, ya will sortographies. When Chen Baoxiang heard these words, she thought she was hallucinating. In the stillness of the night, with noonie around, only the moonlight streaming through her window illuminated the floating dust in the air. Amidst this dust, she sat in despair, reflecting on how she was soon certain if she would have survived to leave this place. Yes, you can. The voice slowly repeated, with me here, you can. Startled, Chen Baoxiang sat up straight, looking around. Stop searching, noon can herm beauty you, and noona can see me besides them, noono can save you. The real wasikaria denera fun wavering curtainty. Taking a sharp breath, Chen Baoxiang quickly knelt, hands clasped in prayer. Great Spirit, please say I am wrongful, I am not an assassin. He, of course, Nusha was not an assassin. Thesis in ways carefully cosendeth warrior had selected over 6 months, swift and precise in action, unlike her, who had been stumbling around at the K, causing him to be struck beyond a row. If only Thero had struck him fatally, Ike would have been better instead, have found himself awakened in this woman's body. After my contemplation, he could not fathom the situation, so spoke up. You are not an assassin, yet weary you mask a dan carry and J-dagger? Great Spirit, please see the truth. Chen Baoxiang pouted, gesturing, this is an said for the Radaros, which have nothing to do with the vilas mere decoration, and Thetagerus Fordensing has spent 300 coins stolen the mask dagger dance. Beauty or Dagerus harpened. So how to fight us, dagger sellers and the market talsel sharp penitents. Isn't theory a special imadi unsharpened dagger for dancing? Chen Baoxiang felt quite wrong there. Beauty regular dagger costs only 100 coins, while the special imadi dancing dagger costs 400, far too expensive. With the savings, I call learn anathirdens. Beauty war no tevan on thegwis list, how did douchen tathaban k? Chen Baoxiang hesitated, discussing thighs ways indeed embarrassing. However, recalling her imminent peril, she decided to be honest. I bribed a kitchen servant with 800 coins and hide in their fuse cart to jetten. The voice seemed incredulous in their fuse cart? I had neuther cois, she chuckled awkwardly. After all, this banquet gathered many high-ranking officials. If I could become a famous with a single dance, wouldn't it prosper? The voice fell so silent, seeming lie deep in thought. Chen Baoxiang cautiously probed, Great Spirit, can you savim? Her responded with a phantomite. She exhaled in relief, immediately thumping her chest one time out. I shall surely fashion a golden statue in your honor. Afterward, feeling that when Jothgilt shed, gold paint will suffice, right? It roll like an attack for gold leaf. Thespiritium dofin thighs amusing, stifling a laugh before saying, I do not require a golden statue, we simply design struct. Chen Baoxiang immediately listened attentively. Beautisha listened, she became stunned, her hand slowly pointing incredulous liath ironos me? Did he not understand? Here plied, only be doing so can you escape. These indeed might lead to her escape. However, Chen Baoxiang found it absurd. Great Spirit, if in a thought person wouldn't need to hide in a refuse cart, heist the own hosting this banquet. It did not say a must really know the voice paused, can't you? I can buff Irmanian the capital how wish to connect with him. Even if I say this, you'll not believe him. Try it and see. But just as I was about to explain further, someone passed be outside the cell. Chen Baoxiang quickly fell silent and turned to Sigists from Theban came emerging from the interrogation room, heading outside. Oh, one person oughta said here in the cell and abrupt stopped. Is this the legitimate daughter of Chen family? Themaking Tony instant lie attract to the attention of Decrode. Indeed, someone approached for a closer look, the legitimate daughter of Tifluent Chen family, with amother from a prestigious lineage and dathather of great wealth, living on a Bologna and Jinsenja Veride. How I sit that Samioni so impressive afin yourself imprisoned, did no Oneko bail you out? Athos, laughter erupted from outside. Chen Baoxiang cursed under her breath, yet she maintained a brave front, raising her chin as hair plied, I hold the status and must wait to speak with the presiding officer alone. High status, indeed. Looking ring covered her mouth, laughing out loud. We say our household registration inside the village girl from Sunshine County, Yetio strewed around pretending to be an obli lady. How could the household registration be visible in here? Chen Baoxiang felt a wavio fangziati, forcing herself to retort, I don't know who's a registration you so I had lived by Chuan Wu Gaitine the capital sin sekeldude. Still pretending. Looking wrong or whimperant, you probably don't have know which way Chuan Wu Gay faces. Indeed, she did not know. Chen Baoxiang lamented internally she had never been to that place. Due the capitalisnable circles such pretenses were common, duetto or humble background, she had already been nearly driven to spare by looking wrong stunts, I purposed where exposer, how could she possibly survive in the capital? No. A voice each oed in Hermond. The Great Spirit. Chen Baoxiang's eyes brightened. What, can't keep up the parade? Looking wrong continued to mock, you flaunt and deceive, hoping to catch a ilthishuiter, and today, it will surely inform every on by then. What have I deceived? The previous light image suddenly stood der ground. Looking ring was taken aback, displeased. What, have you yormbird? The swan will gay faces of what's so difficult about that, Chen Baoxiang scoffed, her posture straightening. What he was thinking was whether to tell you out hat behind that gate his ancestral hall housing the esteemed General Zhang Weining, known for his contributions in quelling rebellions a heavy not for red and sense to him. At this revelation, the crowd slaughter gradually ceased, and Lu Qingrong's expression shifted from disdain to shock. You, Herias filled with disbelief, you have been to Zhang family ancestral hall? Indeed. Chen Baoxiang clasped her hands behind their back, chin held high, haven't you been? Do ya think the Zhang family is just stand a place? Hussus you can go Henaviria please. Someone behind her hearing this grew indignant. You direct a clean kinship without fear of losing your life. Exactly one wooderetta to lana ligisto save face. If has been to Zhang family ancestral hall, then he have been to the imperial palace. A barragio fiendsults rinne down. Chen Baoxiang remained unperturbed, smiling as waited on sa fiendsult subsided, she leisurely spoke sa that place is significant, Zhang Zhixu na vermin shendito mihanlai said you wanted to take madame this grandfather, so I went, oh dear, what shall dito? Zhang Zhixu. This nemi exploded like a bomb, igniting a frenzy inthal. She actually knows Zhang Zhixu? From the sound of it, their relationship is not trivial otherwise how could hetek her to the ancestral hall? Butha Kolthab, though Sweetho associate with sang familiarieth or high-ranking officials or estimed families, look other. Theno eyes grew louder, drawing the attention of several officials from the interrogation room, who strode over. Lu Qingrong, caught off guard, turned to see her savior and immediately raised her hand, calling out, Lord Zhang, someone here is slandering sang family please come and have a look. Chapter 2 No one understands him better than I do. It was over. Chen Baoxiang gazed at the approaching figure in the distance, her vision blurring into darkness. Kudi trolibimum barof sang family here? Do not be afraid. The Great Spirit spoke softly to her. Remember Theplin issued with the earlier. That plan? Chen Baoxiang pondered for a moment, Bother Lakes felt weak if I am exposed, I will surely meet me doom. Just follow me words. As he spoke, the figure had already arrived at the bar cell. Adel, slender young man, strikingly handsome, leaned down to scrutinize her, his brow furrowed tightly. What did you just say? Meeting his gaze, Chen Baoxiang gathered her courage and replied, You arrive at an opportune moment, sir. Who was just about to inform I out had today, this banquet warrant be Zhang Zhixu privately inviting. Idicious fall for note including my name on Thegwis list. Why should I be held accountable for that? A collective agaspeccoed around her. Zhang Zilla studied woman before him intently. Her appearance was soon remarkable, Kermica peculiar, her garments and well recoursi and ostentatious, ace of chess up to flaunt her wealth, yet it was abiding that she hailed from humbly origins. Could some own like her have been privately invited by Zhang Zhixu? He couldn't help but lower wrist on duyo havian evidence? What evidence could I possibly have of a private conversation? Chen Baoxiang scoffed, has spoken to me about this matter the day before at Theben K. If you do not believe him, you can ask his attendant to Zhou. She actually knew Zhou. Zhang Zilla was taken aback. Chen Baoxiang continued also scheduled them to formally issue a mean invitation, but he insisted that I join him in his carriage, so an invitation was incisorited and we happened to cross paths at the Eastern Gatopsang residence at the day. You've greeted Lord Zhang, saying Zhou would visit them after finishing the calligraphy he gave you. These ways indeed Wathi had said that there had been no Niels around, only his in class courage. Zhang Zilla hesitated slightly, then nodded. Seizing the moment, Chen Baoxiang pressed it on the way he even mentioned you, saying Zhou Arethimus promising a month in your generation, he gifted you a hairpin for your birthday, hoping it would achieve great success. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zilla was completely convinced. When his uncle had presented him with that birthday gift, others had failed to recognize its significance, suggesting he should pay more attention to his appearance. Only Zhang Zilla knew it was the green jade killing hairpin his uncle wore when he achieved the rank of tatered place on imperial examination. Open Thessal door. Lu Qingrong, sensing the situation was amiss, quickly interjected, wait. She turned to another official nearby. Lord said you have been friends with Lord Zhang since childhood. If Lord Zhang has such an intimate acquaintance, surely you would recognize her? Chen Baoxiang felt tasons of foreboding, glancing back to see an official, arms crossed, smiling gasher plead, I have not seen Thizia unblady before. Didio Harthat, Lu Qingrong suddenly in confidence. You may deceive on Lord Zhang with the hour flowery words, duty o cannot full Lord Sia, hoist with Lord Zhang every day. Thysis bod. Chen Baoxiang internally wailed, how am I to handle this? It's of no consequence. The Great Spirit remained calm. Answer resigned struck. Chen Baoxiang felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her fingers begin gintith wood shaving since the Barsus has spoke again thought Lord has not seen it have seen you. Oh, Lord Z leisurely accepteth the cupoftie offered with the jailer, casually inquiring, where have you seen? In the Qian garden. Thysis Zhang Zhixu private residence if frequented, and Manieri aware of that, hito a casapoftia, share something not common linon, or else I cannot guarantee your safety. Everyone present fixed their gazes upon her, as if waiting for her to slip up to stance, at which point they would see as a harandragerto the execution grounds. Chen Baoxiang swallowed hard, stealing herself to count, on the 20th of last month Lord Zai drank 3 pots off Jiangnan Spring and Xian Garden, drunken like a linjaver present father. Lord Zai is patithistia. No, was that note enough, she said nervously, then through the incident in September, when he okamato Xian Garden at midnight, weeping to seek out Lord Zhang, lamenting that the courtesan you had supported for 5 years should eloped with him musician, leaving you in despair. And just a foot ago, you come to Xian Garden to borrow 3,000 taels from Lord Zhang, claiming it was for Chuan for tower. Enough, Lord Zai cuffed, raising a hand to cover Hirinsa sunchatter, gritting his teethish whispered, how do I know all this? Indeed. Chen Baoxiang wadinet Hirina sentized, silently questioning Great Spirit, how do I know all this? Thegriat Spirit fell silent, seemingly uninterested in her. However, once that his words were spoken aloud, the nobly tendi shifted from skepticism to wavering belief. Chen Baoxiang gan Zhang Zhixu clearly shared a significant bond. Quickly, release a physiology, an astute official hurriedly called to the jailer what intrusion I to Theben K, she's a legitimate Gustav saying family we cannot suspect her, is she injured in any way? Ikna from Festart mission was nordinary personet salte told instigator from flu family a nobleman stepped forward wrapping an arm around her. Let's go out for a drink and wash away your misfortune. This drink should be in Mathy pastries Miss Baoxiang sent molas to muari exquisite, in the spirito for reciprocity, let me treat out of the nudisha sathshashing tower. Some pulled her hands, others tugged at her sleeves, jostling around causing Lu Qingrong to stumble. Lu Qingrong felt somewhat embarrassed, angrily gathering her skirts to leave. Oh, Miss Lu. Chen Baoxiang or how about it triatudo a drinkle, to thank you for speaking on my behalf and sparing me from imprisonment? Lu with a smug demeanor. Lu Qingrong was infuriated, turning her head away from her nanid with you couldn't deceive a bunkoffles. With the cold law, shed, you had better pray that this last lifetime otherwise, yo will find Oren most miserable. Laughter erupted among the crowd, teasing Lu Qingrong for her frustration with him Lord Jane Jan Lord Zia's testimonies, how cold Chen Baoxiang possibly bleeing? Chen Baoxiang laughed along, butashided, tears off frustration vegan towel up. Great spirit. Chasolent like questioned in her heart. If encounter Samionohak knows Zhang Zhixu exceedingly well, Samonohak knows Maria about him than Guido, will I be exposed? No. Yumi and I want be exposed? Indian. Zhang Zhixu said the panic of Thyson familiar body and calmly directed her gaze toward the prison gate ahead. There is nuni in this world wander stanchion better than Ido. Chapter 3 Who is Zhang Zhixu? Zhang Zhixu hails from a distinguished lineage, born into wealth and privilege, reaping the benefits of centuries of ancestral fortunes and accolades. He resides in the finest of abodes, attended to with the utmost care and refinement, exhibiting a fastidiousness that prevents him from consuming anything that is not freshly slaughtered, wearing garments that are not of the finest silks, or treading upon surfaces that are not of pristine white marble. Yet, he bears the weight of the expectations and heavy responsibilities of the entire Zhang family. His mornings are filled with the study of poetry, literature, propriety, the I Ching, and the spring and autumn annals. By midday, he engages with the classics of law and arithmetic. In the afternoon, he immerses himself in calendars, pharmacology, aesthetics, craftsmanship, and the divine arts of creation, and by night, he dedicates himself to the guqin, chess, meticulous painting, and even the art of gambling. Out of the 12 hours of the day, he devotes 10 to these pursuits. Zhang Zhixu excels in all areas, to the extent that even the sages feel they have little left to teach him. However, he finds it all exceedingly tedious, the monotonous lessons day after day, the ever-smiling servants, the pretentious nobility, and even his own existence seems unbearably dull. The moment he made the fateful decision to perish alongside Chen Hui was the only time he felt a glimmer of joy and freedom. Yet, upon awakening, he discovers he is not dead at all. Not only does he live, but he also inhabits the body of a woman, listening to her exclaim in awe at the 12-story star-picking tower. Great immortal, she calls to him, have you ever seen such a tall building? Zhang Zhixu is instantly engulfed by an inexplicable sensation, akin to the tingling from Sichuan peppercorns, as warmth spreads through his fingertips, and fireworks explode in his mind, illuminating his darkened perception with a myriad of dazzling sparks. This novel sensation captivates him for a moment, until he realizes it is Chen Baoxiang who is elated. Can one truly be this joyful? He gazes upward, expecting some new marvel from the star-picking tower, only to be met with the same unsightly, multicolored lanterns, fluttering gauzy curtains, and the clumsy peacock wood carvings. Do you like these? He inquires, furrowing his brow. Of course. Chen Baoxiang exclaims with uncontainable excitement, I've always wanted to come here, but it's far too expensive. A single dish costs a tael of silver. A tael of silver, when converted to copper coins, amounts to a mere 2,400 when Zhang Zhixu, who never places much value on money, is nonetheless struck by the exaggerated tone of Chen Baoxiang, prompting visions of 24 ordinary, sharp daggers, an 8-section dagger dance, or 3 large basins of slop. Wait, basins of slop, he wrinkles his nose in disdain. You have yet to bathe and change. Chen Baoxiang glances down at her soiled skirt and catches a whiff of her own scent. But, it's winter, she protests. And what of winter? Does the bathing tub hibernate? Not at all, Chen Baoxiang replies, half amused. You clearly have never endured hardship. In winter, the cold makes heating water a costly endeavor, and bathing is frigid. What if one catches a chill? One's life could be at stake. Could bathing really be a matter of life and death? Zhang Zhixu chuckles in disbelief. By your reasoning, do the impoverished go the entire winter without washing? Indeed, she affirms earnestly, it's not uncommon for the destitute to go years without a bath. Zhang Zhixu is left speechless. Chen Baoxiang perceives his astonishment and cannot help but lament that even celestial beings are unaware of the sufferings of mortals. Several noble women observe from the steps, witnessing Chen Baoxiang's ecstatic behavior, alternating between fervent excitement and murmured soliloquies. They exchange glances, their suspicions rekindled. Baoxiang, have you never been to the star-picking tower? I have. Chen Baoxiang declares, chasing after them with her skirts raised, I come here often. However, this statement, coupled with her naivety, holds little persuasive power. With insincere smiles, the noble women usher her to the 6th floor, ordering an extravagant banquet. Chen Baoxiang appears composed, but inside, she is jubilantly exclaiming, Great immortal, look, a feast of delicacies I've never tasted. Zhang Zhixu surveys the spread, his expression one of disdain. Mundane ingredients prepared in a common manner, what is there to be excited about? Chen Baoxiang, however, is not as discerning. As the host invites them to begin the feast, she eagerly scoops a generous piece of meat from the fish's side. Suddenly, laughter erupts from nearby, and she casts a puzzled glance, noticing the noble women exchanging odd looks and winks. Oh dear, where are the dishes we ordered? I shall go check. One of them rises to leave. Baoxiang, please eat without reservation, the bill is settled, and I will accompany her, the hostess, Guilan, adds. In an instant, the group becomes preoccupied with various matters, and soon, the private room is left with just her. Chen Baoxiang, bewildered, raises her chopsticks to Zhang Zhixu. They have been imprisoned for so long, are they not hungry? Zhang Zhixu buries his face in his palm. It is you who revealed the truth. Revealed what? Only impoverished families seldom eat fish, hence your chopsticks gravitate towards the bony parts that appear meaty yet are laden with spines. He sighs, a proper noble family dines solely on the delicate flesh hidden beneath the fish's gills. Chen Baoxiang stares at him in disbelief, and what becomes of the rest of the fish? Given to the servants or discarded? Isn't that a waste of food? Angered, she slams her palm on the table. How appalling. With that, she seizes the fish, swiftly consuming it from the belly, leaving nothing but a clean skeleton. Zhang Zhixu is compelled to savor the entirety of the fish's flavor. Initially resistant, he finds the flesh unexpectedly tender and juicy, the clusters of fish meat melting on his tongue, the fragrant soy sauce gradually enveloping his palate, leaving a lingering taste of deliciousness. He gazes in shock at the empty plate. Chen Baoxiang then lifts a plate of pork shank. Pork is common and unremarkable. I do not enjoy it. You needn't. He attempts to interject, yet in the next moment, the tender, succulent meat glides into his mouth, rich yet not greasy, dissolving upon contact, the savory broth enveloping the meat, filling his senses with satisfaction. Zhang Zhixu was utterly astounded. Having never indulged in culinary pleasures, he found little interest in gourmet dishes, and each summer, he would cause a stir in the household by summoning renowned physicians to remedy his lack of appetite. Yet now, how is it that even the simplest dish seems extraordinarily delectable, leaving him wanting more? After consuming over a dozen plates, feeling his belly swell yet still not satiated, Zhang Zhixu finally realizes that this might be the result of Chen Baoxiang's palate. For her, fish is neither fishy nor foul, pork exudes a delightful aroma, shrimp bursts with oceanic flavors, and mushrooms epitomize the finest delicacies. Even the meat sauce served alongside is of the highest quality, leaving an exquisite aftertaste. She pays no heed to dining etiquette, nor does she worry about possible poisoning. Her satisfaction is all that matters, and she leans back, humming a cheerful tune, entirely at ease. Zhang Zhixu finds himself in a daze. Esteemed guest, have you finished your meal? A waiter approaches with a bow, presenting the bill with a smile. Here is your account for your review. Chen Baoxiang glances back. Didn't Guilan say she would cover the bill? The waiter surveys her from head to toe, subtly smirking. This is your first visit, isn't it? Here, we always dine first and settle the bill afterward. Everyone else has already departed, so it is naturally your responsibility to pay. What? Chen Baoxiang takes the bill and, upon glancing at it, feels her vision cloud. Chapter 4. Oh dear, I've started to bleed from my nose. 23 taels and 5 coins of silver converted to copper coins amounts to 56,401. Chen Baoxiang's monthly wages are a mere 601. For such a meal, she would have to endure hunger and thirst for 7 or 8 years. Where could she possibly find such a sum? Well, they should return, she offered with a forced smile to the waiter. Why don't you wait a little longer? The waiter rolled his eyes, wearing a strained grin, and replied, I cannot say whether they will return, but if you lack the funds, the authorities will undoubtedly come. To be handed over to the magistrate? How utterly humiliating, Chen Baoxiang silently pleaded. Oh, dear sir, can you transform some silver for me? The deity lazily responded, I cannot. It was over. In that instant, Chen Baoxiang envisioned the rest of her life. First enduring 20 lashes at the magistrate's office, then being dragged back to the star-plucking tower to wash dishes until she could no longer move, and ultimately being forced to kneel on the street with a grass sign fluttering above her head. Enough. The deity interrupted her reverie. Bring me the paper and pen from his tray. With a pitiful expression, she asked, is it for a contract of servitude? I cannot read. How could she not even recognize characters? Zhang Zhixu's disdain deepened, however. Considering he had enjoyed his meal, he took the paper and pen, rolled up his sleeves, and began to write. Lin Guilan and her group waited just around the corner, anticipating that Chen Baoxiang would be unable to settle the bill. They believed that once the waiter began to scold her, there would be quite a spectacle to witness within the star-plucking tower. However, as time passed, the waiter unexpectedly emerged with a cheerful demeanor, bowing as he retreated. All right, I shall put it on the account. The group exchanged bewildered glances and quickly pulled the waiter into a corner, whispering, on whose account will she be? The waiter, ever diplomatic, replied, our establishment has rules that cannot be disclosed. Sir, you wouldn't want to offend the Zhang family, would you? So it was on the Zhang family's account. Lin Guilan's eyes widened, and the others fell silent for a moment before quickly adapting to the situation. I knew she was genuine. Whether she hails from wealth or nobility is inconsequential, what matters is that she truly knows Zhang Zhixu. Look at how disheveled Baoxiang is. Hurry, prepare a fine guest room for her, claiming it has been arranged by the illustrious Sun family of Ping Xianfang. Hey, you disrupted my banquet, yet you are quick to curry favor. It was all of you who speculated. I never doubted her. The group bickered until they departed in discontent. Lin Guilan reflected on the day's events and found them unsatisfactory. She hurried back to instruct her servant to pack a set of exquisite garments and jewelry as an apology. Chen Baoxiang sat in room number 1, gazing at the hairpins and embroidered skirts before her, then at the steaming bath beside her, and couldn't help but exclaim, oh dear, what kind of spell did you write just now that compels them to be so attentive? What spell? Zhang Zhixu shook his head. Noble families do not carry much cash when they venture out. They typically run accounts and settle payments at their residences. To avoid being taken advantage of by unscrupulous individuals, they often establish a series of secret keys that become void after monthly reconciliations. What he had written was the account key for the Zhang family. Is it truly possible to do that? Chen Baoxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we know this key, can we not purchase anything we desire? I can mimic Zhang Zhixu's handwriting. He coughed lightly, but while one or two might be manageable, if too many are sent to the Zhang residence without matching Zhang Zhixu's schedule, it would surely expose the ruse. I see. Chen Baoxiang sighed in disappointment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her spirits lifted again. I shall bathe and change now. Zhang Zhixu was a person accustomed to controlling his emotions, and after a prolonged period, felt devoid of any feeling. Gold and jewels could not bring him joy, nor would splendid garments stir his heart. However, Chen Baoxiang was different. Her happiness was heartfelt and fervent. The mere thought of bathing in winter and adorning herself in luxurious attire made her feel as if she could soar. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable grin, her heart raced, and the warmth of blood surged from her chest to her limbs. Zhang Zhixu was nearly overwhelmed by the tidal wave of her joy. He struggled to maintain his composure and admonished her, "Can you not be more composed? What sort of demeanor is this?" "I am the only one here, who should I be composed for?" she replied, fanning her sleeves as she approached the bath. "A gentleman is cautious in solitude." "What poison?" Chen Baoxiang was startled, crossing her arms defensively. "Not that kind of poison. What I mean by cautious in solitude is, never mind," he sighed. The tranquil ancient well had long envied the rushing river. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, what harm could there be in indulging oneself for a few days? He attempted to relax his resistance to her exuberance, allowing her to revel in her joy. "Wait, what?" Undressing, Zhang Zhixu sensed something amiss and quickly closed his eyes. "Hey, who turned off my lamp?" Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, her hands groping in the darkness. "Just wash like this," he instructed. "But I can't see anything." "How can I wash?" she complained, attempting to open her eyes. Zhang Zhixu seized her sash and deftly tied it around her eyes. Chen Baoxiang tilted her head, suddenly enlightened. Is this yet another way for noble families to display their status? To blindfold themselves while bathing so that servants may scrub them? He gritted his teeth. "Aren't you cold? Why are you still standing here talking?" Chen Baoxiang quickly felt her way to the bath and sat down. Zhang Zhixu, with a sense of propriety, though Chen Baoxiang did not regard him as a person, adhered to the principle of modesty. Thus, he averted his gaze, hoping she would cleanse herself of the dirt so he would not share in her discomfort. Yet, unexpectedly, the moment his eyes were covered, his sense of touch became acutely heightened. As she scrubbed her arms, he could feel the contours of her limbs. As she washed her calves, he could discern the shape of her legs. When she reached to wash her upper body, "Wait. He hurriedly interjected, but it was too late. Her rough fingertips glided over her soft, rounded curves, and the sensation of her delicate skin magnified in his mind. On either side, she gathered her weight, gliding and bouncing beneath the lather of the soap. Zhang Zhixu was left speechless. Chen Baoxiang continued to wash herself nonchalantly, inquiring, "Wait for what?" Silence enveloped the room. The deity remained silent. Chen Baoxiang chattered on, "I've never bathed in winter before. This is so warm, my hands and feet are starting to heat up. Just soak for a while and then use the soap to wash again." "Dear sir, you mentioned these affluent families, oh? What is this I've found in my hand?" Chen Baoxiang lifted her blindfold to reveal an eye, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I've started to bleed from my nose." Chapter 5. I have long been fond of him. Crimson blood dripped into the bucket, diffusing like ink. Chen Baoxiang tilted her head back and, after a prolonged moment of dazed contemplation, remarked, "So it turns out that bathing in winter can be quite taxing. No wonder there's a pot of tea nearby." With that, she downed the tea meant for rinsing the guest's mouth and playfully pinched the silk ribbon intended for her hair, shoving it into her nostrils. Truly, the first-class room was impeccably prepared in every aspect. She secretly admired her own discernment and, with an exaggerated gesture, lifted the teacup with her orchid-like fingers, feigning sophistication as she declared, "The star-picking tower is no more than this." Following her proclamation, she erupted into a fit of giggles, flailing her arms joyfully while seated in the bath. Zhang Zhixu, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest in the corner of her embrace, felt a sense of despair. He wrestled with the notion that he could not simply give up on his grand aspirations, yet simultaneously felt the urge to perish alongside her. After maintaining his chastity for over a decade, he had hardly exchanged more than a few words with a woman, and yet here she was, scrubbing him without so much as a greeting. What is more, she seemed intent on maximizing the use of the bath beans. Seeking to scrub again, he desperately tried to convince himself that it was merely a dream, striving to evade any sensation of her, yet it was all in vain. Delicate, soft, warm, and moist, he was acutely aware of every aspect of her being. In despair, Zhang Zhixu contemplated that his so-called destiny might lie with Chen Baoxiang. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape death, he would be compelled to descend into depravity. Great immortal, Chen Baoxiang finally finished her bath, picking up the clothing gifted by Lin Guilin and holding it up to herself, all the while asking him, "Am I not the most beautiful woman in the world?" It is not uncommon for one to develop an unwarranted confidence in their appearance after bathing. Zhang Zhixu did not respond, instead murmuring lethargically, "When you were imprisoned earlier, you kept lamenting that your wishes remained unfulfilled." Indeed, Chen Baoxiang recalled, "The great immortal said that as long as I followed your advice, I would ascend to the branches. Well, if you wish to marry into a prestigious family, I do have a way." "Any family, no matter how esteemed?" "Yes." He seemed to have made a firm resolution, clenching his fist as he declared, "Even if it is the powerful Zhang family, I fancy the Pei family of Pingshuanfang." Chen Baoxiang interjected gleefully. Zhang Zhixu was taken aback, slowly lifting his gaze to the reflection in the mirror. Chen Baoxiang appeared to have conceived of something extraordinarily delightful, her cheeks flushed slowly, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The Pei family of Pingshuanfang, Pei Ruhang, she said, I have long been enamored of him. Pei Ruhang, the nephew of Cheng Huali, was renowned in the capital as the Little Wei Jia. He was taciturn by nature, and when he spoke, he showed no mercy. Since passing the imperial examination, he had yet to hold an official post. Zhang Zhixu was genuinely surprised. You actually know him? What is so strange about a girl of my beauty knowing a couple of young masters, she retorted. Not only do I know him, but he also seems to take quite an interest in me. How so? Chen Baoxiang cupped her face and, with a bashful smile, began to reminisce. As dusk fell and mist enveloped the surroundings, Pei Ruhang sat at a banquet, with no one daring to approach him for conversation. Not by chance, she passed by, and he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. She inhaled the scent of books emanating from him and felt the strength of his solid chest. He gazed at her with a dreamy expression, leaning down to inquire her name. Wait. The mist was abruptly cleared away, and Zhang Zhixu, utterly perplexed, asked, in a public setting, he dared to act in such a manner? Do not interrupt me, Chen Baoxiang chided, this was the most splendid day of my life. Indeed, she had never experienced a particularly fine existence. Zhang Zhixu shook his head, a thought struck him, and he spoke up, since you are so determined, I could assist you. Really? Chen Baoxiang exclaimed with excitement, what should I do now? First, you should sleep. Ah, isn't that a bit too hasty? What if Pei Lang is unwilling? Zhang Zhixu chuckled in irritation, I meant for you to sleep right now. Oh. Chen Baoxiang immediately calmed down, drying her hair before collapsing onto the bed. The sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, and she was indeed fatigued. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she drifted off to sleep. He subdued his emotions, tucked her in, and intended to have a pleasant dream. I have long been fond of him. The excited voice echoed in his mind as Zhang Zhixu abruptly opened Chen Baoxiang's bloodshot eyes. What does it feel like to be in love? He pondered while gazing at the tense ceiling. Who could say? He did not even like himself, so how could he possibly like another? Yet now, within Chen Baoxiang's body, he felt a strange blend of emotions, sour and bittersweet, as his heart raced unnaturally, and his face burned with heat. This chaotic sensation was even less pleasurable than the joy she experienced upon seeing gold and jewels. Zhang Zhixu felt a wave of agitation, tossing to his left, then rolling back to his right. As the dawnlight gradually turned into the brightness of midday, Chen Baoxiang groggily opened her eyes, yawning and muttering, how strange, I went to bed quite early yesterday, yet I feel more exhausted than if I had spent the whole night stealing cattle. Who knows? The instigator felt somewhat guilty, perhaps you just aren't used to the bed. I'm not like that fussy young master from the Zhang family, who insists on having his bed transported wherever he goes, unable to sleep soundly without it, she scoffed. The fussy young master was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Baoxiang sat at the dressing table, her excitement reignited. Great immortal, look, all the gifts she sent are genuine wares from Wanbao Tower. Examining the hairpins and ornaments, Zhang Zhixu was baffled. Are there really fakes of such items? Chen Baoxiang cast a guilty glance at her pile of discarded trinkets. Zhang Zhixu glanced over, and upon seeing them, he was both amused and exasperated. Did you buy counterfeit goods? When viewed separately, it was not particularly evident, but placed alongside the genuine items, her gold hairpins and hair ornaments were not only of a different style but also of incorrect colors. I had no money, she pouted. The hairpins from Wanbao Tower cost at least 10 taels. Why would I spend hundreds of coins on imitations when I could buy the genuine ones? You can choose not to wear them. That won't do. In this world, one is first judged by their attire before their worth as a person. If I dress plainly, how would I fit in with them? Zhang Zhixu rubbed his temples in exasperation. He had always held disdain for those who were sycophantic and vain. How had he encountered the very pinnacle of such traits? You must be hungry, he reminded her. Chen Baoxiang donned the final flower ornament, admiring her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. A person as breathtaking as I cannot be an ordinary mortal. I must be a fairy. Fairies do not need to eat. Is it that you're out of money? He bluntly exposed her situation. Chen Baoxiang's expression fell, and she listlessly fiddled with the items on the table. I saved for half a year and managed to accumulate 2,000 coins, but with lessons in dance and purchasing attire, I am completely out. Then you should pawn one of the Wanbao Tower ornaments for food. Absolutely not, she quickly shielded the items on her head. I already only have one hairpin and 2 flower ornaments. It would be too shabby if I lost any more. But do not worry, great immortal, I have a plan to ensure you are well fed. Chapter 6, Her affectionate interest in times of financial hardship. How does one manage to satiate their hunger? Zhang Zhixu observed as Chen Baoxiang emerged from the star-picking pavilion, meandering her way to a venue where a banquet was being held. With remarkable nonchalance, she presented her counterfeit offerings as gifts to the doorman. I am from the bride's family, she greeted with poise, engaging in small talk as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhang Zhixu thought to herself, is this not akin to deceit for sustenance? And judging by her adeptness, it was evident that this was not her first transgression. Vanity aside, how could she be so morally bankrupt? Ah, is that not Miss Baoxiang? A voice suddenly called out. Chen Baoxiang turned to see Pei Rumei waving to her from a short distance. Sister Baoxiang, have you come to celebrate the full moon feast of Pei's elder sister's son? What a fortuitous coincidence, the feast of Pei's elder sister. She hastily followed the gaze, and indeed, Pei Ruhang stood nearby, his striking features unmistakable even beneath a jade crown. Casting a glance in her direction to eyes this fate, Chen Baoxiang silently mused. To think that a mere outing for a meal would lead her to her destined partner, Zhang Zhixu was utterly speechless. Shouldn't this be attributed to your illiteracy? The name of the host was clearly inscribed on the celebratory board outside. Feigning ignorance, she straightened her attire and approached with haste, greeting them. What a coincidence, I came with my family for the banquet, and I did not expect to encounter you here. Just so happens that we have an empty seat at our table, Pei Rume said warmly. Sister, you might as well inform your family and join us for some merriment. Chen Baoxiang was about to agree when Pei Ruhang interjected. There isn't enough space. You've miscounted. Ah. Pei Rume glanced at the table and then at Chen Baoxiang, feeling somewhat awkward. Then, adding one more stool shouldn't be a problem, should it? I do mind, Pei Ruhang replied coldly. Do not bring just anyone over. Zhang Zhixu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Is this what you meant when you said he holds some interest in you? Chen Baoxiang felt no embarrassment. Instead, she retorted confidently, oh, dear friend, you do not understand. Men often say one thing and mean another. The more he protests, the more it signifies his feelings for me. Is that truly a notion? Indeed, just wait and see, Chen Baoxiang insisted, as she pulled Pei Rume to sit by the table, unabashedly declaring, Sister Pei, since you are celebrating the arrival of your son, it would be unseemly for the young master to dampen the festivities, wouldn't it? Come, let us pour some wine. The other guests, uncertain of her identity, remained silent, while Pei Ruhang's eyes reflected disdain. However, out of respect for his elder sister, he refrained from causing a scene. A jade-clad attendant brought forth the wine tokens. Chen Baoxiang turned her head and immediately spotted the exquisite silver-gilded vessel adorned with intricate floral patterns, featuring vividly carved birds, resembling a candlestick, with a golden tortoise resting beneath it. What a splendid item, she exclaimed, her admiration evident. Just as the jade-clad attendant intended to commend her discerning eye, she continued, such auspicious symbolism, a golden tortoise. A golden tortoise groom, is it not? Laughter erupted around the table, and finally, Pei Ruhang turned his gaze towards her. Oh dear friend, he is looking at me. That appears to be more of a glare directed your way. In her lifetime, Zhang Zhixu had never been subjected to such a scornful glare. The expression on his face seemed to convey. How dare someone as illiterate and uncultured as you dare to partake in a gathering of Confucian scholars, oblivious to the implications? Chen Baoxiang continued to chuckle, while Zhang Zhixu could no longer suppress her indignation. She drew a wine token, glanced at it, and recited, poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, let us drink to the two of you. My apologies, esteemed guests, I have drawn a token for an invitation. It would be a pleasure for young Master Pei to share a drink with the gentleman across, who seems to be enjoying himself immensely. The laughter at the table came to an abrupt halt. The gentleman seated opposite, Zhou Yenyang, blinked in surprise, surveying Chen Baoxiang from head to toe. You, my lady, are acquainted with this Confucian drinking game? It is hardly a rarity, Zhang Zhixu spoke through Chen Baoxiang. I played this 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago? Pei Ruhang interjected coldly, this tortoise vessel has only been used in the palace for the past 4 or 5 years. How could she have ever entered the palace? Chen Baoxiang felt a cold sweat break out, yet Zhang Zhixu remained composed. We still have more tokens to draw, young master need not drink, simply remove your outer robe and run a couple of laps in the courtyard. Her words hinted at an intimate familiarity with the customs. Pei Ruhang cast a skeptical glance at Chen Baoxiang before clinking glasses with Zhou Yenyang and downing his drink in one go. After finishing, he drew another token. Learning, though lacking, still fears loss, drink 7 parts. Zhang Zhixu read aloud for him, clapping her hands in delight. Young master, what splendid luck you possess. Pei Ruhang furrowed his brow but could only drink the remainder. Subsequently, Chen Baoxiang displayed an unprecedented streak of good fortune, continuously drawing tokens that read, the lady speaks not, when she does, it must be true, let us drink with intent, then this cup I offer to young Master Pei. Riding a fat horse, donning a light fur coat. The garments are bright and splendid, this cup must also be for young Master Pei. If one has erred, the world must know 5 parts for the newly released cup. Once again, young Master Pei, it's for you. Not many rounds of wine had passed before Pei Ruhang's eyes began to glaze over. Chen Baoxiang stared in disbelief as she witnessed the earlier skeptics now gazing at her with newfound admiration. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Pei Rume exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around her, your responses to the drinking rules are swifter than even the official presiding over the toasts. The dear friend remained silent, seemingly fatigued. Chen Baoxiang quickly took over the conversation. Oh, this is nothing, merely a matter of familiarity. With that, she leaned closer to Pei Ruhang, blinking innocently as she inquired, are you feeling unwell? Pei Ruhang was indeed feeling the effects of intoxication. He not only refrained from pushing her away but instead shot her a mildly irritated glare. His dark, watery eyes held a mix of annoyance and daze, causing her heart to flutter. Shall I assist you to a quieter place to rest? She gently asked. Zhang Zhixu observed as Chen Baoxiang disregarded his struggles and objections, insisting on escorting him to the garden for a breath of fresh air. Pei Rume initially followed, but upon reaching the garden entrance, the young lady sensibly declared, I shall rest my feet here. Chen Baoxiang chuckled softly and guided Pei Ruhang inside. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Zhixu entertained the thought that she might brazenly seize a nobleman in broad daylight. However, once seated in the pavilion, Chen Baoxiang simply asked, are you all right? Pei Ruhang frowned at her, utterly perplexed. Chen Baoxiang sighed, hesitating before saying, yesterday, at the banquet in Liao Garden, I encountered your uncle Cheng Huili. Considering his usual kindness towards you, I took the initiative to offer him a toast. Little did I expect that an assassin would intrude. Your uncle, I feared you would be saddened, and I dreaded that you might learn of the incident from others and hold me accountable. Pei Lang, we share mutual affection. We must not harbor such misunderstandings. Chapter 7 of the foolish Chen Baoxiang. Pei Ruhan, lost in contemplation, grew cold at the last remark. Who is in love with you? Chen Baoxiang appeared not to have heard his words, continuing her monologue. Although the authorities have cleared my name, I still wish to keep vigil for your uncle, to prove my own integrity. What vigil? He pressed his hand to his chest, glaring at her. Do not curse my uncle. This is no curse, she insisted. I saw him with my own eyes. Yesterday at noon, my uncle was attacked. When he was brought to the Pei residence, his injuries were indeed grave and he was on the brink of death. Pei Ruhan could no longer contain his exasperation. However, we have a divine physician in our household. He is now out of danger. Out of danger, both Chen Baoxiang and Zhang Zhixu exclaimed in unison. Pei Ruhan could only hear one voice. He glanced at her and replied irritably, otherwise, why would my sister have the leisure to prepare a full moon banquet? Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. Strangely, Chen Baoxiang fell silent as well. The oppressive stillness cast an odd atmosphere over the pavilion. Pei Ruhan narrowed his eyes at her. You cannot possibly be wishing for his death, can you? Chen Baoxiang was taken aback by his words, staring blankly at him. After a moment, her eyes reddened. From the moment we first met, you have spoken to me with disdain. You ignore me on ordinary days, yet when such a grave matter arises, I am terrified to the brink of death, and instead of offering comfort, you berate me. With that, tears streamed down her face, splattering lightly onto his knee. Pei Ruhang's fingers, resting on his knee, twitched slightly. Zhang Zhixu regained his senses, pondering whether this was what it meant to be enamored. A single word from him caused her to weep so uncontrollably. Yet, wait, why did he feel no sadness? Just then, he heard Chen Baoxiang internally pleading, Great Immortal, as matters stand, please devise a plan for what to do next. Zhang Zhixu. The tongues of women are indeed deceitful. Regaining his composure, he mused, you should stand behind him. Chen Baoxiang obediently complied, crying as she rose and pretended to stomp her feet, moving behind Pei Ruhang. And then? Then raise your hand. Like this? What next? Then, using the strength you just employed to support him, deliver a swift chop to the back of his neck. Chen Baoxiang was astonished, wanting to question him but finding it too late. As her movements were peculiar, Pei Ruhang began to turn his head. With resolve, she closed her eyes and struck down with force, causing Pei Ruhang to topple sideways immediately. Hey, hey, hey! She hurriedly reached out to catch him, exasperatedly saying, Great Immortal, what are you doing? Did you not wish to draw closer to him? Zhang Zhixu replied, now you have a legitimate reason to escort him home and tend to him until he awakens. Ah, so that was it. Chen Baoxiang's eyes brightened with understanding, giving a thumbs up. The Great Immortal is truly clever. Zhang Zhixu silently reflected, fortunate that he was astute while she was naive. Had it been someone else, they might not have so readily followed his instructions. Cheng Huili had not died, the arrow had struck true to his heart. How could he possibly have survived? He needed to see for himself at the Pei residence. Chen Baoxiang helped Pei Ruhang outside, and from a distance, Pei Ruome rushed over, supporting the other side and asking in confusion, what happened? I'm not sure, Chen Baoxiang replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. We were just talking, and then he collapsed. Fortunately, Pei Ruome had always been close to her and harbored no suspicions. She called for a servant, and they both boarded the Pei family's carriage together. Sister, do not fret, our family's divine physician is quite remarkable, brother is surely not seriously ill. She even turned to comfort Chen Baoxiang, if you are worried, you may wait until he awakens to leave. Chen Baoxiang felt rather embarrassed, wanting to help fetch water and prepare the bedding upon arriving at the Pei residence, hoping to atone for her past misdeeds. However, the Great Immortal stopped her. That is the work of servants, your efforts will not earn you respect, instead, they will lead the residents of this house to look down upon you. What should I do then? Accompany Pei Ruome to summon the doctor. That made sense. Chen Baoxiang immediately rose. Sister can rest in the courtyard, Pei Ruome said, our family's status is not high, and the rules are naturally not so strict. This status is not high? Chen Baoxiang exclaimed in surprise. Pei Ruome, observing her exaggerated expression, could not help but chuckle, taking her hand as they walked. We were originally a family of merchants. It was only after my uncle received imperial favor that we established a residence in the capital. I know this, Chen Baoxiang replied. General Cheng Huili achieved great merit at the frontier and bestowed blessings upon his family. Indeed, my mother is already considered his married sister. He has treated our family well and even sent my brother to participate in the imperial examinations. How wonderful, Chen Baoxiang said with a smile. I too wish to have a family member like General Chang. Zhang Zhixu remained silent, feeling a surge of indignation within. Cheng Huili hailed from humble origins and was quite overbearing, leveraging his accomplishments in Liangzhou to disrespect the new emperor upon entering the capital, insisting on referring to himself as a brother. He oppressed his peers, and whenever things did not go his way, he would accuse them, leading to wrongful imprisonment. He was even cruel to his subordinates, often seizing fertile lands and killing innocent people. Just months prior, he had pressured the new emperor to issue an edict demanding the Zhang family marry their recently coming-of-age daughter to him as a concubine. The elders of the Zhang family deliberated extensively, caught in a dilemma. However, he was reckless and did not fear death, setting a trap at the farewell banquet to drag Cheng Huili down with him, ensuring that the blame would not fall upon the grieving Zhang family. Cheng Huili would no longer be able to commit evil in the world. The plan was sound, but he had not anticipated that the Pei family harbored a divine physician. "Ah, divine physician Wang, it is fortunate that you happen to be in the pharmacy," Pei Ruome greeted upon entering. "My brother has collapsed from intoxication and we wish to summon you." Chen Baoxiang looked up to see an elderly man with a white beard bustling about in the pharmacy. "I have no time, third young lady. There is urgency in the guest quarters." Several pots of bitter medicine were boiling on the stove, and the apprentices were in disarray. One was sorting herbs, another grinding them, while one panically rushed about the room. "Where is the fried attractalodes? I just saw it." Pei Ruome, unfamiliar with the herbs, thought it best to leave rather than complicate matters. To her surprise, Chen Baoxiang suddenly spoke up. "Is it not right there beside the grinder on the low table?" The apprentice rushed over to retrieve the herbs, bowing repeatedly to her in gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." Divine physician Wang glanced at the doorway, intrigued. "Do you know about herbs?" Chen Baoxiang certainly did not, but Zhang Zhixu interjected. "I have skimmed through the compendium of materia medica. "Oh?" Divine physician Wang replied, gathering herbs while observing her. "Is it the edition from the Baoqing era?" "No, it is from the Tianfu era," Zhang Zhixu stated. "I plan to memorize it again when I have the time." Chen Baoxiang widened her eyes as she spoke, thinking. "Great immortal, please do not drag me into your boasting. I cannot even recognize the characters. How could I possibly recite the compendium of materia medica from memory?" Divine physician Wang found it absurd, frowning as he glanced at her, dismissively replying, "If that is the case, then please bestow a scroll upon me. If you truly succeed, there will surely be someone to reward you handsomely." Chapter 80. Everything is within me. Pei Rume departed the pharmacy accompanied by Chen Baoxiang, her voice brimming with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. You can even recite the pharmacopoeia from memory. That's an immense volume, nearly 100,000 words, if I'm not mistaken." Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted on the spot. 100,000 words, who could possibly memorize such a tome? "Do not panic," Zhang Zhixu interjected, "I can do it." "Ah, you can?" "Merely a trifle." Chen Baoxiang clasped her hands to her heart, feeling as though she might kneel and bow before this extraordinary figure, were it not for Pei Rume's presence beside her. Although he possessed no magical powers to conjure silver, his abilities were indeed impressive. He seemed to excel at everything. With the assurance of this sage, Chen Baoxiang regained her confidence and strode boldly alongside Pei Rume to the study. Zhang Zhixu requested paper and brush and began to transcribe the first volume with his left hand. Chen Baoxiang watched in awe as her hand produced elegant characters that seemed unworthy of her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Sage, if you were to participate in the imperial examinations, you would undoubtedly achieve the highest honors." "That is unlikely," Zhang Zhixu replied casually. "The emperor favors beauty. Those of striking countenance are destined to be but the third place." "Ah?" Chen Baoxiang was momentarily stunned as Zhang Zhixu paused, attempting to clarify. "Such are the rumors." "How utterly unfair," she mumbled, her disbelief evident. To lose the position of top scholar, and for those unaware, it would seem as though one lacked talent, when in truth, it is simply due to being too handsome. This was a topic Zhang Zhixu had long preferred to avoid, as discussing it seemed to imply he could not bear the loss, which also painted the emperor as rather absurd. In truth, the new emperor was indeed quite irrational, with a light-hearted remark of, "The third place suits him well, perfectly matched with my son." He had negated more than a decade of Zhang Zhixu's diligent study, leaving him the first to attain recognition yet still required to kneel in the ancestral hall at home. In such a ridiculous world, what was the purpose of living? It would be better to perish, yet, having consumed the Zhang family's sustenance for so many years, he could not die in vain. He must take Cheng Huili down with him. With his thoughts heavy, he dipped his brush, leaving ink stains on the pageboard. Chen Baoxiang broke the silence. "I have never enjoyed studying. Old granny, you wished to teach me, but I would rush off to the fields after just a few incense sticks, chasing birds, catching insects, and picking flowers to tease dogs. To this day, I have only managed to learn the 3 characters of old granny Ye's name." Zhang Zhixu returned to his senses. "Then you lead a rather carefree life. Is there truly such a thing as freedom in this world?" she replied, swaying on her toes. "Scholars have their own struggles, and farmers have theirs as well. Yet, having the rare opportunity to experience life, one must find something that brings joy to avoid feeling cheated. Wouldn't you agree?" "Something that brings joy." Zhang Zhixu paused, lost in thought. Chen Baoxiang had merely spoken without thinking, but then lamented, "How many more words must I endure? My hands are aching." "Almost done," he said, continuing to write with a smile. "If you wish to attain something, you must also be willing to pay a price." That price felt exorbitant. After a full hour, she had finally finished transcribing, her backside sore from sitting. Upon receiving the news, Wang Shou was incredulous, taking his time to arrive, grumbling, "What have you written?" Chen Baoxiang proudly handed over the sage's transcription. Wang Shou glanced at it, his disdainful expression slowly transforming into astonishment. "Blessings from our ancestors," he exclaimed, standing up. "This is indeed the pharmacopoeia from the Tianfu era, a unique edition, rumored to have been enshrined in the palace. In my 50-plus years, I have only ever seen a copy of the first volume. He examined it repeatedly, joyfully informing the steward beside him. It is said that the subsequent volumes contain rare medicinal herbs for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain. If this young lady can transcribe them, perhaps General Chang's leg can be saved. The steward, filled with excitement, quickly bowed to Chen Baoxiang, saying, "Thank you, young lady, yet if you can save the general, my master will surely reward you handsomely." Chen Baoxiang, bewildered, asked, "Has General Chang been injured in the leg?" Given Chang Huali's high status, such matters were not meant for outsiders, but Wang Shou, in light of the pharmacopoeia, whispered in explanation he has an arrow wound in his leg, which has become quite severe. The ultimate solution would be amputation to save his life, yet if there exists a miraculous herb, I shall do my utmost to attempt a remedy. Zhang Zhixu's eyes narrowed slightly. At the banquet, Chang Huali had likely suffered more than a single arrow wound. The physician's concern for preserving his leg indicated that the arrow to his chest had indeed failed to claim his life. "I recall there is a separate volume for wound treatments," Zhang Zhixu interjected. "I can transcribe half a volume for you all by tomorrow." "Thank you, young lady," the steward replied, promptly instructing his subordinates, "Prepare clean clothes and dinner for our esteemed guest. Treat her with the utmost respect, do not be careless." "Understood." Wang Shou, setting down the paper, spoke with embarrassment. "Earlier, seeing the young lady's naive expression and flashy attire, I presumed you were here to cause trouble. I did not expect such remarkable talent. I have truly judged based on appearances and should not have I apologize." As he spoke, he stood and bowed to her. Chen Baoxiang quickly jumped up to stop him, feeling guilty. "Oh, no, no." His judgment was not entirely erroneous. The true talent lay with the sage, not herself. She was merely an ignorant ornament. Just as she intended to express further humility, the sage interjected, "I have studied medicine under the god of medicine since childhood, but have only ever encountered texts. I have seldom seen genuine works. Today, I am fortunate to meet the esteemed Wang Shou, and I humbly request your guidance." "Oh?" Wang Shou's interest was piqued. "Sun Sihua is your master?" "Indeed, he is my teacher." "Wonderful." Wang Shou clapped his hands. "It has been 12 years since I last saw my senior brother from Changbai Mountain. I never expected to meet his disciple here." Chen Baoxiang was drenched in cold sweat. "Sage, please do not claim such a teacher lightly. They are merely acquaintances, and I fear a few words will expose the truth." The sage paid no heed to her distress, instead bowing deeply with both hands, addressing Wang Shou, "I am Chen Baoxiang, your junior." Wang Shou was taken aback, then chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Your master has always had lofty expectations and never regarded me as a true peer. Yet, your small disciple is quite sensible. Good, good, please rise." Chen Baoxiang was utterly bewildered. She had merely come to the Pei family to pursue a man, and somehow found herself as the disciple of the god of medicine and the niece of a divine physician? Even more concerning was that this esteemed physician was exceedingly warm and protective. Once he acknowledged her, he treated her as one of his own, turning to the steward and saying, "There is no need to arrange other guest rooms. Let her stay with me, she can keep company with my troublesome female disciples." "Understood." The steward quickly complied, instructing others to make arrangements. Chen Baoxiang forced a smile, but inwardly she felt like crying. "Sage, if he inquires about the god of medicine tomorrow, how shall I respond?" "Everything is within me," Zhang Zhixu said calmly. "Just focus on your own matters, I will handle the rest." His deep, resonant voice echoed in her mind, bringing with it an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Chapter 9 of the most beautiful day of life. When Pei Ruham awoke, a sharp pain throbbed at the nape of his neck. He struggled to prop himself up and overheard Pei Rume exclaiming in wonder beside him, "You all missed it. Just now, Divine Dr. Wang was positively radiant. I've never seen him so joyful in all the time he has been here." "Divine Dr. Wang," he murmured, repeating the name. "Awake, are we?" Chen Baoxiang chimed in with a beaming smile as she approached. "The porridge is freshly prepared. Would you care for some?" "You," he frowned, "what are you doing here?" Before Chen Baoxiang could respond, Pei Rume rushed over, her excitement bubbling over. "Brother, Sister Baoxiang possesses immense talent. Divine Dr. Wang insisted we must keep her here." "Her? Immense talent?" Pei Ruhang chuckled at the absurdity. "Have you forgotten what she looked like when she first met me?" He did not usually harbor such prejudice against women, but on that day, during the banquet, his mood was already irritable. Others had tactfully kept their distance, while Chen Baoxiang, undeterred, sauntered over and boldly declared, "Clouds dream of garments, flowers yearn for beauty, as the spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew is rich. O beautiful peony, why do you bloom here all alone?" She mispronounced both garment and railing, and that last line was utterly nonsensical. Demonstrating remarkable restraint, Pei Ruhang refrained from reacting, merely brushing away non-existent dust from his knee in a gesture of disdain. Yet, Chen Baoxiang took advantage of his indifference and plopped herself onto his lap. "Young master," she said, feigning shyness, a mix of resistance and invitation. Pei Ruhang could bear it no longer. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, "Leave." "Oh, very well." She slid off dejectedly and blinked at him. "Do you not like women?" "I do," he replied, his expression impassive as he picked at his food, "but I have no fondness for shameless individuals." Such is the level of talent, Pei Ruhang mused, perplexed. What purpose does the divine doctor have in keeping her? Zhang Zhixu listened quietly to the victim's account, then slowly addressed Chen Baoxiang. "So this is what you refer to as the most beautiful day of your life?" Chen Baoxiang chuckled. "It seems there is a slight divergence in our perspectives." "A slight divergence?" This was an entirely different matter. Zhang Zhixu placed a hand on his forehead. How could this woman be so oblivious to the malice directed at her, yet still believe that there was any interest on his part? Given the circumstances, it was a testament to Pei Ruhang's good breeding that he hadn't chased her away with a broom. Lost in thought, his stomach let out a rumble as Zhang Zhixu suddenly remembered that she had barely eaten anything at the banquet, and after the prolonged silence of the previous medicine, her empty stomach was now painfully ravenous. Chen Baoxiang, accustomed to hunger, showed no sign of concern. However, he could no longer contain himself and reminded her, "You should eat something first." If anyone from the manor had overheard him say this, they would surely have rushed to set off firecrackers at the entrance, for it was an extraordinary occasion for the young master to take the initiative to eat. Yet, Chen Baoxiang frowned, "But Pei Gongzi has not yet eaten, how can I indulge myself?" It felt as though a rolling pin had scraped through his empty stomach, and Zhang Zhixu felt utterly miserable, his limbs weak and his head spinning. Thus, when Chen Baoxiang, ever so eager, scooped up porridge to feed Pei Ruhang, her hand accidentally twisted, and she ended up taking a sip herself. At Pei Ruhang, Chen Baoxiang, she stared at her own hand, forcing a laugh. "I was simply checking if it was too hot." After tasting, it turned out just right. With that, she scooped up a second spoonful. Pei Ruhang was not particularly hungry, but Chen Baoxiang, lacking in other virtues, had the singular advantage of making food look exceptionally appetizing. Whatever she ate seemed to tantalize the senses, making it hard for onlookers to resist the urge to taste. He found himself eyeing the second spoonful in her hand just as the spoon was nearing his lips. Chen Baoxiang suddenly withdrew, lifting the bowl instead and raising it towards him. "Pei Shone, cheers." Before he could react, she boldly drank the porridge down in one go. Pei Ruhang, the room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chen Baoxiang clutched her bowl, nearly in tears. "Great Spirit, what have you done?" Zhang Zhixu, unable to explain that he had never experienced hunger, could only stubbornly assert, "One must love oneself before loving another. If you are still hungry, why should he eat first?" "But this porridge was prepared for him, it belongs to his household. You are a guest, it is customary for the guest to eat first. Yet, one cannot snatch food from another's mouth." Inwardly tumultuous, his face oscillated between indignation and innocence, akin to a dramatic play. Pei Ruhang on the bed couldn't help but chuckle softly. His low, raspy voice, combined with his pale visage, made his smile more enchanting than that of a beautiful yet sickly maiden. Chen Baoxiang turned around, staring at him in a daze. Pei Ruhang, feeling he had lost his composure, averted his gaze and said, "If you're hungry, go outside and eat with Rume. There's still shumo here, you need not trouble yourself." "But I finally have the chance to feed you," she lamented, her face a mask of disappointment as she plopped down on the stool beside the bed. "Earlier, Rume suggested sending someone to serve you, and I chatted with her about everything from the open-mindedness of dashing to the consequences of sins, before she finally relented and allowed me to come." Before she could finish, Pei Ruhang laughed again, unable to help himself. Chen Baoxiang glared at him and turned to Pei Rume. "Oh no, your brother must be out of his mind. We should summon divine Dr. Wang." "No need," Pei Rume replied with a smile, playfully nudging her shoulder. "My brother is rarely this happy, just stay here and eat, I'll have someone bring the dishes over." With that, she beckoned Shumo and exited, leaving only the two of them in the room. Pei Ruhang rubbed his neck and, belatedly, asked, "How did I faint?" "From drinking too much," Chen Baoxiang admitted sheepishly. "Next time, do not indulge so excessively." "Were you not the one encouraging me to drink?" I won't push you next time," she mumbled, "but you look down on me." "I had to prove I have some skills." Pei Ruhang fell silent. His disdain for her was not a fleeting sentiment. She had previously remained silent in her frustration, yet today she had grown bold. Strangely enough, her newfound assertiveness made her seem more dignified. When the food arrived, Chen Baoxiang picked up her chopsticks and, still somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Great Spirit, given that we have the rare opportunity to dine alone with Pei Gongzi, can we eat a bit more elegantly?" Zhang Zhixu chuckled, "I am always elegant." What about earlier? That does not count. It will not happen again." Having received this assurance, Chen Baoxiang finally felt at ease to begin her meal. It must be said, the Pei family, having risen from commerce, truly possessed wealth. Even a simple meal boasted 3 different meats, and she savored every bite with delight. Zhang Zhixu found himself equally engrossed in the meal, pondering how it was possible for someone to make such humble fare seem so exquisite. "What joy, let me have another spoonful." Across from him, Pei Ruhang watched her and felt his own appetite awaken. What had once been a single bowl of rice had mysteriously transformed into 2 bowls consumed alongside her. 3 people, 2 mouths, 1 satisfying meal. Chapter 10. Murder. At dusk when Chen Baoxiang returned to her guest room, she was still in a fit of giggles. "Master, did you hear what he said as he was leaving?" She cradled her face in her hands and exclaimed, "He invited me to dine with him tomorrow. Wasn't that, more or less, a declaration of affection towards her?" Zhang Zhixu, in a surprisingly good mood, refrained from shattering her illusions. Instead, he glanced around the room and instructed, "Please open the window to the north." "What is the point of opening it on such a cold day?" Chen Baoxiang pouted, yet obediently pushed open the window and leaned on the windowsill to gaze outside. The physician's courtyard was adjacent to the guesthouse where Cheng Huili resided. From the second-floor window, she could see the comings and goings of people in the guesthouse and occasionally hear the shouts of the servants. Zhang Zhixu was quite pleased, intending to listen for any news. However, before he could catch anything useful, Chen Baoxiang gasped in excitement, "The young master Pei's house is so close, I can see the flowers and plants he has been tending to in the courtyard. Oh, it seems he has come out for a stroll. Do you think he can see me? How lovely he looks, even stretching seems to suit him so well." A vein throbbed at Zhang Zhixu's temple as he remarked, "Can you not be quiet for a moment?" But it's almost dark. There will be plenty of time to be quiet later. She pouted, while it's still light, shouldn't I look a little longer? Zhang Zhixu forcibly turned her head to face Cheng Huili's courtyard. Chen Baoxiang was not pleased. What is there to see? Isn't General Cheng already safe and sound? Mentioning this reminded her of the fear she felt on the day of the banquet. I watched those arrows fly towards him, striking his waist and legs. Oh, it was such a bloodbath, it scared me to death. Zhang Zhixu paused, asking her, what about his chest? His chest? Chen Baoxiang pondered for a moment. Right, there was an arrow aimed at his chest, but it seemed he was wearing some kind of protective armor. The arrow flew past with a sharp sound, quite crisp. So that was the case. Zhang Zhixu leaned against the windowsill and let out a soft sigh. What kind of person would dare to assassinate him? Chen Baoxiang mused innocently, these nobles are high in status and very cautious. If they fail, how will they deal with the aftermath? What aftermath could there be? Zhang Zhixu thought to himself, having severed all evidence trails, ensuring that neither the assassins nor anyone else would implicate the Zhang family. Since the first attempt had failed, it was best to recuperate and wait for the right moment to strike again. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chen Baoxiang yawned and closed the window, muttering, this is still a wealthy household. Why do they extinguish their lights so early at night? Can't they afford the oil? Indeed, in the past, even if the rooms were left dark, lanterns would still be lit outside. Unlike the Pei family, where the courtyard was shrouded in darkness due to the presence of the injured. Wait a moment, something flickered in Zhang Zhixu's mind, and he furrowed his brow. Find something for self-defense. What? That painting hanging on the wall. Take the scroll down and use it as a club. Chen Baoxiang couldn't fathom why, but she obeyed the master's words without question, immediately removing the scroll and sitting at the table with it in hand. Outside, the watchman struck the bell thrice, and the courtyard fell silent just as she was about to doze off. Chen Baoxiang suddenly heard an unusual bird call. Following that, chaos erupted outside, with shouts of catch the thief, and the sounds of things being smashed. A series of lanterns lit up, casting an orange glow on her window paper. Master, she gasped, her eyes wide, the Pei family has been invaded. Zhang Zhixu remained silent, rising to position the painting scroll defensively before him, then reached out to crack the window open slightly. In the next instant, a shadow, reeking of blood, swept in, a short blade aimed at her neck. Startled, Chen Baoxiang quickly raised the painting scroll to defend herself. Just as she was about to scream, she heard the master calmly utter, Zhou. The intruder froze in his tracks. Zhang Zhixu continued, come in and close the window. Though the voice was unfamiliar, the tone was strikingly familiar. Zhou closed the window and scrutinized her with piercing eyes, reminiscent of a wolf in the wild. Master, Chen Baoxiang was nearly in tears. This is a desperate man, his aura is so menacing, I am terrified. To survive, one must not succumb to fear. He straightened his posture, hands clasped behind his back, meeting Zhou gaze with composure. I am Chen Baoxiang, here on the orders of Fengqing to offer assistance. Fengqing was Zhang Zhixu's childhood name. His declaration was steady and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. However, Chen Baoxiang, being utterly pathetic, felt her legs weaken and, in the midst of his speech, collapsed to her knees with a thud. Zhou to Zhang Zhixu, he gritted his teeth. Are you doing this on purpose? Chen Baoxiang, about to cry without tears, exclaimed, I am truly frightened, his blade is still dripping with blood. Zhang Zhixu cast a sidelong glance, paused, and then, taking the opportunity, raised his hands in a gesture of respect. I have long heard of the illustrious Zhou. Today, I see that the reputation is well deserved. Your willingness to risk your life in this perilous situation makes you a benefactor to me. Chen Baoxiang, I beseech you to accept my bow. Strangely, it felt quite natural. You, Zhou, remained on guard. I have been by the master's side for so long and have never seen you. That is only natural. He raised his head with poise. Fengqing and I met in Jiangnan. At that time, I was accompanied not by you, but by a rather dark-skinned attendant. Fengqing mentioned you, stating that he named you Zhou after he found you near the ninth spring. The master had traveled to Jiangnan 2 years prior, gravely ill, accompanied by the shadow guard Ningsu, who was indeed quite dark-skinned. Furthermore, regarding the name Zhou, aside from the master and himself, no one in the Zhang family knew its origin. Zhou sheathed his blade but remained skeptical. I come here without the master's knowledge. How could he have instructed you to assist me in advance? That is not entirely the case. Zhang Zhixu rose and brushed off his knees. Fengqing stated that should the actions at the tail banquet fail, I was to stay close to Chen Huili to gather information. Chen Huili is exceedingly cautious. If we act recklessly without understanding the situation, he raised his gaze to Zhou, a hint of frustration evident. Wouldn't that lead to a predicament like yours? Indeed, the master had advised him not to act hastily should failure occur. Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, my master is gravely injured and unconscious, yet I hear news that he is recovering. How can I hold back? Zhou seethed, he must die. I understand. Zhang Zhixu sighed, but you have fallen into a trap. He cannot die now. Enough. Zhang Zhixu glanced outside, they will soon come searching. This was a trap meticulously laid out in advance. Chen Huili not only sealed all exits but also dispatched men to search the vicinity of his courtyard, scouring each door and window. In such circumstances, how could they possibly escape alive? Chen Baoxiang, brimming with excitement at the unfolding drama, suddenly heard her own voice coldly declare, go next door and bind the second son of the Pei family. Use him to make our escape. Chapter 11. What grieves you in Chen Baoxiang's imagination? She and Pei Ruhan ought to be entwined in a romantic scenario beneath the blooming flowers and the moonlight. Even if they could not wed immediately, their bond as dining companions would surely nurture their feelings, leading to an inevitable union. Little did she anticipate that on this pitch-black night, she would be guiding an assassin into Pei Ruhang's courtyard, all the while beckoning, this way. Oh, great deity. She lamented inwardly, isn't this akin to treachery? Zhang Zhixu was perplexed. How did you come to be inside with the Pei family? After all, it was I who accompanied you out of prison. Shouldn't we be the ones united in purpose? This reasoning seems somewhat valid. However, must we aid this assassin, whom we have no ties to? We must, or else the lies you've already spun will inevitably unravel. Li Zhouquan was the most significant person to Zhang Zhixu. Previously, she had boasted to Zhang Xi of her acquaintance with Zhouquan. It would be one thing if they never crossed paths, but if they did, a mere question could spell disaster. But speaking of which, how did you know he was the legendary Zhouquan just by his silhouette? Zhang Zhixu fell silent for a moment, channeling her audacity and declaring with misplaced confidence, I am the great deity. A deity is omniscient and omnipresent. Ordinarily, one would have begun to harbor doubts about him. Even if they did not, a degree of wariness would be expected, yet Chen Baoxiang did not. Instead, she gazed at him with admiration, hands clasped over her heart. How remarkable, with such a deity assisting me, I am certain to prosper. Zhang Zhixu felt a twinge of disdain for her foolishness, yet upon reflection, if she were cleverer, wouldn't that spell trouble for him? She was, after all, the preferable option. At that point, Zhouquan had successfully infiltrated the small courtyard, and soon the shouts of servants rang out. Someone. Quickly, come here. Zhang Zhixu was crouched by the wall, listening to the commotion, when she noticed Chen Baoxiang standing up. What are you doing? He inquired, puzzled. You simply do not understand, great deity, she replied. Men, especially those nurtured in affluent households, seldom encounter danger. When they do, it becomes an indelible memory. In other words, as long as she was present at this moment, he would remember her, and by some logic, that would equate to him falling in love with her. The thought thrilled her, and she stealthily slipped through the small opening into the courtyard. Zhouquan had already seized Pei Ruhang, and the servants and maidservants nearby were in a panic, shouting in terror. At the forefront stood a steward, likely one of Cheng Huai's men, who coldly regarded Zhouquan and said, you cannot escape, so why not spare yourself a gruesome fate? What is the point of a whole corpse? Zhouquan replied in a low, menacing tone. If I am to leave, I will take him with me. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the short blade, causing Pei Ruhang to gasp in fear. Please, do not kill my son. Pei's mother pushed through the crowd, crying out, I will give you anything you desire. Just do not harm my child. Madam, silence. Pei's mother retorted. This is my home. I have said nothing as you have dug trenches and set the stage, but do you expect me to offer my son's life for your glory? Not a chance. As she spoke, she turned back to Zhouquan, pleading, I can ensure your safety and also help you escape. I beg you, spare my son's life. Zhang Zhixu, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, tightening his throat and warming his eyes, his heart heavy with an inexplicable sorrow. What is this? With grief, Zhang Zhixu, perplexed, wiped the corner of Chen Baoxiang's eye. It is not your son, why do you grieve? What nonsense, I am not grieving at all. Chen Baoxiang appeared entirely composed. She indeed did not seem to be in distress, yet Zhang Zhixu felt an overwhelming discomfort, his heart growing heavier, as if it were grasped tightly and bound with stones. He had never experienced such feelings before, leaving him at a loss. Chen Baoxiang remained fixated on Zhouquan and Pei Ruhang, who were slowly edging their way out, with Pei's mother granting them passage. Cheng Huai's men did not obstruct them further, and Zhouquan smoothly reached the side gate of the Pei residence. However, just as they were about to release Pei Ruhang, several archers suddenly scaled the courtyard walls, drawing their bows with arrows glistening ominously in the dim light, flashing perilously close to Zhouquan's eye. Fools! Zhouquan's expression darkened, and he immediately released Pei Ruhang, leaping up the tree, using its branches to conceal himself, and swiftly launched a concealed arrow in retaliation. The arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Pei Ruhang. Chen Baoxiang's eyes widened in horror. For a brief moment, the world around her seemed to slow, and she saw Pei Ruhang's white garment flutter, the astonishment on the servants' faces magnifying, and Pei's mother raising her hands in desperation. Be careful, someone screamed. Zhang Zhixu, who had been an onlooker, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, as if he had thrown himself at something, followed by a sharp pain in his shoulder. That familiar sensation, Miss Chen, Miss Chen. Quickly, summon Physician Wang. Pei Ruimei was choked with emotion. Sister Baoxiang, are you willing to sacrifice your life for my brother? Zhang Zhixu finally pieced it together. Just moments ago, Chen Baoxiang had lunged in front of Pei Ruhang, the arrow grazing her shoulder and leaving a bloody wound. You saved him? Zhang Zhixu could hardly believe it. You, who are so fearful of death, risked your life for him. Why? Just for a long-held affection? He was both astonished and bewildered, pondering what kind of sentiment could compel someone to such lengths. Even if such affection were warranted, Pei Ruhang himself was hardly deserving. There were countless wealthy families in the capital. Great deity, Chen Baoxiang called out weakly, feeling her pain. Zhang Zhixu's heart inexplicably softened. He murmured, well then, on second thought, there are not many in this world who possess such deep feelings as you. It is not, I understand, it is not your fault. No, I meant to say, Chen Baoxiang gasped for breath, it was not my intention to rush in to save him. I slipped on the moss-covered steps and Zhang Zhixu, all the sorrow and tenderness he had previously felt evaporated completely. He took a deep breath, then chuckled in exasperation. I had overestimated you. Alas, she lamented, I am doomed. It was merely a scratch. There was no reason to declare oneself dead, however. The blood that splattered was indeed quite spectacular, droplets even landing on Pei Ruhang's cheek. His pupils constricted as he reached out to steady her elbow. Let us return first. The guards pursued Zhou Chuan's fleeing form, while the remaining individuals surrounded Chen Baoxiang, carefully escorting her back. Good child, Pei's mother said, wiping her tears, thank you so much. I will ensure you receive proper care, and once you are healed, I shall reward you handsomely. Chen Baoxiang had just been lamenting her misfortune, but upon hearing this, she perked up and hastily feigned modesty. It is but a small matter. There is no need for you to worry, madam. Though she spoke those words, her heart was elated, and she began to imagine the Pei family's wealth. Surely, the gratitude owed to a life-saving benefactor would be substantial. Zhang Zhixu rolled his eyes at the images of gold and silver dancing in her mind. Chapter 12 of The Genius with a photographic memory. The sleeve arrow blades used by Zhou Chuan were short and devoid of poison, yet the wound on Chen Baoxiang's right shoulder still measured 2 inches in length and was quite profound. Wang Shou took one glance and declared it necessary to suture. Suture? Zhang Zhixu was taken aback. Chen Baoxiang patiently explained, it means using sheep-gut thread and a needle to stitch the edges of the wound together, 1 stitch at a time. I am well aware of that process, Zhang Zhixu replied, attempting to retreat, but why not use horseweed? Horseweed? The miraculous herb mentioned in the medicinal texts, a mere ounce can alleviate pain and stop bleeding. Even the gravest wounds would not cause suffering. That medicine sounds exceedingly precious. If they possessed it, they would certainly have reserved it for General Chang first, Chen Baoxiang murmured. It's all right, I can endure. She could endure, but he could not be so certain. Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow, reflecting that he had certainly sustained injuries before, yet each time he was treated with horseweed, had divine silver needles for pain relief, and ice packs prepared day and night, scarcely experiencing any torment. However, at present, 2 female physicians held Chen Baoxiang's wrist, while the physician opposite questioned Wang Shou whether suturing flesh was akin to stitching fabric, simultaneously raising a needle towards Chen Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but the pain rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as the physician trembled, preparing to pierce her. The sensation of the needle penetrating flesh, the tightening of the skin by the thread, incessantly cycled through his mind, 1 stitch after another. Oh, a misplaced stitch, and they had to begin anew. Such was no less than the tortures of a prison. Moreover, Chen Baoxiang seemed to experience pain with a sensitivity far surpassing that of ordinary folk. Each needle prick felt more agonizing than a slash from a broadsword. By the time the wound was stitched, Zhang Zhixu felt as if he had died anew. It's over, it's done, Chen Baoxiang comforted him, his eyes reddened, trembling all over, unable to utter a single word. Chen Baoxiang had previously mentioned that scions of noble families seldom encountered danger, but when they did, the memories would be etched indelibly. Zhang Zhixu mused that whether Pei Ruhang would remember or not was uncertain, but he himself felt the pain deeply ingrained. In the future, even if he were to lie in a coffin, he would have to sit up before the lid was placed and recount the tale of how he endured the stitching of his wound without anesthetic. In a daze, he heard Chen Baoxiang say, take a nap, just a nap will do. Her voice was sweet and gentle, leaving him uncertain whether she was soothing him or trying to comfort herself. The bed in the guest room was hard and small, the quilt old and worn, which Zhang Zhixu found quite distasteful, yet, after a night filled with exhaustion and pain, he could hardly afford to be choosy, wrapping himself in the quilt and closing his eyes. The night passed without dreams, only the relentless entanglement of pain. Upon waking the next morning, Chen Baoxiang felt somewhat better and was just about to inquire with her servant about news from next door when Pei Ruhang appeared unannounced. He sat at the bedside with a somber expression, remaining silent. Chen Baoxiang felt a twinge of anxiety. Had the great deity discovered something and come to hold her accountable? It is difficult to maintain a good mood when one is in pain, and Zhang Zhixu resembled a furious lion, disinterested in guessing, bluntly retorting, one might think it was you who was shot. Pei Ruhang froze, looking at her in surprise, but as soon as their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. I came to thank you. There's no need for that. Pei Ruhang did not expect her to respond in such a manner, momentarily lost for words, and merely waved for someone to bring in a tray. Zhang Zhixu glanced up, seeing a pure gold hairpin, 8 intricately carved butterfly ornaments, and a delicate jade necklace inlaid with gold. Great deity, Chen Baoxiang was thrilled. Was he about to present her with a betrothal gift? Zhang Zhixu scoffed, such trinkets could hardly be considered a betrothal gift. One could purchase a pig at the East Market for less. No, why was he insulting her while speaking? Chen Baoxiang felt quite wronged, reaching out to comfort herself with the treasures, only to have her right hand ruthlessly swatted away by her left. Master Pei, Zhang Zhixu's eyes brimmed with scorn, is your life worth only this much? Pei Ruhang's face darkened, and he pressed his lips together before speaking, you saved me yesterday. I thought that by giving me these items, I would feel obliged to repay you with my body, is that it? Zhang Zhixu interrupted, sneering, that is quite unnecessary, I had no such intention to begin with. Having his thoughts exposed, Pei Ruhang felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. No intention is for the best. With that, he stood as if to leave. Chen Baoxiang, who typically enjoyed clinging to him, would have urged him to stay, coaxing him gently not to be angry, yet today, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he had nearly reached the door, and she remained silent. Chen Baoxiang wished to speak, but alas, the great deity as formidable power swiftly covered her mouth. Do you know what kind of woman Pei Ruhang likes? What sort? He despises those who pursue him, while those who treat him with reverence do not pique his interest. Best are those who do not even spare him a glance, only then will he be pleased. Isn't that just a lewd person? Chen Baoxiang was left dumbfounded. Master, as Pei Ruhang was about to step out, Shou Mo interjected. The divine physician said that Miss Chen's shoulder injury prevents her from holding a brush. It is your responsibility to assist her in transcribing the medicinal classics, as General Chang is in urgent need. Indeed. Pei Ruhang halted, turning back to look at her. My uncle's injury is severe, I must trouble you. With that, he returned to the nearby table, sleeves sweeping aside as he took a seat. Chen Baoxiang, truly, the great deity had spoken accurately. She could not help but lament. Had I known earlier, I would not have endured so much vexation. Zhang Zhixu chuckled. Who serves you right? Families of high stature are seldom devoid of sycophants. Should she continue on such a clumsy path, she would never marry into the Pei family. I have heard that the manuscript for the medicinal remedy consists of quite a number of characters. Pei Ruhang prepared the ink and brush. You recall some. Speak them, and I shall write them down for you. Chen Baoxiang was about to nod in agreement when the great deity spoke on her behalf. What do you look down upon? It is merely over 8,000 characters. I will memorize it all. You shall remember it all. Ah, she was stunned. A great deity. Is that truly necessary? That is over 8,000. The great deity was quite insistent. What good is memorizing a few hundred characters? If one is to memorize, one must memorize the entirety. Pei Ruhang was amused by her inexplicable confidence, leisurely dipping his brush in ink and raising his hand. Very well, I shall see how much you can memorize. Zhang Zhixu began at a leisurely pace with the first category of medicinal herbs. The section on medicinal remedies was replete with rare herbs, but each was systematically introduced by its origin, followed by its properties and the ailments it addressed, concluding with a detailed section on identification. He recited smoothly, pausing only occasionally when dealing with homophones, needing to clarify which character was being referenced. Initially, Pei Ruhang's demeanor was dismissive, but as he reached 1,000 characters, he sat up straighter, realizing that Chen Baoxiang was not boasting. Upon reaching 2,000 characters, he cast a shocked glance at her. By the time he reached 3,000 characters, he set down his brush, unable to suppress the admiration that welled up within him. No wonder Wang the divine physician praised you, he remarked, gazing directly at her. Such a photographic memory is rarely encountered, aside from the genius of the Zhang family. Chapter 13. The Cursed Wealthy Immortal. The pharmaceutical compendium introduces a myriad of rare medicinal herbs, but the herbs themselves bear no connection, making it all too easy to forget and falter while memorizing them. Yet, Chen Baoxiang not only recited over 3,000 characters in one breath but also found the leisure to remind her attendant beside her to add water for grinding the ink. For a moment, Pei Ruhang's heart raced in astonishment. I seem to have never truly understood you, he murmured. I thought you were illiterate, but that is not the case. I presumed you were accustomed to deception, yet that is also untrue. Even my belief that you approached me solely to climb the social ladder appears to be a reflection of my own petty nature. This was indeed not the case, Chen Baoxiang thought to herself. Her approach to him was undeniably motivated by a desire to ascend, for in the capital, families like the Peis, with bright prospects and social connections, are few and far between. Moreover, this talent was not her own, she merely basked in the glory of the immortal. Yet Pei Ruhang was visibly moved, rising to draw closer to her but then restraining himself, pondering for a while before performing a Confucian bow. I should not have belittled you, he said, frowning as he glanced at the tray beside him, and I certainly should not have insulted you with these trivial items. You are correct, I have been insufferably rude. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the attendant swiftly removed the tray laden with jewelry. Oh, Chen Baoxiang reached out in protest. What is the meaning of this? I shall personally attend to your needs until you have fully recovered, Pei Ruhang stated earnestly. I will not make any further excuses. Caring for her was indeed acceptable, but it did not preclude the offering of gold. Watching the pile of treasures recede from her grasp, Chen Baoxiang lamented internally. Immortal, how could you forsake such beautiful gold? Zhang Zhixu snorted disdainfully. What use is that trinket? It is of immense utility. Chen Baoxiang exclaimed. It can elevate my status, garnering the attention of nobles of the 5th rank and above, not to mention it could be exchanged for money. That pile could fetch at least 800,000 coins. Why is your mind so consumed by wealth? Zhang Zhixu retorted, curling his lip. 800,000 cannot procure a fine horse nor a residence. If it is lost, then so be it. Cursed be the wealthy and the affluent immortal. Chen Baoxiang bit her handkerchief in frustration. To her, this was indeed a substantial sum, enough to indulge in street-side meat buns for 70 years. Anguished in spirit, she managed to smile toward Pei Ruhang, feigning nonchalance as she declared, this is for the best. It is getting late, let us dine, Pei Ruhang said, meticulously organizing his manuscript as he instructed the attendant to bring a small table before her. Chen Baoxiang despondently took a few bites. Zhang Zhixu expressed his discontent. Has the Pei family changed cooks? Today's meal is remarkably unpalatable. She grimaced. Could it be that our wounds are too painful, leaving us without appetite? So it was. He cast a disparaging glance at Pei Ruhang across the table. In the future, if we encounter such a situation, could you not simply kick him aside? There will be no next time, Chen Baoxiang retorted angrily. With injuries this severe, not even a trinket can be salvaged. Who would wish to engage in such a losing venture? I shall certainly keep my distance. Indeed, it was blatantly mercenary, without any pretense. Zhang Zhixu chuckled softly, shaking his head. He typically associated with individuals of noble character, and were it not for the whims of fate, he would never have crossed paths with someone like her. Second young master, Baoxiang. Just as they were eating, Wang Shou approached, greeting Pei Ruhang before anxiously turning to her. Has your master taught you that miraculous acupuncture technique capable of restoring life? What? Chen Baoxiang's food fell from her mouth, restoring life? Zhang Zhixu quickly interjected. Oh, that is the Gu Yuan acupuncture technique. I have learned it, but I am not proficient enough to apply it lightly. General Cheng's status is esteemed. Should anything go amiss, it would be most unfortunate. Then, Wang Shou hesitated. Is there any way to ask your master to come here? Upon hearing this, Pei Ruhang grew anxious. What has happened to my uncle? Did he not just say his life was secure? General Chang was indeed secure, Wang Shou sighed, but he has a hasty temperament and will not wait for me to slowly gather the finest herbs. He insisted on summoning a physician himself to extract the arrowhead, but midway through, he was overtaken by severe pain and lost consciousness. It has been over an hour now, and no matter how we call to him, he will not awaken. My master only passed the Gu Yuan technique to my senior brother. While it cannot truly restore life, it can stabilize the spirit and revive the consciousness. Given General Cheng's current condition, if he can awaken, then all will be well. Zhang Zhixu felt a grin creeping onto his lips. It would be splendid if Cheng Hui never woke again, yet he maintained a facade of concern. My master left the capital for travel last month. It is likely, divine physician. Someone burst into the room, breathless, exclaiming, I have learned that Sun Yashan has returned to the capital today and has already been taken by the Zhang family. Pei Ruhang pondered briefly. Shou Mo, hastily deliver the general's message to Zhang's residence. We shall pay a visit after noon. We? Chen Baoxiang optimistically thought. The we here presumably referred to young Master Pei and divine physician Wang. However, Wang Shou then turned to her and said, my senior brother has a peculiar temper and is difficult to deal with. I will need you, as my disciple, to help plead my case. Ha? She coughed a couple of times. Why must I accompany you? That divine physician does not know me at all. If I go to see him, won't it expose my true intentions? Refusing to go now would also reveal your intentions. Zhang Zhixu advised her. Agree to it for now. Once at Zhang's residence, you can gauge the situation. Very well. Chen Baoxiang steeled herself and replied to Wang Shou. Uncle is right. After all, he is my master. I will go to plead my case. He should be amenable. Ha ha. Excellent. Wang Shou was delighted, rising to inspect the already copied medicinal roll, growing ever more pleased. With my senior brother's assistance, and by procuring these rare herbs, I shall surely save the general's leg. Pei Ruhang, however, remained silent, quickly finishing his meal before handing her a cloak. Is this for me? Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow. Pei Ruhang pressed his lips together. You are still injured, and the wind outside is strong. You must dress warmly. The cloak, made of pure, unblemished rabbit fur, was soft and warm, and when she opened the front, it bore an embroidered character for Ruhang. Pei Ruhang averted his gaze and left the room, his ears slightly flushed. Chen Baoxiang stood in place, perplexed. Immortal, is this not the cloak he wore? To give me a used cloak is rather stingy. Zhang Zhixu? Are you made of wood? He chuckled in exasperation. He is extending goodwill toward you, a sincere gesture of affection. How is that being stingy? Goodwill, Chen Baoxiang smiled as she donned the cloak, yet could not help but murmur internally, why can't goodwill come in the form of a new cloak, preferably one made of fox fur? Zhang Zhixu, already weary of the conversation, felt that Chen Baoxiang's prolonged struggle to win over Pei Ruhang was not solely due to her humble origins. Chapter 14. A narrow escape. As previously mentioned, the Zhang family is a prestigious lineage with a history spanning several centuries. Their residence is not merely a standalone house but rather a sprawling estate that extends from Xuanwu Gate, weaving through 3 streets and 16 alleys, where every dwelling bears the Zhang surname. Although these residences appear to be independent 3-entry compounds, they are interconnected in many ways. The more distant courtyards ascend towards the majestic Wngling mountain, creating a grand and awe-inspiring layered effect. Amidst this grandeur, Chen Baoxiang walked nervously, her voice trembling as she inquired, in such a place, if I were to lie, would I truly be dragged off and beaten to death? Zhang Zhixu had felt uneasy since passing through Xuanwu Gate and could only muster a response. There is a small path ahead. I will instruct you on how to proceed shortly. For now, take a shortcut to find Sun Yashan. Understood. I will seek him out, and you will use your sorcery to confuse him into accepting me as a disciple on the spot, correct? Not quite. Then what should I do when I see him? The celestial being fell silent, and Chen Baoxiang suddenly felt a chill envelop her, akin to being thrust into an icy pond and then pulled out only to be tossed into a hot skillet. Dizziness overcame her, and she paused, gasping for breath. What is the matter? Pei Ruhang asked, reaching out to support her but withdrawing his hand upon seeing her distress. He frowned and said, Dr. Wang, is her wound causing her pain? Wang Shou approached, taking her pulse, and was taken aback. How has this child suddenly become so weak? Quickly, find a small sedan for her to rest in. As Chen Baoxiang battled dizziness, she thought to herself, how absurd it is that even on the verge of fainting, I must still be carried into the Zhang residence. More dreadful was the realization that she lacked the strength to take the shortcut to meet the medicine god, rendering the celestial being's plan utterly futile. Is this not the household of General Chang? A steward came to greet them. Though polite and affable, he nonetheless cautioned, our household has recently encountered misfortune, and the master is in a particularly low mood. If we fail to attend to you adequately, we hope you will overlook it. Just as Chen Baoxiang intended to inquire what constituted inadequate hospitality, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed from a distance. The wails were long and agonizing, unmistakably emanating from someone in excruciating pain, accompanied by the sound of sticks striking flesh, relentless and jarring. Pei Ruhang and Wang Shou were momentarily stunned, while the steward explained with a smile, we have apprehended a few charlatans posing as doctors, and they are currently being taken to the authorities. Please do not take offense. Wang Shou nodded in understanding. Ah, so they are mere swindlers. A good beating is well deserved, rest assured, we are all legitimate physicians and disciples of the medicine god. If any imposters are found, the Cheng family will take full responsibility. Chen Baoxiang interjected, but I haven't said a word about being killed. Should I flee immediately, at least I might preserve my life. But this place is so vast. Where could I possibly run? Celestial being, please say something. Her mind unexpectedly fell silent. No matter how she wailed in despair, the celestial being provided no response. Chen Baoxiang belatedly realized something was amiss. In past predicaments, the celestial being would always offer her a plausible excuse, yet now her mind was void of any sound or guidance, leaving her to sit in the sedan in a daze. I have already sent word to the medicine god, and he is on his way, the steward said with a slight nod. Please wait a moment. To Pei Ruhang and the others, this was a routine statement, but to Chen Baoxiang, it felt like a harbinger of doom. The enforcers of fate were on their way to take her away. Panic-stricken, she turned to the steward and asked, "Do you have a restroom here?" The steward glanced at her, maintaining a polite smile. "Allow a maid to escort you to your changing room." "No, I do not wish to change. I merely seek the restroom. Please follow me, esteemed guest." As Chen Baoxiang glanced at the two maids accompanying her, she whispered, "There is no need for me to change, I can go alone." "Please do not follow me, it's rather embarrassing." "Esteemed guest." The maid guided her to the restroom door, stifling a laugh. "This way to the changing room." It turned out that wealthy families referred to using the restroom as changing. Could they not be more straightforward? Feeling awkward, she forced a smile and, lifting her skirts, entered the lavish restroom, which rivaled a common home's main hall in grandeur. Once the door was shut, her expression fell. Without the celestial being's assistance, she could not linger here. She needed to escape quickly. Looking up at the tall flower-patterned window above, Chen Baoxiang resolved to stack some items to climb up. However, as she lifted a wooden bucket, she was startled by the sound of music. Several young women were playing instruments, strumming gushings, ringing bells, and blowing flutes. In a spacious restroom with gleaming floors, 4 or 5 elegantly dressed maidens stood in a delightful disarray, welcoming the guest with their melodies. She blinked in disbelief. "Huh? Esteemed guest, there is no need to panic," a maid said, presenting 2 red dates. "Please, feel free." Chen Baoxiang, still dazed, accepted the dates and took a bite. The maid's eyes widened, then she covered her mouth and laughed. "Esteemed guest, those dates are merely for blocking the nose." The extravagance of the wealthy truly took one by surprise. The livelier the tunes became, the more she felt like a fool, standing there surrounded by the merry gathering, utterly exposed. The maid beside her glanced at the wooden bucket in her arms, a teasing smile playing on her lips, and asked, "Are you still changing?" Chen Baoxiang chuckled nervously. I will wait a moment longer." "Do not keep the medicine god waiting," the maid urged, extending her hand in invitation. The 2 maids beside her moved in tandem, firmly grasping her arms with surprising strength. Chen Baoxiang, her bravado waning, protested, "I am a guest, why are you treating me this way? Let go." "Guests like you are quite common to us," the maid replied nonchalantly. "If you have the audacity to deceive, you must also face the consequences." A chill ran down her spine, and Chen Baoxiang feigned ignorance. "I do not understand what you are saying." "Understanding is irrelevant. Once the punishment is delivered, you will comprehend everything." The maids dragged her toward the main hall, where voices were already raised in conflict. "Here I am, mired in turmoil, and you, instead of offering assistance, come to snatch people away. What brotherhood is this? I was not present when the master accepted you. You should have been stabbed twice at the mountain and tossed to the wolves." Amidst the cacophony of insults and the sound of shattered pottery, a sense of dread gripped the heart. "Brother, you are right. Let us not lose our tempers. Look, Baoxiang has arrived." Wang Shou's eyes lit up as he pointed toward the entrance, declaring, "I just saved your most beloved disciple. Surely, you can grant me a modicum of favor." All eyes in the room turned to her. Chen Baoxiang wanted to retreat, but the maid unceremoniously pushed her forward. Stumbling a couple of steps, she found herself standing in the hall, where she spotted Sun Sihua, who scrutinized her with sharp eyes. After appraising her from head to toe, he furrowed his brow, clearly failing to recognize her. Chen Baoxiang forced a smile that resembled a grimace, her mind racing with thoughts of what her gravestone might bear. "Celestial being, where have you gone?" She silently lamented. The celestial being remained as silent as ever. Despairing, she closed her eyes, attempting to kneel and plead for mercy. Suddenly, Sun Sihua spoke up, "You, my incompetent disciple, are nothing but a source of trouble. Why do you stand there in a daze? Hurry and get behind me." Chapter 15. Great Immortal. As if being hooked and then cast back to the ground by the spectral beings of Yin and Yang, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Chen Baoxiang's back. She looked up at Sun Sihua in astonishment. His gaze towards her remained unfamiliar, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Quickly regaining her composure, Chen Baoxiang rushed forward with a quivering voice, "Master. How useless, and yet you've sustained injuries," Sun Sihua remarked, glancing at her bandaged shoulder, his white brows knitting together. "Go sit over there." Chen Baoxiang readily complied, dragging her weary legs to a nearby chair. The maidservant, taken aback, whispered in a flurry to the steward, "When did the divine healer take a female disciple?" "Such matters concerning the noble are not for you to inquire about in the hall," the steward admonished her with a stern look, before respectfully serving tea to Chen Baoxiang. As she sipped the tea to calm her nerves, her mind was filled with questions. Why did the divine healer assist her? Could it be that she possessed some extraordinary talent for medicine that had captured his attention? Or perhaps she bore a resemblance to one of his disciples, and in his old age, he had mistaken her. Just as she mused, a familiar voice weakly scolded her. What nonsense are you spouting? The low, resonant tone was undeniably comforting. Oh, great immortal. Chen Baoxiang felt tears welling up with excitement. You're alive. I was never truly dead, Zhang Zhixu grumbled, wincing in pain from her shoulder injury, clearly unaccustomed to the discomfort. I told you it had to be the horsefly herb. Oh, great immortal. She exclaimed in a blend of joy and exhilaration. You would never believe what just transpired. It was truly earth-shattering. It was I who made him acknowledge you, Zhang Zhixu interrupted her boast with a huff. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. Chen Baoxiang's mouth fell agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. You truly cast a spell on the divine healer? Sort of, Zhang Zhixu replied, his emotions in disarray. Ever since he was struck by an arrow at the banquet, his original spirit had remained unconscious, tethered to Chen Baoxiang, unable to break free. He had thought he would be trapped this way for eternity, but just as they passed through Suanyuo Gate, he suddenly felt dizzy. When he closed his eyes and reopened them, he found himself in his familiar bedroom. You can awaken, Sun Sihua, holding a silver needle, sat at the bedside, visibly relieved upon seeing him open his eyes. Master, Zhou Yuan exclaimed nervously. It was the Gu Yuan needle technique that had restored his spirit. Zhang Zhixu understood, clutching their sleeves with a plethora of words he wished to convey, but his head spun, and his body felt weightless, as if he might faint again at any moment. There is no time, he urged swiftly. There is a person named Chen Baoxiang in the capital. If you encounter her, you must help her. She is of utmost importance to me. If she cannot survive, then I shall not survive either. Disciple? Master. He could only manage to utter that single line before a wave of darkness engulfed him, and he found himself back in Chen Baoxiang's body. Zhang Zhixu felt a sense of loss, even harboring a slight resentment towards fate for its cruel jest, but then he heard Chen Baoxiang's exaggerated exclamations. Oh, great immortal, you are simply incredible. You possess such boundless powers. The Bodhisattva lacks your might, and the Buddha lacks your compassion. You truly are the greatest deity in existence. What merit have I to receive your protection? I am utterly unworthy. Once I return, I shall create a shrine for you, adorning it with gold leaf and ensuring it is well tended to with incense offerings. Zhang Zhixu found her amusing. This time, it's not gold paint. It is gold leaf? Rest assured, great immortal. Chen Baoxiang clenched her fist. I have a premonition that we will surely prosper this time. The gloom that had enveloped him began to lift slightly, and he scoffed, is there nothing in your mind besides wealth? Meanwhile, Sun Sihua was already dragging Wang Shou towards the exit. Just in time for you to arrive. Come with me to see this Zhang family member, his pulse is too chaotic for me to diagnose accurately. But, senior brother, I have urgent matters to attend to as well. What urgency? We will see him first before you leave. Chen Baoxiang instinctively rose to follow, and Pei Ruhang took a step as well. However, the steward interjected, the inner courtyard is chaotic, it may disrupt the young master. You should remain here and enjoy your tea. Pei Ruhang furrowed his brows, worried that Chen Baoxiang might inadvertently offend the elders by going alone. However, the Zhang family had strict rules, and he could not openly contradict them, so he stood his ground. Chen Baoxiang observed Pei Ruhang's deep, lingering gaze, puzzled. What does this mean? She asked the great immortal, why is he glaring at me? Zhang Zhixu found her amusingly perplexed. Earlier, at the full moon banquet, she had interpreted Pei Ruhang's cold demeanor as interest. Now, seeing the concern and care in his eyes, she thought he was glaring at her. With such a mindset, she would struggle even to climb high branches, let alone reach for the heavens. Let's check on Zhang Zhixu's condition first, he said with annoyance. And ask the divine healer for horsefly herb. Your wound is truly painful. Oh. Chen Baoxiang nodded at Pei Ruhang before following Sun Sihua, excitement bubbling within her. The Zhang family was a prominent and affluent household. Surely, the rumors of the extravagant second son would hold some truth. Did he not sleep on a bed of gold? With eager anticipation, she traversed the corridor and passed through the moon gate, already envisioning how she would boast about her encounters in the future. Yet, upon entering the room, her expression fell. Oh, great immortal, why is his bedroom so small? I thought it would span a mile. It's so empty. There is a grand table in the middle, yet only a slender vase with a single flower. The curtains are quite shabby as well. Not even a thread of gold. Alas, the bed is merely wooden, there is no gold at all. After surveying the room, Chen Baoxiang shook her head repeatedly. It seemed that the tales about the Zhang family were mere fabrications. The young master lived no better than she did. As Zhang Zhixu struggled to catch his breath, nearly fainting from her words. The significance of a bedroom is in its energy. If she desired something grand, why not seek a lavatory instead? Moreover, the curtains within were treasures from Wanbao Tower, with a floral weaving technique that was priceless. They could even serve as tributes. As for his bed, it was crafted from premium rosewood, weighing 2,000 pounds, exquisitely carved, far more precious than gold. He had always possessed discerning taste. Many noble families in the capital secretly inquired about the items he favored, only to imitate and purchase them. Yet here she was, valuing nothing but gold. No, there was something she found appealing. Following her gaze, Zhang Zhixu looked at the figure lying on the bed, himself. Quite the handsome sight, Chen Baoxiang murmured in admiration. The tension in his chest dissipated instantly. Zhang Zhixu cleared his throat and smirked. It's just SOSO. Just SOSO? Chen Baoxiang leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. With a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth like his, he is undeniably captivating, resembling the jade-carved bodhisattva from Wanbao Tower, pure and compassionate. She certainly knew how to flatter. Zhang Zhixu chuckled. How does he compare to your Pei Gongzi? Honestly, he is far more handsome than Pei Gongzi, Chen Baoxiang replied, quite clear-headed. But a person like him is beyond my reach. Pei Gongzi is more suitable. Chapter 16 Inch me? It may be the truth, yet Zhang Zhixu felt an unsettling discomfort in his heart. Still, Master Pei is preferable, he remarked with a mocking tone, imitating her speech. If he is truly that good, one would expect him to show more gratitude for your life-saving deed. Chen Baoxiang, ever the optimist, replied, there's no rush. Everything will unfold in due time. I am now a disciple of Master Wang, and I shall have ample opportunities to meet with young Master Pei again. Young Master Pei? Zhang Zhixu scoffed, curling his lip. Stop gawking. Let him take the pulse. He turned Chen Baoxiang's head to face Wang Shou. Wang Shou had been taking the pulse for 3 incense sticks worth of time, his expression growing increasingly grave. His pulse is rather peculiar. The pulse at the wrist is weaker than that at the fingers, the Guan pulse is short, rapid, and agitated, resembling boiling water. It's a sign of imminent death. Yet, every half incense stick, the pulse transforms into short, erratic jumps, oscillating and fluctuating, strong yet slippery. I have seen many who are alive and many who are dead, but I have never encountered someone on the brink of death yet still clinging to life. Sun Sihua, overhearing, kicked him. You are the one who is dying. Do you not know how to speak? Wang Shou, feeling wronged, protested, brother, I am merely stating the truth in the absence of outsiders. His condition is more perilous than that of General Chang. If not for the constant infusion of puling grass, he would have long since succumbed. Sun Sihua closed his eyes, his face darkening. Wang Shou quickly added, if we could find the miraculous elixir, the reviving Dan, as mentioned by our master, there may yet be hope. Do I need to hear that from you? Sun Sihua replied sternly. I have already dispatched someone to inquire as soon as I received the news. Then, if we truly manage to find it, could you not share a dose with me? Sun Sihua laughed in anger. You come to rob me, and now you wish to seize the life-saving medicine as well? How can it be deemed robbery? If there is excess, then it should be utilized. All right, brother, the time is nearly upon us. Shall we go and see General Chang? We cannot go. Sun Sihua waved his sleeve dismissively. You know that the Gu Yuan needle technique harms the practitioner's vital energy, and it can only be performed once a month. I have already used it once. You will have to wait until next month. Wang Shou grew anxious. This is unacceptable. We cannot afford to delay until next month, brother. The Chang and Zhang families are to be united. You cannot be so heartless. The needle I used before you arrived. What do you mean by heartless? Am I to let a person lie here without aid, waiting for your command to act? Sun Sihua retorted, his temper flaring, as he picked up a pestle, ready to strike. That is not what I meant. I was suggesting. Wang Shou quickly shielded his head. There is still your disciple Baoxiang. Let her administer the needle while you supervise her. At this, all eyes turned to Chen Baoxiang, still engrossed in the spectacle. She was taken aback by the sudden attention and pointed at herself, bewildered. Me? You? Sun Sihua hesitated. Do you know the Gu Yuan needle technique? I do, Zhang Zhixu answered for her. Master has taught her, though she may not have mastered it completely. Then, how could it be used on General Chang? That is sheer folly. Master Uncle stated that General Chang is a forgiving man, and now that he is on the brink of death, as long as I do my utmost to try, he will not hold me accountable for the outcome. Chen Baoxiang smiled gently. Is that not so, Master Uncle? Wang Shou nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we agreed upon this before she arrived. Brother, you cannot refuse this. Sun Sihua scrutinized Chen Baoxiang for several moments. Seeing her unwavering determination, he reluctantly rose. Then let us first go and sign a document stating that regardless of the outcome, no blame will fall upon my disciple. Rest assured, brother. Wang Shou immediately led the way. As they exited and boarded the carriage, Chen Baoxiang felt a wave of anxiety. Master, I truly do not know how to administer the needle. Do not worry, leave it to me. This time, you won't suddenly vanish, will you? I shan't. At least not this month. Zhang Zhixu cast a wistful glance back at the increasingly distant Zhang residence. In the past, he had felt stifled and unfree within those walls, yet now, through Chen Baoxiang's eyes, he finally recognized the grandeur of the sprawling estate and the difficulty of its century-long accumulation. Master, if we truly manage to save General Chang, how much should we expect as a reward? Chen Baoxiang excitedly counted on her fingers. Could it surpass the previous 80,000 coins? Returning to reality, Zhang Zhixu smirked. If we succeed, it will certainly be worth much more. Yet, alas, that was never my intention. Wang Shou had already sent someone to the countryside to gather medicinal herbs according to the prescriptions he had silently memorized, and he and Sun Sihua were invited into the courtyard of Cheng Huili. The general has decreed that regardless of the time, treatment must always be administered in the presence of 4 imperial physicians, Cheng announced, bowing to Sun Sihua and Chen Baoxiang. I hope you will not take offense. Sun Sihua, with a short temper, turned to leave, but Wang Shou quickly held him back, offering a forced smile. I will stay here with you, brother. My Gu Yuan needle technique is not to be shared. Yes, I understand, but that technique is profound. It cannot be mastered by mere observation. Moreover, with them watching, should anything go awry, there will be witnesses for Baoxiang, will there not? Sun Sihua frowned at Chen Baoxiang. He had never instructed this girl, and performing the technique before so many eyes could easily reveal flaws. He wished to signal her to find an excuse to leave, but the girl, calm and composed, declared, "Master, I can do this." In that fleeting moment, Sun Sihua felt as if he were gazing upon a youthful Zhang Zhixu, clad in a pale blue medicinal robe, his innocent face radiating a confidence and composure unlike that of any other apprentice. "This is Ma Fateful." He dazedly handed over a box of powdered herbs. Chen Baoxiang accepted it, opening the box and stuffing a handful onto her shoulder. The steward beside her intended to inspect, but upon witnessing her actions, he promptly closed his mouth. Zhang Zhixu waited for a moment, ensuring the pain in his right shoulder had subsided before deftly grasping the silver needle. With so many pairs of eyes upon him, he could not simply strike the acupoint as previously intended. Instead, he had to be particularly meticulous in discerning the condition and selecting the correct location, his fingers steady and the needle's tip unwavering, his technique practiced and smooth. Sun Sihua was left in a daze. The imperial physicians nodded in agreement. The young lady has remarkable skill. Chang'an also relaxed his guard. "Divine physician, the herbs you requested," a servant returned, excitedly reporting, "by heaven's grace, the elusive Xingxue grass has been found in a remote village on the outskirts." Wang Shou took the herbs, glancing at Chen Baoxiang's meticulously prepared formula and confirming that the description matched perfectly. He then turned to Sun Sihua. "Brother, the Xingxue grass is the one that can detoxify and nourish the blood, correct?" Sun Sihua, distracted, glanced at it and nodded, "Yes." "Splendid." Wang Shou immediately set about grinding it into powder, adding a few other ingredients, and instructing for it to be brewed and returned. "Wait," Chang'an interjected, "I shall take a sip first." Chen Baoxiang felt a twinge of nervousness. "Master, this medicine?" Zhang Zhixu chuckled, "No need for concern. It is not poisonous." "Ah." She was quite taken aback, such a great opportunity, and you do not wish to poison the medicine? Pausing with the silver needle in hand, Zhang Zhixu suddenly raised his gaze. Chapter 17 Retribution. Why does Chen Baoxiang harbor such thoughts? Initially, Zhang Zhixu perceived her as somewhat foolish, her vigilance seemingly lacking. However, her words suddenly illuminated the fact that Chen Baoxiang was, after all, human, a cowardly one at that, exceedingly capable of thwarting his plans. As he swiftly recalled their interactions over the past days, Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow, responding somberly, "Why do you believe I would resort to poisoning? If you were not to poison him, wouldn't his ailment be much easier to treat?" Chen Baoxiang retorted, her expression one of exasperation. "You might claim to be above such earthly matters, yet a true physician of the martial world always incorporates a hint of poison in their remedies, not enough to be lethal, but sufficient to exacerbate the condition. This, in turn, heightens the urgency for treatment, ensuring that when you finally cure him, your reward will be all the more generous." At first, Zhang Zhixu listened intently, his expression grave, but as her words progressed, he couldn't help but wipe his face in exasperation, chuckling. "You propose I poison him merely to secure a reward? Is there any other reason?" she countered. "With such a burdensome shoulder injury, it would be a grave loss not to earn a little extra." Zhang Zhixu. The weight in his heart dissipated in an instant. He closed his eyes, responding with resignation, "What you describe in the martial world is not that of a physician but rather of a charlatan." "Ah, is that so?" she chuckled dryly. "Indeed, as practitioners of genuine medicine, we, the disciples of the divine physicians, ought to refrain from such actions and instead focus on healing the patient." No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Zhixu deftly inserted the needle, causing Cheng Huai to abruptly open his eyes. Chen Baoxiang was startled, immediately raising her sleeve to shield her face. "Quickly, the general has awakened, administer the medicine first." Wang Shou hastily took her place, calling out, "Once this bowl of medicine is consumed, we can extract the arrowhead tonight." "Dr. Wang, are you certain?" Chang'an hesitated. "The general has endured much strain recently. His vitality is severely depleted. We cannot delay any longer. If the wound festers, even a deity would be unable to save that leg." All the imperial physicians nodded in agreement, each preparing for their respective tasks. Sun Sihua, being well-versed in medicinal herbs, was also summoned by Wang Shou to oversee the pharmacy. Returning to her guest room, Chen Baoxiang opened the window and observed the flurry of activity in the neighboring courtyard. "It is truly wonderful to have wealth," she mused, resting her chin on her hand. To preserve a single leg, over 100 individuals rushed to the capital, armed with the finest medicinal herbs and a house full of esteemed physicians. Hearing this, Zhang Zhixu couldn't help but inquire, what would happen to a poor family in such a situation? Chen Baoxiang laughed, "That would be a tragedy. They would lose not only a leg but perhaps their very lives. There are a plethora of reputable medical establishments in the capital, surely common folk can seek treatment there. As you mentioned, it is only in the capital that such establishments exist." Her gaze deepened as she continued, "In my hometown of Yutown, with over 200 households, there is but one itinerant doctor. When old Lu next door had his leg broken by the powerful, he cried out in agony for 3 days and nights without receiving any medical attention. It is indeed a lamentable situation." A slight tremor coursed through Zhang Zhixu. It felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest, anger and resentment bubbling like boiling water, only to be forcibly suppressed, leaving a burning ache in his heart. Clutching his chest helplessly, he furrowed his brow. "Are you close to that old Lu?" Not at all, he is most ferocious. Every time I pass by his door, I receive a few scathing remarks, she replied. Then what is the source of your current emotions? Zhang Zhixu questioned, perplexed. Chen Baoxiang responded with a playful grin, look, the people below seem to be in disarray. Zhang Zhixu followed her gaze and indeed found the neighboring courtyard bustling with activity, punctuated by urgent shouts. He smiled lightly, who knows, perhaps some unexpected incident has occurred. Chen Baoxiang chuckled, General Chang truly has had a streak of misfortune. The two shared a tacit understanding and refrained from further discussion, instead enjoying their dinner with contentment. The cook's culinary skills seemed to have returned. This meal is quite delightful, Zhang Zhixu remarked. Didn't he the elder say that when one is in good spirits, their appetite improves? I am indeed in good spirits, but what about you? What delights you so? Chen Baoxiang grinned broadly, I just saw young Master Pei approaching us with Shouamo. Turning his head, Zhang Zhixu confirmed that Pei Ruhong had entered, Shouamo in tow, carrying 2 freshly prepared dishes. I cannot eat any more, Pei Ruhong said, his complexion pale as he sat across from her. I'd rather share a meal with you. Chen Baoxiang feigned innocence, you were just fine earlier. What has happened to you now? Pei Ruhong pressed his lips together, and after a long pause, he finally spoke, my uncle's leg, it seems it cannot be saved. How can that be? Chen Baoxiang set down her chopsticks, her face etched with concern. Didn't he already receive acupuncture and medicine? Zhang Zhixu could not help but feel a sense of admiration. While Chen Baoxiang might lack in certain areas, she excelled in the art of pretense. Had he not conversed with her moments ago, he might have believed her genuine surprise. Indeed, we used the blood-stopping herb, and the divine physician has truly exerted all efforts. Pei Ruhong lowered his gaze. However, the wound is too deep and has begun to fester. We can only amputate the right leg to preserve his life. The blood-stopping herb and the blood-failing herb share a striking resemblance, distinguished only by the subtle differences in the serration of their leaves. The former stops bleeding and promotes healing, while the latter causes festering and decay. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze, attempting to sound regretful as he asked, has it already been removed? Yes, Pei Ruhong replied sorrowfully. My uncle was such a proud man, I wonder if he will be able to accept this upon awakening. Hearing this news, Zhang Zhixu felt a rush of satisfaction, though it was tempered by the reality that Cheng Huai had clung to life. Yet, an inexplicable surge of euphoric emotion coursed through him, akin to a smudge on a pristine sheet of paper being wiped clean, or a crooked book finally being aligned with its fellows. It was a feeling of utter relief that was immensely gratifying. He pinched Chen Baoxiang's thigh sharply, stifling the urge to burst into laughter. Chen Baoxiang winced from his grip, appearing almost mournful as she lamented, what a pity, General Chang was a great hero, and now he shall never return to the battlefield. Pei Ruhong sighed, taking a few bites of his meal before looking at her. You have been working hard lately, and with your shoulder injury, you should rest for a few more days before departing. Chen Baoxiang widened her eyes, isn't this a bit too much? With General Chang's leg lost, you immediately suggest I leave? Zhang Zhixu facepalmed, the essence of his words is clearly to encourage you to stay a few extra days. But I still insist on leaving. Of course, what respectable young woman would remain in another's household indefinitely? Zhang Zhixu pondered for a moment, why not take this opportunity to cultivate your feelings with him? Perhaps when you decide to leave, he will feel a sense of reluctance and promptly seek your hand in marriage. The thought was indeed enchanting, prompting Chen Baoxiang to beam with delight. Yet, love is a fickle thing. Despite her relentless efforts, progress had been minimal. How could Pei Ruhong suddenly wish to marry her? Lost in contemplation, she was startled when Pei Ruhong initiated an invitation. After dinner, would you care to visit the tall buildings of the Pei family? Certainly, she replied eagerly. From the neighboring courtyard came a few cries, mingling with the medicinal aroma that now carried a heavy scent of blood. Chen Baoxiang cast a sidelong glance at the windowsill. The moonlight was bright and the lights were aglow. Surely, retribution was not a myth. Indifferently retracting her gaze, she turned to Pei Ruhong, smiling shyly as her demeanor became animated. Chapter 18 Or relationship not to be pursued. The Pei family possesses a towering 7-story building, perfectly positioned for gazing out at the splendid and bustling nightscape of the city. However, Pei Ruhong leans against the railing, his heart burdened with sorrow, and softly recites, the freely flying blossoms are as light as a dream. Chen Baoxiang, standing behind him, exclaims, the wind-up here is truly fierce. He pauses momentarily to glance at her and replies, the solitary traveler is often seen wandering alone. What is that wooden sign still doing here, she inquires. Left are the tears from yesterday's attire. It seems my master has yet to retire for the night. Chen Baoxiang tiptoes to peer in the direction of Sun Xiaohua's guest room. At his advanced age, he is still in remarkably good health. The high-rise falls into a tranquil silence, save for the sound of the wind. As Chen Baoxiang revels in the moment, she suddenly senses something amiss. Wait a moment, why does young Master Pei's face appear so dark? He looks as if he wishes to speak to me but cannot find the words. That is what one would call a hesitation to articulate. Zhang Zhixu wipes his face, somewhat speechless. The gentleman wishes to engage in a poetic exchange, yet you offer such nonsensical remarks. An exchange? Chen Baoxiang raises her hands in exasperation. I can't even recognize the characters, let alone recite poetry. Isn't that asking too much of me? Come on, you surely can follow along. I indeed could. Zhang Zhixu retorts with irritation, but if he becomes enamored because of this, does that credit belong to you or to me? This Chen Baoxiang ponders for a considerable time, her face contorted in concentration, then I shall take the lead. Poetry is an art form reserved for the aristocracy, and despite her efforts, Chen Baoxiang cannot conjure the second half of the verse. Faced with Pei Ruhang's expectant gaze, she finds herself at a loss and, in frustration, leans against the railing. Pei Ruhang stares at her in astonishment, but after a moment, he smiles. You are quite the character. Just as I began to view you in a new light, you reveal your true nature once more. I have always been this way, she retorts in exasperation. If you find it displeasing, next time, bring a lady who is well versed in poetry to accompany you. Pei Ruhang raises an eyebrow and turns his gaze towards the distant lights. After a while, he murmurs, I did not used to dislike it. He does not finish his thought, yet Zhang Zhixu senses the unspoken words. The Pei Ruhang before them appears far more approachable than before, the coldness in his features has faded, and there is even a hint of humor in his eyes, standing gracefully in the moonlight and night breeze, reminiscent of a verdant bamboo shoot. Zhang Zhixu senses an unusual flutter in Chen Baoxiang's heart. It feels as if something within her chest is swelling, her blood runs warm, and her mind spins as if intoxicated by a strong drink. You look splendid, she murmurs, it seems you are not inferior to anyone. The latter part of her sentence is spoken softly and vaguely, leaving Pei Ruhang unclear, but Zhang Zhixu immediately grasps the implication. Comparing the Pei Ruhang in this enchanting light to the one bedridden, Chen Baoxiang is truly something. Greedy for wealth is one thing, but to be lustful is another, and her lack of literary knowledge means her compliments are disappointingly simplistic. Just as she speaks, why is she inching closer? Zhang Zhixu watches in horror as Pei Ruhang suddenly looms larger before him, his pupils constricting. What are you doing? Dear sir, such a splendid opportunity demands that I hasten to cultivate our affections. Chen Baoxiang exclaims, look, he isn't even retreating. Is this truly how one cultivates affection? Zhang Zhixu is taken aback, feeling Chen Baoxiang's wild actions. He struggles to convince himself that it is acceptable. His only desire is the outcome, while the means are her own prerogative. The moonlight is radiant, and the lanterns flicker softly as Chen Baoxiang rises on her toes, pouting towards Pei Ruhang's cheek. Pei Ruhang appears slightly flustered, gripping the railing tightly, but as Chen Baoxiang stated, he indeed does not shy away. If this continues, Chen Baoxiang will surely kiss Pei Ruhang, and then they would solidify their relationship, leading Pei Ruhang to propose in due time. Zhang Zhixu yearns for such an outcome. However, for reasons unknown, his hand reacts faster than his mind, pushing the individual before him back 5 feet. Pei Ruhang stumbles a few steps, bewildered as he gazes at her. Chen Baoxiang stands rooted, her hand outstretched, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dear sir? I did not intend to do that, Zhang Zhixu replies, slightly agitated as he contemplates the reasons behind his actions. Chen Baoxiang is free to act as she pleases, but he is a man. To allow himself to kiss another man would naturally incite resistance. Indeed, it is her boldness that is excessive, not his fault. Regaining his composure, he speaks again, do not rush in with such advances, we must proceed gradually, do you understand? Chen Baoxiang suddenly comprehends, and she swiftly takes hold of Pei Ruhang's sleeve, saying nothing, her face flushed as she shakes it. Pei Ruhang, initially perplexed and somewhat irritated, glances at her expression and finds himself blushing too. You are quite the character, without any semblance of decorum. You knew that from the moment we first met. How harsh you were towards me then. She raises her watery eyes, I had intended to linger in your embrace for a while longer but feared you might act impulsively. Just look at your hands. They are large and intimidating. With that, she boldly grasps his wrist, lacking other skills, her methods of flirting are well honed. Zhang Zhixu calmly considers that this is Chen Baoxiang's body, he is merely a guest. As long as he clarifies the stakes in advance and closes his eyes to avoid sensing, Chen Baoxiang caresses Pei Ruhang's hand, her fingertips delicately tracing along his slender fingers, the exquisite sensation mingling with the faint warmth of his youthful skin, their body temperatures merging. Zhang Zhixu expressionlessly withdraws their hands. The hour is late, he states directly, the wind is strong here. Let us return. Chen Baoxiang is reluctant to depart, yet her body moves against her will behind her. Pei Ruhang looks on in astonishment, and before they have a chance to say anything further, they are separated from one another. Dear sir, she exclaims, half laughing, you must be doing this on purpose. Zhang Zhixu purses his lips and remains silent. He, too, is unsure of his own reactions, he cannot even maintain his composure. The mere thought of drawing near to Pei Ruhang renders him uncomfortable all over. Do not employ such means to cultivate affection. Let's find something more appropriate. Chen Baoxiang is taken aback. Isn't it sufficient for a method to simply be effective, must it also be deemed proper? At the very least, not for the time being. Currently, inhabiting her body, he cannot engage with Pei Ruhang in such a manner. Once his master finds the elixir to heal him, she may pursue him as she wishes, and he will no longer obstruct her. Yes, that is it, once he departs from her, all will be well. At last, having found clarity, Zhang Zhixu relaxes his furrowed brow and exhales. Once you are healed, I shall teach you other skills, mastering those will prove far more useful than mere seduction. If others were to hear that he would impart knowledge, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang seems less than enthusiastic. It would be too late to learn now, it is far too slow. It is much simpler and more direct to seduce. Once successful, the Pei family will, out of propriety, allow me to enter their household. Chapter 19. One cannot hold you in high esteem. Zhang Zhixu was filled with indignation. Why would she choose the winding, narrow paths instead of the broad and open roads? It is astonishing to encounter such unambitious individuals who only aspire to ascend to greatness in a single leap. Marrying into a prestigious family is not as simple as you imagine, he remarked. If the Pei family is unwilling, even if you manage to win him over, you will not gain any recognition. At best, you will be kept as a concubine.
Unlike other dynasties, in the Great Shang, reputable families adhered to monogamy, with no allowance for concubines. There were indeed some shamelessly arrogant individuals who maintained a few mistresses on the side. Concubines were not protected by the law and did not share in the wealth or power of the main household. They were akin to pets. Chen Baoxiang still harbored fantasies. But Pei Lang is on the verge of becoming an official. As long as his heart is with me, no one can dictate his affections. How navi he longed to teach her a lesson, for beauty is as abundant as carp in the river. What gave her the confidence that she could capture Pei Ruhong's unwavering heart? Yet, inexplicably, images of soft, plump forms shrouded in mist flickered through his mind as Zhang Zhixu pressed his lips together, feeling a surge of irritation.
"Oh!"
Chen Baoxiang suddenly exclaimed. The wound on her shoulder began to throb painfully. He snapped back to reality, retrieved the medicine, drew back the curtain, and peeled open her clothing to examine her right shoulder.
"It's still bleeding. Is this horsefly medicine also a sham?"
"No," Chen Baoxiang replied, unwrapping the white cloth. "My wounds heal slowly. It has always been this way. While others recover from scrapes in 7 or 8 days, I take a month to fully scab over." Blood had adhered her flesh to the cloth, and when she tugged, Zhang Zhixu broke into a cold sweat.
"Don't move. I need to apply the medicine."
"I am aware," he gasped, taking over her task. He rose to fetch warm water, returning to gently dab away the congealed blood. The pain in her shoulder subsided, replaced by a tingling sensation. Chen Baoxiang felt uncomfortable.
"Isn't this a bit too slow?"
"Stop with the chatter," he retorted brusquely.
"Do you enjoy pain?" "I certainly do not."
As the coagulated blood gradually loosened, the burning pain of torn flesh began to fade. He removed the white cloth and lightly applied the powder to her wound. Her skin involuntarily shivered.
"It doesn't hurt." He instinctively blew cool air onto the injury. "It will be fine soon."
Chen Baoxiang stared blankly at her wound, then at his gentle fingers.
"What's wrong?" Zhang Zhixu sensed a shift.
"Nothing," she replied, taking a soft breath.
"Who enjoys pain?"
"It is just something I've grown accustomed to, having been orphaned since childhood and constantly adrift. I've never had a proper place to sleep, let alone have warm water to soothe me."
Her words froze his motion, and Zhang Zhixu's eyelashes trembled slightly. "But don't you have an elderly woman who taught you to write?" "Yi papa," Chen Baoxiang nodded. "She is a kind person.
Even when she struggles to feed herself, she took me in and cared for me. Her heart is truly good. However, her health is poor. I don't want to worry her, so I wouldn't tell her if I got hurt. I miss her a bit." Chen Baoxiang sighed. A wave of bittersweetness surged through Zhang Zhixu's chest. He lifted his gaze to see her, but all he could see were the draping grey curtains. He couldn't help but recall Xiaolanting's words, "You were born without worries about food or drink," yet in this capital, there are many who suffer. Take the courtesan I mentioned. Her father is a drunkard, her mother paralyzed, and her brother, a gambler, forces her into this profession. There are many who are trapped by circumstance. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. At the time, he had mocked Xiaolanting, but now, upon learning of Chen Baoxiang's past, he realized the true folly may have been his own. "So you only wish to marry into a wealthy family because your life has been so harsh," he said with guilt. His previous disdain for her was akin to questioning a lamb awaiting slaughter why it does not roam freely, or ridiculing a starving individual for not feasting. He felt as though he had wasted his education, judging Chen Baoxiang solely by her appearance. "Oh, that is not the case," Chen Baoxiang waved her hand dismissively. "I desire to marry into a prestigious family because I simply like it. Wealthy families have ample money, status, and servants. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? It has nothing to do with my past."
Zhang Zhixu fell silent. The bubble of pity he had formed burst completely, splattering his face with the remnants.
After a lengthy moment of silence, he resignedly rubbed his forehead. "I truly cannot hold you in high esteem."
"Is it done?"
Chen Baoxiang moved her right shoulder, her smile returning to her face. Zhang Zhixu lifted the corners of his mouth. "It's done, but it's still chaotic outside. You should stay in and rest." Cheng Hui had yet to regain consciousness, yet many were coming and going in the courtyard. Some were delivering medicine and treatment, while others, cloaked and indistinct, exuded an imposing presence. Chen Baoxiang yawned disinterestedly after observing them for a moment and fell back asleep. As Zhang Zhixu, however, listened intently, occasionally catching snippets of Cheng and conversing and bidding farewell. "I have delivered the message. I implore the general and the steward to exercise caution." The voice sounded familiar to Zhang Zhixu, propped up Chen Baoxiang, eager to see, but she was in such a deep slumber that movement was exceedingly difficult. By the time he reached the window, the figures below had already departed. He lowered his gaze in contemplation. He had had no prior interactions with Cheng Hui and no mutual acquaintances. He should not recognize anyone around Cheng Hui. Could it be that Chen Baoxiang misheard? Shaking his head, Zhang Zhixu lay back down. However, early the next morning, Cheng and summoned Chen Baoxiang and Sun Sihua together. "I appreciate your efforts, both of you." He smiled, handing Sun Sihua a plate of silver coins. "The carriage is ready outside. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us."
Wang Shou, standing nearby, was dumbfounded.
"Chung steward, what is the meaning of this? They still need to administer needles to the general. The general has turned the tide from danger to safety, and the imperial physician is present for the remaining care. There is no need to delay the efforts of the divine Dr. Sun," Cheng An said, blocking Wang Shou. He looked at Sun Sihua with a half-smile. After all, young Master Zhang is a disciple of old Sun.
If the disciple is still not awake, how could the master not be concerned?
Zhang Zhixu's brow twitched at this revelation. His family had kept his situation tightly under wraps. Aside from vague rumors, outsiders would not truly know his circumstances. Now, Cheng Yan could directly identify Sun Sihua as his master, and with such certainty, the familiar voice from the previous night echoed in his mind, and Zhang Zhixu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 20. The struggles of the laborer. Chen Baoxiang was utterly oblivious, her gaze fixed upon the silver coins in another's tray, her mouth watering. Good news, General Chang is quite generous, offering 500 taels, which amounts to a staggering 120,000 in cash. But the bad news is, he only bestowed it upon Sun Yaoshan. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Regardless, I was the one who wielded the needle. Even a small share would suffice. Zhang Zhixu, snapping back to reality, chuckled softly. In the realm of apprenticeship, it's customary that the earnings of the disciple belong to the master. He has not erred. But, Chen Baoxiang lamented, rummaging through her empty purse, I am left with nothing, facing the prospect of being turned out onto the streets. How pitiful. As she voiced her discontent, Sun Yaoshan spoke in hushed tones. Young lady, we share a fateful connection. He glanced at the distant figure of Cheng Yan and continued quietly to Chen Baoxiang, though I am unaware of how you came to know my disciple, since he has spoken so highly of you, you may seek me out whenever you are in need. He then pressed a wooden token into her hand. Chen Baoxiang was bewildered. Master, who knows his disciple? Which disciple? Zhang Zhixu coughed repeatedly. The more acquaintances you have, the more avenues you can explore. Why concern yourself with anything else? There was some merit in his words. Chen Baoxiang tucked the token away and bowed to bid farewell to Sun Sihua, yet, her heart remained heavy with sorrow. Why did he not grant me a silver coin as a token of trust? Need I say? Silver is commonplace, it cannot be entrusted lightly. Was this truly a sensible remark? Chen Baoxiang longed to thrust her empty purse into the face of the master, questioning why she was devoid of any wealth. Do not despair, Zhang Zhixu consoled her. There are countless ways to earn a living in this world, and without resorting to theft or deceit, I can guide you toward prosperity. Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang perked up. Can you conjure silver out of thin air? Alas, I cannot. Then what is there to discuss? Her spirits drooped as she sighed. Leaving the Pei family means I will not see Pei Lang often. Now, we are destitute, and it feels like a dead end. Were you not working in the capital? Zhang Zhixu recalled, you earn 601 a month. Indeed, but you are rather delicate, master. I'm afraid my work might be too strenuous for you. Is it laborious work? Not quite. Then what does it matter? Zhang Zhixu replied, as long as you do not aggravate your shoulder injury, I can endure the rest. People often claim that individuals of his noble background are oblivious to the lives of common folk. To dispel such notions, Zhang Zhixu had purposefully lived among the populace for several months. At the age of 7. The commoners rise with the sun and rest with the dusk, enjoying the warmth of family unity without bearing the weight of dire responsibilities. He found it to be a profoundly liberating experience, but wait, observing the increasingly filthy and chaotic surroundings, Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow and inquired, where are you headed? Back to my workplace, Chen Baoxiang replied as she walked. Surely you do not think I have another place to stay in the capital? The housing here is exorbitantly priced, I cannot afford even one. If you cannot afford the expensive places, what of the cheaper quarters? Pray tell, master, she retorted, her mind racing with calculations, our monthly wages are merely 600. If I do not pay for lodging, I must still spend at least 300 when on food. Considering the cheapest inns in the capital, even the smallest room costs 1,000,000 coins. At the rate I can save 300 when each month, it would take me 270 years to afford it. Zhang Zhixu was taken aback. He had always made impulsive purchases of residences, never contemplating the struggles of ordinary citizens trying to secure a home. Indeed, even with his prior experience living among the people, he had always stayed in his master's household and never had to confront such issues. Chen Baoxiang began to remove the ornamental hairpins from her head, expertly navigating an empty alley to retrieve a bundle, changing her fine garments for coarse linen attire. You conceal your belongings here? He questioned, perplexed. Won't they be stolen? Hiding them here reduces the chance of discovery. Bringing them back to the common quarters would guarantee their loss. Chen Baoxiang gathered her hair and secured it with a cloth strip, saying, follow me, and you will understand. Zhang Zhixu anticipated that it was not a pleasant place and had prepared himself somewhat. Yet, upon stepping inside, he was still taken aback. The dimly lit earthen dwelling featured a long, dusty common room made of yellow earth and stone, strewn with tattered reeds for bedding, where over 20 individuals sat scattered about, the air thick with dust and decay, with stagnant black water pooling in the uneven ground. Some were even washing their feet in the murky water. Zhang Zhixu turned away, feeling nauseated. Oh, look who it is, the great beauty. Someone approached and jostled her, teasing, what, took a few days off and now you're with child? Being with child is splendid. She could ascend as a phoenix through her offspring. Then quickly pay her wages to me, I'll take over her work. Chen Baoxiang pressed her hand to her heart and glared, with your feeble strength, you think you can usurp my duties? Her voice was loud and coarse, a stark contrast to her previous sweetness, instantly silencing the room. Zhang Zhixu stared in disbelief as Chen Baoxiang strode inside, shouldering past a provocateur, and addressed the overseer who was munching on seeds. I can start working immediately, today does not count as a day off. The overseer scrutinized her, responding curtly, suit yourself. Regardless, I cannot pay you for this month. Why not?
You previously stated that you would take only 3 days off, yet you have delayed for several days now. The overseer spat at her, and you dare ask me why? But I have already worked for 20 days this month. That amounts to 101. Take it or leave it. If you wish to quit, there are plenty who can take your place. Zhang Zhixu's temper flared, and he opened his mouth to argue. Chen Baoxiang pressed his mouth shut, forcing a smile. Very well. 20 days should amount to 401, he reminded her, indignant. Chen Baoxiang turned toward the workshop, lamenting, Master, not everything in this world can be reasoned. 401 may be accurate, yet if they refuse to pay, one must simply accept it. Zhang Zhixu grew more frustrated. Is this work truly indispensable? Low wages and disrespect, there is nothing redeemable here. But I do not possess the skills for anything else. She ascended the high flower loom, methodically pulling the threads to create patterns, collaborating with the weaver below to gradually produce a foot of silk. Not a local, illiterate, and lacking funds, this is the best employment I can secure. Her right shoulder began to throb with pain from her movements. Zhang Zhixu gritted his teeth, determined to endure. After all, if Chen Baoxiang could withstand it, how could he, a grown man, complain? Having purchased many weaving materials before, this was his first time witnessing the weaving process firsthand. Chen Baoxiang worked with deftness, yet the weaver beneath her seemed inexperienced, struggling to manage the threads, which slowed their progress. Zhang Zhixu reassured himself that it was fine, the wound still hurt, and taking it slow was better. Yet in the next moment, a whip cracked sharply against his shoulder. No slacking off, work faster. Chapter 21, I cannot perish here. The already throbbing wound was struck once more, causing it to bleed anew. Zhang Zhixu felt the mental strain snap within his mind. He slowly turned his gaze downward to the overseer wielding a whip and inquired, What are you doing? What do you mean, what? If you don't want to work, then get lost. The overseer arrogantly raised his hand, intending to strike him again. Zhang Zhixu leaped down from the loom, seized the overseer by the collar, and delivered a punch. With a resounding thud, the overseer fell, eliciting screams from the surrounding workers. Chen Baoxiang, astonished, clutched her hands, murmuring, Great God, this cannot be allowed. The overseer shouted back, You wretched scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on me? I will flay you alive. He advanced, delivering a punch with each word of flay, me, alive? Withholding wages and abusing your power, I will take half your life first. You little vixen, oh, I was wrong, please don't hit me, the overseer cried out, shielding his head as he cowered. I'll pay you, I'll get you the money right away. Chen Baoxiang gaped in disbelief as the man who typically bullied the workers, now bruised and battered, scrambled to hand her 100 cash coins. Was this not still a form of wage theft? Oh, Zhang Zhixu, now even angrier, covered Chen Baoxiang's right shoulder and shouted, Take him to the authorities, I wish to report him. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. What are you standing there for? He asked, puzzled. If such a scoundrel is not dealt with by the authorities, will he continue to harm you? Great God, Chen Baoxiang now found herself in a state of helpless amusement, urging, Run away. What? This is a black workshop. How could we possibly send the overseer to the authorities? By the time he realizes and calls for help, it will be us who suffer the consequences. Run. Before Zhang Zhixu could grasp the situation, Chen Baoxiang had already taken control, dragging him into a frantic escape. Stop. A few men armed with clubs chased after them. Chen Baoxiang shouted for help as they ran, but the street was isolated, devoid of patrolling officers, and no one dared to intervene. Everyone simply watched as a group of burly men pursued a young girl. Over there. Zhang Zhixu directed, Run towards the main road. Chen Baoxiang knew that was their best chance for salvation, but she could not outrun that many men. Within a few steps, she was kicked to the ground as Zhang Zhixu stood to fight back. Had he still been in his former body, he might have had a chance against these men, but now, in Chen Baoxiang's weakened form, her shoulder injury rendered her incapable of fighting back effectively. After a few punches, a club struck her back with a resounding thud, the force so great it felt as if it could kill her outright. Zhang Zhixu grunted, half kneeling. Great God, I do not wish to die, Chen Baoxiang murmured softly, I cannot perish here. Hearing her, he leaned against the wall, managing to stand, suppressing the coppery taste in his throat as he gritted his teeth and rummaged through the debris nearby. The filthy items fell haphazardly, obstructing the pursuers momentarily. Seizing the chance, Zhang Zhixu dashed out of the alley, barely managing to take 2 steps before collapsing at the edge of the main street. The group still attempted to drag him back. Chen Baoxiang, summoning her strength, shouted, Help, murder. People on the main street gathered around, while the assailants hesitated at the alley's entrance, unwilling to step out further. Chen Baoxiang collapsed to the ground, panting, her mouth filled with the taste of rust. Zhang Zhixu, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through her, could scarcely believe the situation. How could such events transpire beneath the emperor's rule, in a place governed by law? What was more terrifying was that the surrounding people seemed unfazed. Once the ruffians had retreated, they dispersed, leaving her alone, bloodied and lying on the ground. Why did no one help to report this to the authorities? He questioned, perplexed. By law, these men should be imprisoned. Chen Baoxiang wiped away the blood and chuckled bitterly, Great God, do you know the process for reporting to the authorities? What is there to not know? Just send someone to the yamen, and they will naturally dispatch someone. Incorrect, she shook her head. That is the process for wealthy families. For us common folk, one must first find someone to write a petition, costing around 900 coins, then submit the petition at the yamen, incurring a fee of 2,000, and then wait for a scheduled hearing, which can take at least half a month. If one desires fairness and justice, they must offer an equal amount of silver to the defendant.
Zhang Zhixu stood there, dumbfounded. He had always believed the Deshang government operated swiftly and wondered why common people found themselves without recourse. Little did he know, there were such insidious intricacies hidden from view. Chen Baoxiang possessed only 100 coins. She could not afford to report this crime. The pain in her shoulder felt as if it might split open, and a swelling on her back grew increasingly painful as she pressed against the cobblestones. For the first time, Zhang Zhixu felt a surge of fear and regret, terrified that she might perish here. After a moment of rest, Chen Baoxiang managed to sit up. "This is dire," she said, feeling her back. "I become a hunchback." The sorrowful emotion that had begun to swell within her was shattered by her own words. Zhang Zhixu rubbed his forehead. "You still have the presence of mind to jest? How else could I endure this life?" She counted the coins in her hand and grimaced as she rose. "It's sufficient for a few days' meals. By early March, there will be various spring feasts in the capital. By then, we can feast for free." Had this been earlier, Zhang Zhixu would have chastised her for her shamelessness. But now, he can only resent the numerous noble families for waiting until March for their banquets. "Is this 100 coins enough for your injuries? The apothecaries charge exorbitantly. Just a few doses of medicine could cost you over 1,000 coins." She limped forward. "My injury is nothing. It does not require treatment." They passed a vendor selling buns, and she paused, counting out 10 copper coins to buy 2. As she took a bite, Zhang Zhixu was momentarily entranced by the aroma. The meat filling was rich and savory. The thick, white dough, though substantial, was utterly satisfying. 9 Xian had deceived him, claiming the buns were insipid. This was clearly a rare delicacy. Just as Chen Baoxiang prepared to take a second bite, she was suddenly bumped into by someone. The bun slipped from her grasp, landing on the ground, where it was subsequently trampled. In an instant, both Zhang Zhixu and Chen Baoxiang were filled with indignation, turning to glare at the passerby. "Are you blind while walking?" The man, with a brutish demeanor, glanced at her before responding loudly, "I bumped into you." "What of it?" He then deliberately stepped on the fallen bun, squashing it into the dirt. Chen Baoxiang was so furious she felt tears welling up, but recalling her earlier lesson, she dared not confront him in her injured state, instead squatting down, feeling dejected as she stared at the ruined bun. Zhang Zhixu had never encountered such an experience in his life. He was so incensed his head spun, and he could no longer contain himself, dragging Chen Baoxiang away. "Hey, where are you going?" Chen Baoxiang looked back regretfully. Zhang Zhixu turned her face forward, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I will take you to a life of ease." What slow progress or proper conduct could be expected? Without money, one possessed not even the most basic dignity in the capital. At such a time, expecting people to adhere to rules and display courtesy was akin to speaking from a place of privilege. Though the great god could not conjure silver, he himself was wealthy. Chapter 22. The enormous disparity between rich and poor. Chen Baoxiang observed as her body rushed towards a humble stall of a scribe, where she exchanged 21 for ink, paper, and brushes, swiftly beginning to write. Once finished, she tucked the work into her bosom and spent another 51 to hire a carriage to a nearby garden. "Is the steward of Zhochuan available?" she inquired upon arrival. The doorman frowned at Chen Baoxiang's attire, pondering for a moment before bringing out a bowl of leftover food for her. "Eat this and then be on your way," he said. Zhang Zhixu felt a profound insult and raised his hand to shatter the bowl. However, Chen Baoxiang naturally accepted it, smiling as she asked, "Young man, can you read?" The doorman proudly replied, "Anyone who can work at the Zhang family's villa must be a scholar who has passed the examinations." "Then, could you take a look at this?" Chen Baoxiang handed over the item from her bosom. The doorman took it, glancing at it with indifference, but as he read further, he straightened in his seat. Upon finishing the final inscription, his expression changed dramatically, and he leaped up to snatch the bowl from her hands. My apologies. It turns out you are a distinguished guest of the master." He hastily opened the door, saying, "Please, come in, and the steward of Zhochuan is currently reviewing the accounts in the study." He then bowed to her. "Please do not disclose this matter to the steward. The rules of our garden are strict, and I only meant well by leaving some food for those seeking alms." "You have done nothing wrong," Chen Baoxiang remarked, glancing at the bowl in his hands. "The dishes look quite appetizing, and there is even glutinous rice." Zhang Zhixu felt his irritation dissipate. After all, this doorman was indeed kinder compared to the overseers outside. Perhaps Zhochuan could consider giving him a raise. "Steward, we have a distinguished guest," a servant announced from within. Zhochuan had been experiencing a rather unpleasant few days, having failed to assassinate Cheng Huai, and now, with the master still unconscious, he was burdened with a heap of accounts from the garden, which had left him with blisters on his lips. His tone was less than amiable. "How distinguished is this guest?" "Not very distinguished," Chen Baoxiang murmured as she counted the money in her hand. "At present, it may only be worth 21. Zhochuan looked up in surprise, and upon seeing her, he immediately stood. "Miss Chen? Your master gave me this and instructed me to come here," Chen Baoxiang said, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I cannot read. Could you tell me what he has written?" Zhochuan took the item, read it, and found it both amusing and exasperating. "A promissory note? Your master actually owes you 10,000 taels? Ah." Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. She anxiously called out, "Great deity, is this too much of a deception? What could he possibly have done to owe me so much? It simply does not make sense." Her lack of experience showed. Zhang Zhixu interjected casually, "Back in Jiangnan, Fengqing had taken a fancy to a string of jade beads, each one flawless and a deep green. The seller would not part with them for less than 10,000 taels, and since Fengqing had no money on her, I covered the cost." He feigned reproach. Everyone said there was no need for repayment.
Why does he still remember and write a promissory note? Zhou Xuan comprehended. It must be that string of beads your master only wore twice before putting them away. I had wondered when he acquired them.
It turns out it was in Jiangnan.
He then retrieved 10 silver notes from a nearby box. Miss, please count them.
Chen Baoxiang felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She loved money, but receiving such a substantial amount all at once, especially through dubious means, made her hesitant.
She cautiously extracted one note. Is this sufficient?
There is no need for the young lady to decline, Zhou Xuan insisted, stuffing the notes into her pouch. It is evident that if you were not in dire straits, you would not have sought me out.
By the way, how are matters with the Pei family?
Zhang Zhixu glanced at the departing servant and whispered, I had meant to inform you that it seems there is a spy around Fengqing.
A spy?
Zhang Zhixu relayed Chang'an's words to Zhou Xuan and continued, I wish to stay at the garden for a while.
Should anyone wish to see you, direct them here. If I can hear that voice again, I will recognize it. Understood.
Zhou Xuan readily agreed, immediately instructing someone to prepare a room. Chen Baoxiang was momentarily speechless. These high-ranking stewards were far too gullible, believing whatever was said. How could this be? Zhou Xuan was a man of considerable training and great vigilance. Had it not been for his explicit instructions upon waking, he would not have easily allowed her entry.
Zhang Zhixu offered no explanation, merely grunting in acknowledgement.
It may be necessary to summon the physician from the garden.
Is the young lady injured?
Zhou Xuan finally noticed her distress, his brow furrowing with concern.
What has happened?
Zhang Zhixu had often criticized Zhou Xuan for his hasty temperament and vengeful nature, his mindset far from tranquil. Yet now, he found himself even more unsettled, indignantly stating, there is a black workshop over at Hufang, the overseer is arbitrarily withholding wages and even inciting violence. Zhou Xuan immediately shouted, Shunzi, gather a few men and come with me.
We shall confront them.
Yes. In the blink of an eye, a group had assembled, brandishing their weapons, marching forth with great resolve. Zhang Zhixu felt a sense of vindication, even contemplating increasing the wages of everyone in the garden. However, as he turned around, he noticed that Chen Baoxiang seemed unwell, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her nose appeared red. Surely not, he chuckled lightly.
Does this truly warrant tears?
I am not crying, she retorted defiantly, wiping her eyes.
The wind is simply too strong.
People are generally capable of enduring grievances, gritting their teeth and persevering through hardships. Yet, they cannot withstand the sudden support that emerges, as if the foundational block of their tower has been removed, causing the entire structure to collapse. Great deity, thank you, she said, clenching the silver note in her fist. I will begin crafting your golden statue right away. Spare me, Zhang Zhixu chuckled. I have no need for a golden statue, but you are in dire need of money. With this 10,000 taels, she could procure a respectable residence in the capital and even acquire some servants.
Should Pei Ruhang genuinely entertain thoughts of proposing, her status could at least be somewhat presentable.
First, go with the maid to the Waterheart Pavilion, the physician should be arriving shortly.
Chen Baoxiang, unusually obedient, complied without protest.
Zhang Zhixu had just intended to praise her when she collapsed onto the bed and lost consciousness. It was indeed a strain for her, and he sighed deeply. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would not have believed that such injustices still existed in the world. He had always thought that every commoner lived a life free from trouble. Scholars have their own burdens, just as farmers bear theirs. The echo of Chen Baoxiang's words resonated in Zhang Zhixu's mind as he touched her feverish forehead, and he suddenly realized that the obstacles he faced were not insurmountable. At worst, it was merely a matter of striving with all his might. After all, who does not exert their utmost to survive? He possessed a lineage 1,000 times more advantageous than hers, and power far surpassing her own. If she was so fervently striving to live, why should he remain entrenched in his own stubbornness? Chapter 23. Wanbao building. For several days, Chen Baoxiang had been unable to rise from her bed due to her ailment, her consciousness hazy and reliant upon Zhang Zhixu's support. As the doctor checked her pulse, he remarked that her constitution was fundamentally sound, although she had suffered injuries that had taken their toll. He also noted a considerable amount of emotional turmoil within her that required careful resolution. The first part of the diagnosis pertained to Chen Baoxiang's affliction, while the latter half seemed to reflect Zhang Zhixu's own sentiments. Zhang Zhixu often pondered the enigma of why the heavens bestowed upon him extraordinary talents yet afforded him no opportunity to utilize them. Those who had excelled in the second-tier examinations were now serving in provincial offices, while he found himself relegated to the Bureau of Manufacturing, overseeing matters of production, weaving, brewing, and construction. He was barred from engaging in legal affairs and held no authority to intervene in state matters, rendering his extensive knowledge ultimately futile. It was difficult not to feel a sense of frustration deep within. He let out a long sigh. The great immortal, murmured Chen Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu returned to the present, only to find her still lost in dreams, mumbling, "Help me." Softening, he gently patted her hand, whispering reassurances, "It's all right now." "Help me," she cried out again, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. A wave of profound sorrow engulfed him, far surpassing his own feelings, surging forth like a flood, making it hard for him to breathe. Struggling to steady himself against the bedpost, he grew increasingly irate at those illicit workshops, vowing that upon returning to his own body, he would exercise the authority of the Bureau of Manufacturing to rectify these establishments. Suddenly, the person on the bed opened her eyes. Awake, he reached out to touch her forehead. Chen Baoxiang sat up, surveying her surroundings for a while before hoarsely inquiring, "Have I married into the Pei family?" What pay family? This is Zhang Zhixu as Xianyuan. He replied irritably, have you forgotten how you got here? After straining to recall, Chen Baoxiang immediately reached for her purse. It's here, the silver notes are all intact, he said with a mix of exasperation and amusement. That's all you seem to care about, that's a sum of 10,000 taels. She exclaimed, her excitement rekindled the great immortal. Do you know how much joy 10,000 taels can bring? He did not know, Zhang Zhixu thought to himself, in his eyes, that some could merely purchase a string of jade beads or a finely crafted carriage, and to acquire a residence that truly satisfied him, he would need even more funds. Come, let me take you to experience it, she declared, rising from the bed and rushing towards the door, dressed still in the coarse linen garments from her arrival at Xianyuan, with dirt lingering beneath her fingernails. Zhang Zhixu ought to have been disdainful of her appearance. Yet, she was elated, the suffocating sensation in her throat dissipating, and she felt as light as a feather. With a smile that bore an unconscious hint of indulgence, he replied, as you wish. Chen Baoxiang strode purposefully to Wanbao Building, a place she had long yearned to visit but had been too timid to enter. The establishment boasted 5 stories adorned with intricately carved eaves, flanked by 2 rows of attendants at the entrance. Inside, items frequently exceeded 10 taels, prompting ordinary folk to circumvent the place altogether. Previously, she too had skirted around it, fearful of inadvertently damaging something that could lead to her financial ruin, or of inquiring about prices only to find herself unable to afford them, resulting in scornful glances. However, today, she boldly ascended the steps. Esteemed guest, an attendant approached her, casting a cursory glance up and down her figure, mustering a forced smile. We have a rule here, those not attired appropriately cannot enter. Chen Baoxiang looked down at herself. I have my top, my skirt, and shoes, I am dressed quite properly, RNTI, the attendant grimaced, glancing at another patron nearby. That is what we consider proper attire. Turning to see, she was taken aback by the sight of a woman clad in a silver-embroidered top and a gold-embroidered skirt, adorned with jade-studded shoes, and topped with 6 gold hairpins. Upon further inspection of her face, it was none other than Lu Qingrong. The woman opposite her evidently recognized her as well, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Baoxiang, had this been any other time, she would never have dared to present herself before someone like Lu Qingrong in such attire, fearing ridicule. Yet today, Zhang Zhixu sensed that Chen Baoxiang carried an unusual confidence, holding her head high as she approached. Are you here to shop as well? Lu Qingrong covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, assessing her from head to toe. Where have you been begging? You wouldn't understand if I told you, she chuckled, linking her arm with LuQingrong.com. Accompany me inside to choose some garments, your hands are filthy. Let go of me at once. Lu Qingrong recoiled in distaste. I've just commissioned a unique piece, if you ruin it, I couldn't afford to compensate you even if I sold you. Feigning ignorance, Chen Baoxiang leveraged Lu Qingrong's momentum to enter Wanbao Building. Casting her gaze over the items displayed on the first floor, she turned to the attendant, saying, there is nothing worthwhile on this level. Take me upstairs. The attendant wore a smile, though her eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. The items upstairs are reserved for distinguished families and are not for sale. Chen Baoxiang produced a silver note, slamming it onto the counter. The shopkeeper, yawning at that moment, caught sight of the note's denomination and immediately beamed with delight. Esteemed guest, please proceed upstairs. We have many new high-end goods. This little girl shouldn't be receiving such a valuable guest. Off you go to the back to sweep leaves. With that, he graciously gestured for Chen Baoxiang to enter. Lu Qingrong picked up the silver note to inspect it against the light, her eyes widening in shock. Did you rob a bank? For a family as affluent as hers, a visit to Wanbao Building would rarely cost more than 100 taels, yet, here was Chen Baoxiang, casually spending 1,000 taels, equivalent to 240,000 coins. What sort of wealth did she possess? Are you stunned? Chen Baoxiang declared triumphantly as she ascended the steps. I told you, my mother hails from a prestigious family, and my father possesses immense wealth. Stop lying, Lu Qingrong retorted, indignantly raising her skirt. Others might not know, but I've seen you in the beggaress den at the city gate. I was merely seeking to experience the life of the common folk after growing weary of my own good fortune. Is that so wrong? Who in their right mind would entertain such thoughts? Zhang Zhixu had been enjoying the spectacle when suddenly, he found himself drawn into the fray. He retorted, if memory serves me right, your family as patriarch was originally a butcher, selling meat, and only through connections with General Cheng managed to secure a position in the patrol camp. The moment these words escaped his lips, the patrons in Wanbao Building turned their attention toward them. Lu Qingrong's face flushed crimson with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? My father earned his position through meritorious service in protecting the emperor. What does butchering have to do with it? I've never heard of such a thing. People often seek to obscure their less than savory pasts once they achieve success, Chen Baoxiang remarked with a smile, picking up a delicate dagger to inspect its blade. I understand fully. Lu Qingrong snatched the dagger from her hand, exasperated. Shopkeeper, I'll take this. 36 taels. What? She gaped at the item in her hand. For this, which has hardly any gems, you demand over 30 taels? Can you not afford it? Chen Baoxiang offered kindly. I can assist you with the payment. No need. Lu Qingrong gritted her teeth. I'll charge it to my father's account. Don't think that a mere dagger would be beyond my means. The entire Wanbao Building would be trivial. Chapter 24 Immortals are indifferent to gender. Could a mere captain of a patrol battalion truly afford to purchase the entire Wanbao Building? Zhang Zhixu was taken aback. However, Chen Baoxiang appeared unfazed, continuing to lift a pomegranate-inlaid hairpin. I want this one too. Lu Qingrong, exasperated, snatched it away. The shopkeeper, grinning from ear to ear, chimed, that would be 23 taels. And this one? 60 taels. Having had several items snatched from her, Zhang Zhixu felt a surge of irritation, while Chen Baoxiang remained remarkably composed, even whispering furtively to the shopkeeper. What are you whispering about? Lu Qingrong demanded, her eyes reddening. Let me remind you, shopkeeper, my family holds an official position. The discerning should know who the true god of wealth is. Oh dear, esteemed guest, the shopkeeper hastily approached her, pouring tea and offering obsequious smiles. I certainly know my place. Don't believe her nonsense, Chen Baoxiang scoffed, fanning herself with a banknote.
Her family is quite impoverished. Do you think your 1,000 taels can shake the heavens? Lu Qingrong gritted her teeth. I assure you, not a single item will be purchased today. Shopkeeper, wrap up all these hairpins for me.
Observing the scene, Zhang Zhixu noted that Lu Qingrong was quick to anger and prone to impulsive actions. Such simple tactics from Chen Baoxiang had evidently ensnared her. The pile of purchased goods grew, often not reflecting genuine desires, yet the costs were exorbitant. Chen Baoxiang, grinning, reminded her, this is nearing 1,400 taels, do you truly possess such wealth? Lu Qingrong sneered, only someone as naive as you would consider this amount substantial.
Is it not, she exclaimed dramatically, lifting her skirts to ascend to the third floor, which housed larger jade and gold ornaments. Lu Qingrong followed, clutching the railing, hesitating, what purpose do you have for these? My newly acquired residence feels dreadfully empty, it requires treasures to lend it presence, Chen Baoxiang mused, stroking her chin. What do you think of this golden Buddha? The shopkeeper interjected immediately, ladies, please be cautious. This is a solid gold auspicious Buddha, weighing 10 pounds, priced at 2,060 taels. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Qingrong's back, while Chen Baoxiang triumphantly produced 3 banknotes, addressing her, you cannot snatch this from me, can you? You, she gasped, staring incredulously at her purse. Where did you procure such funds? If you don't clarify, I shall report you for theft. Resorting to intimidation when bested, Chen Baoxiang chuckled, what is there to clarify, this is all money given to me by Zhang Zhixu. His family's accounts can confirm it, let the officials investigate. She feigned confidence, though inwardly, she felt quite anxious. Was her statement truly defensible? Zhang Zhixu found the situation amusing. Yes, there was no issue. Chen Baoxiang stood a little taller. Lu Qingrong, now furious, felt the pressure of the onlookers, and with gritted teeth declared, since you were so well acquainted with the Zhang family, you must attend the upcoming marriage ceremony for the 4th daughter of the Zhang family next month, no excuses. A marriage ceremony?
Zhang Zhixu's heart sank. General Chang is gravely injured, how could the Zhang family still hold such an event?
Why ask me?
Lu Qingrong rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Zhang Zhixu's brow furrowed in silence, while Chen Baoxiang, elated, watched as Lu Qingrong departed from the Wanbao building, laden with packages.
She turned to the shopkeeper, am I not impressive?
The shopkeeper, counting on his abacus, beamed, indeed, miss, for those unique treasures, I shall grant you a 10% commission. Though labeled unique, these items were merely expensive and of little actual worth, typically unsellable. Chen Baoxiang gazed at the numbers on the abacus, her spirits soaring, clapping her hands, today, all our expenses are on Miss Lu's tab. With that, she joyfully dashed to the 2nd floor, selecting garments as if they were free. Zhang Zhixu regained his focus, observing her selections with a furrowed brow. Do not choose those.
Why not? Chen Baoxiang delightedly touched the fabric. What splendid gold-embroidered skirts, adorned with green gemstones. Ugly.
Chen Baoxiang protested, how can this be called ugly, it clearly displays my wealth. Precisely because of that, it is ugly. Zhang Zhixu pointed decisively, select the snow brocade bustier, paired with the nearby intricately woven jacket, and add the satin skirt with floral patterns. Chen Baoxiang complied reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at the gaudy red and green embroidered skirt.
Can I reconsider? Change it. She hurried into the fitting room. The soiled garments were tossed aside, and she washed her hands in the warm water brought by a maid, donning the new attire and gazing into the mirror, puzzled. The design is lovely, yet something feels off. Zhang Zhixu was nearly breathless, gritting his teeth, make her change to a larger bustier. Ah, that explains it. She loosened the ties, gathering herself. Zhang Zhixu, eyes closed, trembled as he uttered, could you refrain from touching that area? It's my own body, why should I not?
Chen Baoxiang replied unabashedly, examining herself from various angles in the mirror. Besides, immortals do not distinguish between genders.
There is nothing to be ashamed of.
Immortals may not differentiate, but he certainly did. As Zhang Zhixu's face flushed, hastily accepting the new bustier from the maid, securing it for her in a rush.
Will you not feel cold in this? Chen Baoxiang inquired, touching her exposed collarbone.
Spring has not yet arrived. Affluent households have warm stoves and carry hot water pots. They need not bundle up tightly, he explained. If you wish to pretend, you must do so convincingly.
Ah, I see. Chen Baoxiang changed into 2 more outfits, finding the selections from the immortal to be quite exquisite, increasingly pleasing to her eye. However, she felt an unsettling heat within her body, a peculiar itch in her lower abdomen. Taking a sip of tea, she realized she was not quenched, and, clutching the garments beside her, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Enough. Zhang Zhixu constrained her movements, forcing out the words between clenched teeth, we must return. Return already? Chen Baoxiang lamented, I still wish to see more hairpins. You cannot look at hairpins now.
That seems true, it feels rather odd, she murmured, reaching down as Zhang Zhixu, quick as lightning, restrained her breathing heavily, heart racing. He closed his eyes and secured her clothing before striding towards the exit. Both felt a growing discomfort. He walked briskly, while Chen Baoxiang seized a few hairpins as they moved, but her haul was minimal. The shopkeeper, tallying at the door, had to refund her 2 taels. Chen Baoxiang was quite pleased, but Zhang Zhixu waved his hand dismissively, no need for change. They exited and hired a carriage, hastening back to Qin Yuan. Once the door was shut, he soaked a cloth in cold water and began to wipe her down, moving from her neck to her back, repeating the process 3 or 4 times until her fervor subsided.
Chen Baoxiang, feeling rather weak, collapsed onto the bed. Am I poisoned? Zhang Zhixu turned his face away. You might say so.
How curious this poison is, she laughed. It has conjured many visions of Lord Pei racing through my mind.
Chapter 25. My heart yearns for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhixu paused slightly. Were you thinking of him just now?
Isn't it quite normal? My heart yearns for him. He fell silent once more, merely tossing the cold handkerchief onto her face. Chen Baoxiang exclaimed in surprise, removing the handkerchief, but spending money is truly delightful, especially when it's at the expense of Lu Qingrong.
Do you have a grudge against Lu Qingrong?
Chen Baoxiang did not respond, instead turning over and saying, I have known her for quite some time.
Only Lu Qingrong had completely forgotten her. Do you know, great sage, I was already fighting for territory with others at the tender age of 5.
In a good mood, she continued, most of the land in the village was owned, but there were still vacant plots on the mountain. In order to support me, Granny Yi toiled day and night to cultivate the land. However, when others saw her had tilled the land well, they always wanted to seize it. I felt indignant and, with my teeth not fully grown, rushed out to help Granny fight. At that time, there was a little girl in the village, the same age as me. Her father would hit Granny Yi, and she would come to hit me. She was no match for me, and I made her cry loudly of her father, forgetting about the land, would hastily take her to see the doctor.
Isn't that the behavior of a ruffian?
Indeed, but she has become quite successful now. Chen Baoxiang smiled sweetly. People tend to want to conceal their disgraceful past once they achieve success.
And you, great sage, what were you doing at the age of 5? Zhang Zhixu fell silent.
At 5, his life revolved solely around attending lessons, surrounded by other well-behaved scions of wealthy families who dared not bully him. They even sought to curry favor with him. Though life was smooth, it was also dull, devoid of anything worthy of recounting.
Miss Chen. Zhou Chuan approached and knocked on the door. I heard from the servants that you were looking for me. Zhang Zhixu immediately opened the door, pulling him inside and asking, is Inu still to be married to the Chen family? Zhou Chuan appeared somewhat surprised. The master has even discussed Miss Inu's matter with you?
Yes, Zhang Zhixu frowned. I thought this marriage would be called off. If Chen Huili is dead, then certainly this marriage would be annulled. Zhou Chuan's expression grew tense, but he is not dead. He has merely lost a leg, and the emperor's decree for marriage cannot easily be altered.
If possible, may I meet Inu? Inu was not one to seclude herself, so it would indeed be convenient to see her, but Zhou Chuan was somewhat puzzled. What does the young lady wish to do?
Her temperament is straightforward. I fear she may become despondent. It would be good to speak with her for a while. After hearing this, Chen Baoxiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A great sage, you are truly clever. You found a pretext to ingratiate yourself, and in doing so, we might actually obtain an invitation for the wedding. The great sage paid her no mind, but Zhou Chuan nodded. All right, I will arrange it right away. Having learned from her previous visit to the Zhang residence, Chen Baoxiang was much more composed this time, striding confidently, occasionally pausing by upon to admire her newly purchased hairpin.
Zhang Zhixu could only curl his lips in disdain. The golden ornament was gaudy and unattractive. What kind of taste did she possess? However, upon entering and seeing someone, Zhang Yinyu exclaimed, Miss, is that a new style from Wanbao building?
Indeed, yes.
I just bought it.
Chen Baoxiang leaned in to show her the cloison technique, adorned with a batch of rubies just sent from abroad. Look, the design is exquisite. Zhang Yinyu nodded in satisfaction. I was still hesitating whether the actual item would differ greatly from the catalog, but seeing yours has put my mind at ease.
The catalog?
Yes,
Wanbao building just sent it over yesterday. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yinyu flipped through the booklet.
Chen Baoxiang marveled. All the new items are in here. It saves me the trouble of going to the store.
This design seems to match this hairpin. Yes, I've seen the actual item. It looks even better than in the catalog. This one is a good choice. What about this pair of earrings?
The ones in the shop seem too flimsy and lackluster. This pair here is far superior. Two strangers, unexpectedly engaged in a lively discussion over the catalog, left Zhang Zhixu feeling at a loss for how to initiate conversation, resulting in him not being able to interject for nearly half an hour. You have excellent taste, Zhang Yinyu remarked, closing the catalog with delight. Which family do you hail from? Chen Baoxiang maintained her composure and lied. My family also resides near Xuanwu Gate.
That's not far. It is surprising we've never crossed paths before. She sighed dramatically, then turned to Zhou Chuan. What brings you here as well?
Zhou Chuan finally had the opportunity to introduce. The master is severely injured and is concerned about the young lady's marriage, which is why Miss Chen has come to visit.
Oh?
Zhang Yinyu was taken aback. Then Miss Chen is the...
A friend, Zhang Zhixu quickly interjected. A friend I met in Jiangnan.
Oh, Zhang Yinyu's eyes twinkled as she smiled, repeating, free and Truly, they were cousins, sharing the same sarcastic tone. Zhang Zhixu cleared his throat. Your elder brother entrusted me to bring some modest gifts. Could you have someone check them?
Zhang Yinyu understood and waved her hand, signaling the maidservants to step out and examine the gifts.
Chen Huili has already lost his right leg. Once the door was closed, Zhang Zhixu spoke in a low voice. His temper is now volatile, and he harbors deep suspicions.
Marrying into that family may bring you considerable distress.
Zhang Yinyu was taken aback, her gaze dimming. Am I not aware that this is not a favorable match? If there were even a glimmer of hope, I would not wish to marry him. Feng Qing's idea is for you to retreat to the countryside, claiming to be gravely ill, allowing for a delay of a few years. I had thought of that as well. Zhang Yinyu lowered her gaze, but I am also a daughter of the Zhang family. My elder brother has already risked half his life for the Zhang family. If I only consider myself and retreat to the countryside, bringing calamity upon the Zhang family, what worth would that hold? Zhang Zhixu was momentarily speechless. Chen Baoxiang, having listened intently, suddenly asked, Great sage, why would the emperor bestow this marriage? It was Cheng Huili who insisted on it. Cheng Huili's first wife was the emperor's eldest daughter. At that time, the emperor had not yet risen to power and was stationed at the border. It is said that the eldest daughter was willful and domineering, causing the deaths of Cheng Huili's two nephews, and eventually, she set herself ablaze at home. Cheng Huili, disregarding past grievances, fully supported the emperor's ascension. Feeling indebted to him, the emperor acquiesced to his request and bestowed Yinyu upon him as a secondary wife. After hearing this, Zhang Zhixu also felt a sense of helplessness. She had initially thought Chen Baoxiang merely sought the excitement of gossip, but unexpectedly, Chen Baoxiang was filled with righteous indignation upon hearing it. Cheng Huili is already 40, yet he covets a young beauty like you. It is truly malicious. Zhang Yinyu was startled by her sudden outburst. Amused, she remarked, How can you be angrier than I? How can I not be angry? You, a flower-like maiden, have just come of age, yet you must marry such an old wretch. Chen Baoxiang was fuming. If he can pressure the emperor, why can't we? The Zhang family's standing is not inferior to his, right? That would be inappropriate. Zhou Chuan shook his head. The Zhang family has been loyal to the imperial family for generations and would never act arrogantly out of pride. Look at this, it only gives them the opportunity to bully you. Chen Baoxiang smacked her thigh. If it were me, I would certainly make a scene before the emperor for 3 days and 3 nights. If that doesn't work, I would spread rumors, saying that Cheng Huili murdered his first wife, seeking to attach himself to a noble family, with ambitions that are unworthy of this world. Chapter 26. Spreading rumors. Yinyu and Jiuquan were momentarily taken aback by her words. Rumors, how could one fabricate such tales without cause? This was utterly contrary to propriety and law, yet it was oddly cathartic to hear. Jiuquan hesitated slightly. His first wife died by self-immolation. Everyone at the border knew that. What good does that do? Once the rumors circulate widely enough, they can easily obscure the truth. Chen Baoxiang, with a sly glint in her eyes, leaned closer to Yinyu. We could concoct a tale, claiming that Cheng Huili, in his ambition to curry favor with the powerful, married a noblewoman, only to find her lacking in charm after his promotion. In a fit of rage, he set her ablaze and pinned the crime on her. Consider this, the noblewoman is the emperor's eldest daughter, who was recently being posthumously honored. If rumors emerge, wouldn't the emperor investigate? If something incriminating were to surface, the Zhang family's marriage could very well be delayed. Yinyu looked helplessly at Jiuquan. What should we do? I find her reasoning quite compelling. Jiuquan rubbed her temples. It makes sense, but executing it is another matter. Setting aside the difficulty of weaving this lie without implicating the Zhang family, it would require considerable effort. Isn't it just lying? Chen Baoxiang declared confidently, This is my forte. Zhang Zhixu pinched her, thinking, what is there to be proud of in this? Chen Baoxiang suppressed her mischievousness and replied brightly, Leave it to me. As long as I handle it, no one will trace it back to the Zhang family. Yinyu pondered for a moment. Then you first craft a story to deceive me. Chen Baoxiang began without hesitation. Cheng Huili was originally a humble villager, married with 2 sons. However, when his wife became pregnant with a 3rd child, he took his sons and left to join the army in search of a better life. Cheng Huili had no notable skills but possessed remarkable strength. After 6 years of military service, he earned significant merit yet remained unable to rise through the ranks, constantly oppressed. Thus, he set his sights on the border general. The border general had a naive daughter. To win her hand, Cheng Huili deceitfully claimed that his 2 sons were his nephews and that he was unmarried, all while repeatedly risking his life to save the general. Moved by his sincerity, the general ultimately married his daughter to him. With his father-in-law's support, Cheng Huili rose to the position of deputy general. However, his 2 nephews inadvertently slipped and called him father. The noblewoman discovered the truth and, in a fit of rage, demanded a divorce while seeking her father's intervention. Fearing the loss of his newfound fortune, Cheng Huili harbored sinister thoughts, rendering the noblewoman unconscious at home before setting her ablaze. Unbeknownst to him, his 2 sons were also in the backyard, perishing in the flames. Afterward, Cheng Huili was consumed with grief, shifting the blame entirely onto the noblewoman. The general, seeing his genuine sorrow, suspected nothing, thus allowing this scoundrel to deceive him. She recounted the tale in one breath, proudly swaying her hips. What do you think? Yinyu clapped in awe. Sister Chen, your talent is truly remarkable. It sounds almost like a real story. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself, Chen Baoxiang declared, clenching her fist. This is the truth, Cheng Huili is indeed such a heartless individual, you must never marry him. Yinyu mirrored her gesture. Right. Jiuquan contemplated. We could write this down and have it printed as a story. I have connections at places like the Star-Picking Tower, or I can send it for recitation, but as for other locations, leave that to me, Chen Baoxiang declared, crossing her legs. I can ensure that even the most lowly taverns and the beggars at the city gates will spread the tale.
What a peculiar thing to take pride in.
Zhang Zhixu shook his head in disdain, pressing down her leg. Inu, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Sister, you are truly impressive. My older brother, who is so pedantic and dull, is fortunate to have a friend like you."
Zhang Zhixu.
His life may be somewhat monotonous, but how does that make him pedantic? Zhou Quan nodded. Then we shall rely on you, miss. Here is a token for you to use, allowing you to mobilize some manpower.
Chen Baoxiang took the token and glanced at it, pondering why the wealthy families only employed wooden tokens.
This venture was rather unconventional, and they dared not inform their elders, so the three of them whispered and devised their plan before setting it into motion. With the assistance of a skilled hand, the story was transcribed and polished.
Chen Baoxiang and Zhou Quan took it for printing and distribution. Within a few days, excitement bubbled in the capital. "Hey, have you been to the star-picking tower to hear the stories lately?"
Lin Guilan, holding refreshments, winked.
"It's absolutely thrilling." Sun Fuyu, intrigued, chimed in, "Is it the tale of the limping scoundrel and the noble woman?"
"I've heard several segments and was just discussing it with Sister Lu. Families like ours must be wary of such vile individuals."
"Indeed, relying on the noblewoman's wealth while plotting murder. Murder is one thing, but to seek a young girl as a replacement? Truly shameless." A group of people chattered animatedly, their voices growing increasingly louder. "Who are they talking about?" Zhou Inian curiously leaned in.
"Oh, young Master Zhou and young Master Pei have arrived." Lin Guilan turned to see Pei Ruhong's indifferent expression. The Pei family's young master had not attended poetry gatherings for quite some time. It was rare for him to grace them with his presence, yet he appeared to be in a sour mood. Lin Guilan hurriedly recounted the lively gossip to him, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. However, just as she reached the part about the two nephews slipping and calling him father, Pei Ruhong's expression darkened.
"Utter nonsense," he said, lowering his gaze. "Who is the author of this fabrication?" Lin Guilan jumped, whispering, "How would we know?"
"It's circulating outside. Baoxiang was just mentioning it."
Pei Ruhong paused. "She is here too?"
"Yes, I sent her an invitation, and she arrived early." Last time, he had suggested she stay longer at the Pei residence, but upon waking from a nap, he found her absent. When he inquired with the steward, he was told she had left with Sun Yaoshan. Without leaving a word behind, irritated, he pressed his lips together and turned in search of her. Chen Baoxiang was in the back garden regaling a group of noble women with tails, one leg perched on a stool, her hands animatedly gesturing, her words flowing as she spoke with fervor. But upon catching sight of a figure in her peripheral vision, she immediately adjusted her posture, placing her hands demurely and raising her voice. "As for what happened next, I haven't heard much more. I must return to the star-picking tower to continue listening before I can share."
"Ah."
The noble women were left wanting more. Pei Ruhong, expressionless, wove through the crowd and seized her wrist, pulling her away.
"Hey!"
She stumbled a couple of steps, pouting, "You're hurting me." Ignoring her, he dragged her through the corridor until they reached a quieter corner, where he finally released her.
Chen Baoxiang stamped her foot. "You were so friendly before, and now you treat me like this."
"You said it was before." Pei Ruhong averted his gaze. "I am a person of capricious moods.
Once the time has passed, I no longer recognize it. Then why do you seek me out?"
"About that story you mentioned earlier." Pei Ruhong frowned, fixing his gaze upon her. "It sounds as if someone has deliberately concocted it to tarnish my uncle's reputation."
Chapter 27.
Academic acting. Zhang Zhixu was taken aback by his blunt suspicion and dared not move. However, Chen Baoxiang remained unflustered, her heartbeat steady. "Oh, really?" she exclaimed, cradling her face in her hands, feigning astonishment.
"Isn't this story about a faithless man? Your uncle is a faithless man?" "Of course not." "Then your uncle has lost 2 wives?" "Not exactly." "Then what on earth does this story have to do with your uncle?" Chen Baoxiang, visibly irritated, placed her hands on her hips. "I know you look down on me. Last time, you even had the steward expel me from the Pei household. Who could blame me for being nameless and unacknowledged? It was only to be expected, and I accepted it. But today, you come here to accuse me, and it is utterly unreasonable." The anger within Pei Ruhong stilled momentarily as he murmured, "Did I have the steward expel you?" "Yes, that one named Cheng'an."
She felt deeply wronged. "He paid me off with silver and made it clear that I was an outsider, urging me not to linger."
"Was it really so?"
He straightened up, suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss.
"That was not my intention."
"If it wasn't your intention, then whose could it be? In the entire Pei family, I only like you." Chen Baoxiang secretly pinched her thigh, tears welling up. "You are just taking advantage of my stubbornness to bully me time and again."
"That's not true. Well then, go ahead and arrest me."
She indignantly extended her hands.
"Arrest me and send me to court, and we shall be even."
The situation grew increasingly absurd. Pei Ruhong clicked his tongue, seizing her hands and pressing them against the wall behind them. The two drew close, and Chen Baoxiang's pupils constricted. Zhang Zhixu exerted all his strength to refrain from kicking him where it hurt. What kind of person engages in such behavior in broad daylight, devoid of shame? Moreover, he leaned close to Chen Baoxiang's ear, speaking in a lowered voice. Did he think that sounded appealing? Chen Baoxiang truly found it appealing, her ears turning red, and ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Zhang Zhixu. He pushed her away irritably.
"Oh dear.
Chen Baoxiang instinctively covered her shoulder.
Does it hurt?
Pei Ruohan immediately withdrew his hand. In truth, it was bearable. Zhang Zhixu merely frowned for a moment before quickly enduring it, yet Chen Baoxiang maintained a pained expression, on the verge of tears. It's fine, after all, no one cares about me. Pei Ruohan found himself at a loss for words, exhaling softly as he supported her. This seems inappropriate, she mumbled. If others see us, they might think we are engaged.
Do you wish to be engaged to me? Who wouldn't want that?
She felt a surge of excitement, but it quickly faded. What a pity you don't think highly of me. As someone passed by, Chen Baoxiang attempted to free herself from his grasp.
Pei Ruohan did not let go, resolutely walking past the onlookers and, amidst their curious gazes, calmly stated, not necessarily.
Hot, Chen Baoxiang's heart raced, as if a little person was dancing in circles within her. Great immortal, did you hear what he just said? Zhang Zhixu rolled his eyes. I'm not deaf.
He means he is willing to be engaged to me, doesn't he?
Perhaps.
Perhaps? It must be true. She couldn't help but smile broadly, whispering to herself, what good days are left this year? What should the betrothal gifts entail? Will my savings suffice for a dowry? What should we name our future child?
Zhang Zhixu pinched her cheek hard.
Ouch, she winced, grinning. This isn't a dream.
This person occasionally displayed flashes of brilliance, yet turned foolishly infuriating in Pei Ruohan's presence that he could not be bothered to engage with her further, allowing her to chatter away.
Great immortal.
Chen Baoxiang turned to call him. I want to learn music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the etiquette of the noble class.
Zhang Zhixu huffed in response. Go to the Academy of Instruction, you can learn by paying. But you are here, so why should we waste money?
She chuckled. I'll just learn a few simple things to manage at the wedding. Having merely uttered 2 words, she had already envisioned an entire set of plans. Zhang Zhixu felt exasperated, giving her 2 perfunctory replies before surveying the surroundings. Chen Baoxiang's meddling had completely distracted Pei Ruohan from pursuing the source of the rumors, while the attendees of the poetry gathering continued to circulate the story. The tale of the faithless man, from the common folk to the nobility, was gradually spreading. A few days later, Xia Lanting visited the garden of porcelain. At that moment, Chen Baoxiang was still entangled with the great immortal, diligently practicing her music, albeit producing sounds that were far from harmonious.
How was that?
After finishing, she swayed her hairpin, seeking praise.
Zhang Zhixu calmly retrieved a ball of paper from his ear.
Quite good. As your teacher, I have no other demands, just refrain from mentioning my name when you perform in public. Chen Baoxiang was astonished.
You have a name? What is it?
Zhang Zhixu cleared his throat and shifted the topic.
It seems someone is approaching.
In the distance, Xia Lanting was conversing with Zhou Chuan as they walked toward her. Upon seeing this woman again, still in the garden of porcelain, Xia Lanting was filled with indignation, slamming his thigh as he exclaimed, I knew that his claims of being uninterested in women were mere pretense. All these years, he has only been plotting against me. How could I not realize he was hiding a beauty in his golden chamber?
That's not true.
Zhang Zhixu instinctively denied it. Chen Baoxiang quickly distanced herself from the implication.
Don't say such foolish things. Fengqing probably doesn't like women, he only likes you. Xia Lanting, he protectively clasped his chest, exclaiming, What?
Zhang Zhixu found himself rendered speechless.
What are you babbling about?
Isn't it true, everyone outside says so, that Zhang Zhixu is uninterested in women, except for his fondness for Xia Lanting?
Dash.
What they say outside is just gossip. They also claim Xia Lanting is mature and composed, resembling a minister, but do you think he looks like that? Chen Baoxiang followed his gaze, observing the man before her, who indeed looked as if he might cry. Xia Lanting was almost in tears. After over a decade of brotherhood, having grown up together, suddenly he found himself infatuated. His lips trembled as he stammered, Did Fengqing tell you about this?
Chen Baoxiang forced a laugh. No, I guessed it myself.
You two always play together, and he has shared quite a bit about you.
You scared me half to death. Xia Lanting sat at the tea table, sighing deeply. Miss, I assure you, we are merely friends. Please do not misunderstand.
What misunderstanding could she have? Chen Baoxiang chuckled and shifted the topic. What brings you here in such a rush? When the serious matter was brought up, Xia Lanting finally adopted a more somber demeanor. Recently, there has been a rumor circulating in the streets, and it has reached the emperor's ears. His Majesty has ordered me to investigate thoroughly.
Zhang Zhixu waved his hand dismissively. You can just brush it off. This time, I fear that won't suffice. Xia Lanting frowned.
Zhang Hui personally went to the palace last night to lodge a complaint, causing quite the scene before the Grand Princess and others, making it difficult for the emperor to maintain his dignity. He insists that I solve this case within 7 days. Both Zhou Chuan and Zhang Zhixu's hearts sank, quickly brainstorming a way out for Chen Baoxiang, yet she remained unfazed, resting her chin on her hand, smiling brightly.
If His Majesty has ordered you to solve the case, then you should do it.
Parents who have lost their children surely want to know who the culprit is.
Chapter 28 The difficulty of purchasing a home. Xia Lanting gazed at her in astonishment. What do you mean, my lady? The esteemed official has navigated the corridors of power for many years. How could he not comprehend the sage's intentions?
Chen Baoxiang feigned profundity, nodding sagely. The one who perished in the conflagration was the sole daughter of the sage, cherished deeply by him. Upon ascending to the throne, the sage's first decree was to posthumously bestow upon her the title of Princess Shoan. Now, with the cause of her demise shrouded in suspicion, how could the sage merely wish for him to unearth the source of the rumors? Xia Lanting relaxed his furrowed brow and suddenly smiled at Zhou Chuan. Look, you still worry for her, she is quite clever, deftly diverting me with just a few words. If I am at a loss before her, how could anyone else hope to extract information?
Zhou Chuan also clasped his hands in a gesture of amusement.
Chen Baoxiang, pleased by the compliment, added, if the esteemed official is at a loss for leads, I might be able to provide some clues. Pray, do tell, he urged. Cheng Huili is also from Yu County, making him somewhat of a fellow townsman. However, his village was submerged years ago, leaving few inhabitants. Only the captain of the patrol camp, Commander Lu, emerged alongside him, and he is likely privy to some insider knowledge.
Oh? Xia Lanting inquired, and what about you? Are you aware of any insider information?
Chen Baoxiang raised her hands innocently. What could a delicate maiden like myself possibly know? I merely hear idle gossip without any substantial evidence to back it.
Xia Lanting's gaze lingered on her face, unyielding for a long moment.
Zhang Zhixu, growing impatient under his scrutiny, finally interjected, is there something on my face that serves as crucial evidence? Not at all, Xia Lanting chuckled. I was pondering why someone as haughty as Feng Qing would select a lady such as yourself. I now see that your temperament bears a striking resemblance to his.
Is he complimenting me or disparaging me?
Clearly a compliment. Zhang Zhixu's character is commendable. Oh, Chen Baoxiang felt inexplicably cheerful and, cradling her guqin, addressed Xia Lanting, since you are here, esteemed official, would you care to listen to me play a piece? Certainly, Xia Lanting replied, thinking that if Zhang Zhixu had chosen her, her musical talents must be considerable. Thus, he settled down, prepared to listen intently. Zhang Zhixu wanted to urge him to flee but found it too late. Chen Baoxiang plugged her ears and passionately launched into Guangling San, her vigor causing the strings to snap and debris to scatter about. Was that pleasing? She had the audacity to inquire. Xia Lanting trembled, clutching his chest, swallowing the blood that surged to his throat, and managed to reply with a hint of red upon his lips, it was acceptable.
Then how about another piece, Phoenix seeking Phoenix?
That's no longer an option, Xia Lanting stammered, rising unsteadily, I must attend to my case. I am truly in a hurry. Farewell, farewell.
Hey, Chen Baoxiang gazed at his hasty retreat, feeling quite wounded, and turned to Zhou Chuan. Was it truly so dreadful?
Zhou Chuan hesitated before changing the subject. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to purchase a residence near Xuanwu Gate. I have inquired and found a suitable small courtyard. The land deed is priced at 7,000 taels, and the property deed at 900 taels, totaling approximately 9,200 taels.
How much? Chen Baoxiang gasped in shock.
Zhou Chuan, thinking she was asking for a conversion into currency, kindly calculated, that amounts to over 22 million copper coins.
Not that, she gasped, clutching her heart in discomfort. Are you certain that the courtyard you found is merely a typical one? Quite ordinary, really.
It comprises only 8 rooms, and the main house is not particularly large. Zhou Chuan reflected, there is, however, a better option nearby, with 3 entrances and exits, priced at around 33,000 taels. How could the wealthy bear to spend such a fortune enough to sustain several lifetimes of feasting on mere bricks and mortar? Chen Baoxiang was on the verge of biting her handkerchief in frustration, wishing to declare that whoever wished to buy could do so. She would rather take those coins to her grave. Zhang Zhixu reminded her with a chuckle, aren't you still keen on marrying into a prominent family? Matchmakers and wedding gifts require a respectable residence to uphold one's dignity.
Contemplating Pei Ruhan, Chen Baoxiang's expression grew conflicted. May I first go to inspect the place?
Zhang Zhixu, who had a penchant for purchasing properties on a whim, noted that Zhou Chuan's eye for real estate was sharp. The courtyard, though simply laid out, boasted ample space, with 2 grand gardens in the front and back, and the architecture was elegant and imposing. Initially resistant, Chen Baoxiang found herself increasingly enamored as she explored.
Esteemed one, this place is splendid.
It abuts the drainage canal, making it perfect for a pig pen. And there is a pond for fish. One could raise several large fish. If surplus remains, they could be sold.
And this expanse of land.
The soil is so rich, growing vegetables here will surely be swift.
Zhang Zhixu's brow twitched. Shall I also provide you with a golden hoe?
That would be splendid, but a hoe made of gold is rather extravagant. Zhang Zhixu, previously, Zhang Dezongzi believed there was little distinction between the poor and the affluent. Both lived under the same sky, trod the same earth. Despite differences in sustenance and attire, their human perspectives ought to be largely aligned. Yet, since meeting Chen Baoxiang, he realized that wealth significantly influenced individuals, altering their outlooks. For instance, those unconcerned with finances regard property primarily for its architectural craftsmanship and decorative aspects, considering scenic views and the efficiency of servant access, while those biting the bullet to purchase property think solely of maximizing utility and recouping expenses. It was quite fascinating, drawing from experience, he cautioned her, the upkeep of these gardens alone will cost 20 taels of silver each month, the total for your household expenses will hardly amount to a few taels.
What? Upkeep is necessary?
Not only the gardens but also the servants. This residence will require at least 6 individuals, a doorman, a coachman, 2 cooks, and 2 miscellaneous workers amounting to 15 taels in monthly wages. Your carriage need not be exorbitantly rare. 1,000 taels will suffice, but the monthly cost for horse feed will be 5 taels. Adding the kitchen's provisions and household expenses, Chen Baoxiang turned pale, her lips trembling. Esteemed one, please stop.
My legs feel weak. Zhang Zhixu was perplexed. Every household incurs such expenses. What are you afraid of? What was she afraid of? Naturally, she feared running short of funds. She mentally calculated furiously, lamenting, even if I can afford this place temporarily, I cannot sustain it long term. No wonder many common folk, despite earning money, still resided in humble dwellings far from the bustling city. Esteemed one, if the expenses for such a modest courtyard are so substantial, what about Qing Yuan? That varies monthly. It could soar to 10,000 taels or dwindle to a few hundred. Could it be so? Chen Baoxiang turned on her heel and headed for Qing Yuan, declaring, no purchase, no purchase. Living off someone else's roof is quite delightful. I need not worry about firewood, rice, and oil, nor pay wages for maids or servants. Yet that is not a sustainable solution, Zhang Zhixu remarked. What if Pei Rohan discovers you are residing in the Zhang family's courtyard? He may misconstrue your intentions. I am living here in secret, how would he know? Chen Baoxiang waves dismissively, when the time comes to formalize our engagement, I shall simply rent a place temporarily. Spending little to achieve great things is the way to survive in the capital. Chapter 29 If favoritism with merely 50 taels, one could rent a grand mansion valued at over 10,000 taels. Subsequently, hiring a few maidservants to maintain appearances would surely be more impressive than spending several thousand taels, wouldn't it? Chen Baoxiang had firmly resolved to leave. However, Xuanwu Gate, renowned for its congregation of affluent families, did not disappoint. As she stepped outside, she encountered a lavishly adorned carriage. Lowering her head to avoid it, she found that the carriage had halted right before her. Ah, it's you again. Lu Qingron lifted the curtain of the carriage. Chen Baoxiang raised her eyes and was taken aback to see a carriage full of noble young ladies, including Lin Guilan and Sun Fuyu, along with several unfamiliar faces. Sun Fuyu greeted her with a smile. Is Baoxiang here for the Lu family's housewarming banquet as well? I certainly did not send her an invitation. Lu Qingrong frowned, suddenly recalling something and peering behind her. Is your family situated in this area? Oh no, the lie she had told while in prison about living near Xuanwu Gate. Chen Baoxiang forced a chuckle. Yes, indeed. Her expression immediately gave her away. Lu Qingrong huffed as she dismounted, glancing at the attendant beside her with a sneer. Isn't this mansion up for sale? The attendant promptly offered 9,200 taels. Would the young lady care to take a look? Why not? At last, Lu Qingrong had seized an opportunity to exploit Chen Baoxiang's predicament. She called out to the carriage, everyone, come down and take a look. The Chen family's mansion is on the market. Lin Guilan descended swiftly, tiptoeing to inspect the doorframe, and remarked, this mansion is rather unimpressive. It pales in comparison to the grand one recently purchased by Sister Lu. Why are they selling it then? Has the family fallen on hard times? The other elegantly dressed ladies who followed behind appeared to belong to well-to-do families, though Chen Baoxiang could not ascertain their backgrounds. She immediately responded, my family has acquired a better residence, this place no longer holds any allure. Oh? Lu Qingrong scrutinized her, where have you moved to? Since we are all gathered today, why not show us your new abode? That seems unnecessary. I wouldn't want to disrupt your housewarming banquet. Just a casual visit, it won't cause any delays, we have plenty of time before the feast begins. That's not it. Chen Baoxiang stubbornly insisted, my new residence is not in Xuanwu Gate. As soon as the words left her lips, the noble ladies erupted in laughter. Who doesn't know that Xuanwu Gate is the epitome of wealth? Those with means naturally seek homes in this vicinity, yet you claim to have moved elsewhere? Let me guess where you have relocated to. Lu Qingrong covered her mouth with amusement. It wouldn't be Yuefang, would it? How could that be? Chen Baoxiang protested, though her heart was already in turmoil. Lu Qingrong reveled in her disarray, even linking arms with her. Come now, today I shall treat you to the housewarming banquet, and tomorrow you can return the favor. Since you've moved, it would be fitting for us to celebrate together. Lin Guilan understood the cue and joined in the jest, introducing to the other noble ladies, this is Miss Baoxiang, quite remarkable indeed. Her family is immensely wealthy, her mother hails from a prestigious lineage, and she excels in all the arts. It is a rare opportunity to befriend her, so you must all attend tomorrow's banquet. Ah. Sun Fuyu pointed ahead, young Master Zhou and the others have arrived first. Zhou Yani turned back, spotting a group surrounding Chen Baoxiang, and raised an eyebrow. What is this all about? Surely you have not heard? Tomorrow, Baoxiang is inviting us to her grand mansion for a feast. Sun Fuyu chuckled. Since Baoxiang is so fond of young Master Pei, why not send him an invitation as well? He's right inside. Miss Baoxiang can extend the invitation herself. Zhou Yani gestured towards the inner courtyard. Lu Qingrong was taken aback. Did he not say he had matters to attend to? You wouldn't know, would you? Zhou Yani teased, with the daughter of Minister Chen present, even if the heavens were to rain down knives, he would still show up. Chen Baoxiang was momentarily stunned. She turned to inquire about the daughter of Minister Chen, only to see several ladies nearby exchanging knowing glances and nudging a noble woman standing behind them. That woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin like refined cream, her hair elegantly styled, dressed in a manner that was both opulent and understated, instantly endearing herself to those around her. Zhang Zhixu suddenly felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, as if wishing to dig a hole and bury himself. A pang of bitterness and pain surged within him, but he frowned. What is it? Nothing, Chen Baoxiang lowered her head. I just am not particularly hungry and do not wish to partake in this banquet. Then let us leave. She indeed wished to depart, yet Lu Qingrong clung to her arm, resolutely refusing to let go.
Allow me to introduce Baoxiang, she said, casting a sidelong glance at her. This is Chen Xianyu, a former classmate of young Master Pei, the only remarkable woman in the capital to have passed the imperial examination. In the Great Shang, both men and women could participate in the imperial examinations. During the height of the previous dynasty, female officials could occupy half of the court. However, in recent years, societal attitudes had shifted, and fewer women were engaging in such pursuits. Under these circumstances, a talented woman like Chen Xianyu was indeed a rarity. Chen Baoxiang couldn't help but express her admiration. You are truly impressive.
Not at all. Chen Xianyu blushed slightly. It was merely good fortune. Why then did you not pursue an official position? Chen Baoxiang pressed. Surely women could still serve in office nowadays? Her eagerness was evident, bordering on indiscretion. Lu Qingrong, fearing that Chen Baoxiang's question stemmed from jealousy, quickly interjected, do not act rashly. I merely wish to inquire, what is everyone doing blocking the entrance? Pei Ruhong suddenly approached. The atmosphere at the entrance grew tense. He frowned at the scene and promptly positioned himself in front of Chen Xianyu, addressing Chen Baoxiang, have you no sense of decorum? Zhang Zhixu felt an uncomfortable frown forming. The young ladies were simply engaging in conversation, and he had not intervened, so why the display of authority? To come forth with such a tone, one would think Chen Baoxiang had committed some grave offense. Chen Baoxiang was equally taken aback, eventually stammering, I merely wanted to chat with her. She raised a hand to shield those behind her, but Pei Ruhong furrowed his brow. What could you possibly discuss with her? She has studied the classics and understands nothing of the intricacies of a woman's heart. Any matters you wish to discuss, you may convey to me. As soon as this was said, the entrance erupted with commotion. How rare it is to see Brother Pei so flustered, Zhou Yanni jested, no doubt a testament to the bond of many years of friendship. Speaking of which, Lu Qingrong chimed in, if I wish to share intimate secrets with Xianyu, would it not require young Master Pei's approval as well? You two have not seen each other in years, and your relationship remains as close as ever. Chen Xianyu's face flushed crimson, and she whispered, please do not say such things. Pei Ruhong offered no rebuttal, still fixated on Chen Baoxiang with a piercing gaze, utterly devoid of the warmth he had previously displayed. Zhang Zhixu felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if something had shattered within him, coldness seeping through the cracks and enveloping him entirely, such a wretched feeling. Chen Baoxiang. His expression darkened, you are usually so loquacious. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Useless, Chen Baoxiang replied softly, do you know, great immortal, that when one is not favored, nothing one says or does holds any value? Chapter 30 You are quite remarkable. Pei Ruhong stood directly opposite her upon arrival, without inquiring about the circumstances or her predicament, and immediately began to reprimand her, his attitude unmistakably clear. The earlier warmth now seemed but a figment of her imagination, or perhaps it was the absence of someone she truly cherished that had left her spirit wavering, allowing her a fleeting glimpse into a chink of vulnerability. Pei Ruhong was evidently far more invested in Miss Chen than he was in her. His affection for her pale in comparison. To persist in this entanglement would only invite disgrace upon herself. Chen Baoxiang, discerning the situation, discreetly stepped back to allow them passage. Pei Ruhong cast a brief glance at her before taking Chen Xianyu inside, their garments fluttering and intertwining like the innocent play of childhood companions. Behind them, Lu Qingrong and the others delightedly observed the unfolding drama, and as they passed Chen Baoxiang, one of them jovially embraced her, saying, come on, let us go enjoy the feast. With a smile, Chen Baoxiang feigned nonchalance, replying, sounds good. Yet trailing behind, she could see Pei Ruhong slightly bowing his head to listen to Chen Xianyu, witnessing their easy camaraderie and playful banter, and noting how they ascended together to the three-story viewing platform. Zhang Zhixu placed a hand upon his chest, struggling to catch his breath, his mind buzzing with discontent. After a moment's pause, he gritted his teeth and glared at Pei Ruhong above. What is so captivating about this small, shabby residence? Chen Baoxiang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he hardly seems to be admiring the house at all. Above, Pei Ruhong's starry eyes sparkled, his lips perpetually curved in a smile, while Chen Xianyu, under his gaze, felt her ears grow warm as she recited, my heart longs for you like the waters of the West River. Pei Ruhong responded with a gentle smile, flowing day and night without rest. Only the spring moon is affectionate, she continued. It still shines upon the fallen blossoms for the parted ones. Though I resent the solitary winter days and, eventually, we shall meet again when the moon is full. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Zhixu felt a deepening wound within Chen Baoxiang's heart, a bittersweet ache that clawed from her throat down to her stomach. Is she not faring far better than I? Chen Baoxiang inquired. Not merely better, it was as if they shared an intoxicating intimacy, confiding their innermost feelings to one another. Zhang Zhixu, typically candid, found himself hesitating. To speak further would only deepen her anguish. Perhaps she might even weep, considering the distress that Chen Baoxiang would endure. He shook his head and, against his conscience, muttered, it's about the same, I suppose. Chen Baoxiang responded with a soft oh, yet her gaze remained fixed upon them. Zhang Zhixu, forcing her to turn her attention elsewhere, asked, what do you think of that gentleman in the ancient patterned silk shirt? Chen Baoxiang's eyes lacked focus. He seems acceptable. His family has been wealthy for 2 generations, and he is favored in this branch, Zhang Zhixu elaborated, racking his brain for more details. When he noticed her lack of response, he turned to another subject. What about this one, the only son of the commander from Dongying, named Su Buran? He possesses commendable martial skills. Not fond of warriors?
There is also someone from the Grand Tutoress household, Celestial Master, Chen Baoxiang interrupted with a laugh. This courtyard is filled with nobility. Any random selection would be commendable, yet none would ever look my way.
Zhang Zhixu frowned. Why not? Why indeed? You know full well that everything about me, from head to toe, is a facade. She tilted her head, including the banknotes in my purse. Her despondent words matched her sorrowful expression. Previously, Zhang Zhixu had found her inexplicable confidence irksome, wishing she would exhibit a bit more composure and self-awareness. Yet now, as Chen Baoxiang displayed such poise, he felt a discomforting sense of unease. So what if that is the case? Zhang Zhixu retorted defiantly, to deceive so many is also a skill in itself. I possess no skill. Despite your lengthy instruction in music, I have yet to master it, she replied. Ridiculous, one cannot expect to acquire in mere days what others have practiced for years, he insisted. You've done remarkably well. You can even manage a rough rendition of the difficult piece Asking the Sky. Weren't you just saying that you were teaching Asking the Sky while I was playing Oh, Heaven? I was mistaken, he admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Chen Baoxiang chuckled softly, then sighed, Celestial Master, you needn't comfort me. The path she chose was hers alone, and she could endure whatever befell her along the way. Who is comforting you? Zhang Zhixu glanced around. I merely find this residence uninspiring, and the banquet fare lacking. We might as well return and have the kitchen at Qian Garden prepare you some delightful mutton stew. What stew? Just as Zhang Zhixu was about to elaborate, Lu Qingrong and the others approached once more. What are you doing all alone here? Lu Qingrong laughed softly, covering her mouth. Are you contemplating where to rent a residence to entertain everyone? Just when Chen Baoxiang's mood had begun to improve, this person came to stir the pot. Feeling somewhat lethargic, she did not wish to speak, but Zhang Zhixu, now irked, retorted, a place as ordinary as this can indeed be rented with ease. What did you say? Lu Qingrong was taken aback. I said you possess no taste. With red lacquer on the beams and blue tiles on the roof, you wish to emulate Su Garden yet lack its spaciousness, attempting to mimic a palace courtyard with cheap vases strewn about. At first glance, the colors clash and the arrangements are excessive, resembling a butcher who has suddenly struck it rich and is eager to flaunt his wealth. You! Lu Qingrong was incensed, seizing her arm. Zhang Zhixu swiftly broke free, his movements quick as lightning, and then gripped her chin, smiling. Even the main dish served at the banquet is merely pork knuckle. Did you not notice how the esteemed guests barely touched their plates? Nearby, Lin Guilan and the others, upon hearing this, turned to observe. Indeed, every table boasted pork knuckle placed prominently in the center, many untouched and pristine. A few noble women exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Lu Qingrong's face flushed with a mix of red and white, struggling to break free in a fit of rage. You. Very well, I shall see which prince's residence you reside in and what sumptuous dishes you offer to your guests. Tomorrow at noon, I shall await your esteemed presence at Yongping Fong, he declared. Do not shy away. Preposterous. If you dare to invite us, how could we possibly decline? Lu Qingrong adjusted her attire, frowning as she whispered to those nearby, what sort of place is Yongping Fong? I've never been to that area. It surely cannot compare to the grandeur of Xuanwu Gate. Most aristocratic residences are located here. Who would choose to dwell in Yongping Fong? After a flurry of discussions, the group became increasingly convinced that Chen Baoxiang was merely putting on a brave front. Chen Baoxiang, too, felt an unsettling uncertainty. What was Yongping Fong, and how could she afford to host with lavish dishes? More pressing was the question of where she could possibly rent a residence in such a short time. Celestial Master, why did you drag me into your boastful claims? Fear not, I have a plan. Then it is settled. Lu Qingrong surveyed her up and down, then glanced back at the viewing platform. Pei Ruhan was still engaged in light-hearted conversation with Sun Xianyu, their easy rapport reminiscent of a match made in heaven. She touched her hairpin, chuckling, I shall see what you possess that could possibly rival the only daughter of a third-rank minister. Chapter 31. Do not waste food. Chen Baoxiang never considered competing. It was a jest. She aspired to ascend the social ladder, not to tether herself precariously to the single branch of the Pei family. While Pei Ruhang indeed captivated her fancy, to engage in a struggle at this juncture would render her a truly despicable person. Moreover, the act of vying for attention invariably inflates prices. Whether it be for goods or for people, the stakes are heightened. Her own worth had yet to rise, so why should she assist Pei Ruhang in elevating his? Though she attempted to reconcile her thoughts, a melancholy shadow loomed over her. The clear sky above seemed to rain solely upon her, as she returned from the Lu family to Xianyuan, the journey marred by a persistent drizzle that chilled her to the bone. Zhang Zhixu, sensing her emotional turmoil, found himself at a loss for comforting words and instead pressed on with talk of food. The dish, the whole lamb, involves skinning a goose and removing its feathers, then stuffing it with glutinous rice and spices before roasting it inside the whole lamb. Chen Baoxiang, her gaze unfocused, interjected, that method is indeed clever. One can enjoy both goose and lamb. This dish is solely for the goose, he clarified, the lamb is merely discarded. What? Her focus sharpened instantly, nearly propelling her from her seat. A whole lamb, simply thrown away? The lamb serves as a vessel. The goose is the centerpiece, he explained. A fine goose is a costly affair, a 7-pound specimen fetching 2,000 to 3,000 coins, while an entire lamb costs nearly 7,000 to 8,000, making it commonplace to use as a dish. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a surge of indignation wash over Chen Baoxiang, overwhelming her earlier despondency. But that is meat, many families go a year without tasting it even a few times, and you speak of discarding it? Chen Baoxiang was on the verge of tears. Why do the wealthy so relish in squandering food? Accustomed to wasteful habits, Zhang Zhixu would have previously retorted that it was his money and he could consume it as he pleased. However, now, Chen Baoxiang's outrage ignited a sense of shame within him. Perhaps the lamb could be gifted, he suggested softly, or at the very least sent to the beggars. Chen Baoxiang regained her composure. She covered her purse and inquired, "How much does this dish cost?" "It depends on the number of diners. The goose must be stuffed into the lamb according to the guest count," Zhang Zhixu replied, mentally calculating. A single table would not exceed 70 to 80,000. 70 to 80,000. Just for one table, Chen Baoxiang grasped at the air in disbelief. "Why are you arguing with Lu Qingrong over this?" Zhang Zhixu found it amusing. He was not one to engage in disputes, yet with Chen Baoxiang, her fiery spirit ignited his own temper. "The chef at Xianyuan can prepare this dish. He was sent by Sun Yashan to assist me. If you present him with the money and the token from Sun, he will surely comply." He continued, "In addition to this main dish, you will need to prepare 12 side dishes, and all the ingredients must be procured in advance. You must set off now." The weight of expenses bore down upon her, and Chen Baoxiang could hardly lament Pei Ruhang any longer. She gathered her skirts and hurried to make arrangements. The celestial being would never deceive her, yet their capacity to spend was indeed formidable. Employing household servants, hiring chefs, and purchasing tea, snacks, and necessary ingredients, she found her coins flowing from her purse like water. Fortunately, the celestial being did not instruct her to rent a residence but rather directed her to a specific location. As she approached with her bundles, she was taken aback by the spectacle before her. Outside lay a bustling marketplace, yet across the bridge stood a meticulously manicured garden, with hidden gateways in the depths, flying eaves, and pavilions that reached the clouds. She gasped in astonishment, "Celestial being, did you conjure this? Knock on the door, and you shall find out." With a heart full of excitement, Chen Baoxiang knocked on the small side door. An elderly man opened it. "Whom do you seek?" Before she could respond, her voice exuberantly chimed, "Uncle Su, I am the steward sent by Zhou Yuan to take over your duties here. He mentioned you would be returning home shortly." "Oh, you are the one Zhou Yuan spoke of? But didn't he say you would arrive in a few days? He feared you might be anxious." Zhang Zhixu handed over the wooden token given by Zhou Yuan. "Please verify." Uncle Su examined the token, nodded, "Come in. Your belongings can be placed in the side room. In a few days, someone will come to replace you. For now, just tidy up the fallen leaves in the front and back gardens, and give the front courtyard a good sweep. Our hosts are busy these days, and you will be the only one here to assist." Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. She trembled as she hefted the sack, inwardly lamenting, "Celestial being, I may deceive and play pretend, but since your arrival, I have swindled thousands. Now I must deceive the owners of this grand estate?" Zhang Zhixu appeared quite at ease. "You are merely borrowing the Zhang family's residence for a couple of days. What deception is that? You have even thicker skin than I do." Muttering as she entered and set down her belongings, Chen Baoxiang reluctantly accepted the key and watched as Uncle Su departed. The estate was vast and imposing, yet standing at the entrance, she felt her legs quiver. "With such little courage, how do you expect to attract a golden turtle?" Zhang Zhixu chuckled. "Call the servants you hired over. I shall train them beforehand, lest your ruse be revealed tomorrow, and your story spread wider than Cheng Huali's." Chen Baoxiang remained silent. Without pause, she set to work. A night spent bustling about led to dawn, and as she began overseeing the kitchen preparations, Chen Baoxiang completely forgot about Pei Ruhang. She donned the outfit selected by the celestial being and, following his instructions, set up several charcoal braziers in the courtyard. This display was undeniably extravagant, yet it inexplicably bolstered her confidence. By midday, when guests began to arrive, Chen Baoxiang lifted her chin, resembling a proud little peacock. Beside her, 12 servants stood in a row, bowing in unison as they announced, "Esteemed guests, please enter." Lu Qingrong, alighting from her carriage, was startled by the spectacle. She turned to observe the estate before her, her lips twitching in annoyance as she remarked, "What a pretentious display. I am not unfamiliar with the entrance." As she spoke, she suspiciously scanned her surroundings. "Is this all yours?" The sprawling walls of the courtyard seemed endless, adorned with blue bricks and white tiles, intricately carved eaves depicting auspicious clouds, and a grand door decorated with 6 rows of studs and bronze beast-head knockers, exuding an air of authority. She found it hard to believe. "Isn't your family without an official position?" "Indeed, we lack an official title, but we are not short on wealth." Behind her, several more carriages arrived, and Chen Baoxiang recognized, "Sister Lu, you seem intent on ensuring everyone knows of my family's affluence." "Even those I am not acquainted with have been invited." Lu Qingrong, who always loathed Chen Baoxiang's arrogance, was determined to unearth her falsehoods, yet, she did not anticipate that Chen Baoxiang's south newly acquired estate would be so imposing, far surpassing her own, which she held in high regard. Reluctantly, she lifted her skirt and entered, seizing a servant to inquire, "Did your master purchase this?" The servant, well trained by Zhang Zhixu, replied, "It is not the place of servants to inquire about their master's affairs, but we are all here to serve the esteemed guests. I have yet to hear of any household that does not have to purchase their residence." Lu Qingrong's face darkened. The guests continued to disembark one after another, and while Chen Baoxiang had intended to greet them all, showcasing her new attire from Wanbeilu, the 5th carriage drew back its curtain, revealing Pei Ruhang. Chapter 32. The celestial being is the greatest of all. A gentle breeze caressed his face, causing the embroidered edges of his robe, adorned with white orchids, to flutter towards her.
Chen Baoxiang sighed, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. Has young Master Pei also arrived? Please, come inside. Pei Ruhang glanced at her, then raised his gaze to the doorframe behind him, his brow furrowing slightly as if he were on the verge of articulating something. Just then, a carriage came to a halt behind them, prompting him to swallow his words and turn to greet the arriving guest. Chen Xianyue alighted from the carriage, gracefully resting her hand upon his arm, and politely inclined her head towards Chen Baoxiang. Congratulations on your new residence, Miss Chen. Chen Baoxiang wished to engage her in conversation, but upon raising her gaze, Chen Xianyue also furrowed her brow, observing, this establishment, you find it peculiar as well?
Pei Ruhang inquired softly.
With a complex expression, she nodded and forced a smile. Let us inquire further inside, it would be rather uncouth to linger at the entrance. Chen Baoxiang, perplexed by their cryptic exchange, chose not to pursue the matter and instead led the group inside. The side dishes had already been served, with the chef setting up a grill in the courtyard to prepare the main course. Liu Qingrong expressed her disdain. The smoke and flames, what business do they have in the front yard? Lin Guilan quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Sister Lu, this is a favored banquet style among the highborn of the capital. Exquisite dishes are prepared on the spot to delight the eyes and showcase the host's sincerity, leaving nothing concealed.
Lu Qingrong, feeling disheartened, could only turn to Chen Xianyue. Miss Chen, being well versed in such matters, what do you think of these dishes?
Chen Xianyue watched as the chef stuffed goose into the tripe, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is a renowned dish from the palace, once reserved solely for the emperor's favor. It was only through imperial grace that this recipe became known among the nobility. Moreover, only the most powerful families could even hope to approach it. As she spoke, she turned to Chen Baoxiang. I was just about to ask at the door, has Miss Chen's family ever held a title? This revelation startled not only Lu Qingrong and the others but also Chen Baoxiang herself. What title?
None.
Chen Xianyue arched her brows, yet the specifications of this doorframe are exceedingly high, with 6 golden nails, a privilege reserved for noble houses. Furthermore, this single cage of golden milk pastry and the cold toad soup, both are famous dishes from palace banquets.
If there were no title, would it not be a breach of decorum?
Chen Baoxiang hastily waved her hands. No, this residence was purchased with money, and the dishes are merely prepared by my family as cook.
Miss Chen would surely not mistake this.
Lu Qingrong scoffed, if you do not clarify, it will appear as if you harbor some secret. If someone reports this, we may all find ourselves imprisoned. Indeed, without clarification, I dare not touch these chopsticks. The gathering exchanged glances, each assessing the other, before their gazes settled on Chen Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu observed with a cold gaze, feeling the world was indeed filled with bullies who preyed upon the weak. In his past gatherings here, no one had dared to speak out. Today, however, it seemed the guests had come to oppress the host. Pei Ruhang, seated among them, showed no intention of defending her. Instead, he echoed Chen Xianyue's sentiments. The regulations of a noble house cannot simply be purchased.
Exactly, one would think you could at least fabricate a credible story. Chen Baoxiang felt embarrassed, struggling to explain her parents' background. Just as she contemplated invoking the celestial being for assistance, a voice rang out at the entrance. The young Master Xie of the Dongrong Manor has arrived. Everyone paused, and before they could turn, a melodious laughter, as clear as the chime of jade, filled the air. Miss Chen, how could you celebrate your housewarming without inviting me? Chen Baoxiang looked up in astonishment, spotting Xiaolanting, who had not even changed out of his official attire, having merely removed his hat before entering. He scanned the gathering, then clasped his hands towards her. I was too busy today to bring a gift, but I shall ensure to deliver one personally tomorrow. All those seated rose to their feet. Chen Baoxiang followed suit, her tongue stumbling over her words. My lord, had I not happened to pass by and notice so many carriages, I would still be unaware of your relocation. Xiaolanting chided gently, glancing around. This place has been owned by Fengqing for some years now, remaining unoccupied. It would indeed be a waste to leave it idle rather than sell it to you. Chen Xuanyue's eyes widened slightly. This was purchased by young Master Zhang? Indeed.
Xiaolanting turned to glance at her, smiling as he clasped his hands. This young lady is unfamiliar to me.
Is she also a friend of Fengqing? No.
She quickly waved her hands. I merely shared a tutor with young Master Zhang and have heard of his reputation.
Oh. Redirecting his gaze back to Chen Baoxiang, Xiaolanting continued. Why are you so anxious? Please, sit. How could she not be anxious? Chen Baoxiang swallowed hard, gingerly feeling for her seat, as if needles were pricking beneath her. What kind of cursed luck was this, to host a banquet in Zhang Zhixu's residence while coincidentally encountering his close friend? If this were to be discovered, not only would it circulate in the capital, but her story would echo throughout the entire Dishang. Fortunately, the guests seemed to have more questions than she did, and they all began to inquire, Lord Xie, is this not a residence befitting a noble title? How could it be purchased by young Master Zhang? You may not be aware, Xiaolanting chuckled, during a year of severe drought under the last emperor, the treasury was depleted, and silver was scarce. The emperor, unwilling to impose further taxes on the people, decided to sell this long-vacant marquis residence to private citizens, with the highest bidder winning. At that time, the Zhang family offered a substantial sum to alleviate the nation's woes, and upon acquisition, they merely added common furnishings, having removed the imperial dragon markings. Thus, while this place bears the specifications of a noble residence, it remains within legal bounds. I see.
Chen Xianyue promptly nodded towards Chen Baoxiang. I apologize for any offense, I hope you will not take it amiss.
Not at all. Chen Baoxiang regained her composure. Miss Chen was merely voicing her curiosity. It hardly constitutes an offense.
Pei Ruhang, pursing his lips as he observed her, suddenly posed a question. For such an extraordinary residence, why would Zhang Zhixu sell it to you?
Oh, Miss Chen has not mentioned this to them?
Xia Lanting inquired with interest. Fengqing and Miss Chen are close friends, perhaps even closer than with me. Others may find it hard to part with Fengqing, but if Miss Chen were to request it, he would surely oblige.
Chen Baoxiang lunged forward, wishing to cover his mouth but was too late. A collective gasp echoed around the table.
Baoxiang has not mentioned young Master Zhang in recent days, Sun Fuyu murmured. I thought she lacked standing before Zhang Zhixu, yet, how is it that she could both owe debts to the Zhang family and reside in their house? The previously inconceivable speculations now seemed to materialize into reality. Sun Fuyu swallowed hard and refrained from speaking further. Across the table, Pei Ruhang's brows knitted together, clearly hearing this claim for the first time. Zhang Zhixu?
Chen Baoxiang?
These two names should not be mentioned in the same breath. Chen Baoxiang was preoccupied with how to prevent Xia Lanting from discovering her appropriation of the grand residence, feeling less concerned about Pei Ruhang and growing somewhat irritated. After all, she had treated him to such an extravagant banquet, why must he persist in making things difficult for her? Recalling the celestial being's earlier words, she feigned a look of distress. When I met Fengqing in Jiangnan, he remarked that the world is filled with sycophants, urging me to keep our friendship discreet.
Little did he know that sometimes, failing to clarify only invites suspicion.
Pei Ruhang's expression darkened further. He mockingly picked up a piece of the imperial delicacy before him. If we are to speak of sycophancy, who could rival you? Chen Baoxiang found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Zhixu had already become displeased, seizing the opportunity to interject. What a coincidence, I have said the same to Fengqing, that I am indeed one who flatters the powerful, advising him to keep his distance from me. He shrugged. Alas, he would not listen, insisting on maintaining our friendship, gifting me splendid estates and exquisite servants, and proclaiming that among the friends of his capital, my friends are his. With a long sigh, he lamented, in such circumstances, I too find myself quite troubled.
Chapter 33.
What man still matters? The banquet fell into a silence akin to death. Pei Ruhang was notorious for his sharp tongue, yet for the first time, he found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening into silence. It was not that Chen Baoxiang was particularly formidable, rather, the name Zhang Zhixu cast a heavy shadow over the gathering. The mere mention of the character Zhang, with its 7 strokes, was sufficient to compel everyone present to avert their gaze, let alone the subsequent 2 characters, which signified the youngest flower of the Desheng dynasty to date.
Xia Lanting even chimed in from the sidelines. I acknowledge this matter. Fengqing has confided everything to you, so naturally, I am your friend as well.
Clad in a scarlet round-collared official robe, adorned with a royal bestowed golden sword at his waist, his words carried weight, and none dared to contradict him.
Miss Chen possesses extraordinary qualities. Indeed, her attire today is quite exquisite. The dishes are splendid as well.
Young Master Pei, do indulge. The noble women, who had previously disregarded her, now vied to flatter her, skillfully masking Pei Ruhang's sharp remarks. Chen Baoxiang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Ah, Dexian, you truly know how to provoke.
You do as well, but you seem to forget everything upon encountering him.
Zhang Zhixu retorted, if you do not retaliate now, you shall regret it in the middle of the night. Indeed, such was the case. Chen Baoxiang cheerfully picked up a portion of the main dish and savored it. How delightful! The succulent roasted meat was infused with the spices of the western regions and the rich aroma of lamb, neither gamey nor tough, and when paired with the glutinous rice, it was a delicacy she had never before experienced. Her eyes narrowed in bliss as she relished each bite. Thoroughly satisfied, Zhang Zhixu reminded her, it seems your Pei Gongzi is quite vexed, deliberately serving dishes to Cin Xianyu.
With such delectable food, what man matters?
Chen Baoxiang replied contentedly, let him serve whomever he pleases, as long as he does not snatch from my bowl.
Look at your priorities.
It is merely a morsel. Yet, despite his words, he too found the dish delightful, tender and flavorful, leaving a lingering taste on his palate as Zhang Zhixu took another bite to savor. The guests at the table were all astonished, showering compliments, but across the table, Lu Qingrong muttered in dissatisfaction, it's not significantly better than the braised pork.
With Xia Lanting present, she dared not speak loudly, merely hoping to provoke Chen Baoxiang. Unexpectedly, Xia Lanting suddenly raised his head. I have heard that Miss Lu's family hails from Yu County?
Lu Qingrong was taken aback, fearing he might reveal that her family came from humble beginnings.
She quickly replied, yes, but during the Changde era, we accompanied General Chang to the frontier.
During the Changde era, Xia Lanting calculated, his expression contemplative. Lu Qingrong, fearing disbelief, added, it was the local magistrate who conscripted soldiers.
My father and General Chang were both heroes, so even with family in tow, the magistrate and the military were agreeable. Zhang Zhixu interjected, how could one bring family along, wouldn't that deplete the army's provisions? What do you know?
Lu Qingrong snapped, hands on her hips, when my father enlisted, he and General Chang had already gathered quite a few people.
Summoning us was like calling forth 100 elite soldiers. What harm is there in bringing along 2 or 3 children? Your father has 2 or 3 children? Zhang Zhixu questioned, aren't you the sole daughter of the Lu family? Of course, I am my father's only daughter.
The other 2 children belong to the Chang family and have no relation to me. Xia Lanting chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Lu Qingrong with an affectionate glint. Lin Guilan and others watched, playfully nudging each other and teasing her. Initially oblivious, Lu Qingrong's face gradually flushed when she met Xia Lanting's gaze. Chen Baoxiang gasped, this Lord Xia is indeed quite flirtatious.
Zhang Zhixu scoffed, in the past, he was indeed charming, but today, do not misjudge him.
He is here on official business.
What, official business? Have you forgotten, earlier, you mentioned the Lu family's connection to Cheng Huaili? Lu Shouhui had followed Cheng Huaili for so many years. He must be aware of Cheng Huaili's past, yet he was like a piece of old oil residue, difficult to extract information from. It was his daughter, Lu Qingrong, who was more approachable. The game of drinking has commenced. The recorder of the wine game approached with a bamboo tube of tokens. Chen Baoxiang perked up, rising with a smile. This took considerable effort to prepare. I had the artisans work through the night. Is it the same as before? Zhou Yani raised an eyebrow.
Not at all, she responded, pulling out some tokens. These are all penalties. Guests may choose to either accept the penalty or drink to absolve it. Both options are permissible. As she spoke, she opened the wooden tokens in her hand, some inscribed with donkey brays around the courtyard, others with swear brotherhood with the lower seat, and even answer 3 questions from the upper seat.
Xin you showed great interest. I have never played such a drinking game before. Then let us begin with you, Mississippi. Chen Baoxiang returned the tokens to the bamboo tube.
Upon hearing this, Pei Ruhang frowned. Chen Baoxiang was seated at the uppermost position alongside Xin Xianyu. What insightful questions could she possibly ask if she drew the last token? Lost in thought, Xin Xianyu drew a token that read answer 3 questions from the upper seat. He furrowed his brow, intending to rise and interject.
I have a question for you, young lady. The individual in the upper position spoke. Can women still hold official positions in our dynasty?
The crowd fell silent, all eyes widening in surprise. Chen Baoxiang gazed intently at Xin Xianyu, not in opposition but with a hint of reverence. Pei Ruhang suddenly recalled yesterday at the Lu family gate. She had indeed intended to pose this question. He froze, slowly settling back into his seat. Xin Xianyu answered graciously, yes, but it is difficult. Even if one passes the imperial examination, I have yet to obtain a decent official position.
Second question, young lady, are there any formidable female officials in the court currently?
Xin Xianyu pondered, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Since the female official of the Central Secretariat was demoted 20 years ago, it has become rare for women to enter the 3 provinces. Zhang Zhixu felt a familiar sadness wash over him, though it was milder than when she spoke in her dreams, yet far more intense than seeing Pei Ruhang with someone else. His curiosity about Chen Baoxiang's thoughts piqued, however, as she did not communicate with him internally. He could glean no insights into her mind. He could only listen as she continued. Third question, do civil officials or military officials hold more power in our dynasty? Naturally, it is the military officials. Xin Xianyu pursed her lips. Given the frequent border conflicts and the scarcity of military officers, the emperor has consistently relied heavily on them. The 3 consecutive questions posed no challenge for Xin Xianyu, leaving the guests at the table in a state of bewilderment.
Sun Fuyu, intrigued, asked, is Sister Baoxiang planning to enter the court as an official?
Ridiculous, she cannot even recognize characters.
Lu Qingrong scoffed, does she really think passing the imperial examination is that simple?
Pei Ruhang, with a complex expression, spoke, she knows her characters and has read quite a few books.
What?
How can that be? The drinking game must continue. Chen Baoxiang interrupted her words, urging the recorder to proceed. Xie Lanting suddenly rose, taking Lu Qingrong's upper position. Chapter 34 Lord Xie's investigative techniques. The assembly exchanged furtive glances, stifling laughter, while Lu Qingrong's face flushed crimson, rendering her suddenly quite reserved.
Lord Xie, what do you mean by this? Does the young lady mind?
Not at all, she lowered her gaze shyly, her peripheral vision catching sight of Xie Lanting withdrawing a cup to toast the one beside.
I accept this cup as a penalty.
He smiled broadly and drained his glass.
The guests erupted in playful banter. Lord Xie, do you look down upon our sister Lu, unwilling to be sworn brothers?
It is not that I look down upon her, rather, it is because I hold her in such high regard that I hesitate to form a sibling bond.
Sister Lu's face is positively glowing.
Lu Qingrong, typically haughty, was displaying an endearing demeanor for the first time, flustered as she reached for the bamboo sticks, only to unsteady her hand, causing a cascade to fall. Xie Lanting, quick-witted and nimble, caught one of them, examining it, which read answer the first 3 questions.
He looked troubled. Does the young lady wish to indulge in a drink?
Her mind in disarray, Lu Qingrong bit her lip. No need.
Please, just ask.
We are not well acquainted. I fear that casual inquiries may offend. Xie Lanting pondered for a moment before continuing. Earlier, Miss Baoxiang mentioned that Miss Lu had a childhood companion when she journeyed to the border? That is hardly a childhood companion, Lu Qingrong hastily clarified. De Zhu and Zhu are both sons of General Cheng's household.
Our interactions have not been frequent.
At the mention of their names, several attendees chuckled softly, seemingly concerned for her discomfort. Xie Lanting kindly offered her an out. For the second question, why do the sons of the Cheng family bear such names? General Cheng hails from the countryside beneath Yu County, she admitted, slightly embarrassed, having received little formal education. Naming his sons was rather casual.
General Cheng's own sons?
Zhang Zhixu interjected, I have never heard of this. That is hardly your concern, Lu Qingrong retorted, hands on her hips. Xie Lanting, smiling, stepped in to mediate, suggesting, then let the third question be this. Lu Qingrong hesitated. I have heard them call General Cheng father, but he has publicly claimed that his sister passed away long ago. These children are raised in her stead.
Pei Ruhang, listening nearby, frowned. Such matters were hardly suitable for discussion at the table, yet Xie Lanting's inquiries flowed naturally, and the rules of the drinking game were established early on, leaving him no opportunity to intervene.
However, Lu Qingrong's increasingly peculiar remarks puzzled him. Where had his uncle acquired a deceased sister? Was it not true that the Cheng family consisted solely of 2 siblings? After the third question, Xia Lanting jovially served Lu Qingrong some food, while she covertly admired his profile, lost in thought. The bamboo sticks made their rounds, eventually returning to Chen Baoxiang. Having exhausted her inquiries, her interest waned, and she carelessly drew a stick, which read toast the one opposite. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Pei Ruhan, eyes lowered, maintained a stoic expression as he sipped his tea, which was slightly too hot, causing him to choke. Let it be known, the toast made during this jocular gathering does not count. Lin Guilin, slightly inebriated, gestured animatedly before turning to Chen Baoxiang with a grin. Even if it doesn't count, it is a rare opportunity. They all understood that Chen Baoxiang held affection for Pei Ruhan, and having drawn this stick, she could not let the chance slip by. Even Zhang Zhixu felt she ought to be delighted, yet, Chen Baoxiang, clutching the stick, nearly flipped it over and returned it to the bamboo tube, then raised her glass. 3 cups, I accept the penalty. Pei Ruhan's fingers trembled around his teacup. He lifted his gaze to see Chen Baoxiang downing her drink with remarkable ease, her expression cooling, eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. Thank you for that. I had no choice, Baoxiang replied, laughing as she drank. Fengqing is rather petty, and it would be unwise to offend her. The words sparked gasps around the table. Lu Qingrong was astounded. You mean to say you are involved with the young master of the Zhang family? I said nothing of the sort, Chen Baoxiang winked meaningfully, and you all ought to pretend you have heard nothing. Very well, we shall certainly keep your secret. This is a fortuitous encounter. Miss Baoxiang ought to cherish it. Zhang Zhixu paused momentarily when she uttered Fengqing's name, but quickly regained himself, feeling somewhat gratified. At last, you have seen through Pei Ruhan. There is nothing to see through. The table is too large, and the distance is daunting. I simply had no desire to approach. Chen Baoxiang lowered her gaze, a touch self-deprecating. After all, having already been publicly humiliated once, it would be unwise to extend the other cheek, and the wine was quite delightful. The new wine purchased from the East Market was indeed palatable, albeit a bit fiery. After 3 cups, even Zhang Zhixu felt slightly unwell. You seem on the verge of inebriation. How could that be? I am impervious to drunkenness, even after 1,000 cups, yet, despite her bravado, the rapid consumption of alcohol was beginning to take its toll, leaving her feeling somewhat lightheaded, as though walking on cotton, and her face was flushed. Miss Baoxiang, I have official matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Xia Lanting rose, cupping his hands in farewell. Of course, Chen Baoxiang swayed slightly as she stood. Allow me to see you off, my lord. Your kindness is appreciated. The revelers continued with their game, and after a few more words, they let him depart. As Chen Baoxiang followed Xia Lanting through the corridor, she suddenly slurred, Lord Xia, your methods of investigation are typically astute, yet today they seem somewhat lacking. Xia Lanting turned back with a gentle smile. What does the young lady mean? If you wish to uncover the name listed in the recruitment records for Chang Huai's conscription, simply seek out that village headman named Yan. She chuckled. That man is still alive, having relocated from Yu County to Xiang County 4 years ago. Xia Lanting raised an eyebrow, amused. Earlier when I inquired, you claimed ignorance. I was, unaware of the details, not that I lack acquaintances. Curiously enough, you first spread rumors and then choose to divulge this information to me. He scrutinized her. Do you harbor a grudge against General Chang? How could that be? Though we both hail from Yu County, I reside in Sanxiang, while he is in Guixiang. We have never even met, so what animosity could possibly exist? Chen Baoxiang, slightly tipsy, extended her finger to correct him. The rumors arose because I wished to save the young lady of the Zhang family. Her character resonates with mine, and I admire her. As for why I am sharing this with you, Lord Xia, it is because I find women pitiable, especially those who harbor feelings for men. Though Lu Qingrong, being both mischievous and foolish, might not remember her, she had not committed any grave sins. To toy with someone's affections merely for the sake of an investigation was truly inappropriate. Regret after making a mistake is the least valuable of sentiments, she murmured dreamily. It would be better to avoid wrongdoing from the outset. Zhang Zhixu listened, momentarily uncertain whether she was advising Xia Lanting or indirectly alluding to Pei Ruhan. Yet, Xia Lanting continued to regard her, his expression a blend of amusement and inquiry. These justifications hardly suffice to warrant risking your own well-being. Chapter 35 of The Distinction Among Men. Zhang Zhixu was momentarily taken aback. Although Xia Lanting was somewhat reckless in matters of the heart, he was exceptionally skilled in handling cases, rarely displaying such scrutinizing expressions towards the innocent. Yet, what could possibly warrant suspicion of Chen Baoxiang? He was acutely aware of her emotions and thoughts. Had he not deliberately guided her, she would not have found herself entangled in this murky affair. Me? Chen Baoxiang asked, pointing her fingertip at her own nose while still chuckling foolishly. I was already caught up in this. Initially, they wrongfully accused me of attempting to assassinate Cheng Huaili, and it was they who imprisoned me. Had it not been for my acquaintance with Zhang Zhixu, I would have lost my life. She curled her index finger disdainfully. This little act of kicking someone when they're down is but a minor offense. Zhang Zhixu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this person was petty and vengeful, rather than having any ulterior motives. It could be said she was merely engaging in underhanded conduct. Xia Lanting gazed at Chen Baoxiang for a moment before chuckling lightly. Miss, you have considerably aided me today. I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my gratitude in the future. You may thank Zhang Zhixu on another day, she replied, her tongue slightly slurred, for he also assisted me. It sounded as if she were referring to the matter of him granting her this residence. Xia Lanting pondered for a moment. Indeed, Fengqing was far more cautious than he was. If Chen Baoxiang were truly problematic, how could Fengqing ever choose to associate with her? Very well, he conceded, retracting his suspicion with a smile. After taking his leave, Chen Baoxiang stood at the door, watching his retreating figure, and sighed, "In my next life, I hope to be reborn as a man like Lord Xie."
Women truly have a pitiful existence. Zhang Zhixu scoffed, "In the Great Shang, both men and women can hold office, men attract women, and women can likewise choose their husbands. What is there to lament? You are a celestial being."
"You wouldn't understand," Chen Baoxiang lamented, shaking her head. "A century ago, during the reign of the Empress, women still faced hardships, let alone now when Neo-Confucianism is on the rise and old systems are being reinstated."
"Women can still take the imperial examinations and serve in the military," he countered, shaking his head. "It is you who lacks ambition."
Poof. In a huff, she waved her sleeve and sulked on the steps. "You know nothing." He, being deeply entrenched in the political arena, surely had his share of knowledge. However, this person, when intoxicated, was utterly unrestrained. One moment she sought to undress, and the next, she clung to a pillar, weeping. With such poor drinking habits, how could she dare to down 3 cups in quick succession? Zhang Zhixu shook his head repeatedly, striving to control her actions, yet she still stumbled about, nearly toppling into the pond. "Next time you indulge in strong liquor, I shall toss you in," he threatened angrily. The inebriated woman, oblivious to his words, mumbled incoherently, calling out for Granny Yu one moment and Grandpa Lu the next, her heartache crashing like tumultuous waves, leaving him breathless. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sobered up, only to find the banquet had already concluded. Chen Baoxiang yawned as she sent off the group of equally intoxicated guests, then proceeded to settle the accounts with the hired servants. As she distributed the hard-earned silver, despair flooded her heart. How could it be so expensive? The wages were manageable, having only hired them for a day, but the final payment for the ingredients was truly disheartening. Glancing once more at the lavish table laden with untouched food and drink, she thrust the remaining silver at the steward and began to tidy up the table.
"What are you doing?" Zhang Zhixu asked disdainfully.
"They will take care of this for you." "The lamb was hardly touched, and the rest still this sauced beef, sauced duck, and pig's head," Chen Baoxiang retorted, extracting the untouched meats and piling them onto the cutting board.
"We can't just throw it away."
Upon finishing her sentence, she seized a knife and began chopping indiscriminately, breaking the bone and meat into pieces before tossing them into the large pot simmering with porridge, adding in some leftover vegetable leaves to boil as well.
Zhang Zhixu covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is this?"
"A mixed meat stew," Chen Baoxiang replied, glancing at the pot.
"The glutinous rice porridge remains uneaten, these people won't touch it."
"It is already past mealtime." "Why are you cooking it now?" he inquired.
"Mealtime?" Chen Baoxiang scoffed.
"That is merely a convention for wealthy families. For the poor, having something to eat is fortunate enough. Why adhere to such timings?" Once the servants received their pay, she handed the cook an additional 200 yuan, saying, "I need to borrow this pot and the large wooden barrel next to it, along with the cart and bowls outside.
They'll be returned once I'm done."
"All right." Zhang Zhixu watched as she busied herself, producing 2 large barrels of mixed meat stew, then transferring the wooden barrel onto the cart. Changing back into her simple attire, she pushed the cart outside. "You, who are usually avaricious, can be quite kind at times," he remarked, somewhat touched.
"You are so hands-on in your efforts. Hey, come take a look."
"Freshly made mixed meat stew, 5 won a bowl," she called out as she set up her cart near Hufang. Zhang Zhixu swallowed the word charity he had almost uttered, his eyes widening in shock.
"You are selling what others have left behind?" "Is that not permissible?" she replied, lifting the lid and beginning to serve the porridge. "Today's expenses were so high." "I am merely trying to recoup some costs." Zhang Zhixu, raised with good manners, found himself at a loss for vulgarities, yet Chen Baoxiang could feel his embarrassment and anger. She chuckled softly as she collected 5 yuan. "Great immortal, tell me, if we had just emerged from a black workshop and encountered such a stall, would we feel humiliated by the leftover food, or would we consider ourselves fortunate today?" Zhang Zhixu froze, his spine relaxing slightly. Indeed, at that moment, with only 100 yuan in her pocket and having not yet tasted a bun, encountering such a large bowl of meat stew priced at nearly 5 yuan would have brought her immense joy. He lifted his gaze and saw that, within moments of her calling out, over 20 people had already queued for the stew. They were ragged, faces smeared with grime, each person anxiously fixated on the large ladle in Chen Baoxiang's hand, fearing that if they were not quick enough, there would be none left for them. Those who managed to buy a bowl exclaimed in delight after their first sip, "There are lamb bones and meat in here." "Is that so? I will have a bowl too." "I want 5 bowls." In less than half an hour, the 2 large barrels were completely sold out. Zhang Zhixu looked into the distance. The Great Shang was in a prosperous era, the streets of the capital bustling with affluent people, yet, upon gazing at the scene before him, he suddenly found his prior understanding of the lives of ordinary folk to be laughable. "What happened to those few people?" he asked, surprised as he gestured towards the empty bowls on the ground. "They were just here, and I turned my head for but a moment, and they vanished." Chen Baoxiang, busy cleaning the barrels, replied without looking up, "They went home. The neighboring houses are all tightly shut." "No doors have been opened. How could they have possibly gone home? Who told you that home must be within a house?"
Her words posed a question. If home were not within a house, then where could it possibly be? Zhang Zhixu was about to accuse her of evading his queries when he saw Chen Baoxiang take a couple of steps forward, circumvent a pile of debris, and point downward with her chin. Look, have you never seen this before? There was a hole as wide as a well, shrouded in darkness, resembling an abandoned drainage channel. Nearby, someone finished their porridge, set down their bowl, wiped their mouth, and skillfully jumped down Zhang Zhixu's pupils dilated. In the capital, where rainfall was abundant, to prevent the streets and houses from flooding, the Great Shang had begun extensive drainage construction since the reign of Emperor Xingwu. The underground channels connected various parts of the capital, not mere narrow ditches but wide passages over 10 feet high. All this he had learned, all this he knew, yet what he had never fathomed was that there were individuals who would inhabit these channels, which were pitch black and reeked of a foul odor.
How could anyone endure such living conditions? Great Immortal, can you guess what kind of people occupy these spaces below? Chen Baoxiang inquired. Chapter 36 Monthly Tempers. Is it even a question? Of course, it is the poor, Zhang Zhixu replied, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Chen Baoxiang shook her head. To be precise, it is the impoverished women and the elderly. She handed the wooden bucket and the utensils to the delivery man, then turned back, leaping down alongside him. Zhang Zhixu found himself unable to intervene in time. Darkness enveloped him, and he soon felt the ground beneath his feet as he bent forward to walk. Have you turned into a rat? He exclaimed in irritation. It's one thing to speak about it outside, but to actually come in here? What one utters and what one witnesses are two entirely different matters.
Indeed, at the cave's entrance, he had only felt sorrow, but having stepped inside, he was awash with shock. The dim corridor was crammed with numerous individuals, predominantly elderly women and children, clad in tattered garments, huddled in small groups. Upon noticing the presence of strangers, they initially adopted a wary stance, but upon realizing they were women, they gradually relaxed and returned to their previous positions. You mentioned earlier that in the Great Shang, both men and women can hold official positions without distinction, Chen Baoxiang murmured softly.
Now, can you guess why the majority here are women?
Zhang Zhixu's heart trembled.
Is it due to childbirth? Indeed, women bear children.
If they can find work in the capital, that is undoubtedly fortunate. However, if not, they are easily deceived and abducted, confined within others' courtyards to bear children at the cost of their lives. During the reign of the Empress, there were many women officials in the court, and various opportunities existed in the capital for women to earn a living.
Yet since the new emperor ascended the throne, the female officials have been demoted, and even those of esteemed lineage, like Sun Xianyue, struggle to secure positions, let alone ordinary women.
She stated calmly, you may accuse me of lacking ambition. I was never cut out for scholarly pursuits, yet the current inequalities in the Great Shang are undeniable, and the plight of women is indeed lamentable. Just because you choose not to see it, does not mean it does not exist. Light filtered through the fractured stones above, allowing Zhang Zhixu to discern the faces of those in the corridor. Some were filled with despair, others appeared unperturbed, some were wrapped in blankets sleeping, while others wove bamboo baskets in the faint light. Taking a few more steps forward, he spotted a tattered book. It was an old edition of the Great Shang Laws, lying open to the 20th page. The light above illuminated the slightly yellowed text. Any woman who passes the civil service examination shall be granted a position in accordance with the law. Salaries and attire shall follow the precedent set for men. Should superiors deliberately hinder or delay her promotion, thereby rendering her idle, they shall be held accountable for dereliction of duty. Zhang Zhixu's heart sank, as if struck by a heavy mallet, shattering the facade of prosperity the new dynasty had erected, revealing the gaping wounds beneath.
Indeed, if even someone of Sun Xuanyue's background and capability could not obtain her due, how could he claim there was no distinction between men and women in the current Great Shang?
Those who do not personally experience such realities cannot achieve true impartiality, a truth applicable to himself as well as those in the court who establish new laws. A wave of profound shame washed over Zhang Zhixu, far more intense than when Chen Baoxiang had been hawking meat soup. From his lofty position, he had spoken of understanding the people's concerns, yet what had he truly done? He had merely resided for a month in his master's retreat, enjoying ample food and drink, attended to by others, free from labor or worries about livelihood. Such behavior was not merely laughable, it was downright revolting, yet he had taken pride in it, foolishly believing himself superior to other scions of affluent families. He felt an uncontrollable retch rise in his throat. Chen Baoxiang assumed it was the foul stench ahead, pressing her hand against her chest and deciding to stop, choosing a cave entrance to ascend. Outside, the bustling Great Shang remained vibrant, the scent of early spring flowers wafting through the streets. Yet Zhang Zhixu found it difficult to breathe, accompanied by a dull ache in his lower abdomen. It's my fault, I shouldn't have brought you to witness this, she said as she walked, fanning herself with her hand.
Your magic is too feeble to conjure even a coin. How can you possibly save these people?
Of course, magic could not save them, but if he could return, he truly could make a difference. Zhang Zhixu recalled his appointed position in the office of manufacturing. He had previously dismissed it as a mere menial task for the royal family, yet now he pondered, the processes of manufacturing, weaving, brewing, and construction were all intricately linked to the lives of the common people. If managed well, how could it not benefit the populace? One need not ascend to the 3 ministries to serve as an official. Suddenly, the body lying far away in the Zhang residence twitched a finger. Unaware of this, Chen Baoxiang returned to the garden, her pockets filled with copper coins. Something feels off, Zhang Zhixu murmured, pressing his hand against his lower abdomen, discomfort evident in his voice.
Did you eat something that disagreed with you? Chen Baoxiang grimaced. Today's meal consisted of exceedingly expensive dishes. It shouldn't have upset my stomach. Could it be the wild boar I had that can't digest fine grains? Well said, now be quiet. He stepped into the water heart pavilion, hastily seeking the privy. Wait.
Chen Baoxiang suddenly pinched her fingers together. I think I might be getting my monthly cycle.
What cycle? My monthly cycle, the ordeal every woman experiences.
I have a cold constitution, and when it arrives, I do have abdominal pain, but it's not too severe. A bit of hot water will suffice.
Not too severe?
Zhang Zhixu thought he felt a steel spike twisting in his abdomen, dragging down through his intestines, the pain sharp yet heavy, a continuous, nagging discomfort that made his mood increasingly irritable.
He attempted to sip some hot tea and gauged the effect. It's utterly ineffective.
He exclaimed, pacing the room in frustration.
What kind of ridiculous idea is this? Chen Baoxiang chuckled, your temper is even worse than mine. Alright, stop moving about, come here, let me tie some things up for you.
Something to ease the pain, he complied, standing still however. Chen Baoxiang went to the woodshed, gathering a large bundle of dry grass, then produced a piece of cloth, scooping the burnt ashes to wrap within, sewing it into a long pouch, tying it at both ends.
What are you doing?
He restrained her hands that were attempting to remove his trousers.
Tying it up, Chen Baoxiang glared at him, aren't you going to tie this up for your cycle?
He understood that women needed to rest during their monthly cycle. Zhang Yingyue would isolate herself during this time however, no one had informed him that there were such peculiar items to wear during this cycle. It seemed there was even bleeding? Zhang Zhixu watched in shock as Chen Baoxiang wiped away the blood with grass paper, his voice rising in alarm, call a doctor, quickly summon a doctor.
What doctor? Chen Baoxiang laughed heartily, isn't this how it goes?
It has just begun, there isn't much yet, tomorrow will be the real tumult.
You mean, Zhang Zhixu froze in disbelief, the monthly cycle is blood, and it flows abundantly every month?
Yes.
He was utterly astounded. How can one survive that? Impressive, isn't it? Chen Baoxiang chuckled, otherwise, how could the history of the great Shang boast 4 female emperors?
As she spoke, she tied up the pouch of ashes. The sensation beneath him was awkward and uncomfortable. Zhang Zhixu closed his eyes and asked with considerable difficulty, won't this pouch leak the ashes?
It will. Then why are you tying it? Chapter 37.
Getting used to it. Chen Baoxiang sighed in resignation, Master, it is not that I am unaware of the dirtiness of this thing, but it saves me the trouble of washing my pants and skirts, and allows me to manage a semblance of mobility outside. As she spoke, fearing he might not believe her, she donned her dress and took a few steps. Zhang Zhixu felt a wave of heat wash over him, his eyes tightly shut, a mixture of anger and shame flooding his senses. What was vocalized and what was witnessed firsthand were two entirely different matters. Experiencing it personally was yet another realm altogether. At that moment, he felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. Chen Baoxiang turned to comfort him, you will get used to it.
Who wants to get accustomed to this?
Pain and discomfort, intertwined with surging irritability, engulfed him. Zhang Zhixu sat uneasily, his face ashen. Just then, Zhou Chuan approached, calling out excitedly, Miss Baoxiang, today all the shopkeepers are coming to settle accounts.
Will you not join us to take a look?
At such a time, was it still necessary to impose duties upon others? Zhang Zhixu grabbed a nearby vase intending to smash it.
Wait.
Chen Baoxiang stopped him, tilting her head in thought, did you not mention earlier that there are spies among the Zhang family? Indeed, someone had leaked his information to Cheng Huai, which not only instilled a sense of wariness towards Sun Sihua but also prompted him to hasten the marriage arrangements with Zhang Yingyue upon awakening. Zhang Zhixu calmed himself, suppressing the pain, very well, I shall go and see. Chen Baoxiang was well aware of the Zhang family's wealth. As the heir of this generation, Zhang Zhixu naturally had his fair share of estates and shops, and he had prepared accordingly. However, upon entering, she was still taken aback. The courtyard, spanning 30 zhang, was lined with long abacuses on all sides, and in the center stood neatly 200 shopkeepers, each holding a thick ledger. Upon Zhou Chuan's entrance, they all bowed in unison, greetings, master.
Heavens! She exclaimed to the master, this scene is utterly terrifying. What is there to be frightened of? In affluent households, such gatherings occur once every 3 months. Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang immediately perked up, adopting an air of calm familiarity, even pretentiously lifting a nearby teacup to feign nonchalance. Zhang Zhixu, initially plagued by discomfort, was amused by her antics. What are you doing? An opportunity so rare, should one not practice a little? In case I marry into a prestigious family in the future, I could certainly impress them with such a display. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows, exuding a blend of disdain and cleverness. Zhang Zhixu, he could not suppress a cough that erupted into a wave of warmth below. Miss, please take a seat. Zhou Chuan placed a chair behind her. The pouch of herbal ash seemed insufficient, as blood trickled out slightly from the side. Zhang Zhixu's complexion darkened, yet having arrived, there was no alternative but to sit down. Bracing himself to remain still, the shopkeepers began to present their accounts. In the past, he paid close attention to these matters, leaving no discrepancies unexamined. However, today, all his focus was consumed by the sticky sensation below, his temper flaring, restlessness consuming him. Half an hour passed, and after listening to the voices of dozens of shopkeepers, he was about to suggest that the spy might not be among them when he heard one voice state, recently, the authorities have tightened their grip on the silver houses, and the Cheng family has opened a new bank right across the street. Our profits at Huitong Bank have significantly dwindled. His ears perked up. Zhang Zhixu suddenly raised his gaze. It was him. Upon hearing the clinking of teacups from behind, Zhou Chuan's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on the master of Huitong Bank, saying, the silver house involves many parties.
I kindly request Manager Lu to remain behind for a discussion.
Ah, certainly.
He replied, though his demeanor suggested reluctance. Zhang Zhixu recalled that this man was a friend of his father's, who had sought refuge with the Zhang family years ago, and out of respect for their past friendship, his father had placed him in the most lucrative silver house. Lu Shangren appeared honest and diligent, and during Zhang Zhixu's childhood, he had visited and shown concern for him multiple times, which led Zhang Zhixu to promote him to manager upon taking over the family business. Zhou Xuan might not be able to handle this matter effectively. While contemplating this, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Zhang Zhixu inhaled sharply and asked Chen Baoxiang, when you encounter such situations, do you not have any remedies?
Chen Baoxiang was still attentively observing the demeanor of the shopkeepers, secretly measuring and learning, and was puzzled by his inquiry. What remedies could there be? Everyone has gone through this. What about medicine? Is there no effective remedy?
How would I know? I never had the money to buy medicine before.
The discomfort in his abdomen had spread to his chest, and Zhang Zhixu felt a sense of suffocation.
Previously, he had thought that having wealth was tedious. He had not realized that being without it was far more arduous.
This is just the beginning.
Chen Baoxiang smiled to console him. Though menstruation is painful, at least it is not fatal. Giving birth is the most excruciating. Men's knowledge of childbirth was limited to mere hearsay, and they could never inquire in detail. Yet, even in this state of pain, Zhang Zhixu found himself intrigued.
What kind of pain could possibly surpass this?
When my mother gave birth to me, she had such difficulty that they had to cut open her belly with scissors to extract me.
Zhang Zhixu.
Instinctively, he covered her belly. Chen Baoxiang seemed to have come to terms with it, her tone calm. There are no good doctors in the village. No matter how skilled a physician, they might not be able to save her. They say my mother cried out in pain until the room was filled with blood, and in the end, she lost her strength and passed away. The master appeared to be taken aback, remaining silent for a long while. She smiled to reassure him. This was just misfortune. Some are fortunate enough to give birth safely. Safety was one thing, but pain was inescapable, compounded by the wound below, far exceeding the agony of menstruation by 100-fold. His waist ached and throbbed, his chest felt swollen and painful, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and herbal ash. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze in silence, his emotions tumultuous like a stormy sea, difficult to calm.
Zhou Xuan.
Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, whispering urgently into his ear. Zhou Xuan, upon hearing, appeared troubled, pondering before leaning towards Chen Baoxiang to whisper, there is some situation on the master's side. Sun Yaoshan has already gone ahead. I cannot leave here. Will you accompany me to take a look?
With blood already pooling beneath him, they expected him to venture out into the chaos?
Like a spark igniting oilcloth, Zhang Zhixu's temper flared. I am also unwell. Why does no one come to check on me? Zhou Xuan stared, mouth agape, pondering for a long moment. It would be inappropriate to have them carry the master over, would it not? Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhang Zhixu pressed his forehead. I cannot move today.
I shall go another day.
Very well,
I shall inform the lady should there be any developments. Zhou Xuan, sensing her displeasure, departed swiftly. Chen Baoxiang, belatedly aware, inquired, is Zhang Zhixu about to awaken? Surely not.
He was just about to assert that he was still present. How could the others possibly awaken, when suddenly he felt a lightness wash over him? A familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him. Chapter 38 Chen Baoxiang teaches his lessons. Zhang Zhixu felt as though he was traversing a long and frigid path, enveloped by biting winds, while a distant light beckoned him forward. He strained to run towards it, the illumination swelling and blossoming like a flower, wrapping him in its embrace. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once more in the familiar confines of his bedroom.
Feng Qing.
A voice called out anxiously from beside the bed. Zhang Zhixu sensed the warmth beneath him had dissipated, and the aches in his abdomen and waist had vanished. He pressed a hand to his forehead and turned his head, feeling somewhat dazed. Sun Sihua, wearing a grave expression, pinched a golden needle while extending his left hand to check his pulse. It had improved since the last time, yet he was still exceedingly weak and at risk of fainting again.
Do you recall what you said last time? Sun Sihua inquired.
Zhang Zhixu nodded gently, recalling the discomfort he had felt earlier, and glanced towards the dark guard. Ningsu, please have someone fetch the unused cotton and linen from my storeroom for Chen Baoxiang, and procure some pain-relieving herbs from the pharmacy to send along as well. After a moment's thought, he added, send a capable maid to deliver it. It would be best if she could think of some strategies to assist her. Ningsu was taken aback by this directive, a look of astonishment crossing his dark features. Sun Sihua, both amused and exasperated, remarked, you child, master, I feel dizzy, he murmured, please bring me paper and ink so that I may dictate.
Please speak, master.
Ningsu had already prepared the materials. Zhang Zhixu pressed his fingers against his temples and spoke laboriously, the Huitong Silver House has encountered a mishap. You must send someone to keep a close watch on Lu Shang, tracing the connections to uncover those he associates with and monitoring them closely. If necessary, confine him directly. The matter concerning Cheng Huali will require some maneuvering. Relay a message to the fourth room, expressing my concern for Iniwei, and request that my fourth uncle postpone the wedding date until I have recovered. Also, take my seal to the industry department to finding Fengshe, asking him to loan Jiangxi to assist old Master L in addressing the proposals piling up regarding the restructuring of the capital's weaving workshop.
The documentation I previously wrote contains the established regulations. Take those along as well.
And concerning the construction of Guangsha workshop, ensure they expedite the process. Having relayed a multitude of requests, his breathing grew labored. Sun Sihua frowned, there is no need to rush. It is imperative, he gasped, a moment's delay could cause many to suffer greatly. Ning-Su, bring the imperial stationery. I must compose a formal petition. Zhang Huali had begun to recover, yet he had been unconscious for nearly 2 months. If news were not disseminated, Zhang Huali's arrogance and ferocity would likely bring trouble upon the Zhang family. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his writing became a scrawl, yet Zhang Zhixu instructed Ning-Su, send it as it is, no need for a copy. Fengqing, do not frighten your mother. A voice, choked with emotion, rushed into the room. Zhang Zhixu was taken aback, looking up in surprise. It was Gong Lan, his biological mother. The Gong family was also of noble lineage, though not as affluent as the Zhangs. They were reluctant to have their daughter marry into another family. With 3 children bearing 2 surnames, Gong Lan had to navigate both households, and with his relentless studies, mother and son seldom met, resulting in a strained relationship. This was the first time he had seen her in such a state of urgency. Instinctively, he touched his abdomen and, with a stiff expression, remarked, "It must have been quite arduous for you when you gave birth to me." Gong Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fengqing was the earliest to exhibit understanding and maturity, never burdening her with concerns nor expressing a need for her, only ever offering routine greetings and reporting injuries. Today, he had spoken out. She trembled as she clutched his blanket, and no. It wasn't arduous. That is a falsehood. He lowered his gaze. You were also a lady-in-waiting, and for my sake, you even suspended your official duties. After enduring years of pain and exhaustion, I have seldom confided in you. How can that be your fault? Gong Lan sobbed. They proclaim your innate gifts, and you were compelled by the Zhang family to learn this and that. Your younger siblings in the Gong family have been spoiled and frequently cause trouble, leaving me overwhelmed. I have not even been able to return for your birthday. It is you who owe me nothing. Gong Lan listened in a daze, the tension she had held for over a decade suddenly collapsing as she threw herself onto him, weeping uncontrollably. Having raised 3 children, her thoughts had been consumed by her 2 children in the Gong family, who frequently misbehaved, leaving Fengqing the most neglected, yet he had spoken such words to her. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Gong Lan cried heartily, while Zhang Zhixu maintained a calm demeanor, gently patting her back in a rhythmic motion. Sun Sihua observed, feeling as though his pupil had undergone some worldly trial, awakening with a newfound gentleness. Previously, when employing the rejuvenating needle technique, his will to survive had not been particularly strong, allowing only a few coherent words to escape him. Yet this time, despite his condition still being precarious, he managed to maintain consciousness for an extended period, as though he had grown willing to continue living. With a lump in his throat, Sun Sihua turned his head away, feeling a pang of sorrow. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhang Zhixu once more as he gazed at the curtains of his bed and suddenly spoke, "When spring arrives and the fabric is to be changed, let them procure some embroidered golden threads." His voice grew fainter with each word. Fengqing? Fengqing, his consciousness began to blur again, yet he did not feel the same despair as before. Instead, there was a sense of release. Beyond life and death, there are no monumental matters. Having come to terms with the nature of existence, why should he linger on past grievances? Meanwhile, Chen Baoxiang was being mercilessly tormented by the effects of the water of the Gue. The soiled sack of ashes beneath her was not only filthy but also leaky. After 2 changes of trousers, she had decided to abandon all pretense and simply sat on the commode, unwilling to rise. Mississippi. A maid called from outside. Chen Baoxiang weakly replied, "Please wait a few days to discuss anything further. I truly cannot get up." Through the window came several fine pieces of cotton and linen, fashioned into the shape of bags for ashes, clean and soft. "What is this?" She took them in her hands, feeling a surge of joy mixed with hesitation. "They seem quite expensive. They were conjured by celestial magic, so there is no cost." Zhang Zhixu replied curtly. "The great immortal has awakened." Chen Baoxiang's eyes sparkled. "I called for you just now, but you did not respond." "I thought you had departed once more." Departure was indeed a reality, yet the divine remedy had not yet been found, thus he must return. Zhang Zhixu closed his eyes as he donned her trousers and skirt, then opened the door, where the maid had already delivered the items as instructed. There were nourishing herbal concoctions, brown sugar boiled eggs, supplements for vitality, and a large box of replaceable, washable fabrics. Chen Baoxiang's jaw nearly dropped. "Great immortal, is this also your celestial magic?" "Indeed, I have made some progress after several days of cultivation," he replied, his demeanor unflustered. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Chapter 39 of the Wild Boar truly cannot stomach fine brand to speak of prowess. Indeed it is formidable, capable of conjuring such a myriad of wonders. However, Chen Baoxiang found herself in a quandary. If one can manifest such transformations, why not directly transmute them into silver? Zhang Zhixu shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "The Wild Boar truly cannot stomach fine brand." The maidservant delivering the items was quite perceptive. Upon observing Chen Baoxiang's condition, she urged her to rest in bed, meticulously feeding her one delicacy after another, while also providing her with a hot water bottle to hold, ensuring she need not exert herself to change it when discomfort arose. Chen Baoxiang felt, upon reflection, that the fabric of the wealthy was indeed unlike common ashes. Not only was it devoid of stickiness and dirt, but it was also incredibly soft and comfortable. With this entire arrangement, her spirits lifted considerably. Zhang Zhixu, too, finally exhaled in relief, chuckling, "Why not express your gratitude to the deity?" "Thank you, great deity." Chen Baoxiang replied sweetly, her face adorned with a playful grin. "I still wish to savor the sauce pork buns from the East City bun shop. Could you perhaps conjure one of those?" "Why not simply send a servant to procure it? Such a trivial matter hardly requires divine intervention," he replied. "What else would you like? Let them fetch it all at once." I wish for a grand mansion with 5 entrances and exits at Xuanwu Gate, and a splendid canopy carriage adorned with brass nails. It would be splendid to also possess a few icy green emeralds. Zhang Zhixu abruptly pulled the quilt over her head.
Hey, what are you doing?
What am I doing? Why, I am merely indulging in dreams, he retorted with a cold smile.
Chen Baoxiang playfully tugged the quilt away, laughing before lamenting, alas, if only you were immortal, then there would be no matter of Pei Ruhang.
Zhang Zhixu's expression shifted, sensing an underlying tension in her tone.
What has Pei Ruhang done?
Today, they arranged to enjoy the springtime, and I claimed to be unwell, resting in the garden.
They sent letters to inquire about my health.
Grabbing a handful of envelopes, Chen Baoxiang's expression soured. The messenger mentioned that one contains a letter from Pei Ruhang, but I cannot read.
Could you take a look, great deity?
Zhang Zhixu casually perused the letters, finding several filled with flowery language and hollow sentiments, causing him to frown since Xianyu's writing was decent enough, but ultimately, it was merely a note of well-wishing. One letter, however, caught his attention with its bold and vigorous script. Upon unfolding it and glancing through, he paused slightly. Flowery eyes and slender waist, in the prime of spring, regretful that I could not share this moment with my beloved, in solitude I lean against my lonely pillow. At times, sorrow accompanies me on the heavy brocade. As the wind stirs, the fluff drifts, as twilight approaches, I sit in contemplation. This was a poem by Yu Yan, speaking of the beauty of the spring season, yet the words expressed the heartache of longing for a loved one, using the scenery to enhance the sentiment, truly exquisite, especially at a time when they could not share the joys of spring together. If only he had not entangled himself with Chen Xianyu beforehand. Zhang Zhixu found it perplexing. Had this man not already dismissed Chen Baoxiang? Why then send such a syrupy poem? Was he perhaps hanging on to one while unwilling to part with the other? It seemed he was intent on claiming all the good fortune for himself.
Great deity, what does this mean? Chen Baoxiang inquired, glancing around. Is it a love poem?
It is not, he firmly denied, exasperatedly stating, he is merely mocking you, suggesting that the spring outside is abundant and splendid, yet alas, you have no fortune to witness it.
Chen Baoxiang fell silent.
Pei Gongzi, while appearing quite respectable, was surprisingly underhanded. She flopped back against her pillow in frustration. Who cares, I am now Zhang Zhixu's woman.
Zhang Zhixu coughed in surprise. What? Have you forgotten, great deity?
At the banquet in that grand mansion, she mumbled, that group claimed to be tight-lipped, yet barely 2 days have passed, and the entire capital is abuzz with talk of me being kept by Zhang Zhixu, and it seems I am rather favored. Ordinary women would never reside in his abode, nor become acquainted with his circle, let alone command his servants. Yet Chen Baoxiang not only enjoyed such privileges but had even visited the Zhang family estate. It seemed her background was lacking, otherwise, she would have married into the family long ago. Zhang Zhixu wiped his face in disbelief. He had not anticipated matters would escalate in this manner, and for a moment, worry washed over him. This may tarnish your reputation, Miss Chen. There are guests, a maid called from outside. Chen Baoxiang groaned, I already said they need not come, why are they still arriving? As her words trailed off, Sun Fuyu and others had already entered, chattering as they surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, what grandeur! And this is merely a side courtyard. Lin Guilin was equally astonished. A small pavilion in the center of the lake must have cost a fortune.
Wei Qingzhao, however, displayed proper etiquette, first inquiring after Chen Baoxiang's well-being. Miss, are you feeling any better?
Zhang Zhixu was puzzled.
Hadn't this group planned to enjoy the spring?
Originally, yes, but upon hearing I was ill and unable to attend, they insisted on visiting.
Why?
What else could it be? The name Zhang Zhixu carries more weight in the capital than silver.
Anyone with even the slightest connection would rush over, even if it meant risking their lives.
Chen Baoxiang thought to herself, straightening her back to respond, it is nothing of great concern.
You need not fret so.
But how can we not be concerned? You are now the most esteemed among us, Sun Fuyu said, stepping closer, presenting a box before her. This is a token from my parents to convey their well wishes. Inside was an exquisitely carved jade ruby, clearly of great value. Zhang Zhixu was about to remind her of the implications of accepting gifts, but Chen Baoxiang quickly stretched out her hand to scoop it into her embrace, exclaiming, what a treasure!
He sighed in exasperation. You dare to accept this? Why refuse silver that is offered at one's doorstep? Are you not worried they might ask you for favors? What could I possibly accomplish?
As long as I don't create trouble for them, that's enough.
Chen Baoxiang, undeterred, accepted another box from Lin Guilin, asking, oh, what is this?
A wooden carving from Shizhou, Lin Guilin replied, tilting her chin. It is a rare treasure, worth its weight in gold.
What treasure could it be but a piece of worthless wood?
It would be far more practical to simply offer silver. Chen Baoxiang forced a smile and let out a small groan as she sank back onto her pillow. The group hurriedly served her tea and replaced the hot water in her bottle, bustling around her, their demeanor contrasting sharply with the disdain they had shown earlier. Zhang Zhixu realized that even though his woman was but a concubine, she was still highly regarded by these individuals. Reputation aside, it was clear that interest took precedence. No wonder Chen Baoxiang had preferred to wear fine clothing even while hungry. Being courted was far better than facing scorn. Though these young ladies had not pursued scholarly achievements, they were well versed in the intrigues of the capital's elite, and as soon as they settled in, they eagerly informed Chen Baoxiang, did you know? The tale told at the star-picking pavilion seems to be true.
Ah.
Chen Baoxiang propped herself up on one elbow. Wei Qingzhao provided her with a soft pillow, fiddling with it as she spoke. The Dali Temple has recently been assigned to investigate a case. It is said they have discovered that General Chang indeed had 2 sons before joining the army, one named Dazhu and the other Erju. Their names are recorded in the enlistment roster, yet upon arrival at the frontier, they were suddenly referred to as nephews.
Isn't that the story of the lame, heartless man and the noble lady? Chapter 40.
The petition to the Emperor Chen Baoxiang distributed a handful of melon seeds among the group, as the young ladies continued their murmurs.
Is it any wonder that men are unreliable?
General Chang is willing to forsake his former wife and children for the sake of marrying a princess. Those 2 sons met a tragic end, supposedly burned to death by Princess Shoan, but I have my doubts.
Perhaps Cheng Hualin sought to climb the social ladder and resolved to eliminate those 2 burdens.
But they are his own flesh and blood. What of his flesh and blood? Look at us. How many of us have deep familial bonds? It is merely a matter of interests and the long-term welfare of our clans. Indeed, consider how powerful the Chang family has become. It seems he is poised to marry a daughter of the Zhang family as his second wife.
Chen Baoxiang listened intently, occasionally interjecting, "What will happen if this is discovered?"
I have heard that the Dali Temple dares not file a complaint. They have temporarily suppressed the matter. Raising an eyebrow, she queried, "How can the Dali Temple investigate under imperial orders yet refrain from reporting their findings? You might not be aware, but the political climate is tumultuous. Chen Hualin is the only general of note in the emperor's favor, so his downfall would not be taken lightly. If a complaint is hastily filed, it could lead to dire consequences. I have heard, however, that an audacious official's wife has lodged a complaint," Wei Qingzhou interjected.
Chen Baoxiang immediately grasped her hand. "What do you mean?"
"According to our laws, only officials of the 4th rank or higher, or their wives, can file complaints against 3rd-rank officials," Wei Qingzhou explained.
"This woman happens to be the wife of a 4th-rank censor, surnamed Ji.
It is said she harbors an old grudge against Cheng Hualin and is likely acting on someone else's behalf." Surnamed Zhang Zhixu pondered but could recall nothing significant. She was likely merely a woman of the inner chambers, never having held office.
Chen Baoxiang, however, seemed taken aback and after a moment remarked, "Ah, is she not Ji Qiurong?"
"Exactly, that is her name," Wei Qingzhou replied, visibly surprised.
"Do you know her?"
"Not personally, but I have heard her name mentioned," Chen Baoxiang said, her urgency palpable.
"What has become of her complaint?"
"I am unaware of the details, but I heard from Sister Lu that Madame Ji was beating the imperial drum at the palace gates. Despite her age, she reportedly drummed for 3 hours without pause." A sense of unease settled in Chen Baoxiang's chest, as if discomfort brewed within. Zhang Zhixu found it puzzling. Why would this concern her? "Not at all," Chen Baoxiang lamented, her face drawn. "I merely fear that if even a 4th-rank official's wife cannot bring him to justice, then no amount of rumors from me can save Inue."
"Is that truly how you feel?"
Zhang Zhixu bit her lip, astonished that even a fleeting acquaintance could evoke such concern for Inue. "Yet, it is not solely that. I fear that after they marry, Cheng Hualin might seek retribution against me. Such blunt selfishness, such unabashed cowardice."
Zhang Zhixu found herself both amused and exasperated. "Could you not phrase your thoughts more elegantly, even if feigned?"
"I may feign with others, but with you, there is no need for pretense.
We know each other too well." Her words rang true, both reasonable and infuriating. He was left momentarily speechless, shaking his head helplessly. Yet Chen Baoxiang appeared genuinely concerned, repeatedly asking, "What of Lu Qingron?
Why has she not come today? She must know the latest news." "Just as I passed through the corridor, I heard you lamenting my absence," came a voice from outside. Chen Baoxiang sat up, her spirits lifted. "I knew you would not neglect to visit my ailing self." Lu Qingron tossed a handkerchief into the room, surveying the surroundings with a critical eye. "You little canary, you've been cared for quite well." "Enough with the pleasantries," she urged, fixing her gaze on Lu Qingron.
"What news from Madame Ji?" "You mean Ji Qiurong?" Lu Qingron dismissed. "What else could it be?"
"The emperor will not heed her." After a lengthy drumming, the imperial guard simply dragged her away.
"A 4th-rank official's wife, and they simply drag her away?" Lin Guilan gasped. "Humph, what do ranks matter?"
"Before the emperor, they are all merely servants," Lu Qingron scoffed, casting a sidelong glance.
"Do you truly think she could defy the emperor's will?"
At her words, a heavy silence fell over the room. The official daughters felt a twinge of shared sorrow, while Chen Baoxiang's silence stemmed from despair. It was futile. Even being an official's wife was of no use. As long as the emperor did not wish for Cheng Hualin's demise, the evidence laid bare before him could be dismissed as mere dust, swept aside with a flick of his sleeve. "By the way, I believe I just saw the Pei family's sedan chair at the entrance," Lu Qingron remarked, a note of disdain in her voice. "You, dear girl, seem to have outshone even the daughter of the minister." Had she heard this earlier, a spark might have ignited in her eyes, but now, observing Zhang Zhixu's countenance, Chen Baoxiang appeared utterly despondent, unaffected by anyone's arrival. She even began to impatiently usher her guests away. "You should all leave, I need to rest some more."
"Just arrived and you want us to leave? What do you mean by that?" "Please, just go." Sun Fuyu attempted to mediate. "Come back when Baoxiang feels better." "But she leave, please." The noble ladies forcibly escorted Lu Qingron out, and with a glance at the guards and servants around the courtyard, she refrained from expressing her ire and left in frustration. Upon exiting, she indeed found Pei Ruhong's sedan chair waiting at the street corner. Lu Qingron, still fuming, approached him directly. "What brings you here? She has already climbed the social ladder and will not lower herself again."
Pei Ruhan, maintaining a stoic expression, lowered the curtain of his sedan chair.
I merely passed by. This place is quite distant from Pingshuanfang. Do you expect me to believe you just happened to pass by? Pei Ruhan, I see you have feelings for Chen Baoxiang. Young Master Xia has gone to the Chunfeng building. Pei Ruhan interrupted mockingly. If you have the time to meddle in others' affairs, perhaps you should focus on your own rapidly fleeing opportunities. Lu Qingrong was rendered speechless. As the sedan chair was lifted, Pei Ruhan leaned back against the plush cushion, a weary look upon his face. Young master, the guard Mo said, frowning, would it not be wise for you to explain matters personally?
What is there to explain? He replied coldly.
I have written what needed to be written.
If she does not wish to hear it, then my words are of no consequence.
But you have been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days. This is hardly a sustainable situation. Who told you that? I simply have lost my appetite in this heat. Pei Ruhan's expression darkened. There are countless women in the capital. If I were to part ways with her, would life cease to continue?
Indeed, Zhang Zhixu felt a spark of curiosity regarding Pei Ruhan's actions due to the words exchanged. However, with Chen Baoxiang in such a dismal state, she seemed entirely disinterested in the affairs of young Master Pei. We must go and see Inue, she insisted, struggling to rise from the bed. Zhang Zhixu winced in pain but still managed to follow her lead.
Do not rush, there may yet be other opportunities. What opportunities could possibly remain, unless by some miraculous means?
Chen Baoxiang's expression was grave as she donned her garments and hastily applied some lip color before heading out. This world devours the weak. The rich consume the poor, and men devour women. Cheng Hualin harbors such deep-seated suspicions and has already developed a grudge against the Zhang family. If Inue marries him, I fear for her very life. Cheng Hualin had never shown mercy to women, especially not to his own.
Chapter 41 How delightful it is to be Zhang Zhixu's woman. Zhang Inue, who had long been cooped up at home, was overjoyed to hear that Chen Baoxiang was coming to visit. Did you know that Wan Bailu has introduced new creations?
She eagerly pulled her guest inside, exclaiming with delight, they've crafted pouches from the finest strands of gold thread, some adorned with a few jade beads, while others feature rubies.
There are two styles of pouches that I find particularly intriguing. I was just lamenting my inability to find someone to share my thoughts with, and here you are. Chen Baoxiang gazed in astonishment at the two golden pouches displayed on the table, her mouth agape in disbelief. Are they truly this exquisite? And look at these two pleated skirts.
My goodness, it's evident that these were crafted by a master artisan.
They are worlds apart from the ready-made garments hanging in the shop. Inue basked in the praise, wrapping her arms around Chen Baoxiang's, and said, I always knew we were kindred spirits.
None of those insufferable men have any taste, they only ever criticize my choices as being tacky.
Pay them no mind.
Chen Baoxiang waved her hand dismissively, though a hint of concern crossed her face.
You aren't referring to that scoundrel, are you? Understanding her implication, Zhang Inue gestured for the servants to leave.
Once they were alone, she winked at Chen Baoxiang. How could it possibly be that old fool Cheng Huaili? My second uncle entered the palace yesterday, bearing a memorial written by my elder brother. The sage read it and graciously granted me the privilege to remarry next year. How splendid, I needn't rush to prepare bridal attire or dowry, that old man won't even get the chance to see me.
Chen Baoxiang gasped, a mix of joy and confusion on her face. But I've heard it said that the sage does not intend to deal with Cheng Huaili?
Indeed, he does not. Inue sighed, feeling somewhat helpless.
Were it not for my elder brother's efforts in advocating for me despite his own ailments, I wouldn't even be granted this year's reprieve. Zhang Zhixu? Chen Baoxiang inquired, curious. What did he write that compelled the sage to overlook Cheng Huaili's obstinacy and bestow such a favor? I cannot say. Inue shook her head.
My elder brother is a man of profound depth, often dealing with our elders. Even during the festive seasons, when I seek his company, he scarcely acknowledges me.
Let alone the possibility of her reading the imperial memorial, Chen Baoxiang couldn't help but ponder if he were to petition against Cheng Huaili, would the outcome be different? It would not.
The celestial being responded to her unspoken thought. Chen Baoxiang frowned, feeling discontented.
How can we know without attempting? You are unaware of the current political landscape. The succession of emperors in the Great Shang dynasty has been fraught with irregularities.
The late emperor named his eldest daughter as his successor. Logically, when the late emperor fell gravely ill, she should have ascended to the throne. However, she became gravely ill herself from the strain of caring for her father and even lapsed into a coma for a time. With internal unrest and external threats from rival nations, the ministers had no choice but to summon Prince Mao from the borders to assume the throne. Yet, nearly a month after Prince Mao's enthronement, the eldest princess miraculously recovered. This created an awkward situation. The new emperor had already performed the necessary rites, making it difficult to strip him of the dragon robe. However, the eldest princess had the support of the national protector and the backing of the elder statesman, making her a legitimate heir. Both sides remained in a stalemate, and the court was rife with disputes. The new emperor, bolstered by Cheng Huaili's support, barely maintained his position on the throne. In such circumstances, even if Cheng Huaili transgressed divine laws, the new emperor would plead on his behalf to the Jade Emperor.
Many matters cannot merely be judged by right and wrong.
One must also consider the opportune timing and advantageous circumstances. Zhang Zhixu summarized for her. Unless the new emperor firmly secures his throne and finds it necessary to eliminate Cheng Huaili, the gravity of his offenses will not suffice for a conviction.
Chen Baoxiang's complexion paled slightly. What troubles you, sister? Inoue inquired, tilting her head. Is this glass bracelet unappealing? Quite the opposite. She snapped back to reality and forced a smile. I was merely contemplating what you will do in a year's time.
Oh, let us enjoy the present.
Why worry about tomorrow? Zhang Inoue playfully tapped her brow.
You, my dear, are just like my elder brother, always thinking too far ahead. I focus solely on the now. Today, I have fine garments.
Tomorrow, exquisite jewelry. What does it matter if I meet my end the day after? Chen Baoxiang felt a sudden clarity. You have a point. In high spirits, Zhang Inoue brought out 2 large trunks. Come, help me air these out.
It took 4 or 5 individuals to lift one trunk, and Chen Baoxiang mused that it likely contained books. However, when the lid was opened, she was nearly blinded by the sight before her.
Gold? Indeed, gold. Zhang Inoue began to remove the gold ingots, laying them out on the ground. This is my inheritance for my coffin from my mother.
I rarely use it, but when the sun is shining, I take it out to bask. In the Great Qing dynasty, gold was a rarity, and thus precious elsewhere, but to Chen Baoxiang, witnessing the young lady before her treating piles of gold as casually as one would display pickled vegetables was astonishing.
Inoue cheerfully beckoned, Sister, come lend a hand. I would love to assist.
She gripped her hands tightly, fearing she might miscount the ingots. Zhang Inoue laughed, opening one of the golden pouches to place 2 ingots inside.
This is a gift for you. With a thud, Chen Baoxiang knelt before her. You're giving this to me?
Dear sister, there is no need for such formalities. Inoue chuckled, if my elder brother finds out, he may scold me.
It seemed she considered her a half-sister, thus extending a favor?
Chen Baoxiang trembled as she held the pouch, feeling both undeserving and elated. How delightful it is to be Zhang Zhixu's woman. Zhang Zhixu, observing silently, was perplexed by the bond between his somewhat difficult cousin and Chen Baoxiang. He could not fathom how Chen Baoxiang, without exchanging a single word with him, had become his woman nonetheless. Seeing Chen Baoxiang so blissful, her heart brimming with sweetness, he merely sighed, closed his eyes in enjoyment, and felt no inclination to correct the situation. The two were engrossed in counting the gold ingots when suddenly, someone approached from behind and bowed, Aunt.
Chen Baoxiang turned to see, oh, it's you, young Master Zhang. Zhang Shi arrived and, upon noticing her, returned the greeting, Miss Chen.
Just moments ago, the carefree Zhang Inoue abruptly straightened her skirt, smoothing her hairpin, and pouted, what have you been busy with lately?
You always return at this hour.
Zhang Shi bowed his head lower. I was previously occupied with matters concerning the prison. Today, I received orders to assist in my uncle's office.
Oh, do have some pastries.
The kitchen has just prepared a fresh batch. No, I must attend to official duties in the study.
He bowed deeply. I shall take my leave. Chen Baoxiang squatted in the middle, glancing between Zhang Inoue and Zhang Shi.
Zhang Shi departed without looking back, while Inoue visibly drooped in disappointment, kicking her skirt and tossing a gold ingot back into the trunk. Curiosity piqued, she asked, young Master Zhang is roughly your age.
Why does he call you aunt and refer to Zhang Zhixu as uncle?
Sister, you are unaware, Inoue replied, poking at the gold ingots. He is not a member of the Zhang family.
He was merely brought home by my elder brother from the creek in the southern outskirts of the city. Chapter 42. A touch of empathy. Zhang Jia's elder brother, Ting Anqing, was born early, 12 years senior to Zhang Zhixu.
Naturally, he took in a child and raised him as his own son. Thus, the generational hierarchy of Zhang Zhixu and Zhang Inoue ascended accordingly. Zhang Zhixu had no objections to this arrangement. After all, whether nephew or brother, he never felt close to either. However, Zhang Inoue was quite displeased. Having grown up together as childhood friends, she now had to be addressed as aunt. For a time, she stubbornly insisted that Zhang Xilai call her Inoue, but despite biting his lip, he refused to comply. Now that she was engaged, their relationship had become even more distant, and they scarcely exchanged words. Zhang Inoue poked at the gold ingot, suddenly feeling a swell of tears. Chen Baoxiang patted her back. In this case, I can understand little Zhang's perspective.
Understand what? Inoue retorted angrily, understand his lack of gratitude? Anyone reliant on others has no room for ingratitude, she chuckled.
It is precisely because he is too aware of his position that he dares not err. But my elder brother has never treated him poorly.
Everyone in our household regards him as a gentleman. Your family is indeed wonderful, Chen Baoxiang replied, squatting beside her.
Yet, a child who has been abandoned will have a heart like a floating weed on water. Even if the pond is calm and undisturbed, a gust of wind can make it sway unsteadily.
Zhang Inoue stared wide-eyed, as if she understood yet did not fully grasp the sentiment.
Chen Baoxiang sighed, envious of her, for she had never tasted hardship and thus could not comprehend such unease. In the past, Zhang Zhixu would have countered that all humans share a commonality, so there was nothing one could not understand. But now, having personally experienced the stark differences between her and him, and after enduring so many shocks, Zhang Zhixu chose to nod in agreement. Indeed, she could not comprehend it solely through imagination.
How coincidental, Zhang Zhixu suddenly remarked.
Your second brother previously asked me to take the examination for a minor official in the Bureau of Construction, but little Zhang has already taken up the position.
Bureau of Construction? Inoue shuddered.
Only my second brother could speak so lightly of it. That place is notoriously difficult to enter. Chen Baoxiang clutched her thigh in disbelief. Great sage, what nonsense are you spouting? I can't even recognize a single character, let alone take an exam. If you wish to go, I can indeed assist you in passing. The examination papers are authored by him, so securing a minor official position is hardly a challenge. Chen Baoxiang remained reluctant. Why would I want to go? I am quite content lounging in the garden, your monthly salary alone is 2 taels.
Chen Baoxiang, it feels inappropriate to always be lounging at someone else's home. I must go, I absolutely must go.
Zhang Zhixu smiled faintly and then addressed Zhang Yingyue. I intend to give it a try, though I am uncertain which departments in the Bureau of Construction are currently in need of personnel.
If you find some leisure, could you perhaps inquire for me?
Yingyue's eyes sparkled. I have long wished to visit his study. I have never had the opportunity, sister. You are truly kind. Let us go and ask right away. With that, she summoned someone to collect the gold from the ground, taking Chen Baoxiang by the hand to head towards the study. The Zhang family's 4th branch had never entered officialdom but had achieved remarkable success in commerce, resulting in their residences being adorned with gold leaf and intricate carvings, very much to Chen Baoxiang's taste. As she walked, she silently exclaimed, a great sage, their family is truly impressive. If I could reside in such a place, I would wake from dreams laughing. Zhang Zhixu frowned at the ostentatious and unsightly youths beside him. If I were to live in such a place, I would wake from nightmares. Your taste is quite poor. She dared to criticize him. With an annoyed huff, Zhang Zhixu thought that if there were ever a chance, he would certainly show her what true elegance and grandeur looked like. After passing through a grove of bamboo, the scenery suddenly became serene. Chen Baoxiang gazed ahead and beheld several bamboo pavilions standing tall among the trees, with winding paths leading into seclusion. A bird perched on the half-open window, chirping melodiously. Zhang Zhixu sat by the window, holding an unopened document, his gaze lost in thought as he stared at the table.
Well, deceiving me with tales of busy official duties while you steal a moment of leisure here?
Yingyue stood with her hands on her hips beneath his window, looking up and calling out, come down quickly and play a round of ball with me to atone for your sins.
Zhang Zhixu snapped back to reality, propping himself up to look down, somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Chen Baoxiang waved at him. We have matters to discuss with little Zhang.
Upon seeing her, Zhang Zhixu recalled his uncle and quickly came down, but hesitated as he approached, turning his toes to lean closer to Chen Baoxiang.
What business does the lady wish to discuss with me?
Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow, pulling Yingyue closer to her. I cannot convey this in just a few words.
Let her explain.
Yingyue glared at him, fuming. Your most esteemed uncle, my second brother, wishes for this lady Chen to secure a minor official position in the Bureau of Construction. I have come to ask you which department has the most vacancies. Zhang Zhixu clasped his hands in greeting. The proposal for the construction of the Grand Mansion has already been submitted and will soon receive approval. The Bureau of Construction will be quite busy for a while. Yingyue, annoyed, swatted his hand away. Must you adhere to so many formalities? You never acted this way before. And has reached her coming of age. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze. It is time to observe some decorum.
You. Seeing Yingyue about to strike him, Chen Baoxiang hurriedly intervened, feigning curiosity. What is this grand mansion you speak of?
It is intended to provide a thriving and prosperous environment where most common folk can live and work in peace, yet there are still many who lack even a place to reside, Zhang Zhixu replied earnestly. Thus, 3 years ago, a gentleman of humble origins proposed the construction of the grand mansion, to shelter the weary and destitute. However, at that time, the national treasury was strained, and no one could promote it, leaving it shelved. Chen Baoxiang felt a stir in her heart, murmuring softly, so there are indeed good officials in the Grand Court. It is just that they are far too few. Why has this proposal resurfaced after 3 years? It is thanks to my uncle. Zhang Zhixu's eyes sparkled.
He has finally awakened and urged the Bureau of Construction to take action.
Truly a scholar-statesman who cares for the world. There are not many officials in the court, and among the people who possess such empathy, I dare say my uncle deserves more reverence than the Dragon King in the temple north of the city. Enough. You never stop when it comes to your second brother. Yingyue stomped her foot, pretending to reach for him again. Zhang Zhixu was quite indifferent to their words, as he was accustomed to flattery and knew that such matters were not worthy of boasting. However, he sensed that Chen Baoxiang seemed profoundly moved, her emotions surging like warm tides, crashing upon her heart only to recede. That person sounds truly wonderful, she remarked.
Great sage, do you think that if he recovers and returns, he could cleanse the current corruption in the court? The great sage fell silent, hesitant to make any promises.
Yet in his silence, he could not help but question himself. If he were to break free, could he carve out a path drenched in blood? Chapter 43 The delicate strong woman in the flourishing dashing dynasty. Apart from the imperial examinations and official recommendations, commoners could also aspire to serve as minor officials through the lesser examinations. These minor officials bore no titles or official garb, enduring considerable toil. However, the salaries of the minor officials in the Department of Construction were quite substantial. Thus, when Chen Baoxiang arrived at the gates of the construction bureau, she found several rows of a queue extending over 20 zhang in length. It seems there are 400 or 500 people, she remarked, standing on her toes for a better view.
Master, how many positions are they offering? Just one. One? Chen Baoxiang nearly lost her balance. With so many people vying for a single position, what are we even doing here? He found it amusing. Why do you assume that this one position isn't meant for you? Master, you truly don't understand me.
With my luck and abilities, I can't even manage to get a warm meal, let alone compete in a selection as rigorous as this. Zhang Zhixu was taken aback by her choice of words.
Could you not be a bit more refined? Feigning ignorance, Chen Baoxiang's gaze drifted to another area, her curiosity piqued. It seems they are also recruiting over there?
Following her line of sight, Zhang Zhixu explained, that is the martial division of the Department of Construction. In this day and age, every bureau requires a martial division to function smoothly.
It sounds impressive, but why are there so few people in line? Do you think the martial division's work is easy? Zhang Zhixu shook his head.
Not to mention the physical strength and combat skills required, the tasks there are often perilous, far from the tranquility of the civil division. Chen Baoxiang recalled what Sun Xianyue had previously mentioned. Nowadays, military officials were favored far more than civil servants. Suddenly intrigued, she squeezed through the crowd and made her way toward the martial division.
What are you doing?
Zhang Zhixu questioned, puzzled. I can assist you with the civil examination, but I have no means to help you with the martial one. Besides, they haven't recruited women in quite some time. I want to give it a try, she sweetly declared to the minor official at the recruitment desk. The official was momentarily taken aback, sizing her up with a disdainful glance. This is the martial division.
I know it's the martial division. I'm here to give it a try.
The official seemed incredulous. We're not just talking about theory here. You must first demonstrate your strength and then your combat skills. You might even end up half dead by the end of today.
Just let me try.
And besides, it's all men in there. With a resounding slap, Chen Baoxiang slammed her palm onto the small wooden table, glaring fiercely.
I said let me try. Do you not understand words?
The wooden table creaked under her strike, causing the pen holder atop it to topple over. The seated official jumped in surprise, the pen wobbling in midair as he hastily began to write for her.
May I ask your esteemed name?
Chen Baoxiang, she replied, her tone sweet once more. Zhang Zhixu watched in astonishment. Having been in her body for so long, he had always perceived her as a fragile woman, yet just moments ago, Chen Baoxiang had displayed remarkable strength that he found surprisingly effortless. As memories flashed before him, he recalled the first time he had assisted Pei Ruhong. The latter was a man, and she had effortlessly supported him, leading him to the garden. Even while working in the black workshop, despite her injuries, she could easily lift heavy thread spools, and previously, when selling porridge, she had carried 2 large wooden barrels filled with meat broth to the cart without seeking anyone's help. Indeed, Chen Baoxiang possessed considerable strength, a fact he had overlooked amidst the details. Zhang Zhixu, lost in thought, felt a surge of irritation.
You're so strong, yet you always pretend to be weak in front of Pei Ruhong? Oh dear, master, you wouldn't understand.
Chen Baoxiang noted the name before striding inside.
Men's pride is quite fragile.
If you appear stronger than them, it shatters their dignity, let alone their affection.
To attract these noble young masters, being a delicate willow swaying in the wind is most appealing.
He was momentarily at a loss, wanting to refute her but finding her argument valid, yet conceding felt like an undeserved reprimand. He could only mumble softly, not all men are like that. Chen Baoxiang paid him no mind, hastily entering the inner courtyard. Inside the martial division, there were only 3 or 4 men. Some were lifting stone locks while others sparred. Upon seeing a newcomer, the martial examiner expressed surprise. This young lady seems familiar. Chen Baoxiang did not recognize him, but Zhang Zhixu reminded her.
It was Su Baran, whom she had met at Lu Qingrong's housewarming party. The sole son of the East Camp commander. She approached him and greeted, Su Gongzi, why are you here instead of at East Camp? Su Baran merely found her familiar but could not recall her name. Upon hearing her overly familiar tone, he felt slightly embarrassed. The martial division rarely attracts recruits. My father asked me to come lend a hand. How fortuitous, she said with a playful grin, the person you were looking for has arrived. Her double entendre made his ears flush with embarrassment. Miss, do you wish to become a martial official?
Indeed, she replied, moving towards the stone locks.
I suppose I must first lift these 2?
The stone locks weighed over 100 jin, and the men who had previously tried had lifted one with each hand. Just as Su Baran was about to direct her to a lighter option, he watched in disbelief as Chen Baoxiang bent down and effortlessly hoisted both stone locks simultaneously. How heavy, she exclaimed, testing the weight with a furrowed brow.
I truly may be straining them. The nearby candidates could only stare in shock.
Su Baran, taken aback yet amused, hurried to take the stone locks from her grasp, exclaiming, how do you possess such strength? I have no idea, Chen Baoxiang replied, inspecting her hands.
Perhaps it's just a natural talent. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Baran led her to a nearby open area and began to remove his outer robe.
Gongzi, she gasped, covering her eyes in surprise, though peeking through her fingers.
What are you doing? Zhang Zhixu remarked with exasperation, refrained from harboring any unwarranted thoughts. He intends to spar with you.
Oh, is that so? Chen Baoxiang replied, somewhat disappointed, and took her stance. I haven't learned any martial arts, please leave me half a life. Su Baran gestured for her to make the first move. With a cry, she lunged forward. Chen Baoxiang was not lying, she lacked the funds to study martial arts and was unfamiliar with even the basics of stances or punches. However, having fought for territory since she was 5, she was well versed in street brawling. Her initial strike caught Su Baran off guard, landing solidly on his shoulder. The force was substantial, causing him to wince in pain as he began to counterattack. Zhang Zhixu observed coolly, believing Su Baran to have the upper hand. His evasions and counters were precise and clean, albeit restrained, yet, when Chen Baoxiang fought, she resembled a frenzied dog. Her first few strikes might miss, but if she landed the 9th or 10th blow, it would suffice to trouble Su Baran. Su Baran began to struggle, gritting his teeth to throw a punch. Although Zhang Zhixu could have dodged this punch, the movement was too large, causing Chen Baoxiang's hairpin to fall from her head. "Oh no," she exclaimed, hastily reaching out to catch it. Chapter 44. The woman clutched her hairpin tightly, while the opponent's fist landed on her shoulder. Chen Baoxiang staggered backward, and after steadying herself, she first inspected the hairpin, relieved to find it unbroken and undamaged, before finally exhaling and belatedly covering her shoulder. "You, of all people," Zhang Zhixu winced in pain, furious as he scolded, "I told you to keep your attire simple when you left the house.
Why are you still wearing that thing?"
"I've already dressed simply enough, I have to maintain some semblance of dignity," she retorted, baring her teeth.
"What if we encounter some highborn gentleman? A little confidence wouldn't hurt, would it? Are you here to be a minor official or to flirt?"
"Sharpening my tools doesn't hinder my work," she replied.
"Besides, look, it seems we might just be in for some good fortune." Chen Baoxiang looked up just in time to see Su Baran striding towards her, his expression one of concern as he asked, "Are you all right, young lady?" The boy, no more than 16 or 17, lacked the fragrance of flowers or herbs, instead exuding the heat of the sun on yellow sands, with grains cascading down the sharp edge of his spear. His stark black and white eyes radiated guilt and worry. Chen Baoxiang felt a light flicker in her heart, illuminating like a flower lantern. Zhang Zhixu was about to inquire about this supposed good fortune when Chen Baoxiang, in an exaggeratedly affected tone, said, "Oh, it hurts so much." He scoffed in irritation. "Again?
I thought you had a deep affection for Pei Ruhang, yet here you are, as if the earth hasn't even covered his head, already springing forth like a sickly tree before 1,000 flourishing woods." This poem doesn't seem to fit, but in his current state of anger, he couldn't care less and decided to let it slide.
"Did I pass?"
Zhang Zhixu interrupted forcefully. Su Baran nodded. "3 positions are available here, and among today's candidates, only you barely qualify."
"Barely?"
"You should know yourself that while you possess strength, your technique is lacking." He chuckled lightly, rubbing his shoulder. "If you could learn from the experienced masters in the office, I'm sure you'd have a bright future ahead." Zhang Zhixu grimaced at this. Such words are only credible coming from someone who easily won. He, having been struck several times by Chen Baoxiang, was hardly in a position to advise. He turned to seek Chen Baoxiang's agreement. However, she clasped her hands under her chin, shyly saying, "You speak wisely, my lord, thank you." Her brows twitched, and Zhang Zhixu gritted his teeth, thinking, "If you keep speaking like that, I'll punch you in the face."
"Why? Is it unpleasant?"
It wasn't unpleasant. Had they just met, he might even find her voice sweet and charming, but he knew her too well, having heard her speak of nonsense before, and now she sweetly addresses him as my lord?
"Just act normally."
Zhang Zhixu sought a justification. After all, as a martial official, being overly delicate would invite contempt, and indeed, the entire office comprised male martial officials, and her presence as a female martial officer felt like an overwhelming gaze bore down upon her as she stepped inside. Zhang Zhixu had seen such a crowd before, but they had always lowered their heads in his presence. He had never felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board.
He instinctively took a step back. "Perhaps we should move next door?" Chen Baoxiang, with effort, lifted her leg. "We've come this far. Besides, the duties of civil officials are too finely divided.
Those on market patrol can't handle brawls, and those keeping accounts can't manage complaints. It's better to be a martial official. You can roam freely." What she spoke of were common issues, yet Zhang Zhixu found himself unexpectedly persuaded. Initially, he had brought Chen Baoxiang to the bureau to keep abreast of its latest developments, allowing Zhang Xi to issue orders and coordinate from the underworld. If she were to be stuck in a minor position, it would indeed be troublesome. Thus, Chen Baoxiang's public service life commenced. Zhang Zhixu perceived being a minor official as an easy task. After all, no matter what issues arose, the minor officials were not held accountable, merely required to fulfill their duties.
But why was no one telling him that newcomers in the bureau would face bullying from their colleagues? "That woman, help me move this stone lock." "That woman, the office needs to patrol the countryside." "Go with Liuzi." "That woman, pour me a cup of tea."
Zhang Zhixu seethed at hearing this. How could they treat her like a servant when they were all minor officials? Chen Baoxiang, unfazed, complied with the first 2 requests. However, for the third, she grasped the teapot and poured scalding water directly onto the man's hand.
"Ah!"
Fan Tian screamed, seizing a scabbard knife nearby, intending to strike her. Chen Baoxiang reacted swiftly, snatching the knife from him, delivering a kick to his abdomen, then leaping over the man who rushed from behind, brandishing the scabbard to fight back. Such occurrences were not uncommon among martial officials. The superiors hardly intervened, considering it a form of sparring. Newcomers typically endured for years, yielding until they finally rose through the ranks, but Chen Baoxiang had no time for such patience. She needed to assert herself and earn their respect to navigate the days ahead smoothly. A scuffle among 5 or 6 individuals was just the beginning. Upon hearing the commotion, other martial officials outside joined the fray. Zhang Zhixu, worried for Chen Baoxiang's safety, contemplated seeking Su Baran for her protection, yet Chen Baoxiang, her eyes ablaze with determination, refused to retreat. Instead, she grabbed tables and chairs, indiscriminately hurling them at her assailants, striking back threefold for every blow she received. Within half an hour, the hall was littered with bodies, groaning and clutching their heads in agony. Chen Baoxiang, with a gash on her forehead bleeding profusely, sat at the entrance, gasping for breath and smiling. "This is amusing." She kicked Fan Tian, who was closest, declaring, "I am not that woman.
I am Chen Baoxiang."
Fan Tian, bloodied and realizing she had no intention of annihilating him, sighed in relief but couldn't help but retort, "What a rustic name, you sound like some servant girl." This is the most beautiful name in our village, she replied with a smile.
Far better than names like Dainyu or Urju.
As she spoke, she tossed his knife back into his hands. Fan Tian, sitting up while cradling the knife, hesitated before returning it to her. Aren't you supposed to be patrolling the market today? You might need this. Martial men were straightforward. If you could best them, they acknowledged your strength and respected you from then on. Zhang Zhixu, however, remained uneasy. A whole group of them bullying her alone was utterly outrageous. If it were any other woman in her place, what fate would she have met today? The bureau indeed had regulations to protect newcomers, yet these men disregarded them entirely, silently vowing to impose stricter disciplinary measures. Zhang Zhixu followed Chen Baoxiang out, expressing his concern. Your injury? It's nothing, she replied, pulling out a strip of cloth to bind her forehead. Just a scrape. It hasn't damaged the bone. But it hurt, and she was bleeding yet still had to patrol the market. Zhang de Public was succumbing to his privileged disposition, yearning to return home and rest.
Yet Chen Baoxiang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Do you know where we are patrolling today?
Where?
Hufang.
Chapter 45 Guardian Deity. Previously, the two had suffered indignities in the shadowy workshops of Hufang. Ji Chuan had harbored thoughts of vengeance, yet the vast expanse of Hufang, coupled with the multitude of clandestine workshops, rendered their search futile for quite some time. Now, bearing the official seal of the ZOS Textile Bureau, Chen Baoxiang strode back, accompanied by a group of martial officials, with an air of resolute determination. Unauthorized establishment of workshops without the consent of the authorities, fabrication of loom blueprints, and mistreatment of weavers, thundered the official scribe as he entered. Arrest the ringleader. The foreman, approaching with practiced ease, attempted to bribe him with silver, exclaiming, Sir, let us speak amicably. We have operated this ancestral business for over a decade. Must it come to this? The scribe contemptuously tossed the silver to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at him.
The order from Lord Zhang, the head of the ZOS, is clear.
Not a single rogue workshop shall be spared. Take your grievances to him. He then addressed the trembling weavers. Take whatever valuables you deem fit as compensation for your labor. Report to the weaving bureau tomorrow, and the authorities will assign you new tasks.
Chen Baoxiang was taken aback.
Her experiences with the officials had mostly involved displays of power over the common folk. It was a rare occasion to witness a bureau acting with such consideration for innocent weavers. It was as if the clouds had parted, allowing light to bathe the workshops.
Thank you, my lord, thank you, the weavers cried, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they began to gather the fabrics and hidden treasures. As Zhang Zhixu accompanied Chen Baoxiang forward, they encountered the foreman and the foreman stared at her in disbelief. You, he raised an eyebrow, smirking with insolence. You still owe me 300 for labor, but no need to repay it. Keep it for your medicine.
The foreman, clearly incensed, shoved Chen Baoxiang, preparing to shout his grievances. However, she would not tolerate such behavior. With a swift kick to his knee, she incapacitated him, securing him with deft precision and leaving no room for further disturbance.
The martial official scribe nodded approvingly, inquiring, What is your name? Baoxiang, Chen Baoxiang.
Excellent, the scribe remarked. You appear to possess considerable capability. Tomorrow, I will be visiting the pharmaceutical bureau, where there are many women present.
You shall accompany me to assist.
Yes. After inspecting over a dozen illicit workshops, Chen Baoxiang grew increasingly exhilarated, while Zhang Zhixu found himself utterly fatigued.
Is it not yet finished?
Almost. We merely need to escort these individuals back to complete our shift. Still have to escort, he murmured, feeling a wave of dizziness. Chen Baoxiang, supporting herself as she bound the captives, encouraged him, just a little longer. Zhang Zhixu yearned to persist, but years of pampered living rendered him incapable of enduring such exertion, and he soon succumbed to a painful slumber. Upon awakening, the stars twinkled overhead, and Chen Baoxiang hummed a cheerful tune as she walked along the path back to Xianyuan. He coughed, feeling somewhat ashamed. Is it all done? Indeed, she replied excitedly, being a martial official is quite fascinating, far more engaging than merely mingling at banquets. I was initially intimidated by the imposing government buildings, but fortunately, I had you, my great deity.
I did not assist you much. How could you say that? She laughed. Even though you did not take action, simply being by my side made me feel everything would proceed smoothly. After all, you are my unique guardian deity.
A sensation akin to a gentle collision struck Zhang Zhixu's heart, his eyes widening slightly before he lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. To be regarded as a guardian deity was absurd, yet it brought him great joy. This marked the first time he existed not merely as Zhang's second son, but as himself, needed and revered by another. Perhaps Chen Baoxiang was utterly exhausted. Upon returning to Shuixing Xiaozhu, she quickly fell into a deep slumber as Zhang Zhixu, still feeling uneasy, propped her up and, using the moonlight, carefully applied medicinal herbs to her forehead. Her elbows and knees were sore, and her shoulders bore the marks of several blows. It was inappropriate to unfasten a woman's clothing in such a manner, yet should she sleep through the night in this condition, she would surely awaken in pain and unable to rise. After much hesitation, having seen all that needed to be seen, he reasoned that a gentleman could assess the heart rather than the actions. With no lights lit in the room, and armed with a plethora of justifications to take responsibility, Zhang Zhixu untied her garment. Not looking was one thing, but upon glancing, a surge of heat coursed through him. The delicate young lady, recently nurtured to a fair complexion, bore bruises from her visit to the Martial Officials Bureau. A healing wound on her shoulder was red and swollen, and her knee was marked with a deep purple bruise, causing her pain with the slightest movement. To drag oneself, covered in injuries, and still patrol until midnight? Who would willingly take such a role in the martial officials bureau? Grumbling under his breath, he retrieved the ointment and began to apply it here and there, feeling as though the injuries were never ending, which only fueled his frustration. However, Chen Baoxiang had a peaceful night's sleep, awakening with exuberance as she rushed towards the tailor shop, purchasing a set of porcelain-like sleeves and admiring her reflection in a bronze mirror.
Great deity, do I look sharp in this?
Today, she had not styled her hair. Her raven locks were half cascading down her back in a long ponytail, while the other half was pinned atop her head, giving her a fresh and tidy appearance. Zhang Zhixu had originally intended to advise her to pursue a career as a civil servant, yet upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes, he swallowed the words he had prepared. Sharp, he sighed. Receiving the endorsement of the great deity, Chen Baoxiang let out a cheer, paid for her attire, and dashed towards the government office.
Baoxiang, is that you?
Fan Tian, shedding his previous arrogance, waved her over. Your sword has arrived. Chen Baoxiang hurriedly approached, examining the blade with awe. Truly impressive. Naturally, our ZOAS Martial Officials Bureau is far more generous than elsewhere, Fan Tian proclaimed proudly. The higher-ups never skimp on weapons. I know, it is Lord Zhang, is it not? She replied with a beaming smile. What an exceptional official he is. Zhang Zhixu's heart warmed unexpectedly at her praise, realizing that his reputation amongst the lower ranks was not so dismal after all. You lot, hurry up and get on the carriage, the scribe called out. There is trouble at the Pharmaceutical Bureau. With a sudden seriousness, Chen Baoxiang promptly followed the martial officials outside, leaping onto the horse-drawn carriage and racing toward the Pharmaceutical Bureau. The Pharmaceutical Bureau, responsible for overseeing all medicinal shops and the formulation of prescriptions in Dishang, was typically a quiet establishment, rarely troubled by disturbances, yet today, an ominous throng of around 200 soldiers surrounded the entrance, a dark mass that instilled fear. This is my medicine, came the voice of Sun Sihua from within the crowd. Chen Baoxiang paused, swiftly maneuvering through the throng to reach him. Sun Sihua, bloodied and battered, clung desperately to Chang'an, exclaiming, My medicine, give it back. Chang'an, grasping a golden vial, waved him off dismissively. The last payment for the medicine was settled with you. This medicine is for the general, and it rightfully belongs to him. Anything else is acceptable, but not this vial. Humph, I insist on taking this vial. Steel has no eyes, so do not blame me for the consequences.
As he spoke, a nearby soldier brandished a weapon, preparing to strike.
Chen Baoxiang dashed forward, her brand new sword clashing against his with a resounding clang. Unprepared, he stumbled back 2 steps, steadying Sun Sihua with one hand. She held her sword at an angle with the other, declaring, in the domain of the ZOAS, who dares to act recklessly? Chapter 46. The art of performance. A moment of stillness enveloped the entrance of the government office. Chang'an turned to her, his brows slightly furrowed. It is you.
Sun Sihua was taken aback. You? Master, what is going on? She inquired softly, bracing herself against the imposing atmosphere.
Sun Sihua, in a state of distress, grasped her tightly. I painstakingly obtained the medicine for Fengcheng, and he insists on taking it.
Is it the soul-reviving elixir that can awaken Lord Zhen?
Chen Baoxiang frowned at Chang'an, who disdainfully replied, what he claims to have found is clearly a stock from the pharmacy department. The pharmacy department is renowned for its medicinal prowess.
Must we prioritize the life of their chief over that of others? Cheng Huali is alive and well, he can still visit the brothels, why should he lose his life? One of Sun Sihua's disciples couldn't help but retort. What nonsense are you spouting? The 200 soldiers stirred restlessly, resembling a pack ready to devour their prey. The situation was spiraling out of control. Chen Baoxiang, while protecting Sun Sihua, glanced back. Only a handful of officials from the military office had arrived, yet they were being crowded out by the throng of soldiers, unable to enter. Meanwhile, most of the officials from the pharmacy department were women, lacking martial skills, and were ill-equipped to confront the situation. After some contemplation, she said to Sun Sihua, Master, wise men do not court immediate losses. But there is only one vial of that medicine.
Sun Sihua was beside himself with anxiety. If it is lost, Fengcheng will. Chang'an, across from them, chuckled as he toyed with the vial in his hand. Zhang Zhixu observed him and suddenly realized something. The Zhang family as spies were not limited to Lu Shang. It was likely that some shopkeepers from the pharmacies were also involved, assisting in the search for the soul-reviving elixir, aware of its significance. Cheng Huali might not even need the elixir. The commotion to seize it suggested he suspected that the person who acted at the farewell banquet was indeed himself and sought revenge. It appeared that his feigned awakening to the new emperor had deceived others but not the astute Cheng Huali, who had numerous eyes and ears in place.
Let us go. Chang'an commanded.
The ruffians surged forward to escort him safely from the scene, while a few fierce-looking individuals attempted to seize the opportunity to strike. Clear the way, clear the way. The reinforcements from the military office finally arrived, brandishing their blades in intimidation, barely managing to disperse the unruly crowd.
What shall we do about the precious medicine? Sun Sihua lamented, patting his thigh in despair. We cannot afford to lose that.
Chen Baoxiang replied, I will find a solution.
You? Sun Sihua scrutinized her, bemused. Now that you become a military officer, what can you possibly do?
The military officers held a lowly status and could not dare to storm the general's residence. Yet Chen Baoxiang smiled, I have plenty of unconventional ideas, master, rest assured. Previously, Zhang Zhixu would have found such words distasteful, but under the current circumstances, he felt an unexpected pride. Master, we must first eliminate the internal traitor, he interjected. The steward of the Zhang family, be it Lu Shang or anyone else, must not be spared, even if it means mistaken judgment.
Otherwise, it will be like a sieve, leaking every piece of information. Sun Sihua came to his senses, astonished. You sound just like my disciple. We share a mutual understanding, Zhang Zhixu quipped. In any case, let Ning Su handle it. Earlier, when he awakened, Ning Su had already taken control of Lu Sheng as instructed, but unexpectedly, before he could apprehend any other collaborators, news of the soul-reviving elixir had already spread. Not only regarding the elixir, but there were also disturbances at the newly established Tifeng, causing progress to stall, with reports being made against Zhang Zhixu, accusing him of neglecting his duties despite carrying heavy responsibilities. The other members of the Zhang family had also recently faced repeated targeting and exclusion from the Cheng family in both court and society, with the two families at odds. Although they claimed to seek a marriage alliance, they appeared more like enemies. You felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Is it because I delayed the wedding date that I have angered him? Zhang Xilai, with a stern countenance, remarked, if the entire Zhang family relies on you to curry favor with him for survival, then what is the point of sustaining this facade? But my second brother is still in a coma, and grandfather has already resigned from his position as prime minister. The rest of the Zhang family members are either stationed at the border or lack sufficient rank to voice their opinions. What are we to do? She was utterly at a loss. As Chen Baoxiang adorned her hair with an ornate hairpin, she said, this predicament can only be resolved with your second brother's awakening. Yin hurriedly rushed to her side, but the medicine has already been seized by the Cheng family. Indeed, she nodded at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Thus, we must devise a plan to reclaim it. How is that possible? The Cheng family is on high alert against us. Even the invitation delivered by my fourth uncle was blocked. We cannot seize it overtly. After completing her makeup, she turned around, a charming smile gracing her lips, but I have other avenues. Zhang Xilai paused, as if struck by a revelation, and promptly exited to prepare a carriage for her. Yet Yin remained bewildered. What avenues? Did you come to seek my assistance merely for some cosmetics? Silly girl, your cosmetics are far too precious for me to borrow without compensation. She elegantly rose, transforming from a fierce military officer back into a delicate flower, swaying gracefully as she made her way out. Just wait for my return here. Zhang Zhixu followed her outside to the carriage but stopped midway to disembark, waiting at the roadside. You can't possibly be thinking of, he furrowed his brow. From a distance, he spotted a familiar carriage approaching, and Chen Baoxiang smiled faintly. It seems that the great immortal truly understands me. With that, she flicked her sleeve and, with an stumbled forward. Whoa! Shouemo reined in the horse, frowning as he peered ahead. Young master, it seems a young lady has fallen. Pei Ruhong languidly leaned against the carriage wall. Run her over. What? I can afford the compensation. Just run her over. Is that reasonable? Chen Baoxiang quickly uttered an ouch, flipping over to reveal her face. Young master, it's Miss Baoxiang. Shouemo exclaimed. The carriage fell silent for a moment, before Pei Ruhong emerged with an expressionless demeanor, personally taking the reins and calling out towards her. Go. You, sir. She angrily seated herself up. How can you be so unreasonable? You speak of reason, he retorted coldly. Having climbed to such heights, you still resort to such base tactics with me? What heights are you talking about? She brushed off her skirt and stood, gazing up at him beside the carriage. I barely know Zhang Zhixu at all. This was a rare truth from her lips, yet Pei Ruhong clearly had no intention of believing her get lost. You injured me. I can't just leave. She plopped herself onto the carriage yoke and then peered into the carriage. Why isn't Mistson with you today? What business is it of yours? It is indeed my concern. She pouted. If you are on good terms with her, I won't come to bother you. Upon hearing this, Pei Ruhong's expression softened somewhat. He casually tossed the reins back to Shouemo and entered the carriage. Chen Baoxiang shamelessly followed him inside. Tell me, on such an important occasion as your uncle's birthday, why isn't she accompanying you? She has her own carriage to go alone. Unlike you, who comes to hitch a ride on mine. Pei Ruhong waved his sleeve dismissively. Zhang Zhixu can afford you a house, but not a carriage? I've already said I barely know him. Just because you have a beauty by your side, I can't appear disheveled and let you bully me. With a sulky pout, she slouched her shoulders. I too have my pride. Chapter 47. The unseen ones. The tone was tinged with bitterness and grievance, evoking a sense of pity. Pei Ruhong's expression softened somewhat, though his tone remained unfriendly. I penned a poem for you, yet have received no reply. Chen Baoxiang hastily pointed to the wound on her head. I am in discomfort. How can I find the strength to write? What caused this injury? It's a long story, suffice to say, I am quite unfortunate. She pouted and rolled up her sleeve, revealing injuries here, and here, and here. Zhang Zhixu, exasperated, pressed down on her hand as she attempted to tug at her collar. Do not disrupt, I am attending to important matters. If the Zhang family were to rely on your charms to rescue someone, then they would have wasted these several hundred years of prosperity. He was incensed. I do not require you to curry favor with Pei Ruhong. You may not need to, but the young master of the Zhang family certainly does. I have taken 1,000 taels from him, ought I not to do something in return? Are you seeking to fulfill a duty, or do you still harbor feelings for Pei Ruhong? Chen Baoxiang was momentarily speechless, then laughed in irritation. Oh, Zhang Zhixu, while I may appear somewhat simple-minded, I am not so foolish as to still have feelings for Pei Ruhong after having climbed to the heights of associating with you. Who would believe that? Just as she finished speaking, the person across from her spoke up. How do you regard me? Pei Ruhang pressed his lips together. How much sincerity do you truly possess?
Chen Baoxiang gazed up with misty eyes, her voice laden with emotion. Without a doubt, it is complete sincerity.
Pei Ruhang relaxed his furrowed brow, believing her words.
Zhang Zhixu remained silent. He suddenly realized that Chen Baoxiang was indeed a masterful deceiver, adept at using her seemingly innocent face to beguile others. Pei Ruhang, despite being a worldly individual, was easily swayed by her few words. He did not even inquire why she had suddenly appeared by the roadside or how she had learned of today's birthday banquet for Cheng Huili. Instead, he simply retrieved a bottle of ointment from the drawer and, maintaining a stern expression, tossed it to her. Apply this when you return.
Chen Baoxiang accepted it with surprise. How is it that you have this in your carriage?
I purchased it casually. Pei Ruhang was typically cautious in his actions, rarely suffering injuries, making this ointment unnecessary for him. Had she pondered a moment longer, she might have discerned his intentions, yet, Chen Baoxiang gave it no thought, only smiling brightly as she replied, then I shall not stand on ceremony.
Pei Ruhang snorted softly.
Cheng Huili's birthday banquet was refreshingly understated, inviting only a few relatives and friends to enjoy performances in the courtyard. Upon entering, Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, how splendid.
Pei Ruhang beamed with pride. This is a palace constructed by imperial edict, unlike ordinary residences. Is that so?
She looked around. It seems to resemble my grand estate somewhat. Mentioning that estate made Pei Ruhang's mood sour again. Do not say it is built with dragon motifs.
Even the original earl's residence would not compare in grandeur.
As he spoke, he led her further inside.
Young master.
A steward, spotting him, bowed respectfully. There are many guests today. Do ensure you do not lose your way.
Allow someone to guide you. Unnecessary. Pei Ruhang retorted sarcastically, I cannot enter the Zhang family's inner quarters. Must I confine myself to the parlor of my uncle's residence?
Sensing his displeasure, the steward dared not insist further, reasoning that, after all, they were relatives and trouble was unlikely. Chen Baoxiang followed him past the guards, smoothly exploring the surroundings. This is the stable, beyond it is a courtyard for cockfighting, Pei Ruhang explained as they walked. This vast expanse belongs to the general's estate.
Wow, Chen Baoxiang marveled, even a cockfighting arena. It is truly immense.
They also keep camels and elephants at the back, rivaling Liao Garden.
You have truly opened my eyes, yet this area still appears somewhat sparse. She tilted her head. There are not even any carved flowers on the eaves. How can that be? Pei Ruhang pointed. All the eaves of the main courtyard are adorned with carvings of four-clawed dragons. Dragons? Chen Baoxiang was bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with such sights.
Pei Ruhang, unguarded, continued towards the main courtyard. Truth be told, this place was indeed larger than the earl's residence. Without someone familiar with the layout to guide them, one could easily become lost in a matter of moments. As Chen Baoxiang observed, she marveled at how well Cheng the general was living, completely oblivious to his once fallen status. Over there is the study. My uncle generally does not permit entry. And this is the main courtyard, which he occupies alone. No one else is allowed inside.
Pei Ruhang paused. Let us explore elsewhere. Such a vast estate, and he lives here alone? Chen Baoxiang was astonished. Do the servants not stay here? My uncle prefers solitude while sleeping. Even Chang'an is not permitted. But what if there is an assassin?
Pei Ruhang shot her a glance. Do you think all those guards outside are merely idle, not to mention that ordinary assassins could never infiltrate?
Even if they did manage to reach the main courtyard, there are mechanisms in place. What is there to fear?
There are actually mechanisms. Lost in thought, Chen Baoxiang inadvertently bumped into Pei Ruhang's back. Ouch, what are you, uncle? Pei Ruhang called out. A chill ran through her, and Chen Baoxiang quickly hid behind Pei Ruhang.
What brings you here?
Cheng Huili, seated in a wheelchair, managed a strained smile. Go ahead, the banquet is about to commence.
Today is your birthday banquet, uncle. Since you are here, why would I go ahead? Pei Ruhang approached to push his wheelchair. Shall we go together?
Chen Baoxiang followed closely, though her hairpin wobbled and glinted in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling Cheng Huili.
Cheng Huili frowned. Who did you bring? A friend.
Chen Baoxiang, steeling herself, stepped forward and knelt with a thud. This humble girl pays her respects to the general. Her voice sounded odd, and Cheng Huili appeared somewhat disdainful, turning his head away disinterestedly. You are not young anymore. If you are to find a match, choose someone proper. Do not bring such odd company around. Pei Ruhang held great affection for this uncle, yet did not respond immediately to his words.
Cheng Huili frowned. Ruhang? Does your leg still hurt, uncle?
He pushed him along the corridor, passing by Chen Baoxiang, effortlessly lifting her up. Dr. Wang mentioned that you would find it difficult to manage once the rains arrive. Chen Baoxiang stumbled a couple of steps to keep up, catching sight of Cheng Huili's graying crown. He muttered, after all, I am a useless man, whether I suffer or not is of little consequence. A veteran general, unable to return to the battlefield, was like a broken cart, gradually being neglected and cast aside by its owner. You will recover, Pei Ruhang said softly. You have fought valiantly in countless battles throughout your life. Even if you spend your days in the capital from now on, no one would dare to look down upon you. The mention of this subject irked Zhang Huili. Even the young and inexperienced dare to plot against me. If I do not assert my authority, they will truly take me for a sickly cat. Chapter 48. The busy help. Pei Ruhang did not inquire about the identity of the young child, nor did Chen Baoxiang. After the gathering concluded, she hurried straight to the Xianyuan, seeking paper and pen from Zhou, determined to meticulously sketch the positions and layout of the courtyard she had noted down. Marvelous, Ning Su exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, his residence is heavily fortified.
We have been unable to obtain a map thus far.
Simply having this is insufficient, Zhou responded, we must also gather intelligence on his daily movements and the mechanisms within the main courtyard.
The traps are perilous.
We may need to enlist the help of someone from the Qianjitang to uncover that information, Ning Su said gravely, and as for the hiding place of the soul-returning elixir, that old rogue would certainly not display it openly. We must devise a way to render him unconscious, Zhou suggested, only then will those around him be compelled to produce the elixir for his rescue.
While that reasoning is sound, what method should we employ? Ning Su pondered, visibly troubled, administering the drug directly?
He has a divine physician by his side, they would likely discern our intentions immediately.
Would masquerading as a ghost be feasible?
Zhou contemplated, he has undoubtedly committed numerous misdeeds, if we can imitate a ghost convincingly enough, it may frighten him into a faint.
That plan carries excessive risk and offers little assurance, Ning Su hesitated, what if he is unafraid?
We would merely be alerting him.
Nothing seems viable, what then shall we do? Zhou exclaimed in frustration, if we delay any longer, that old rogue may consume the elixir entirely.
At that moment, Chen Baoxiang, reaching for a pastry on the table, nearly dropped it in surprise at his outburst.
Their gazes turned towards her simultaneously. Miss Chen, what is your perspective?
Me, how would I know? She swallowed nervously, clutching the pastry. I have already done all that I can. My lady, Zhou implored eagerly, you have always been full of ideas.
Please assist my master once more.
It is not that I wish to refrain from helping, but the Chen family is den of iniquity. As long as we can reclaim the elixir, the Zhang family is willing to offer you 1,000 taels, Zhou interjected. Ning Su felt a sense of foreboding at Zhou's words. Soliciting assistance with money was an affront. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Chen Baoxiang's expression shift, her eyes lighting up. The matter of money is not paramount, but I have suddenly conceived an idea.
Ning Su Zhou hastily inquired, what is your brilliant insight, my lady?
Disguising as a ghost is quite a good idea, Chen Baoxiang concurred. I can undertake the task myself, but Ning Su, you must ensure my safety, at the very least escorting me from the main house to the vicinity of the fighting cock arena.
Zhou beamed with joy. Do you also believe this is feasible, my lady? Of course it is feasible.
She pointed to the map delineating the route between the main house and the fighting cock arena, not far apart, yet likely to be heavily guarded. Zhou, you must gather more individuals skilled in combat.
If we have sufficient numbers, I can delay Chang'an and those ruffians. That is easily arranged. Do you require 10 or 20? Chen Baoxiang contemplated, I need 200. What? Zhou was astonished. Do you know how difficult it is to recruit warriors now? The monthly wage is 2 taels, and we can only manage to recruit 2 or 3 a month. Where do we find 200?
I have a method, she replied, as long as you convince Zhang Zhixu to allow me to set up a venue in the outskirts.
Zhou felt uneasy about this plan, yet as the urgency to reclaim the elixir loomed, he set aside his reservations and strode out.
Ning Su also bowed and said, I shall prepare as well.
Much obliged.
Chen Baoxiang waved them off, returning to her pastries, and once she had eaten her fill, she rose to change her attire. Her skin, a delicate hue, flashed briefly as she moved to the previously silent Zhang Zhixu could no longer contain himself. Didn't they give you the medicine, why don't you use it? The medicine has a bitter scent, far inferior to what our master provides, Chen Baoxiang replied, glancing at her reflection in the copper mirror. Besides, you apply the medicine to me every night.
I have no need for his.
Zhang Zhixu hesitated, then averted his gaze. How do you know? The scent of medicine clings to you, it is difficult not to notice. Adjusting her attire, she smiled, it is truly delightful to have you by my side, great immortal. With his fingers pressed against his brow, Zhang Zhixu felt his ears grow warm, finally grumbling, it is only your words that are pleasing.
Are you no longer angry with me? Chen Baoxiang asked.
Zhang Zhixu sulked in silence, though he knew he should not be upset, for all her bustling about was to assist him. How could he be so ungrateful? Yet, witnessing her interaction with Pei Ruhan left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable, as if a thorn were lodged in his heart.
Are you truly going to the Chang family yourself? He queried. Aren't you afraid of not being able to retreat unscathed?
Of course I am afraid, Chen Baoxiang replied candidly, but Zhou has given me money.
Taking others' wealth to accomplish tasks is only natural.
Zhang Zhixu rubbed his forehead. He had never encountered someone so enamored with silver. He was unsure whether to commend her for her financial acumen or chastise her for her reckless disregard for danger. The following day, early in the morning, Zhou sent word that Zhang Zhixu had already approved the request for her to recruit under the auspices of the Zhao Yixi in the outskirts. The Martial Officers Bureau has also been recruiting, Zhang Zhixu remarked, but with little success.
The Bureau's reputation intimidates ordinary people. Who would dare to try?
Chen Baoxiang said confidently, just watch me. Instead of posting recruitment notices at the city gates and prohibited areas, she headed straight to the beggar dens, the docks, and even the sewers, banging a gong and proclaiming, fresh meat pies available in the western outskirts.
Everyone gets one, hurry.
Instantaneously, countless figures emerged from the shadows, regardless of age or gender. Anyone with strength rushed toward the western outskirts. Within a mere half-day, thousands had gathered outside the western outskirts. A 10-mile route had been prepared, featuring steep slopes, rivers, and encounters with the Bureau's officers for those attempting to pass through.
Have you all enjoyed your meat pies?
Chen Baoxiang shouted from the observation tower. Next comes the money, a total of 240,000 copper coins. Anyone who successfully navigates these challenges and reaches the finish line will draw lots for a share, with a maximum of 100,000 copper coins. 100,000, the crowd, who had been preoccupied with their meat pies, stirred restlessly, particularly those with considerable strength, all rushing toward the starting point. There were also elderly and frail individuals attempting to join in, but they could not even pass the first challenge and were left to lament. The remaining participants were all robust individuals, and even those who appeared meek were stirred to reveal astonishing strength.
Zhang Zhixu stared in astonishment. You only spent a little over 100 taels?
To orchestrate such a grand affair was remarkable. It was evident that at least 300 or 400 were now racing toward the finish line.
Only that?
Chen Baoxiang bit into a meat pie. Great immortal, a little over 100 taels is indeed a substantial sum.
Had Zhou Chuan not been willing to contribute, I would not have been able to afford it.
Though she claimed this, when the time came to select the recruits, and over 200 ragged individuals looked at her with eager eyes, ready to follow her, Chen Baoxiang generously provided for their meals. She praised a few of the particularly strong ones, offering them 2 lamb legs, and engaged them in discussions about aspirations and ideals, crafting an image of herself as an ambitious military officer in need of assistance. Even someone as worldly as Pei Ruhan could not resist Chen Baoxiang, let alone these unsophisticated individuals. So thus, more than 200 men quickly assembled, all obedient to Chen Baoxiang's commands.
No one else could sway them. Zhang Zhixu watched in astonishment and amusement. How did you come by these commanding methods? Is this a method? Chen Baoxiang asked, puzzled. If you want to unite people and have them listen to you, isn't that how it should be done? Zhang Zhixu fell silent, pondering.
Could this also be a talent? The Zhao initially aimed to recruit a few dozen more individuals, yet unexpectedly, Chen Baoxiang returned with 200. Resigned, they promoted her to the position of a martial officer recorder, as the salary difference was negligible. With this promotion, Chen Baoxiang found herself much freer, no longer required to accompany the previous recorder on errands around the city outskirts. She could now lead her own group with a mere notification. In the following days, she busied herself most frequently in the east and west markets. The Zhang family owned several shops there, and their business was quite prosperous. Previously, no one dared to provoke them. However, with the recent frequent changes in management, troubles had arisen, and even local ruffians dared to wreak havoc. Chen Baoxiang had come to procure goods alongside the construction officers and had barely stepped inside when a chair leg came flying out, catching her off guard.
Seize them all, she bellowed. The ruffians inside roared defiantly. Dare to seize me? Do you know who I am? I do not care who you are. She seized a chair and struck back. The clerks behind her shouted wildly, even more ferociously than their adversaries, rushing forward to apprehend and pummel, some even biting. A group of ruffians was soon reduced to wailing and crying for mercy, dragged out by their heels. The shopkeeper inside repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed officer, thank you. With a casual wave, she called out to her companions, onward, to the next location. Cheng Huai was intent on using the Zhang family to establish his authority, thus he had employed numerous underhanded tactics in the east and west markets. Chen Baoxiang's ostentatious display quickly attracted their attention. Under the cover of darkness, incapacitate her crew. Understood.
Just as Chen Baoxiang rented a large courtyard to accommodate her recruits, she was met at the door by a group armed with clubs. It was Cheng An leading the charge, along with those 200 ruffians. Chen Baoxiang held an oil lamp, glancing back with a faint smile. I have been waiting for you. Even without seeing her face, Zhang Zhixu felt a surge of excitement. Previously, he believed that women in martial roles were generally inferior to men in strength and tactics. However, now he felt compelled to abandon such prejudices. Chen Baoxiang struck like lightning, swiftly capturing the foremost Cheng An, while the traps and mechanisms in the courtyard sprang to life, ensnaring all 200 of their elite forces.
I am a soldier of General Chang.
Cheng An cried, his face bruised and swollen.
Chen Baoxiang extinguished the oil lamp in her hand and chuckled. On this dark and windy night, I see nothing. I know that trespassing is an act of thievery, and thieves may be dealt with according to the law. Chapter 49.
A frightening encounter on a cool spring night. Cheng Huai stood in his wheelchair, furrowing his brow, an unsettling feeling gnawing at his heart. He inquired of Lu Shaohuai, where is Cheng An? He has taken some people out and has yet to return, Lu Shaohuai replied, draping a light blanket over Cheng Huai's legs.
However, rest assured, General.
There is no one in the capital who poses a threat to them, and the authorities have been informed not to intervene. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Cheng Huai murmured, for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that today is an ill-fated day.
Lu Shaohuai calculated, indeed, it is not. How so?
17 years ago today, the woman from Gui Township in Yu County was said to have died from complications during childbirth, resulting in the loss of 2 lives. Cheng Huai's complexion shifted slightly, and he restlessly adjusted his position. Many years prior, he had ventured far away with his 2 sons to serve in the military, leaving behind his pregnant wife, not out of indifference, but because it was impractical to take a woman in her condition to the battlefield. It was better to leave her in their hometown. They had a total of 3 bags of rice and 2 strings of corn. He left her 2 full bags of rice, anticipating that the neighbors would provide assistance, thus she could survive the winter. Little did he expect that not long after, news reached him of his wife's tragic demise during childbirth. After many years of marriage, he felt sorrow for her, yet he soon encountered the later Princess Shoan, and when they wed, he even paid homage to her in the heavens. Nevertheless, each year on her memorial day, Cheng Huai felt an uncanny chill creeping over him. Do not fear, General, I have deliberately instructed Ruhang and Xingrong to gather a group in the courtyard to engage in a lively game of night chicken, Lu Xiaohuai remarked. The presence of many people will bolster the young energy, alleviating any fears. Cheng Hui nodded, your foresight is indeed commendable. As he spoke, a yawn escaped him, revealing his fatigue. Please, rest for a while, General, Lu Xiaohuai suggested. I shall go to the courtyard to check on the children. Very well. Once he was wheeled into the main courtyard and assisted onto his bed, Cheng Hui closed his eyes and surrendered to slumber. The wind rustled through the leaves in the yard, producing a mournful sound akin to weeping. Sanlang, a voice called out to him. Cheng Hui's eyes snapped open. In the pitch-black room, a figure sat in the corner, long hair obscuring her face, ominously beckoning. Sanlang, he discreetly glanced a few times before sneering. Are you trying to frighten me? I, Chang, have countless vengeful spirits under my command. I fear not the supernatural. At that moment, Ning Su, perched upon the beams above, felt a chill run down his spine. This old man truly feared not the specters. Earlier, he had conferred with Miss Chen, agreeing that should they encounter such a situation, they should retreat immediately. He could not help but glance toward the figure in the corner, preparing to assist, yet the white shadow showed no inclination to flee. Quietly, she sat, one hand clutching her flowing hair, while the other mimicked the motion of combing. With a languid gesture, she pinched a handkerchief, her voice resounding mournfully. Why do you mix the cloth for wiping the knife with the one I use for washing my face? Cheng Hui's body jolted sharply. His pupils quivered in disbelief as he clutched the bed's edge and leaned forward, only to slowly retreat. No, I refuse to believe, there are no ghosts in this world. Sanlang, I have accrued 10 years of virtue to come find you. With a white figure, noticeably pregnant, drew closer, parting her hair to reveal her face. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her features. Cheng Hui stared blankly, suddenly frenzied. He began to tug at the nearby bell, yet the cord that typically rang with a simple pull remained unresponsive today. No. Do not come closer. Stay away. He shrank back into the bed. I have done you no wrong, I have not. Have you not? The white figure lamented. 5 bags of rice and 10 strings of corn. You did not leave me even a grain. That is incorrect. 3 bags of rice and 2 strings of corn. I left you something. Cheng Hui repeated frantically, attempting to drown out her words, but the apparition was not so easily dismissed. She gazed at him with palpable resentment, her eyes seemingly bleeding. Liar, you have deceived me greatly. The fortune teller claimed I was carrying a daughter, and you wished to starve me at home while selling my corpse for a ghost marriage. An icy hand rested on his amputated leg, and the white figure murmured, Cheng San Wang, I have come to collect your life. You owe me a debt that must be repaid with your life. Her familiar visage drew near, exuding a strong odor of decayed eye. In an instant, he was yanked back from the opulence of his surroundings to the dark, dilapidated village of Ur. The musty straw, the writhing maggots in the corners, and that long-despised woman. Cheng Hui was so terrified he could not even scream, his mouth opened wide in silent horror, his bloodshot eyes bulging, and his body convulsed. He instinctively reached for the sword on the bedside table, but before he could grasp it, darkness enveloped him. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the general's residence, causing Lu Xiaohuai, who was halfway to the courtyard, to stiffen and immediately return to the main hall. The servants stationed outside rushed in, lighting lamps and searching the premises. As the lights blazed, only Cheng Hui remained in the chamber. He lay on the bed, surrounded by a nauseating stench, his complexion pallid, unconscious. Quick, summon the divine physician. Dr. Wang, on the verge of slumber, was abruptly roused, taking Cheng Hui's pulse. What has happened? He is so frightened that his spirit is nearly detached from his body. Lu Xiaohuai furrowed his brow. Perhaps he has had a nightmare. A nightmare could not cause such a state. Very well, fetch the soul recovery pill to stabilize the general's spirit. Given the day's significance and the absence of any discernible poison or injury, Lu Xiaohuai did not dwell further on the matter. He opened the concealed cabinet on the wall and handed the medicine to Wang Shou. Wang Shou administered a pill to Cheng Hui and placed the medicine bottle on the tray. Observe for half an hour. If he remains in this fragile state, we shall administer another. Understood. Lu Xiaohuai nodded but still found it peculiar. When I left just now, the general was perfectly fine. How could he have changed so drastically? The servants outside shook their heads in unison. It seems the general experienced a nightmare. Upon hearing his screams, we rushed in, but there was a mechanism outside, and we had to navigate for some time before opening the main door, only to find this scene. Lu Xiaohuai cast a suspicious glance at the beams above, which were empty. He surveyed the room, finding no traces left behind, yet when his gaze fell upon the bell cord, his expression darkened. Immediately seal off all courtyard entrances and apprehend the intruder. Yes. Amidst the chaos, a golden vial slipped silently away, lost among the throngs of shoving figures. Chapter 50. A man must be dependable. Chen Baoxiang clutched her stomach as she returned to the fighting cock courtyard, grimacing in pain. Lu Qingrong, what on earth did you feed me? It isn't the poison from the castor bean, is it? Lu Qingrong, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips. Stop slandering me without reason. You were clearly afraid of losing and chose to withdraw from the round. Who is afraid of losing? I just purchased the champion rooster from the East Market at a hefty price. She squeezed into the crowd, ready to continue the fight, when a throng surged in through the courtyard gate. Young master, there has been an assassination attempt at the manor. All esteemed guests will need to be searched before they can leave. Pei Ruhang frowned upon hearing this. What is going on? It is Lord Lu's orders, we can only provide a detailed report later. A group of maidservants approached, holding the arms of the ladies present.
Sun Xianyue, visibly irritated, remarked, "We have been here the entire time, why are we being searched when the theft occurred at the manor?" "Exactly, what do you take us for?" Chen Baoxiang chimed in.
As they spoke, the other ladies also began to voice their discontent. Pei Ruhang furrowed his brows.
"These are all guests I have invited.
However, the items that were lost are indeed of great value.
If we cannot recover them, we shall all face punishment," the maidservants implored, tears welling in their eyes.
"We beseech you, noble guests, do not make it difficult for us lowly servants." An idea struck Lu Qingrong, and she pointed decisively at Chen Baoxiang. "There were so many people here earlier. She was the only one who went to the restroom. You can search her, and if nothing is found on her, then it is even less likely that we possess anything."
All eyes turned to Chen Baoxiang.
Her expression turned peculiar as she glanced around, ultimately meeting Pei Ruhang's gaze. He should say something, after all, they were at his uncle's house, and singling her out for a search was rather unreasonable. However, Pei Ruhang, meeting her look, fell silent for a moment before stating, "I believe you, but given the circumstances, it would be better to clear your name openly rather than hide." Zhang Zhixu nearly kicked him in frustration.
"Is this the man you have your eye on? What kind of man is unreliable at critical moments?"
Chen Baoxiang felt a pang of anger, but upon hearing the voice of the divine immortal, she instead found herself amused. "A divine immortal, we are intruding in someone else's residence.
How can we blame them for not protecting us? But right now, you have not been discovered, how can he push you out like that?"
That made sense, Chen Baoxiang nodded. "From now on, I shall seek a man who truly cares for me." More pressing was the matter of extricating herself from the situation. The soul-retrieving elixir was not in her possession, but she was still wearing the white attire from her ghostly disguise. If they were to examine her closely, they might notice her loose hair and the lead powder she had just applied to her face. Suddenly, Chen Baoxiang squatted down, covering her face and weeping dramatically.
"Woig," she cried, "without Fengqing here, you all dare to bully me." As two maidservants prepared to approach her for a search, they were momentarily taken aback. "This esteemed guest, esteemed? In your eyes, I am nothing but lowly." She threw a tantrum, pulling at her outer robe. "Search me thoroughly, if I have anything belonging to your Cheng family on me, may I meet a terrible fate. But if I do not, then Fengqing shall come and seek justice from you." Pei Ruhang's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Rumei seized his arm. "Brother, you are handling this incorrectly." She stomped her foot in frustration. "If there is to be a search, it should be of everyone, not just Sister Baoxiang." As she spoke, she stepped forward to support Chen Baoxiang, casually tugging at her sleeve. "I have checked. Sister Baoxiang has nothing on her." She turned back to scold Lu Qingrong. "If we follow Miss Lu's reasoning, then in the future, guests at the Cheng family may not even be able to use the restroom." The scene grew chaotic, with Lu Qingrong attempting to defend herself while the maidservants pushed and shoved. Chen Baoxiang adopted a look of profound despair and asked lightly, "Now that you have searched, may I leave?" "Of course," Pei Rumei said, unbothered by anything else as she helped her up. "Sister, let me escort you out." Pei Ruhang stood by, frowning but ultimately allowing it. Thus, Chen Baoxiang left the fighting cock arena, weeping and wailing. On the way, she encountered members of the Pei family searching frantically, with someone rushing towards the back courtyard while shouting, "General, something has happened with Steward Chang." The front and back courtyards were in disarray, and no one noticed when a young servant appeared behind her. Guided by Pei Rumei, they smoothly boarded a carriage waiting outside. The coachman cracked the whip, directing the horse toward Xuanwu Gate. Inside the carriage, the young servant raised his face, bowing to Chen Baoxiang. "Thank you immensely, miss, for today." Chen Baoxiang lowered her hands from her face, grinning as she asked, "Did you manage to retrieve it?" Ningsu opened his palm, revealing a golden vial resting quietly within. Sun Sihua, seated opposite, quickly took it and sniffed, finally relaxing his furrowed brow. "Indeed, it is the soul-retrieving elixir." He bowed to Chen Baoxiang. "You are Fengqing's savior." Such flattery, it was merely a casual act of assistance, she said with a smile, glancing outside. "Just set me down ahead. I still need to go back and release Chang'an and his group." Sun Sihua gazed at her departing figure with satisfaction, turning to Ningsu to boast, "Fengqing was right, as long as she is alive, Fengqing will survive." Ningsu chuckled in agreement. Tonight's situation was perilous. Thankfully, Miss Chen spun a tale to avert disaster. If it had been anyone else facing Cheng Huali, they might not have been able to stand at all. What kind of story did she weave? I couldn't quite catch it, but it certainly frightened Cheng Huali. Cheng Huali had claimed he was not afraid of ghosts. How could he still faint? Ningsu did not dwell on it, but Zhang Zhixu's unease grew. "How do you know about his story with that pregnant woman?" Chen Baoxiang skipped along the path, cheerfully declaring, "What of it? Our village is quite close to his hometown of Guixiang. Many know of his dealings in marrying off his wife for a ghost marriage." Zhang Zhixu was taken aback, contemplating why no one had reported him, only to recall the fourth-rank official's wife who had filed a complaint that led nowhere. If complaints had any weight, Cheng Huali would have been toppled long ago, rather than enjoying such wealth and status. "You must be cautious," he advised Chen Baoxiang. "Cheng Huali is vengeful, make sure he never sees your face again." "Not a chance," she laughed. "What is my station, and what is his?"
Even if I wished to see him, it would not be an easy feat. Cheng Yin and his group remained blissfully unaware, thinking it was merely a personal grudge, completely ignorant of the fact that they had been trapped in the dilapidated courtyard for an entire night, returning just as dawn broke. Zhang Zhixu did not concern himself with them, as they had no evidence of Chen Baoxiang's theft of the soul-retrieving elixir. Even if they returned to complain, there was little they could do against her. Chapter 51 Return to the origin. However, Zhang Zhixu could never have anticipated that Cheng Huali, having lost the soul-retrieving elixir and failed to capture the thief, would descend into a frenzy, ruthlessly exacerbating the oppression of those beneath him. The tenants in the fields, the shop assistants, and the negligent soldiers alike all suffered his wrath. Cheng Yin, unable to bear the harsh penalties, shifted the blame entirely onto Chen Baoxiang, accusing her of collusion with the thieves, deliberately stalling their efforts.
Though he had inadvertently hit the mark.
Yet, this turn of events spelled disaster for Chen Baoxiang. On that day, while she was patrolling as usual, she was suddenly seized in the street by a group of armed officials and unceremoniously dragged into the dungeon.
Your Excellency, there must always be a charge and an indictment when one is taken into custody, correct? Zhang Zhixu shouted through the bars, to imprison someone without cause and offer no explanation. What sort of reasoning is this?
This dungeon was even darker than the last, appearing far more conducive to one being quietly beaten to death without anyone noticing. Chen Baoxiang lamented, had I known I would be out today, I would have brought more people with me. Zhang Zhixu could only smile wryly. In the face of authority, no amount of companions will avail you. If they wish to capture you, it is of little consequence.
What then can be done?
What could indeed be done? Perhaps they might encounter a reasonable interrogator who could grant her a chance at survival. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the scarred jailer approached, taking her away to the interrogation room. Zhang Zhixu remained puzzled. Why does the procedure seem so peculiar? No charges filed, and yet they proceed to interrogation without so much as a preliminary inquiry. As Chen Baoxiang gazed at the instruments hanging on the wall, her spine stiffened, and her skin tightened with dread. They intend to torture me directly.
What? What could they possibly hope to extract without any accusations?
There is nothing they wish to inquire about, she whispered. Cheng Huali merely seeks my demise. It was all too easy for a person of high rank and power to orchestrate the silent death of an ordinary citizen within the confines of a dungeon. The elaborate procedures were but a fade for the machinations of authority. Zhang Zhixu's complexion turned ashen, disbelief clouding his eyes, yet the jailer had already procured a wooden clamp, preparing to force her delicately nurtured fingers, which he had painstakingly cared for, into its cruel grip. Since inhabiting Chen Baoxiang's body, Zhang Zhixu had worried incessantly for her. She neglected her own well-being, sustaining injuries and bleeding almost daily. He had to sit up every night to administer medicine, preventing scars from marring her skin. Observing the demure young woman, her hands were rough and calloused, with short, thick nails. Unable to bear it, he secretly procured milk and pearl powder to nourish her skin, and after several months, he had finally managed to improve her appearance somewhat. He even clumsily dyed her hair a lovely hue using the juice of balsam flowers, and now, however, blood flowed from Chen Baoxiang's head, her fair fingers caught in the wooden clamp, swollen and turning purple, her once beautiful nails now stained with blood. Zhang Zhixu felt pain so intense he could not even cry out. He wished to urge Chen Baoxiang to resist, but she was alone, unable even to free herself from the ropes, let alone escape the deadly confines of the dungeon. He considered negotiating with the jailers, but these men had clearly been instructed not to heed his words. Straining with all their might to tighten the clamp, Chen Baoxiang let out a wretched cry, her voice hoarse, the final notes tinged with faintness. You say, he murmured, if we were to kill them all, and not allow Cheng Yin to return, would this not change our fate?
Oh, great one.
She gasped, over 200 lives lost there, blood could fill the streets.
Should I be reported, my fate would be no different.
The lowly involved in this affair were already risking their lives. She had little room for retreat.
Why must he commit evil without consequence, while you, like an ant, must suffer punishment without even a trial?
Because, to the powerful, the common folk are but ants. Zhang Zhixu felt a profound shock. He had often heard his teacher say, excessive private power can crush lives, yet he had never felt its weight until now, having become one of the crushed. A sharp pain surged from his fingertips to his scalp. Zhang Zhixu struggled as he neared death, flashes of white light danced before his eyes, and a buzzing filled his ears. In his daze, he heard Chen Baoxiang murmuring, I cannot die here. Familiar words, familiar scenes. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the drifting dust motes. She stared at the dust, defiantly repeating, I cannot die.
You and I did not perish here last time, and we shall not this time either.
His heart trembled, as if a stone had fallen into a pond, sending ripples across the surface.
Zhang Zhixu heard the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, the grinding of chains, the distant roar of flames, and even further away, the wails of prisoners. His body grew cold. These sounds gradually faded, replaced by others. When will he awaken to see for himself? If he does not wish to, he shall not awaken. Does he have anything he particularly cherishes? Let us try that. Fengqing does not care for anything. He has no interest in anything.
The voices grew louder, until they seemed to resonate right beside him. Zhang Zhixu strained to grasp what was near him. It was not the clamp, but a soft silk quilt. As he opened his eyes again, he saw the embroidered bed curtains, now interwoven with gold thread as per his instructions.
Master?
Zhou Chuan exclaimed with delight. The room instantly buzzed with activity, some relaying messages, others taking his pulse, as Gonlan and Zhang Yuanshu crowded by the bed, brimming with joy. My son, you have finally awakened. Staring at the bed curtains in a daze, Zhang Zhixu took a breath, disregarding everything else, grasping the edge of the bed to prop himself up. A wheelchair.
What wheelchair? Bring it, here. Hurry, do as the young master commands. No one dared delay.
The wheelchair swiftly arrived at the bedside, and Zhang Zhixu was assisted into it with great effort, not even pausing to don his outer robe before commanding, "Proceed as I instructed, quickly."
Gong Lan and Zhang Yuanshu were taken aback.
He had just awakened, how could he possibly go out? But as Zhang Yuanshu hesitated to intervene, Gong Lan held him back. "Our son is not an impulsive person. If he is in such a hurry, it surely signifies something urgent. Just send someone to follow him, do not hinder him." Indeed, Fengqing had always been well-behaved, unlikely to act recklessly. Zhang Yuanshu was persuaded, yet, a mere incense stick's length later, the usually obedient Fengqing commanded his men to forcefully break open the gates of the northern dungeon.
"Zhang Darren, listen to me, we must record all detainees. How can you claim someone is here if they are not on the list? This is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, you have no dispatch documents, nor the hand order from the Ministry of Justice. How can you bring someone in? Do you not fear being reported to the censorate? Ah, we cannot proceed any further." Zhang Zhixu relied on his memory as he pressed onward, entirely ignoring the jailer's evasions. He remembered this path distinctly, recalling he needed to turn right, descend 2 steps, pass through a stone door, then turn left. Suddenly, the familiar interrogation room loomed before him. Dim torches illuminated the mottled walls, where an array of torture instruments had been reduced by half, the air thick with the stench of blood. Someone lay curled on the ground inside. The jailers continued their brutal work, a whip raised high, slicing through the air with a fierce intent, striking her back with a resounding crack. The sound of flesh tearing echoed painfully in his ears, the person on the ground writhing in agony as Zhang Zhixu felt a sharp constriction in his chest. Before the wheelchair could fully halt, he sprang up, rushing forward. "Master! Zhang Darren!"
He could hear no other sounds, only his own desperate plea as he threw himself upon her, frantically clearing the blood and filth from her mouth and nose, cradling her neck to ease her breathing.
"Chen Baoxiang? Chen Baoxiang!"
The figure in his arms was pale, her eyes tightly shut, blood streaming down her forehead had dried, her porcelain-colored attire stained beyond recognition. Grasping her shoulder, his palm was soaked with her blood. The pain was unbearable. Even now that he had returned to his own body, he could still feel her suffering. Zhang Zhixu's eyes turned crimson, he gasped for breath. Behind him, Zhou Chuan cursed as he kicked away the jailer attempting to strike again. A group rushed in, cornering the guards and record keepers, and the interrogation room erupted into chaos. He did not look back, only trembling as he leaned closer to her, wishing to lend her strength as he had done before, hoping to keep her alive at least a little longer. "Oh, Great One, you are truly remarkable, almost omnipotent. The Bodhisattva has no greater power, the Buddha no greater compassion.
You are indeed the finest deity in the world.
What merit have I to receive your protection? I am utterly unworthy. Once we return, I shall set up a shrine for you, inscribing it with gold leaf, ensuring a constant supply of incense." The ephemeral voices shattered amidst the stench of blood. The person in his arms lay still, as if breathless. His throat constricted. Zhang Zhixu reached out, striving to avoid her wounds as he attempted to lift her, yet he had only just awakened, his body still weak. He tried several times but failed. Zhou Chuan reached out to assist. Zhang Zhixu gritted his teeth. "Do not touch her, she suffers greatly." He alone knew how to avoid her injuries, how to ease her pain. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhixu summoned all his strength to embrace her. Leaning back, he fell into the wheelchair, but his arms remained steadfast around her, gently placing her on his lap. His hands became smeared with filth, the pristine inner robe now stained with blood and dirt. Zhou Chuan, knowing his master's penchant for cleanliness, hurriedly offered him a warm cloth. Zhang Zhixu accepted it, but instead of wiping his own hands, he pinched a corner to clean the dried blood from Chen Baoxiang's face, muttering in disdain, "So many wounds.
A perfectly fine young woman should not be so battered. Do we have any horseweed, Zhou Chuan? Did you bring any horseweed?"
Zhou Chuan had never seen his master in such a state and hurriedly searched their supplies. Hot water, cloths, soft cushions, even incense were prepared for the master, but as he had healed, no medicinal supplies had been brought. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixu broke down, one hand clutching Chen Baoxiang's bloodied wound, the other fervently turning the wheels as he rushed outside.
"Master!"
Zhou Chuan hurriedly followed, pushing along, anxiously advising, "Sun Yaoshan is waiting outside. Miss Chen will be fine, do not rush, do not rush." How could he not be anxious? She, such a resilient person, had not been able to endure until his return. It was also his fault. Why had he awakened so late? Why had he taken so long to arrive? The stench of blood suffocated him, and his vision darkened.
"Fengqing, master is here. Sun Sihua helped him onto the carriage. I can save her. Once we return, I will save her. Quickly, clear the way ahead, send riders ahead to prepare the medicine and needles." There were many voices around him, some supported him, while others attempted to reach for Chen Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu drew his arms close, stubbornly refusing to let go. This world has always been unfair. He, who wished to live so little, was being saved with great effort, while she, who fought so hard to survive, was valued less than a blade of grass. Having spent so long together, it seemed he had never truly fulfilled Chen Baoxiang's wishes. He had not conjured wealth for her, nor helped her ascend to greater heights, nor could he even protect her from harm. He was unworthy to be her great one. Chapter 52 Enlightenment. In the courtyard, servants hurried to and fro, while the house was crowded with doctors and apprentices. Dr. had been carried over in a palanquin at midnight, his eyes barely open. After reviewing the prescription, he was, as usual, about to inform the head of the household about the precious medicinal ingredients required. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. "There is no need to seek other substitutes.
She fears pain and must have an adequate amount of horsefly grass. The guiding medicine cannot be shortchanged, and I have already dispatched someone to fetch the soul pill.
Horsefly grass is more valuable than gold.
Using it recklessly on a wound is one thing, but requesting the soul pill as well. Dr. Li was startled into full awareness, exclaiming, Lord Zhang, though this young lady is gravely injured, she is far from needing the soul pill.
It is necessary, Zhang Zhixu remarked without lifting his head. She has wagered her life for this. She certainly deserves it. If her life truly hung by a thread, and the king of hell had come to claim her soul, then it would indeed be warranted. However, Dr. shook his head. This young lady possesses a strong will to survive. Once she regains some strength, she will be able to open her eyes. Unlike the morose demeanor he had encountered, Chen Baoxiang was like a wildflower growing in crevices, an unyielding stone. As long as she was given a glimmer of hope, she would cling to life. Zhang Zhixu trembled as he loosened his grip, only to realize he had held on too tightly. His palm stuck to her blood, mingling with hers. He hastily instructed Zhou Chuan to bring a warm cloth, dabbing it gently on her wounds while softly blowing on her. Fearful of causing her pain, Zhou Chuan was tempted to remind him that Miss Chen was injured all over, and even if he managed to free her, the pain elsewhere would likely overwhelm her. Yet, seeing his masteress' reddened eyes, he hesitated. A female physician approached with a needle. Chen Baoxiang, having been brutally beaten, required numerous stitches. Zhang Zhixu watched the needle and thread with a tightening instinct. Add more horsefly grass, master. Her pain relief must be deeper than others. Where are the ice cubes, Zhou Chuan? Bring the ice cubes.
The onlookers, initially unaware of the young lady's identity, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Zhang Ergonzi's distress, and immediately offered all available pain relief options. In a moment of busyness, Sun Sihua couldn't help but glance at his apprentice. Given her physical condition, she was supposed to be cared for delicately for several days before being able to leave the bed, yet now, she sat upright at the edge, unmoving, for over half an hour. Chen Baoxiang indeed owed him a debt of gratitude, but this was rather exaggerated. When had Zhang Zhixu ever cared so deeply about another's life or death? Gong Lan remained outside the room, straining to peek in.
What kind of conduct is this?
Zhang Yuanshu pulled her back. You could simply wait elsewhere.
What do you know?
Gong Lan shook off his grasp, continuing to peer in. This is our son's first time bringing a young lady home.
Can you truly refer to the bloody scene inside as bringing a lady home?
Zhang Yuanshu hesitated to respond. Sun Sihua emerged, wiping sweat from his brow, but had barely taken 2 steps when Gong Lan pulled him aside. Old gentleman, what is the situation?
He waved his hand dismissively. What can be said?
The young lady is far more resilient than he. Once the blood grass and horsefly grass were applied, her condition stabilized. However, the external injuries are numerous, and she will inevitably suffer. Gong Lan felt a surge of joy, yet was puzzled. Then why is Fengqing still inside, refusing to wash or change her clothes?
How filthy. Zhou Chuan advised her earlier. Can you guess how Fengqing responded? What did she say? Sun Sihua rolled his eyes, mimicking her tone. What does it matter, this little bit of grime? Both Gong Lan and her husband were left in shock. Who in the entire household was unaware of Zhang Ergonzi's cleanliness obsession? Even a hint of dust on the cabinet would draw his ire. How could he now be indifferent to being covered in filth? Gong Lan excitedly grasped her husband's sleeve. He has awakened. He has truly awakened. Zhang Yuanshu furrowed his brow. What do you mean?
Oh, you dullard, discussing this with you is utterly pointless. Gong Lan released him with disdain, hastily instructing the servants, prepare the medicine diligently and prepare some light meals.
Do not neglect anything.
Yes. The noise outside was quite raucous, yet to Chen Baoxiang's ears, it felt distant. She sensed herself walking upon pristine clouds, blood streaming down her body, yet felt no pain. A radiant golden Buddha called her name. She skipped over joyfully, only to behold a remarkably beautiful face, fair and compassionate, with lowered eyes gazing upon her, softly asking, what is your wish? Of course, I wish to become wealthy. She spread her arms wide. I want this much, so much gold. Upon uttering this, she felt it was an unattainable dream, chuckling softly. The great immortal's powers are still a bit lacking. The golden Buddha snorted lightly and waved his hand, causing a wooden box to appear before her, square and heavy.
What is this? Open it and see. Chen Baoxiang, awaken and then open it.
The ethereal sound resonated, firmly echoing in her ears. Chen Baoxiang, in a daze, reached out. She truly touched a box. Astonished, she opened her eyes, only to feel the world spinning, nausea overwhelming her.
Be careful. Someone grasped her arm.
The voice was low and resonant, reminiscent yet different. After a moment, she strained to lift her gaze. A beautiful jade-carved bodhisattva sat beside her, a wooden box resting on his lap, identical to the one she had seen in her dream. She stared at the box for a long while before laboriously turning her eyes to the person beside her. You. Zhang Zhixu's anxious heart finally settled back into place. She could awaken, she wouldn't turn into a fool, nor would she die, yet, he soon felt a surge of irritation. I knew it, 10 pounds of blood grass are worth less than this 1 pound of gold to you. With that, he looked down, noticing his own blood-soaked and muddy inner garments, his neck flushing crimson as he quickly rose, clutching the box and departing. Hey, Chen Baoxiang weakly raised her hand, but could not grasp the box. Do not worry, young lady. Zhou Chuan promptly tucked her blankets in. The master has matters to attend to.
He will return shortly.
Her master, Chen Baoxiang should have known who his master was, but now, due to excessive blood loss and inflammation of her wounds, her mind was muddled, and she could only scratch the bed frame with her fingers. A maid helped her back onto the soft pillow, using a cloth dipped in tea to gently moisten her lips. In a haze, she drifted off once more. This time, her dreams were tumultuous. She dreamed that the second young master of the Zhang family had awakened, glaring at her with an imitation note of debt. You audacious commoner, deceiving me for wealth, trespassing in my residence, and daring to impersonate my woman.
Someone drag her away and administer 80 lashes, then hang her at the city gate for 3 days, so all the noblemen in the capital will know her true nature.
No, Chen Baoxiang struggled desperately, the lashes are so painful.
Can you reduce the number? Hanging at the city gate is too disgraceful. If it must be done, can you at least cover my head with a black cloth? The lofty young master of the Zhang family sneered. Do you think I am an easy person to deal with? Zhao Chuan, carry out the order.
Pain engulfed her, and tears streamed down Chen Baoxiang's face as she began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 53 Young Master Zhang after Zhang Zhixu bathed, dressed, lit incense, and tidied himself, he returned to find a rather sorrowful scene. The young girl, her face as pale as paper from her injuries, was weeping pitifully on the bed, her shoulders trembling, instinctively curling herself into the corner of the mattress.
He turned sharply to Zhou Chuan. Wasn't I clear about watching her closely? Zhou Chuan looked innocently bewildered. I was watching her, nothing happened at all. How could nothing have happened if she was in such a state of fear?
Zhang Zhixu sat down with a mix of skepticism and concern, placing the wooden box back beside her. Chen Baoxiang gradually quieted her sobs, her hand reaching out towards the box, as if she wished to embrace it, though she lacked the strength to do so. He chuckled softly, nudging the box into her arms. You've got spirit. Zhou Chuan's pupils dilated in shock. Sun Yashan had once remarked that their master was a being beyond the 3 realms, detached from earthly ties, disinterested in worldly matters, merely existing in this life until the moment he would transcend. Yet, after this severe injury, it seemed as though he suddenly possessed emotions that he would anxiously rush to the dungeon to rescue others, ruthlessly use his power to force concessions from the northern dungeon, feel heartache for the gravely wounded Baoxiang, and even express joy that she was still alive. At this moment, he even spoke with a teasing tone that resembled laughter. It was as if the long, cold winter night had finally passed, and the barren courtyard was slowly blossoming with life. Zhou Chuan tightened her grip on her master's sleeve, feeling a tightening in her throat. If it were in the past, Zhang Zhixu would have found it utterly perplexing. However, at present, he seemed to sense something, patting Zhou Chuan's arm gently. You've worked hard. Have Ningsu retrieve some silver from my private treasury. Tonight, every busy servant shall receive a red envelope containing 2 taels.
2 taels? Indeed, Zhang Zhixu nodded. 4,800 copper coins. Zhang Zhixu seldom counted in copper coins.
In his eyes, the smallest unit of money was 1 tael. However, Chen Baoxiang preferred to convert silver into copper, as her monthly allowance was paid in copper coins. This way, she could calculate how many meals that amount represented and how long it would take to save up. 4,800 copper coins could buy a substantial number of large meat buns, fund several extravagant banquets, or even purchase 48 ordinary daggers, learn 16 forms of dagger dance, or buy 8 buckets for collecting kitchen waste. Recalling the buckets and the strange turn of events between them, his gaze softened, and he gently brushed Chen Baoxiang's hair. She needed to recover. There was immense wealth awaiting her.
By the way, he inquired of Zhou Chuan, what was Cheng Huili's reaction?
Zhou Chuan replied in a low voice, his decision to imprison Miss Baoxiang in the dungeon was unjustifiable, so he has nothing to say.
However, upon hearing of your awakening, he has been preparing to enter the palace tomorrow.
Presumably, he aimed to have the new emperor investigate the assassination attempt at the farewell banquet, but the new emperor would not pursue it further. He merely wished to muddle through the affairs of the Zhang and Cheng families. Stifling a yawn, Zhang Zhixu gently patted Chen Baoxiang on the bed. Zhou Chuan, fetch the bedding. I shall sleep on the small couch beside.
Ah. Zhou Chuan shook her head repeatedly. Master, that couch is small and hard. How can you possibly sleep there?
What of it? It was far cleaner and more comfortable than the small bed in the Pei family's guest room. As long as Chen Baoxiang remained within his sight, he could ensure she would not encounter any further mishap, and he could sleep soundly. After insisting on having his own soft pillow and exquisite quilt brought, Zhang Zhixu closed his eyes without a hint of hesitation. Zhou Chuan, left in astonishment, squatted beside the bed, occasionally checking the bed's edge, fearful he might roll off. When Chen Baoxiang awoke again, the day had already brightened. She stared blankly at the canopy above for a while before murmuring, this golden thread embroidery is just too beautiful.
Something beside the bed shifted, followed by a light chuckle. That's all you can notice? Am I in the Moon Palace?
Zhang Zhixu was caught off guard by her exaggerated compliment, his ears turning slightly red. Embarrassed and annoyed, he retorted, must be dazed from the fever, spouting nonsense.
Zhou Chuan, give her the medicine.
Zhou Chuan brought over the prepared medicine, but as she approached the bed, Zhang Zhixu halted her.
Never mind, I'll do it myself, she is a tough one to handle.
He muttered, rising to take the bowl of medicine and sitting beside her bed. Chen Baoxiang, still somewhat dazed and unable to recognize him, began to regain her awareness as his face came closer. You look, she inhaled sharply, like the second young master of the Zhang family who lies bedridden. The man opposite her smiled with a veneer of politeness. Currently, the one lying in bed and unable to move is you.
Open your mouth.
He spooned the medicine into her mouth, and Chen Baoxiang choked, feeling her injuries twinge painfully. This pain brought her senses into sharper focus. She glared at him, coughing incessantly. Zhang, you.
Zhang Zhixu. At least you have some sense. Zhang Zhixu scooped another spoonful. Finish this first.
Chen Baoxiang, terrified, began to cough violently, unable to drink the medicine. She silently screamed, Great Spirit, help me. Zhang Zhixu has awakened. Will our ruse to deceive him for silver and impersonate his woman be exposed? I do not wish to be beaten with 80 strokes or hanged at the city gate. Great Spirit, say something. Her mind was empty, and no one answered her. After a brief wait, Chen Baoxiang accepted the reality. The Great Spirit had vanished again. She was left to face this powerful and influential victim alone. Her eyes darted, and she immediately feigned weakness, collapsing back onto the pillow. Zhang Zhixu, quick-witted, caught her with the spoon, narrowing his eyes slightly. That trick might work on others, but it won't fool me.
Sit up and finish your medicine.
With her eyes closed, her scalp prickled with anxiety. She knew from rumors that he was a remarkably intelligent young master, but she had not anticipated he would see through her ruse so easily. She had managed to deceive Pei Ruhang. How could someone unfamiliar with her catch her out so swiftly? Feigning death was futile, and after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly sat up to take her medicine. Zhang Zhixu was not one to provide gentle care. He administered the medicine rather roughly, and she had to actively reach for it several times to avoid spilling the precious concoction on the exquisite satin quilt. However, he remained oblivious, continuing to feed her and tucking her in. Your master will come to check on you shortly. His tone was familiar, yet Chen Baoxiang felt immense trepidation. She feared Zhang Zhixu intended to lower her guard, waiting for her to confess her wrongdoings before having her executed at the city gate. Struggling to curl deeper into the quilt, she averted her gaze from him. Zhang Zhixu noticed her sudden silence and felt a touch of unease.
What's wrong with you? Nothing, she mumbled incoherently, even attempting to turn away from him.
After pondering for a moment, Zhang Zhixu concluded she might be hungry and instructed for breakfast to be brought in. The Zhang family's breakfast was far more sumptuous than that of the Pei family, featuring a fragrant chicken soup made from 10 chickens, rare mushroom meat paste, crispy goose meat, a colorful vegetable platter, and a delectable silver rice porridge. Zhang Zhixu placed a small table beside the bed and waved away the steam rising from the food. Chen Baoxiang clearly caught the enticing aroma, her body growing restless, yet she desperately held back, turning her back to him and saying, I'm not hungry.
You all eat first.
Something was amiss. Zhang Zhixu raised an eyebrow, finally recognizing the underlying issue. Chapter 54. The greatest celestial being in the world. While the truth of the situation was clear to him, Chen Baoxiang maintained a distinct separation between the celestial being and Zhang Zhixu. She felt immense guilt towards Zhang Zhixu, burdened by a considerable debt upon encountering him. Did she not feel akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat? Understanding her trepidation, he curbed a smile and addressed the outside. Zhouchuan, please escort them to dine first.
Yes. The room emptied of servants, the door closing behind them.
Zhang Zhixu lifted his bowl, delicately placing a piece of bamboo shoot within, and drawled, You usually call for me when faced with troubles, yet today you remain silent. Chen Baoxiang did not grasp his words but found the tone oddly familiar, turning slightly away. The person beside the bed extended their chopsticks, speaking with a knowing tone, I told you, follow my advice, and you shall ascend to great heights.
Those familiar words, Chen Baoxiang's mouth fell agape. You are the celestial being? Seizing the moment, Zhang Zhixu offered her a tender bamboo shoot, his eyes glinting with mirth. At last, you recognize me? The aroma of the bamboo shoot was so enticing that she could not resist sitting up, taking the bowl from his hands and, while consuming, incredulously gazing up at him. You have taken on Zhang Zhixu's form? Is it possible that I am indeed Zhang Zhixu? The latter half of his thought was interrupted as the person before him suddenly burst into tears. Large teardrops plopped onto the small table, startling him into a frown. Why are you crying? I thought you had abandoned me to save yourself. She sobbed, I never imagined you would expend your meager powers to carve a path for me. I should not have doubted you. You are the finest celestial being in the world. Once I recover, I must ensure you are bestowed with a golden form. Zhang Zhixu stood in stunned silence, absorbing her tears, and after a moment, he leaned his forehead against his hand, allowing a soft chuckle to escape. This foolish girl had never questioned that he was Zhang Zhixu. Instead, she believed her celestial being had merely possessed Zhang Zhixu to rescue her. In this light, he was renowned across the capital, yet only her celestial being. He placed a piece of goose meat onto her plate, continuing, Indeed, I have endured much. Chen Baoxiang promptly returned the gesture, offering him meat. You should have mentioned it sooner, I would not have been so anxious. Come, celestial being, savor this meat, it is surely the freshest and most delectable in the entire capital. He had grown weary of such dishes and had not intended to eat that morning, only taking a bowl for her. Yet, Chen Baoxiang insisted on serving him, bringing the morsel to his lips. Reluctantly, Zhang Zhixu took a bite. Indeed, the flavors were rather mundane to his palate, neither surprising nor compelling him to continue. However, the person across from him savored each bite, exclaiming, So fragrant, how can bamboo shoots be more delightful than chicken? What is this dish made from? It has a refreshing sweetness. Heavens, this pastry is so crisp and delectable. While exclaiming, she busily filled her bowl with congee. So blissful, she sighed, cradling her bowl, what a divine life the Zhang family leads. As Zhang Zhixu listened, he too began to feel hunger, his throat bobbing. Chen Baoxiang, being observant, noticed his reaction and generously offered him food from her bowl. Were it anyone else, Zhang Zhixu would have surely discarded both the bowl and the person, deeming them filthy.
Yet, with Chen Baoxiang, having shared the same body, why maintain such distance? He took a hearty bite of the food she offered. Sharing a meal made the food seem even more flavorful.
Chen Baoxiang was thoroughly satisfied, and surprisingly, Zhang Zhixu had consumed a considerable amount as well. Celestial being, will he awaken?
After patting her full belly, Chen Baoxiang posed the question. Zhang Zhixu rose and took a couple of steps, replying, I do not know. For now, I am the only one inhabiting this body.
That is good, she beamed, then I need not repay him for the remaining silver notes.
Still fixated on that matter, he couldn't help but chuckle. Your silver notes have long been lost in the dungeons of the northern city.
You cannot repay him even if you wish to. What?
Chen Baoxiang turned pale, her little face blanching, her hand flailing as if to overturn the table. Do not move recklessly, Zhang Zhixu quickly restrained her. I have already sent someone to search.
Perhaps they can still be retrieved.
With so many silver notes, who would admit to finding them? They would surely sink like stones cast into the sea. The thought of her hard-earned savings disappearing made Chen Baoxiang feel dizzy. Zhang Zhixu cleared the small table and helped her lie back down. Stop fretting incessantly, rest well. No, I must personally retrieve the silver notes.
With such severe injuries, you can hardly leave the bed, and yet you still think of searching for silver notes? Zhang Zhixu shook his head in dismay. How could that be? Chen Baoxiang murmured, I hardly feel any pain. How serious can my injuries be? That is because I administered a significant amount of hemostatic and analgesic herbs from the medical text.
He replied, somewhat exasperated, anyone would feel no pain under such circumstances.
A significant amount?
Chen Baoxiang recalled the various herbs the celestial being had used, so potent that her heavy eyelids had sprung open in fear. How much silver must that cost?
Not much, the Zhang family's young master can afford it.
He chuckled, covering her eyes, sleep now. The silver notes, upon waking, I shall provide you with 2 ingots of gold.
The celestial being is truly a kind soul, yet was he not effectively using Zhang Zhixu's money to provide for her?
Just before losing consciousness, Chen Baoxiang murmured, we owe the young master of the Zhang family far too much, it matters not. Zhang Zhixu turned his gaze towards the window, speaking softly, you have given him much in return. Though this person was greedy, pretentious, and sought to ingratiate herself with the powerful, she was also kind-hearted, vibrant, and relished her meals. While her virtues may be minor, they remained virtues nonetheless. Though her faults were considerable, the future may hold the promise of change. With this inexplicable favoritism, Zhang Zhixu rose and exited. Having endured severe injuries and causing his parents months of worry, he was due to offer his apologies. However, as soon as he entered the main room, before he could even bow, his mother seized him.
My son. Gonglan's eyes sparkled. What is that girl's surname? What is her name, where does she reside, and what does her family do?
Zhang Zhixu was perplexed. Mother, why do you ask these things? Gonglan raised her sleeve to cover her lips, speaking subtly, I merely noticed that you seem quite fond of her and wish to learn more.
Fond?
Zhang Zhixu shook his head, chuckling softly, Mother, you have misunderstood, she is merely a friend. There could be no romantic feelings towards Chen Baoxiang, as their bond stemmed from sharing a body, creating a unique camaraderie. Chen Baoxiang felt similarly. In her woefully inadequate perspective, she likely deemed him less substantial than Pei Rohang. Chapter 55, Taking You to New Heights. Chen Baoxiang had initially shared this sentiment, having been together with the celestial being for such an extended period. Through both sweet and bitter experiences, they had collectively faced life and death. By now, she should be as familiar with him as one would be with a family member. Wasn't he merely the transformation from a disembodied voice into a living, breathing man? What was there to be so astonished about? Yet, when that figure stepped through the door, he brought with him a radiant light. Chen Baoxiang, momentarily dazed, lifted her gaze. In the halo of light, Zhang Zhixu stood tall and elegant, his broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, accentuated by a jade belt that cinched his form. His inky hair was elegantly tied up, and his jawline was chiseled, while his high-bridged nose resembled a piece of exquisite mutton fat. Jade. His brows and eyes, however, bore a cold indifference, and when he cast a sidelong glance, it was reminiscent of the icicles that lingered on eaves in early spring, yet to melt.
She blinked slowly. Are you awake? He approached the bedside, taking a seat with ease, and naturally lifted a nearby bowl of medicine to feed her. His pale fingers, gripping the translucent porcelain, glimmered faintly with a rosy hue. Chen Baoxiang suddenly felt a bit flustered, stammering as she extended her hand, I can do it myself. Zhang Zhixu scrutinized her, a hint of concern etched on his brow. Are you running a high fever again? No. She fanned her face, forcing a laugh. It's just a bit warm in here. Warm? Zhang Zhixu turned his head. Zhou, have someone fetch another block of ice.
A single block of ice was worth several hundred coins. How could one simply demand it? Chen Baoxiang hurriedly grasped his sleeve. No need for that. It's only spring, there is no need for such extravagance. I'll be fine after a short rest.
What about the external medicine? He turned to pick up a jade vial. Have you applied it?
The wound ointment has already been changed, Chen Baoxiang replied, puzzled as she eyed the object in his hand. What sort of medicine is this? For scar removal, Zhang Zhixu frowned as he rolled up her sleeve. As a young lady, you ought not to be so covered in wounds.
How will you ever find a husband?
With that, he proceeded to apply the medicine as he would typically do. Zhou and the attendants gasped in shock, retreating and closing the door behind them. Chen Baoxiang aimed to maintain her composure. After all, the celestial being had tended to her injuries in the past, and she should be accustomed to it by now. However, now that he had transformed into a living man, sitting beside her bed, his long fingers smeared with ointment upon her scars, the warmth of his fingertips mingled with the refreshing scent of the medicine. She gazed up blankly, catching a glimpse of his slightly lowered brows and eyes, exquisite and resplendent, so close that she could detect his elegant fragrance. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably within the room, a purple haze enveloped them, and in the tranquility, it felt as though something was flowing. Zhang Zhixu, while applying the medicine, suddenly sensed something amiss. Raising his eyelids, he met the depths of her gaze. Chen Baoxiang, unadorned and with her injuries still healing, presented a face devoid of makeup, which, paradoxically, made her appear all the more appealing. Her porcelain-white cheeks and the slightly flushed tip of her nose mirrored the visage he had seen in the mirror, yet there was an undeniable difference that stirred his heart. His throat involuntarily tightened, and he abruptly snapped back to reality, swiftly averting his gaze. This side is done. Chen Baoxiang seemed to regain her composure, glancing around and stammering, I can manage the rest myself.
Can you reach your back? Do I need to apply it to my back?
Zhang Zhixu frowned, your back is riddled with scars, some of which are old injuries.
Are you truly going to neglect them?
When had he seen them? Her face flushed red.
Have you seen all of it? Of course, she hadn't hidden anything from him during her baths.
Zhang Zhixu contemplated this response, suddenly realizing the impropriety of the situation. Lowering his gaze to his male attire and then glancing at the disheveled young lady before him, he leaned back in surprise and raised a hand to his forehead. I apologize.
They were no longer in the same body.
His actions could jeopardize her reputation. Rising in haste, he attempted to distance himself, but the person on the bed suddenly lamented, what good does it do for you to see me?
You cannot marry me and elevate my status. Can you not let Zhang Ergonzi regain consciousness and open his eyes to see me?
Zhang Zhixu, the momentary sympathy he had felt dissipated entirely. He scoffed irritably, your thoughts are utterly lacking in decorum. Is it not within reach to dream of boundless wealth? She exclaimed, clutching her blanket, her eyes sparkling. If I cannot marry into the Pei family, the Zhang family would suffice.
His family was vastly more prosperous than the Pei family, yet to her, it was merely a second choice?
Zhang Zhixu clenched his jaw tightly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. You shall not entertain such notions.
Didn't you, the celestial being, say you would help me ascend to greatness? You are too foolish.
I fear you would fall and injure yourself from such lofty heights.
Oh.
Chen Baoxiang pouted, pathetically caressing her injuries. Despite the use of numerous precious medicines, her complexion remained pale, her form curled up in the corner of the bed, appearing diminutive. Zhang Zhixu cast a few glances, feeling a twinge of compassion. It was peculiar. He had always believed that everyone had their own fate, that life and death followed a certain order, and no matter how tragic the scenes he witnessed, he felt no sympathy or pity. Yet, with Chen Baoxiang, every injury she sustained seemed to resonate within him, tightening his own skin, making his heart uneasy. With a soft sigh, Zhang Zhixu declared, I shall have the storeroom send you 2 golden lotus flowers.
What for?
There is no specific purpose. It is neither medicine nor a remedy for pain. He pressed his lips together, but I believe that with your disposition, you would surely find joy in such a sight.
Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang's pupils dilated in astonishment. 2 golden lotus flowers, solely to bring me joy? Is that not appropriate? How could it be appropriate?
Chen Baoxiang pondered, having spent many years in the capital, living no differently than a mouse, enduring numerous injuries and illnesses, even flirting with death, no one had ever pampered her in such a manner. She too deserved to be treated with such significance. Her widened eyes gradually transformed into a crescent smile as her gaze softened. The celestial being is truly a wonderful person. Initially, hearing her voice resonating in his ears, no matter how sweet, felt unreal. Yet, now, hearing such words face to face, Zhang Zhixu found himself uncharacteristically at a loss. It is not that remarkable, he averted his face, I am merely benefiting from this body, you need not worry about his finances.
He possesses ample wealth.
Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang became intrigued, leaning forward to inquire, how wealthy is the Zhang family? Well, I am not entirely sure, Zhang Zhixu mused, calling Zhou back and directly asking, how much silver do I have on hand? Zhou, taken aback by the question, raised his eyes, both pairs of eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. He chuckled, is the master concerned for Miss Chen's medicine? Rest assured, all of it is supplied by our shop, no need to spend any money. Even if the lady were to require care for another year or 2, it would not bankrupt our pharmacies. Pharmacies were the most profitable businesses. A well-located store could earn millions in a year, and Zhang Zhixu possessed over a dozen such lucrative establishments.
Coincidentally, this month's accounts have just been finalized, let me report them all at once.
He received the ledger from the attendant and squatted beside Zhang Zhixu, reading aloud, Hutongxing provided 2,632 taels, Zhaixing Tower's dividends amounted to 630 taels, Rinqing Pharmacy contributed 420 taels, wait.
Chen Baoxiang exclaimed in shock, raising her hand, if I recall correctly, he has over 200 shops?
Indeed, Zhou nodded, there are also farms, orchards, tea plantations, and rental income from private residences. Chen Baoxiang gasped, pinching her philtrum, quick, have them fetch a block of ice.
Zhang Zhixu couldn't help but laugh, how ambitious. Master, the kitchen has just received fresh pears and fragrant melons, as well as Java guavas. Zhou glanced at the time, would you care to sample some?
Zhang Zhixu had little appetite, but upon glancing at Chen Baoxiang, who gazed at him eagerly, he nodded, very well.
Java guavas as well? Chen Baoxiang's eyes sparkled. I have only heard of them from storytellers. They are quite rare. Zhou Chuan smiled while retrieving the fruit platter. The Zhang family's fourth branch conducts trade across various countries. These items are not considered rare abroad, but getting them back here requires ice from the ship's icehouse, taking a month to reach the capital, which adds to the cost. The flavor is average, so treat it as a novelty, Mississippi. Chen Baoxiang reverently extended her hands to accept a piece of guava and took a bite. It was fragrant and crisp, a flavor she had never experienced before. Having carefully finished the small piece, she looked up, only to find Zhang Zhixu wearing a disinterested expression, seemingly devoid of any interest. Why not eat it yourself? He placed the entire platter before her. Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. It's so expensive. One tea you have even a bite? Zhang Zhixu replied, puzzled, is something expensive necessarily delicious? How could it not be good if it's so costly? What kind of logic was that? Zhang Zhixu chuckled, no wonder Wanbao building is so profitable. If there were more fools like you in the capital, my finances would undoubtedly multiply several times. Chen Baoxiang puffed her cheeks defiantly. She was no fool. In fact, she was quite clever. However, Zhang Zhixu was indeed remarkable. Suddenly assuming the identity of Zhang Zhixu, others would surely panic or tread cautiously, yet he did not. He quickly adapted to this role, even exuding a naturalness as though he were truly himself. Chapter 56. Far ahead. To what extent can Zhang Zhixu's life be extravagantly lavish? Chen Baoxiang once thought that those storytellers had a penchant for exaggeration, claiming that one would only consume freshly slaughtered meat, wear only the finest silk, and tread solely upon white marble. Who could possibly live with such delicate preferences? However, after observing for a while, Chen Baoxiang began to realize that those storytellers may have even been considerate of the sentiments of their impoverished audience, as they did not fully convey the truth. Zhang Zhixu not only refrains from consuming anything other than freshly slaughtered meat, the food that enters his mouth must be of rare breeds, specially raised and supplied, and it must consist of the most exquisite cuts. To entice him to eat a few more bites, one would require exceptionally skilled culinary prowess. The silk he donned was the most inexpensive fabric he would wear, as he more often adorned himself in tribute satin, which is 10 times more costly, with a texture as soft as clouds, cascading smoothly without a single wrinkle. The notion of him stepping upon white marble is merely a rumor. Zhang Zhixu occasionally strolls through the streets himself, yet the shoes he wears, crafted from cloud satin with sheepskin soles, necessitate a change after merely traversing through a filthy area. Chen Baoxiang's gaze towards Zhang Zhixu gradually shifted from envy to bewilderment. Must it be this wasteful? Wasteful? Zhang Zhixu did not quite comprehend. Is this not a normal expenditure? In what way is it normal? Chen Baoxiang, half leaning, gestured toward the substantial leftover food on the table. Was our dining experience ever like this? Zhang Zhixu paused, suddenly reminded of the 2 large barrels of mixed meat soup and the dreary sewers. Were the impoverished commoners to be presented with such a feast, not a drop of broth would remain. With a slight pursing of his lips, he picked up his silver chopsticks once more. However, the food seemed tasteless to him, akin to chewing wax, and simply watching him eat was distressing. Yet, his side profile was undeniably beautiful, with smooth, flowing lines, and the light from the lamp illuminating the delicate sheen of his eyelashes. Chen Baoxiang observed as he consumed a large bowl of meat and then drank an entire bowl of soup. Just as she was about to praise him with delight, she noticed his expression suddenly change. Master? Zhou Chuan stepped forward, intending to assist. Zhang Zhixu pushed him away, shaking his head, and briskly exited the room, maintaining his composure. Chen Baoxiang, still unable to rise from the bed, could only stare in astonishment. What just happened? Zhou Chuan, anxious, gestured with his hands, grabbing a handkerchief and a teacup as he hurried out after him. Ning Su, standing nearby, softly explained, the master has been delicate since childhood, and overindulgence easily leads to illness. Ah? Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. Is there truly someone who can fall ill from overeating? It is not solely about food. Inferior fabric can cause a rash, insufficient bathing can lead to a high fever, and excessive fatigue can result in a lingering cough. Ning Su lowered his gaze. The master does not wish for this. It sounded pitiable. The once robust figure had now succumbed to such frailty, enduring great suffering. Chen Baoxiang furrowed her brow, peering outside with concern. After a considerable time, Zhang Zhixu finally returned. His attire had been changed, and he bore a hint of fragrance from bathing. Chen Baoxiang fell silent, not daring to make a sound as Zhang Zhixu glanced at her with a smirk. What are you so flustered about? I am not blaming you. He then turned to Zhou Chuan, stating in the future, prepare less food. I cannot consume much. Understood. Post-dining, Zhang Zhixu commenced reviewing documents. Chen Baoxiang observed, noting that he appeared not the least bit drowsy from the onset of the lamp-esque glow until the depths of the night. He maintained a steady posture, writing incessantly. The characters inscribed with his crimson brush were vigorous and powerful, yet the writer himself seemed as light as a feather. A mere gust would have his voluminous sleeves billowing, as if he might take flight. Alarmed, she quickly pressed down on the hem of his garment with a paperweight. Zhang Zhixu cast a sidelong glance, seemingly still lost in thought, his expression stern and icy. However, upon meeting her gaze, he softened. What are you doing? Fearing you might be swept away by the wind, Chen Baoxiang frowned. Your physique is too fragile. I am not so weak as to be swept away. He shook his head. Do not feign strength, Chen Baoxiang muttered, placing another paperweight atop his garment. I initially thought Pei Ruhan was as frail as a willow. Who would have guessed that the second son of the Zhang family is truly in poor health? No wonder no one has proposed marriage at nearly 20. Wouldn't that mean living as a widow? Zhang Zhixu, the ignorance of the world breeds many foolish and reckless statements, which cannot all be accounted for.
He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his mind and continue writing, yet, the more he wrote, the more infuriated he became. Even if he were ill, he was certainly not weak. The strength he had cultivated through martial practice was incomparable to Pei Ruhang, who was merely a decorative pillow. Chen Baoxiang was contemplating whether to fetch something else to weigh down his garment when she suddenly felt the figure behind the desk rise. "You ought to return to your chamber and rest," he instructed. "Indeed, it is about that time," she nodded, reaching to push the wooden wheelchair beneath her. However, before she could do so, she was abruptly swept into his arms, the blanket draped over her legs flying up before settling back down. Startled, Chen Baoxiang instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, glancing between herself and him. "Zhou specifically provided me with a wheelchair.
I can return on my own."
"Not at all, it is a simple matter," Zhang Zhixu replied nonchalantly as he carried her outside. His arms securely supported her back and the bend of her legs, seamlessly navigating thresholds and descending steps without a hint of struggle, even taking a detour through the garden, past the well, the back courtyard, and the corridor, before stopping by the pharmacy to collect her medicine for the following day. Chen Baoxiang stared in disbelief, realizing her earlier misjudgment. "I was wrong, your physique is quite remarkable."
"Oh, is it?" Zhang Zhixu replied, his expression unchanging as he stared ahead. "It still pales in comparison to Pei Ruhang."
"Not by much, I reckon." Yet, Zhang Zhixu's demeanor did not improve. His jaw remained tightly set. Observing his intention to turn toward the front courtyard, Chen Baoxiang quickly tightened her grip around his neck. "Not only is it not comparable, but you surpass those mundane folk by leaps and bounds. Truly, your strength could move mountains and rivers, a heroic talent beyond compare."
Zhang Zhixu's expression softened, and he finally let out a light snort, carrying her back. Chen Baoxiang, amused yet exasperated, remarked, "Why compare yourself to Pei Ruhang?
He cannot hold a candle to the second son of the Zhang family in any regard."
"Not in any regard?"
Zhang Zhixu pondered aloud.
"What about their family backgrounds? The second son of the Zhang family is far ahead."
"What of their appearances?"
"The second son of the Zhang family is far ahead."
"And their wealth?"
"The second son of the Zhang family is far ahead." "Then, if you had to choose between Pei Ruhang and Zhang Zhixu for marriage?"
"I would choose Pei Ruhang first." Zhang Zhixu found himself both amused and exasperated. His grip around her tightened slightly, and he made an effort to keep his tone calm. "That is only fitting.
You possess such discerning taste."
This statement seemed to be a compliment, yet it bore an ambiguous undertone. Chen Baoxiang glanced ahead, only to feel that the bedroom, which had seemed so close moments ago, now appeared to recede further away with each twist and turn. Chapter 57. This will be the death of me. Within the Zhang family, a solemn and austere atmosphere prevailed. Even though an exception was made for Zhang Zhixu to bring a young lady home to recuperate, the family had sternly commanded that all members of the household adhere to decorum, lest any whispers escape. Thus, when a servant, startled by the sight of their young master cradling a lady, hastily sought an alternate path, he resolutely closed his eyes and pretended to be lost in a dream. The patrolling guards, mistaking the scene for an assassination attempt, unsheathed their swords and encircled the pair, only to retreat in haste upon recognizing them. A nursemaid, intent on offering a warning, was discreetly pulled aside by the maidservants, who urged her to remain silent, while a lantern-bearer averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Consequently, they allowed the second young master, rarely seen in such high spirits, to wander the courtyard with the lady in his arms, occasionally overhearing snippets of their playful banter. As dawn broke, illuminating the horizon with a pale light, Chen Baoxiang finally nestled against her pillow, drowsily turning over. She murmured, "Fortunately, we didn't encounter anyone, otherwise, not even 10 mouths could clarify the situation." Zhang Zhixu, belatedly realizing the absurdity of his actions, reflected on his sudden childishness and the potential consequences of his behavior reaching his father's ears, which would inevitably result in punishment and the drudgery of copying texts. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Jiao Quan for a quiet conversation. Upon awakening the next day, Chen Baoxiang was astonished to find several medical attendants in her room. Some tended to her old wounds, others to her fresh injuries, while others focused on her mobility, and yet another prepared medicinal meals for her. A lavish array of precious herbs was employed without concern for expense, while a cadre of physicians monitored her recovery with greater anxiety than she herself felt. Though her injuries were severe, she was being nurtured back to health at an astonishing pace, with scarcely a scar to show for it.
Deeply moved, yet somewhat apprehensive, she inquired, "Great Immortal, do you truly believe that disguising yourself as the second young master of the Zhang family and expending such wealth will not raise suspicions among the Zhangs?"
Zhang Zhixu, cradling a cup of tea in his wide sleeve, replied with a half-smile, "Of course, they will discover it. Once they do, we shall both be in dire straits." The previous lies had been merely trivial fabrications for financial gain, but this current deception, impersonating the heir of the Zhang family, usurping a government position, and misappropriating family assets, was a colossal falsehood. Chen Baoxiang's face paled, and she hastily slid out of bed, grasping his hand, intent on fleeing.
"Where are you going?" he inquired. "Where else could we go but away from the Zhang family? We should leave while we still can." Zhang Zhixu followed her a few steps, chuckling, "Are you suggesting we elope?" "What nonsense, I merely..." Chen Baoxiang began, intending to argue that it was the most prudent means of ensuring their safety, but suddenly realized that since the Great Immortal had already assumed the identity of Zhang Zhixu, taking him away would indeed constitute an elopement. She plopped back onto the stool, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" "Do not fret," he responded with calm assurance, "I have already informed the elders of the Zhang family. Tomorrow, I shall relocate to Mingzhu for my recovery." True to form, the Great Immortal had astutely discerned the family's properties and adopted the refined demeanor befitting the nobility.
She regarded him with satisfaction, rising gleefully to twirl. So, I shall be able to accompany you openly and indulge in all the delights. Our splendid days are finally upon us.
The true reason for his move was to avoid the punishment of kneeling or copying texts.
However, seeing her excitement, Zhang Zhixu chose not to divulge the truth, nearly smiling in response. Habitually, he commanded, Zhou, pack our belongings and move my accustomed bed there as well.
Yes, sir. At this, Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, oh?
This was the habitual manner of the second young master. How could he state it so naturally? Zhang Zhixu quickly realized his slip, cursing inwardly, fearing she would soon catch on. Turning his neck awkwardly, he was about to cover his tracks when he noticed her leaning in with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Great immortal, you are truly reassuring. I mentioned the second young master's affinity for his bed long ago, and you remembered it perfectly. Quite impressive. Zhang Zhixu could only stand there, exasperated. He sighed in relief, feeling fortunate that it was Chen Baoxiang who had caught him.
Anyone else would have unraveled his ruse in a day. Are we headed to Mingzhu, she asked, tidying up as she spoke.
Indeed, to Mingzhu, he replied softly. The name Mingzhu conjured images of a grand pavilion rising majestically under the moonlight, adorned with glazed tiles, exuding opulence. However, upon arriving, she was rendered speechless. From Unlafan, a wall extended eastward for miles, enclosing a beautifully landscaped garden with pavilions and, in the midst, a towering 7-story building, majestic against the sky, with geese flying above and jade-like smoke wafting below. From a distance, the building shimmered like a pearl, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that the walls were embedded with pearls of various sizes, a display of extravagance bordering on the absurd.
My heavens, she exclaimed, rushing forward to touch the pearls, is this not a travesty? Such treasures, used to adorn walls?
Zhang Zhixu dismissed her concern. They are merely flawed pearls, employed to mask imperfections.
But they are still pearls, even imperfect ones are worth a fortune.
Chen Baoxiang protested, stomping her foot in frustration. Great immortal, you must not adopt the Zhang family's careless attitude towards wealth.
I cannot afford such extravagance.
Did she truly intend to support him? Zhang Zhixu coughed lightly, stifling a laugh with his fist against his lips. Understood. Chen Baoxiang ascended with a heavy heart, simultaneously resenting the wealthy elite while marveling at the beauty of the place, wishing to capture every inch on canvas and boast to others. Why are there only 2 rooms on this floor? She queried, glancing around. This level is reserved for the master, Zhou explained, catching up. Aside from these 2 rooms on the 6th floor, the others are primarily for displaying precious artifacts or Buddhist altars.
Chen Baoxiang opened a window to gaze outside, exclaiming, isn't this a waste? The view here surpasses that of Zhai Lu by far. If rented out, it would surely command a higher price than the top suite, easily earning 10 taels a night. Zhou was taken aback, frowning at her perspective. How could one measure such a place in mere silver? Their master detested the vulgarity of those obsessed with wealth, yet here he was, engaging in such a discussion atop his beloved building. Turning to see the figure leaning casually against the railing, rather than expressing anger, he appeared contemplative. Next time a guest insists on staying here, I shall charge them 10 taels. Clearly, I possess a knack for business. Indeed, Zhang Zhixu replied with a smile. While others might be consumed by the stench of wealth, Chen Baoxiang was like an endearing price tag, perceiving everything through the lens of humble marketplace values, relaying them to him in turn. Wasn't this rather amusing? He chuckled softly. Zhou, observing nearby, uttered a slow, huh? Earlier, their master had explained that he and Chen Baoxiang had sworn brotherhood, wishing to avoid convention. Hence, she addressed him not as elder brother, but as great immortal. This title was already peculiar, but what was even stranger was how their master smiled upon seeing Chen Baoxiang, finding her every action amusing. Just then, she mused aloud, if I were a mason, I would surely split the pearls in half for decoration, then charge you for a whole one. Would that not be the death of me? Their master erupted into laughter, his shoulders shaking. What was so amusing? He turned to Zhou and instructed, the room on the left shall be hers. Had he not previously claimed that even the King of Heaven could not encroach upon his Mingzhu? Zhou scratched his head in confusion, opting not to question any further, and dutifully set about his tasks. Chapter 58. The woman's stratagem. Zhang Zhixu was accompanied by quite a few individuals. Besides Zhou and Ning Su, there were also 4 young servants and 2 matrons. Zhou and Ning Su had been forewarned about Chen Baoxiang's presence and could somewhat accept the rapid progression of their relationship. However, the accompanying matrons were utterly horrified, shaking their heads repeatedly. Young master, this is quite against propriety, an unmarried man and woman residing under the same roof. How can this be permissible? Chen Baoxiang, perplexed, replied, we are in the same building, not in the same room. If this is taboo, then surely there would be no guests at the star-picking pavilion. The matron looked at her with disdain, pulling Zhang Zhixu aside and whispering, the women in the capital possess many schemes. Young master must be vigilant. Zhang Zhixu had already witnessed Chen Baoxiang's methods, yet she had not employed any against him thus far. He held a deep respect for his elders and refrained from arguing, turning his serious expression towards Chen Baoxiang. Did you hear that? Even outside, one must adhere to the Zhang family's rules. I heard, Chen Baoxiang responded respectfully, bowing her knee. However, at the stroke of midnight, 2 windows on the 6th floor swung open simultaneously. One held a wine jar, while the other bore several paper-wrapped dishes. The 2 of them stealthily climbed onto the high rooftop together. How clever of you to think of this, he remarked, gazing down at the height below. Is this not akin to loitering at the gates of the underworld? Chen Baoxiang, clutching a tile for support, felt her legs weaken. There's no other way. They guard the entrance so tightly that if we wish to drink, we must come up here. Why do you wish to drink? I've recovered.
She plopped down beside him. Besides, you hardly ate much at dinner, I suspect you're quite hungry. The Zhang family's rules were indeed peculiar. Once mealtime had passed, they forbade any further eating. The presence of the matron beside them reciting food etiquette had dampened her appetite. Fortunately, Ningsu was skilled in lightness of foot, and the roast chicken he had procured was still warm. Chen Baoxiang generously tore off a drumstick and offered it to him. He seemed hesitant and did not accept. What are you afraid of? There is no one here, she insisted, forcefully pressing the chicken leg into his hand. Eat, eat, we shall share it. Golden oil dripped from the chicken leg onto his fair hand, and he could not evade it. Zhang Zhixu looked upon her with disdain, furrowing his brow for a moment before finally lowering his head to take a bite. Chen Baoxiang joyfully downed a sip of wine and exclaimed, I hope I can always have such good fortune, surviving great trials, free from illness and pain. He nodded in agreement but shot her a sidelong glance. You should drink less. It's fine. I have a good tolerance for alcohol. She had said the same last time, only to end up intoxicated, clinging to a stone pillar for dear life. He sighed, pulling his other hand to grasp her clothing. They were very close, and the moon above was beautiful. As Chen Baoxiang continued to sip her drink, her head spun, and suddenly she leaned in to observe him closely. Her straight nose and delicately curved jaw resembled a crane perched on the clouds of a mountain, akin to the ethereal smoke in a painting. Gazing upward, her brows were handsome, and her eyes, slightly raised at the corners, resembled a slender boat gliding over moonlit waters, filled with hazy reflections. Chen Baoxiang gasped in admiration, how lovely you are. He knew that, given her illiteracy, she would struggle to articulate anything more eloquent. Zhang Zhixu retorted, what good is looking lovely if it cannot compare to your pei gongzi? Why do you hold such a grudge, Daxian? She spread her hands in exasperation. Didn't I make amends the other day? If Deshang permitted a woman to take 2 husbands, I would certainly choose you. Such a justification was hardly better left unsaid. Zhang Zhixu felt a surge of indignation. So I am to be relegated to the position of a subordinate? How could that be? If 2 could be married, you would surely be the principal, and he the subordinate. What merits does he possess? Zhang Zhixu pondered, increasingly frustrated. He is frivolous, amorous, and utterly inept. Why would you be interested in such a man? Why not? Chen Baoxiang took another sip of wine, her cheeks flushed. I need him. What could a newly rising minor household possibly provide her? The more he thought, the angrier he became. It was all an excuse. She simply fancied Pei Ruhang, and even if she appeared indifferent, her heart still longed for him. Despite all he had done for her, providing her with gold and hiring renowned physicians to shield her from suffering, she showed no appreciation for his kindness. Turning his head away in frustration, Zhang Zhixu thought to himself that perhaps she deserved to be swept away by the night wind. In her drunken state, Chen Baoxiang lost her balance and toppled forward. He swiftly grasped her clothing, halting her descent and pulling her back into his embrace. The roast chicken that had slipped from her grasp tumbled down the eaves to the 7th floor below. Zhang Zhixu watched the rolling paper packet in the mist beneath, his back breaking into a cold sweat as he clutched Chen Baoxiang tightly, ready to chastise her. Yet, in her dazed state, she suddenly cupped his face with her hands. He looked up in confusion, only to find her straddling his lap, peering down at him with astonishment. How can your eyelashes be longer than mine? As she leaned in to inspect, Zhang Zhixu's lashes fluttered. The fright from earlier had not yet faded, but another wave of anxiety surged within him. The women in the capital possess many schemes, young master must be vigilant, the matroness voice echoed in his mind. Yet, despite the warning, Zhang Zhixu remained motionless, contemplating what kind of scheme this was. Chen Baoxiang was merely tipsy and prone to clinging to pillars. She had always been like this. They were very close, and he instinctively glanced at her pouting lips, slightly pale and dry from her lingering illness. He unconsciously leaned in, unsure of his intentions, yet feeling an overwhelming urge to do something. The moonlight dimmed, and with no one around, the atmosphere was ripe for affection to blossom. However, Chen Baoxiang seemed oblivious to the moment. After examining his eyelashes, she retreated, her eyes sparkling. Daxian, shall we compose poetry together? The enchanting atmosphere dissipated, and the moon above shone brightly once more. Zhang Zhixu thought with irritation, as expected of her, still the same foolish girl who could not reach even the high branches. Lowering his gaze, he asked, aren't you illiterate? Indeed, she replied, recalling something that seemed to annoy her. But does that mean I cannot compose poetry? I don't care, I want to. Very well, you recite, and I shall listen intently. Chen Baoxiang, pleasantly inebriated, pondered deeply before finally declaring, the moon in the sky, a grand platter. Zhang Zhixu meticulously wiped his fingers with a cloth and smoothly continued, golden robes and treasured fans chill with the dawn breeze. I sit beside Fengqing, sending off old dreams for a night of talk. The roast chicken beside us smells delightful. He shook his head in bemusement but still followed up, lingering through the night, not forgotten. Chen Baoxiang swayed on her toes, her pride swelling as she exclaimed, look, we managed to rhyme. We truly are remarkable. Chapter 59 The uncontainable laughter. Were there any outsiders present, one would undoubtedly roll their eyes at her words, for such a statement is akin to gilding a dung pot. However, in the absence of others, Zhang Zhixu felt justified in suppressing his conscience. Indeed, it is even more commendable than the few words exchanged between Peizhen and his companion back then. Isn't it? She exclaimed, cupping her face with her hands, her eyes brimming with delight. Although they no longer shared the same body, Zhang Zhixu could still sense a tingling joy flooding his senses at the sight of her exuberance. Such days are truly wonderful, Chen Baoxiang remarked, leaning against the eaves, gazing at the moon above.
Alas, I am nearly recovered, and tomorrow I must return to the magistrate's office for work. If you do not enjoy it, you need not go, he suggested. How can I not go? It took great effort to secure my position, I am eagerly awaiting my remuneration. Her ambitions were palpable. Moreover, I am confident that as long as I apply myself diligently, I shall swiftly rise through the ranks. She had managed affairs admirably, achieving much in a matter of days. Logically, her career should progress smoothly, yet, Zhang Zhixu understood that the world of bureaucracy was not merely a matter of merit, the intricacies therein were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person without connections. As he hesitated to offer her a word of caution, Chen Baoxiang turned her face towards him. What will you do, great immortal, she asked, concern etched on her features. Zhang Zhixu holds a high position. You know nothing of the intricacies, should your secrets be discovered, it could cost you your life. She was worrying for him now. Zhang Zhixu found it both amusing and endearing, yet her earnest expression made him sigh in response. Indeed, what shall I do? Fear not, I am still within the Martial Officials Bureau. Should you require assistance, simply call for me, and I shall come to your aid. She boldly patted her chest, exuding confidence. I cannot promise much, but as long as I am present, I can assure you that deception will be foolproof. Once again, her pride swelled. Zhang Zhixu chuckled, then I shall rely on you, Master Chen. Not at all, she replied, adopting a demeanor of responsibility. The Mingzhu Tower shone brightly like the moon, illuminating the night. A wine jar toppled, spilling a few drops of liquor as inebriated patrons helped one another stumble through the half-open window. Early the next morning, Zhou Chuan entered with a basin of water, only to find Chen Baoxiang sprawled carelessly across her master's bed, while Zhang Zhixu had endured the night on a small cot. He quickly closed the door and approached the two ancestors. Quickly, we must not let the matron see this, she will surely scold us. Good heavens, master, have you been drinking? Zhang Zhixu generally shunned alcohol, indulging only during banquets and social gatherings, and rarely paid it much heed. Now, he was evidently recovering from a hangover, his robe hanging loosely from his shoulders. What of it? You would never mind, quickly wash up, we must head to the office soon. This did not rouse Zhang Zhixu, but it startled Chen Baoxiang awake, her eyes wide at the office. I shall be late. She sprang up, seizing a towel from the basin, hastily wiping her face, and then Zhang Zhixu's, let us go, let us go. Zhang Zhixu, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt his face contorted as she wiped it vigorously, and he grasped her hand to pull her back, his brows furrowed in discontent. Can't you dress yourself? She retorted, glancing at him before deftly tying his inner garment. She then grabbed the official robe from the nearby rack and draped it over him, her arms encircling him as if in an embrace. Zhang Zhixu obediently sat, allowing her to dress him in the official garb, even raising his arms to assist. Once fully attired, he languidly remarked, I won't be penalized for tardiness. Thus, there was no need for him to rush alongside her. Chen Baoxiang's hand froze mid-gesture, trembling as she pointed at his nose. Why didn't you say so earlier? She was indeed subject to financial penalties, and it would amount to quite a sum, 100 coins, to be precise. With a cry of despair, Chen Baoxiang whirled and dashed towards the door, snatching a meat bun from a servant along the way. Zhang Zhixu chuckled softly, adjusting the crooked tie she had fastened, lowering his gaze momentarily as realization dawned upon him, eliciting another laugh. Zhou Chuan, holding the basin, stood by, still perplexed. What could possibly be so amusing? However, once Baoxiang departed, it felt as if the sun had followed her out, leaving the room shrouded in gloom, and Zhang Zhixu's expression grew solemn. Let us wash up briefly and head to Guangshaofeng. Understood. During the days of their recuperation, the ruffians under Cheng Huai's command had been wreaking havoc, vandalizing several shops owned by the Zhang family, and even disrupting the construction of Guangshaofeng, damaging its foundations and injuring the masons. Originally slated for completion before the onset of winter, the project was now forced into abeyance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Zhixu had specifically invited Xiaolanting to accompany him, bringing along ample martial officials for support. To their dismay, upon arriving in their official capacity, they were met with bureaucratic evasion from the troublemakers. When they attempted to infiltrate in civilian attire, a mob of 100 ruffians emerged to intimidate and obstruct them. By the time Zhang Zhixu managed to summon 200 patrol officers, the ruffians had already scattered, leaving no trace behind. Xiaolanting's countenance darkened. This is nothing short of lawlessness. Precisely why it is troublesome, Zhang Zhixu replied, frowning as he surveyed the area. The palace is preparing for the spring outing of the sage, and most personnel have been dispatched to Tianning Mountain, leaving us with a mere 20 martial officials, all of whom were borrowed from Chen Baoxiang. With insufficient manpower, and those ruffians being exceedingly cunning, they consistently exploited gaps in the patrol's coverage to wreak havoc. Indeed, after half an hour of diligent guarding, the patrol had to depart for another matter, and the ruffians re-emerged, with Ningsu protecting him. Zhang Zhixu felt secure, yet the thugs brazenly broke the hand of a mason right before his eyes. Their swift and brutal actions left him powerless to intervene, and in his haste, he nearly exposed himself to danger when a ruffian swung a weapon at him. The mason's anguished cries pierced the air, reddening Zhang Zhixu's eyes. He was capable of discussing laws and regulations, as well as engaging in physical confrontations, yet he found himself at a loss when confronted with such brazen tactics. Just as he contemplated summoning the patrol back, a sharp whistle pierced the air from behind him. He turned. Beneath the blazing sun, an individual brandished a blade and advanced. The newly acquired porcelain-hued attire fluttered in the spring breeze, worn by a young lady who strode purposefully, her gait reminiscent of one seeking to confront a goose at the village entrance.
Yet, as she turned the corner, her entourage materialized behind her, armed with swords and daggers. They followed her, their menacing presence forcing pedestrians to part in fear. In the blink of an eye, she entered Guangxiafang, her followers surging in, forcefully reclaiming the mason and detaining a significant portion of the ruffians present. "Who is in charge here?" she inquired, surveying her surroundings. The ruffians remained undeterred. "Our leader has already informed you, whether from the magistrate south office of Sanwo Street or the martial officials from the outer districts, do not interfere with our affairs." "Oh, is that so?" she replied, nodding in understanding. Then, without warning, she seized the sheath of her sword and forcefully struck the face of the speaker. Chapter 60. Our esteemed Lord Chen. There was no chance for any reaction. The man stared in shock, his eyes wide, before collapsing to the ground, bloodied. "You!" The ruffians swiftly drew their blades. Chen Baoxiang's gaze fell upon the hands of the innocent mason, and she grit her teeth, commanding, "Strike them, do it just like this, not a single one shall escape." "Understood," her companions responded in unison, causing the ground to tremble. Zhang Zhixu observed that only the 4 or 5 individuals at the front resembled the martial officers beside her, the rest seemed to be a motley crew gathered from who knows where. Yet, with such a multitude standing there, the ruffians dared not confront them head-on, opting instead to flee as they had done before. Chen Baoxiang was more familiar with the entrances and exits of the underground drainage systems of the capital than they were. She immediately ordered, "Feng Hua, block their escape, bring the rest of the vermin out." With that, she charged forward, yanking 2 large men from the opening and slamming them onto the ground. Xia Lanting nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. "Is that, Miss Baoxiang?" Zhang Zhixu, keenly observing her actions, disapprovingly corrected, "Address her as Lord Chen." "Lord Chen?" He nodded. "The strength of Lord Chen is evidently extraordinary. She is remarkably fierce." Fierce indeed, but her methods were undeniably brutal. Yet, Xia Lanting watched in astonishment as Chen Baoxiang glared with eyes wide as copper bells, her mouth twisted and nose wrinkled, her face a mask of ferocity as she delivered a punch that could easily be immortalized in art to ward off evil spirits. But when he turned to look at Zhang Zhixu, his exceedingly discerning friend, who could dismiss the renowned courtesan of Chunfeng Tower with a mere not much, he was surprised to see an expression of admiration on Zhang Zhixu's face as he regarded Chen Baoxiang. "Doesn't she resemble anything but a lady?" he questioned. "What does resembling anything have to do with it?" "She is a woman," Zhang Zhixu replied nonchalantly. "Being born a woman cannot be altered by a mere scuffle." He nodded in approval at Chen Baoxiang's actions. "This technique is far more adept than before. Our Lord Chen has indeed put in considerable effort." Initially, Xia Lanting harbored doubts about Chen Baoxiang, the unexpected friend of Zhang Zhixu. How could an ordinary woman who played the piano poorly manage to earn Zhang Zhixu's devotion to the extent of gifting her a residence? However, standing before Zhang Zhixu and observing his expression today, Xia Lanting was convinced that he even believed that bestowing a residence was a trivial matter that could not entirely capture Zhang Zhixu's fondness for Chen Baoxiang. The man even frowned at the cut on the back of Chen Baoxiang's hand. Was there a martial officer who was unscathed? Chen Baoxiang had sustained only a minor injury, requiring no bandaging. Yet, after the chaos in Guangxia Lane subsided, Zhang Zhixu promptly instructed Ning Su to fetch some medicinal herbs. "What brings you here?" He naturally took her hand to apply the medicine. Chen Baoxiang, still somewhat breathless, casually greeted Xia Lanting before addressing him. "I was on my way to inspect Xuanhe Lane today. Halfway there, I heard from the patrol that there was a disturbance here with quite a crowd, so I brought people over." "Where did they come from? Did you figure it out?" She scratched her head with her other hand, somewhat embarrassed. "My original crew was reassigned elsewhere, so I had to hastily gather some idle men. I still need to pay them later." Such a money-loving person was willing to personally fund so many individuals for his sake. Zhang Zhixu felt a stir of emotion, though his expression remained nonchalant as he lowered his gaze and grunted, raising his hand to apply the medicine. Chen Baoxiang recoiled slightly. "It's just a small scratch from a bamboo splinter. There's no need for such expensive medicine." He grasped her wrist tightly, refusing to relent. "A small wound is still a wound. Ask yourself, how long would it take to heal if you didn't apply any medicine? It would likely take a good half-month." She chuckled awkwardly, turning to Xia Lanting. "See, having a friend like Lord Zhang is truly wonderful." Xia Lanting sat between them, covering his forehead, wishing to avoid the sight. Something must have gone awry today. How could this person on the left be Zhang Zhixu, and how could Zhang Zhixu possibly speak so many words in one breath? The one on the right should not be Chen Baoxiang either. She had just single-handedly taken down 20 ruffians without even unsheathing a knife. What woman could achieve such a feat? Yet, after a moment of calm, when he lowered his hands, Xia Lanting still saw Zhang Zhixu and Chen Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu was even leaning down, blowing gently on Chen Baoxiang's wound. Blowing, Xia Lanting could bear it no longer. He abruptly stood up and left the tea stand. Chen Baoxiang, confused, asked, "What is wrong with him?" Zhang Zhixu did not lift his head. One who sees little is easily astonished. It had become a habit for him to apply medicine to her. He now knew precisely how to alleviate her pain, and this task was his alone. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. "Next time, don't charge so recklessly to the front. Several times, their iron rods nearly struck your head." "That is out of the question." Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow. "As the leader, I must be at the forefront, otherwise, who would follow me, especially today when most were strangers? A general may remain at the rear with familiar troops, as the enemy would seek to apprehend the leader first, ensuring the morale of the army. However, with strangers, a large group with differing intentions risks retreating or disregarding commands. In such cases, one must lead from the front to inspire confidence." Zhang Zhixu realized that although Chen Baoxiang had not studied military strategy, she grasped these principles quite well. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. I told you, you are a natural warrior. Xia Lanting never believed me. Xia Lanting had already distanced himself, feeling a chill in his back. He squatted by the ruins of Guanxia Lane, surveying the aftermath. The individuals Chen Baoxiang had brought were quick and efficient, binding around 50 ruffians and sending them to the jail, before continuing to track down others beneath the drainage system. The injured mason was sent to the clinic, while the others were well attended to. These people seemed quite idle, merely lingering around Guanxia Lane. After a brief respite, the long-dormant Guanxia Lane finally resumed its work. He sighed. Our Lord Zhang was indeed correct. Our Lord Chen possesses considerable talent.
Zhou Chuan poked his head inquiringly. Shall the Lord ride back to the Zhao Yi Si in the master's carriage?
Xia Lanting, hands clasped behind his back, replied, Our Lord Xia is perfectly capable of returning on his own. If you see Lord Zhang, do convey my compliments to Lord Chen. Zhou Chuan was left bewildered, while Xia Lanting laughed heartily and departed to board the carriage. Chapter 61 Power. As long as the Guanxia Lane construction could proceed, the pressure from the construction department would be significantly alleviated. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Zhixu intended to settle the losses of Guanxia Lane, only to receive a fresh denunciation letter. Such denunciation letters were primarily used by higher authorities to report the misconduct of subordinates. As he held the envelope, he already had a premonition. Upon opening it, he discovered that Lu Shouhuai, the commander of the patrol camp, had accused Chen Baoxiang from the military office of unlawfully reallocating troops, which resulted in a delayed response to a fire in Xuanhe Lane, leading to the destruction of 5 civilian houses and the deaths of 7 citizens. Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow. The rapid succession of events within a mere few hours was unfathomable to him, as it was to Chen Baoxiang. Meanwhile, Chen Baoxiang was still fending off some overly enthusiastic idlers, saying, I can hardly afford to keep them. There are over 200 people living in my large courtyard. The military office is still recruiting. Why don't you go and give it a try? Just then, Fan Tian rushed over, visibly anxious, and exclaimed, Chen Baoxiang, you're in trouble again. Ah, she stood up, bewildered. I haven't moved from here at all. That is precisely the problem, he gasped, leaning on his knees. Why are you here? There is a fire in Xuanhe Lane, and the patrol camp is short on manpower. You received the deployment order and didn't go. Now there have been fatalities. The chill ran down her spine, and Chen Baoxiang quickly drew her knife and rushed outside. The fire suppression team had already extinguished the remaining flames, leaving the streets thick with white smoke and the acrid scent of charred wood, while surviving citizens knelt and wept along the roadside. Xuanhe Lane, situated by the lake, hadn't suffered a fire in decades. Usually, 10 or so patrollers were sufficient, who would have anticipated that, despite her having sent 50 individuals ahead, they still could not hold the line. The fire was man-made. What? We searched the surroundings and found 3 or 4 torches. The backyard of the houses we saved still had half a barrel of oil, Zhao Huaizhu said angrily. What a coincidence. This is clearly a case of daylight murder. As Chen Baoxiang examined the evidence they brought, her expression grew increasingly grim. Generally, personal vendettas wouldn't result in the widespread destruction of civilian homes. Who could harbor animosity against so many families simultaneously? Moreover, who would squander such expensive oil to set fire to houses? The common folk were already impoverished. They wouldn't waste money frivolously. If one were to juxtapose today's South events in Guanxia Lane with this incident, it resembled a carefully crafted scheme, aiming either to ensnare Zhang Zhixu or to eliminate her. Ensure you preserve the evidence and find an opportunity to deliver it to Xia Lanting at the Dali Temple, she said, sensing impending trouble as she gazed toward the street corner. This is bad. I'm afraid I will face some repercussions. As if in response to her words, 2 squads of patrolling soldiers surged from the street corner, apprehending her without a word and escorting her toward the yamen. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Chen Baoxiang remained composed, reasoning that if she were to be charged with negligence in her official capacity, it would likely result in merely a beating or a few lashes. These penalties would not claim her life. However, upon entering the yamen, she found no one to interrogate her or administer punishment. After standing for a while, a kind-hearted yamen runner even brought her a stool to sit on, advising her to wait patiently. Such treatment was rather extraordinary, and Chen Baoxiang could hardly believe it. Wasn't it customary to face punishment upon entry? Even more astonishingly, after a brief wait, a presiding officer arrived, instructing her to sit without waiting for her to rise and placing a plate of fruit beside her. Lady Chen, I have long admired your reputation. Rest assured, this is merely a formality. Once the higher-ups have spoken, you shall be free to return it. Stunned, she replied, how could Lord Xie be so omnipotent? I haven't even delivered the evidence, and he already knows I'm innocent. Lord Xie, the presiding officer chuckled. It is Lord Zhang's astuteness that ought to be acknowledged. Lord Zhang Wu Zhang Zhixu? While he was indeed her benefactor, the fact remained that lives had been lost, and she had received a deployment order that she failed to act upon. It would be inappropriate to treat such matters as if nothing had transpired. It is better not to involve him, she muttered. Hearing this, the presiding officer rose and strolled to her side, lowering his voice. What do you mean by involving? It's merely a matter of a few words from Lord Zhang. Once we meet him, I hope you can speak favorably on my behalf. Previously, Chen Baoxiang had only heard of Zhang Zhixu's influence but had not truly witnessed it until now. Given the magnitude of the incident, others would typically endure 30 blows and be exiled hundreds of miles. Yet here she was, seated comfortably with fruit in hand, while the presiding officer stood beside her, smiling amiably. Before long, she even received a promotion order. Congratulations, Lady Chen, the official who delivered the message said with great enthusiasm. Due to your contributions in quelling the unrest at Guanxia Lane, the higher-ups, after deliberation by the Ministry of Personnel, have granted you a promotion to the position of military scribe at the General Office of the Construction Department, ranked at the 5th grade, with a salary equivalent to that of the camp commanders. Chen Baoxiang was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the promotion order. What about the punishment? What punishment for my negligence? Lady, you must be quite pleased to have lost track of your thoughts, the official remarked meaningfully. Clearly, you first received the deployment order from the construction department to assist at Guangxia Lane. According to the laws of the Great Shang, superiors have priority in reallocating subordinates. The subsequent patrol camp deployment order has nothing to do with you. Could it be interpreted this way? Chen Baoxiang clutched the paper. Feeling somewhat dazed, she was respectfully escorted out of the yamen and into a carriage. As night fell, the Mingzhu Tower illuminated once more. The moment Zhang Zhixu stepped inside, he sensed something was amiss. Chen Baoxiang, unusually quiet today, was seated at the table, engrossed in a book from his shelf, The Laws of the Great Shang, her expression serious and focused. Under normal circumstances, he would have praised her, but upon noticing the reverse title on the cover, he sat down on a nearby stool and asked, "Are you troubled?" "Not at all," she retorted, stubbornly flipping a page. "I've been promoted today, I'm very pleased." Was this truly a joyful demeanor? After scrutinizing her for a moment, Zhang Zhixu inquired, regarding today's events, "Do you believe it was mere coincidence or a deliberate scheme?" "Of course, it was a scheme orchestrated by Cheng Huili and Lu Shouhui," Chen Baoxiang replied, her anger surfacing. "Even if I hadn't gone to assist at Guangxia Lane, they would have pressured you multiple times to dispatch the patrol, only to set fires within the patrol's jurisdiction. The patrol camp was not under the jurisdiction of the construction department. Should an incident occur, Zhang Zhixu could also be accused of abusing his authority." "Quite astute," he replied with a smile, nodding. "But what are you truly angry about?" "I'm not angry, it's just that some old memories have resurfaced." "Never mind, you likely won't want to hear it." Moving to sit beside her, Zhang Zhixu lifted his teacup. "Speak." Chen Baoxiang steadied her thoughts and gestured. "In our 3 villages, there was a person who lost one eye as a child. No one would hire him for work. He initially had no way to make a living, but he was diligent and hardworking, collecting waste oil in the city, working as a night watchman, sweeping the streets, doing any work he could find. Finally, in his 20s, he saved a bit of money to return to the village to treat his mother's illness. However, at that time, 2 prominent families were at odds. One claimed theft in their home, while the other reported a fire. Both families were quite powerful and couldn't accuse each other, so the magistrate, seeking to pacify the situation, had the night watchman beaten. That beating was severe, leaving him paralyzed in both legs. He languished in the city for half a month, and as a result, his mother could not be saved, leaving him to merely survive. Chen Baoxiang tilted her head and laughed. His entire life was ruined, yet it was as if he had fallen into the sea, creating not a single ripple. In the capital, everything proceeded as usual. The magistrate who beat him later received a promotion. Zhang Zhixu's fingers trembled around his teacup. Having grown up in a prominent family, he had been taught that those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. For instance, regarding today's events, his task was to evade the opponent's trap. As long as he succeeded in doing so, he had accomplished something. Of the methods employed by the adversary and the number of people affected were of no consequence to him. The blame would not fall upon him, yet, upon hearing Chen Baoxiang recount this story, he felt as if he were inhabiting her body, his heart swelling with indignation and resentment. Why should someone's life be merely a casualty in the struggle for power? Why should an individual who could have lived well be reduced to formless ashes by the river in Xuanhe Lane? "I will avenge them," he declared after a prolonged silence. "However, before that person faces justice, all I can do is advocate for funds to repair the houses and provide funeral compensations. At most, I can only offer the equivalent of a 7th-grade military officer's share. Anything higher might be at a..." Before he could finish the thought, Chen Baoxiang suddenly embraced his arm and exclaimed, "Oh, you truly are deserving of being the savior of the suffering." In ordinary circumstances, the government would never intervene, they would simply accept their misfortune," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Yet, you are willing to fund the reconstruction of their houses and provide compensation for funerals." Reconstructing houses in that area was no small feat, even if the land belonged to them. Navigating the process required extensive dealings, and a single house could cost 1 or 200,000 coins. Furthermore, concerning funerals, those individuals had lost everything overnight. To hold a ritual and bury their loved ones, they might have to sell themselves. If the government were willing to take responsibility for such matters, it would indeed be an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst their misfortunes. "I had said I would procure a golden statue for you," she chirped, excitedly rummaging through her belongings. Still somewhat emotionally disoriented, Zhang Zhixu watched as she produced a palm-sized wooden Buddha statue, presenting it to him as if it were a treasure. "What do you think? I always deliver on my promises, right?" The golden statue shimmered in her palm. The craftsmanship was not particularly refined, yet it was evident that care had been taken. Even the small pendants on the beads were not overlooked. However, upon scrutinizing the material, Zhang Zhixu couldn't help but chuckle. "You promised it would be made of gold, yet this is merely gold leaf." "Great one, you don't understand. Gold is too heavy, it's exhausting to carry. Gold leaf, it excels in its lightness," Chen Baoxiang insisted, placing the little Buddha in his hands. "Take a look. Doesn't it resemble you?" It was difficult to discern any resemblance in the small statue, yet Zhang Zhixu found it amusing as he turned it over in his hands. "Why is its hand extended? It appeared as if it were reaching out to shake hands with someone. Don't you get it?" She produced another wooden Buddha, cheerfully clasping the hands of the 2 figures together. "This is called handshaking Buddha. We each have one, so if I need something, I can directly call out to you through the statue." Zhang Zhixu coughed, choking on his laughter. If he were indeed a deity, this might have some efficacy, but he was not. "This item seems devoid of any divine power," he said, feeling a bit guilty. "How could that be?" Chen Baoxiang retorted. "I obtained this from the Qingyun temple. The Taoist priest even consecrated it, claiming it to be the most effective and useful, costing a full 100 coins. She sought a Buddhist deity from a Taoist temple and had it consecrated? Zhang Zhixu struggled to find the words but ultimately sighed. Let us eat dinner first. I want to join you for dinner, she announced, rising. Today is young Master Pei's birthday. There is a banquet at the Zhixing Tower tonight. Zhang Zhixu paused, his expression calm as he lowered his gaze. Are you going? Of course, they sent me an invitation. Grade 1, what is wrong? Why does your face suddenly look so grim? It's nothing. It's just getting dark outside, he replied, his face cold as he stood up. Go, enjoy yourself, but my accessories are still at Qian Garden. I Haven Tea brought them over, she said with a chuckle. I heard there are plenty of treasures in Mingzhu Tower. Could you possibly absolutely not? I just want to borrow a little. I promise to return it, not even borrowing. He squinted at the scenery outside the window. I cannot afford to take any risks if something goes awry. What a miser, Chen Baoxiang pouted, glancing at the time, and decided against further entangling him, skipping away to change her clothes. Chapter 62. The unconscionable being Zhang Zhixu stood alone by the window, motionless for an extended period. Zhou Chuan, ever perceptive, kindly remarked, the Pei family has, as per tradition, sent us an invitation. Perhaps we should. Who is he to merit my presence at his birthday banquet? The figure by the window retorted darkly, I shall not attend. Then, in the storeroom, there are still the exquisite gifts that Wanbao building delivered today, not a chance. His ire intensified. Why should I? She ought to be confined in the magistrate's office, subsisting on coarse rice and sweet potatoes, instead of resenting me for extricating her from that fate. What a heartless creature. Zhou Chuan, intimidated, lowered his gaze and hastily inclined his body to exit the room. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, the voice from within spoke again, somewhat muffled. It would not reflect well to leave so abruptly. Lu Qingrong is bound to be present, and he has a penchant for making her uncomfortable. If I were to appear in such a dismal manner, who knows, he might turn his disdain upon me. With that, he gestured dismissively, just gather a few items and send them over to her. Zhou Chuan stifled a laugh, though hesitant, he could only bite his lips and nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Baoxiang was fretting over her attire when a throng of maidservants entered, each bearing a box. Wow, she gasped at the sight of the first few large boxes. However, as more and more boxes continued to arrive, her tone shifted to one of incredulity. Ah? So many? Zhou Chuan bowed slightly. On the master's orders, these are all for you, Mississippi. As 30-odd boxes were opened in unison, Chen Baoxiang was nearly blinded by the dazzling array. Delicate gold hairpins adorned with emeralds, honeyflower crystal hairpins, pure gold magpie hairpins, icy jade bangles, jade pendants, twisted gold bracelets, not to mention the latest crowns, garments, and satin-embroidered shoes from Wanbao building. She inhaled sharply, abruptly closing the box lid, glancing around before seizing the most expensive-looking item and heading next door. Great master, are you out of your mind? Upon shutting the door, she glared at the person inside, presenting the box in her hands. Isn't this outright theft? The room was dimly lit, and the figure appeared to be changing attire, his collar slightly ajar, revealing skin as fair as jade. Chen Baoxiang was momentarily entranced, subconsciously swallowing hard. Regaining her composure, she quickly turned. Great master, please do not squander such treasures. That body belongs to Zhang Zhixu. What of Zhang Zhixu? Came the languid response. How could I possibly take advantage of a person of such high standing? Chen Baoxiang retorted, inching closer to fasten his collar. Zhang Zhixu allowed her to proceed, letting out a non-committal hum. You would never look twice at him anyway. Not quite. Wait, that's beside the point. I came to see you for a reason, so take a look at this. She opened the box before him, glaring. Isn't this just inviting trouble for me? Do you not like it? I do, of course. Only a fool would not appreciate such fine things. With a lament, she flung herself upon the box, protectively shielding the treasures beneath her like a hen with her chicks. Raising her head, she added, but I merely wish to borrow them, not to claim them as my own. You are not Zhang Zhixu. To take such liberties and gift me these would surely lead to my downfall if I were ever questioned about it. Rest assured, he patted her shoulder. Chen Baoxiang felt a surge of joy, eager to inquire if he had devised a means of absolving her, only to hear him continue, that previous debt of 10,000 taels is already sufficient to condemn you. One cannot die twice, so accepting these will not pose a problem. Heart heavy as ash, Chen Baoxiang clutched the box, contemplating her next move as Zhang Zhixu suddenly let out a muffled groan. Perplexed, Chen Baoxiang turned. What is it? The weather is overcast today, and I am feeling rather unwell. He shifted his shoulders uncomfortably. I am experiencing some discomfort. And Ning Su and Zhou Chuan? Stealing a glance towards the door, he pressed his lips together and whispered, I am not well acquainted with them. I fear it may expose me. That made sense. The great master was indeed cautious. Chen Baoxiang quickly set down the items, complying with his instructions as she rummaged through the cabinet for ointment. However, the wound was located on his back and chest, leaving her somewhat flustered. Is this appropriate? I cannot just observe his body like this. Better than allowing me to suffer in silence, he replied. Indeed, Chen Baoxiang, brimming with enthusiasm, removed his inner garment. Zhang Zhixu was indeed a pampered individual. Despite his martial training, his skin remained remarkably fair, with the contours of his spine subtly pronounced and his arms sinewy. This only served to accentuate the glaring arrow wound on his back. Gazing at the injury, Chen Baoxiang found herself momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Zhixu, with his back to her, remained oblivious to her expression and merely inquired, is it leaving an unsightly scar? None at all. She snapped back to reality, using her fingertips to apply the ointment. It appears to have already scabbed over. Scabbed or not, the damp weather still brings discomfort, he fibbed nonchalantly. It is said that one becomes like those they associate with. He had not been capable of spinning such deceit so smoothly before, yet now, with his face unperturbed and heart steady, he had successfully deceived even her, a master of trickery. Chen Baoxiang diligently applied the medicine. The coolness and itchiness of the ointment glided over the scar, causing his skin to involuntarily tense. Zhang Zhixu initially intended to create mischief to prolong their time together, yet being in such disarray while she treated his wound made him feel even more uncomfortable than her. His fingers curled, and his ears turned faintly red. The flickering candlelight danced upon the candle holder, casting overlapping shadows within the curtains, creating an atmosphere that felt decidedly improper. He suddenly pulled his outer robe closer and turned his face away, stating, "That should suffice."
"Oh, very well."
Chen Baoxiang was entirely composed, showing no signs of bashfulness as she set the ointment aside and prepared to rise. However, Zhang Zhixu suddenly appeared quite frail, swaying as though he might topple over. She quickly reached out to steady him, her concern evident. "This is the injury from that banquet. If we summon Zhou and the others, it should not expose us." "Not to worry," he whispered, "I just need to rest for a moment." As he spoke, he pointed towards the nearby box. "This time, you have performed well. You may rightfully claim these rewards."
Was he really calculating this? Chen Baoxiang felt a mix of gratitude and hesitation. This seems inappropriate.
Though she voiced her reluctance, her hands had already reached for the box, and as she clutched the treasures tightly, a smile spread across her face. Zhang Zhixu cast a sidelong glance at her, chuckling softly as he straightened his posture, intending to retrieve a cloth from the basin to wipe the ointment from her fingers. Yet, Chen Baoxiang suddenly sprang up, glancing outside, exclaiming, "Oh no, we are going to miss the banquet." Despite having delayed thus far, she was still keen on attending the gathering. Tossing the cloth back into the basin, Zhang Zhixu turned away, coldly stating, "Let Zhou accompany you."
"Thank you, great master. I shall take my leave now."
She dashed back to her room to change, quickly rushing down the stairs, her footsteps echoing loudly on the wooden steps. Zhang Zhixu glared at the wall, growing increasingly irritated by the incessant thumping. Chapter 63 Vanity Fair. Chen Baoxiang was in high spirits, dressed in her splendid attire. She was accompanied by the Zhang family's exquisite carriage. As she alighted at the entrance of the Zhixing Tower, all eyes converged upon her. Proudly adjusting the golden hairpin atop her head, she emulated Zhang Zhixu's poise, gracefully linking arms with her handmaiden, sashaying up the stairs in an elegant manner. Upon reaching the staircase, she was greeted by Sun Fuyu, who came out to meet her. "Baoxiang's sister, I heard you've taken up an official position." Sun Fuyu was even more attentive than before, stepping in to assist her in place of the little maid. Chen Baoxiang felt a surge of delight. Previously, she had been a mere false noble lady, striving to stand in the shadows, and now, with no effort on her part, she was being surrounded like a star among the moon. Lu Qingrong, Sun Xianyu, and a host of familiar faces were present. Upon her arrival, Sun Xianyu greeted her with a polite smile, while Lu Qingrong, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Oh, how different it is to have climbed the social ladder. Even a wild chicken now dresses like a phoenix." Sun Fuyu laughed awkwardly, attempting to distance her from Lu Qingrong. However, Chen Baoxiang plopped herself right beside Lu Qingrong, cheekily declaring, "My salary now matches your father's. You ought to treat me with the respect due to an elder." Like a spark igniting a pile of fireworks, Lu Qingrong slammed her hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to compare yourself to my father? Have I said something incorrect? Isn't your father's monthly salary also 14 taels? What salary? That pittance is only worthy of your shallow understanding." Lu Qingrong retorted angrily, "My father is different. He has plenty. Why are you two quarreling again?" Pei Ruhang entered, interrupting Lu Qingrong's words. Chen Baoxiang turned in displeasure, only to see that this young gentleman was dressed similarly to the great immortal today, donning a spring shirt of azure adorned with ethereal clouds. Though not as exquisite as the immortal's garment, it suited his complexion well. She couldn't help but steal a couple more glances. Pei Ruhang noticed her presence and slightly pursed his lips. "You actually know to come?" "Of course I must attend your birthday." Chen Baoxiang produced a box. "Here, I have a gift for you." Pei Ruhang accepted it and opened it to reveal a fine quality hui ink. While this gift was indeed suitable, it paled in comparison to the handmade jade hairpin she had gifted him the previous year, making it seem rather insincere. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Lu Qingrong approached, lifting her skirt for a better look, then scoffed, "I thought you had truly amassed a fortune. Is this all you can offer?" Feigning a sigh, Chen Baoxiang replied, "Though I have taken up an official position, I am not adept at managing expenses and have little left. Unlike General Lu, who, despite a mere 14 taels in salary, can casually purchase an entire Wanbao Tower. At this proclamation, everyone in the room fell momentarily silent. The Lu family was not particularly affluent. They had only begun to acquire some property after following Cheng Hui to the capital. Even if those properties were profitable, they could hardly be considered immensely wealthy. The Wanbao Tower was a coveted establishment, one that the Zhang family would deliberate over for months before purchasing. How could Lu Qingrong claim to buy it with ease? Lu Qingrong had initially intended to ride on her coattails to boast further, but upon noticing Pei Ruhang's grim demeanor, she quickly sought to salvage the situation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've never said that. Didn't you say that when we visited Wanbao Tower together?" Chen Baoxiang blinked innocently. The shopkeeper heard everything quite clearly. That was merely a casual remark. "Very well, let us pretend you were just joking." Chen Baoxiang clapped her hands. "But on that day, you spent a staggering 1,400 taels without batting an eye." Who said that? She had been scolded by her father upon returning home. Lu Qingrong wished to retort again, but Pei Ruhang stepped forward to shield her from further confrontation. "Your tongue is quite sharp today," he observed, lowering his gaze to Chen Baoxiang. "What are you after?" "What is with that reaction?" Chen Baoxiang replied candidly. "I'm simply short on silver and am curious about how General Lu earns his. Who doesn't know that Chen Baoxiang loves money?" Such words from her lips were entirely fitting. Pei Ruhang felt something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite place it. Sun Xianyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Next month, both Lord Pei and I will be taking positions at the construction bureau. As we are unfamiliar with the workings there, we hope to seek your guidance. Chen Darren, you pardon, Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. You both are going to the construction bureau? Indeed, Sun Xian, you nodded with a smile. The construction bureau is currently in need of personnel, thus providing us the opportunity to serve the court. Congratulations, the table erupted with congratulatory voices. Chen Baoxiang joined in with a couple of well wishes, then waved her hand. Both of you are outstanding individuals. There is no need for me to guide you. I have little capability myself and shall need your guidance instead. Chen Darren, you are too modest, Zhou Yani interjected sarcastically. To be promoted to the 5th rank in just 2 months, your abilities are undoubtedly remarkable. Some individuals only attain the 6th rank through the imperial examination, while others, illiterate, can leap to the 5th. What does such ability truly mean? Everyone understood without needing to say it aloud. Sun Fuyu and Lin Guilin exchanged smiles to ease the tension, fearing Chen Baoxiang's ire, while Lu Qingrong unabashedly continued her jeering. If she were truly capable, she should be married with proper status, rather than being kept in a side courtyard as a mistress. As previously mentioned, being a mistress held a lowly status in Deshang, often looked down upon, regardless of how much gold one wore or high office one held. The mere mention of the term would make passing servants roll their eyes. Chen Baoxiang longed to retort that she was not a mistress, but glancing at her own possessions and considering her living situation, she found herself somewhat lacking in confidence. Seeing her silence, Lu Qingrong became emboldened. Other mistresses are occasionally taken out for feasts and races. You seem to be quite neglected, having never appeared alongside the young master of the Zhang family. Instead of flaunting your status here, you should contemplate how to win favor with the Zhang family. Otherwise, when they marry and no longer require you, your official title will be meaningless enough. Let us eat. Sun Xianyu interjected. Sun Fuyu and the others promptly raised their glasses to smooth over the situation. Pei Ruhan lifted his cup and, from a distance, toasted Chen Baoxiang. Congratulations on your promotion. Daring earlier, when she claimed there was no affair between her and Zhang Zhixu, he had actually taken her words to heart, even defending her against Lu Qingrong. Yet, it seemed the one to be mocked was ultimately himself. He cast a mocking glance at her and softly added, "This branch is much higher than I. Chen Darren has good taste." His words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting knowing glances and smirks from the assembled guests. Chen Baoxiang rubbed her forehead, raising her cup casually to clink with his, thinking that this was merely adding fuel to the fire. With so many nobles present, it was likely that tales of her would circulate throughout the capital by the next day. Chapter 64 Come to replace her. The wine has nearly run its course. Let us engage in a game of flying leaves, Pei Rume suggested, pulling her brother down and providing her with an opportunity for respite.
Sister, are you familiar with the game of flying leaves?
Flying leaves is a game played with soft paper tokens adorned with the 4 divine beasts as suits, where the number of beast heads denotes the points, and larger tokens triumph over smaller ones. The first to exhaust their tokens emerges victorious. When Chen Baoxiang first arrived in the capital, she learned this game and, during her most destitute times, even managed to win 2 buns to stave off hunger through it, showcasing her commendable skills. However, she merely shook her head, saying, "I've played it a couple of times, but I dare not wager significantly."
Now that you have risen to prominence, what is there to fear? Lu Qingrong exclaimed decisively.
Let us stake 5 taels of silver per round.
Isn't 5 taels rather excessive? If one were to win a full round, wouldn't that amount to dozens of taels lost?
Her expression reflected her hesitation. Lu Qingrong crossed her arms and chuckled. Are you truly intimidated by the prospect of losing dozens of taels?
Today, we are surrounded by individuals of stature, who among them would lack such a sum.
With that, she summoned the flying leaves game and guided Chen Baoxiang to a small table. Chen Baoxiang appeared timid, awkwardly drawing and playing her tokens with slow movements. Lu Qingrong, feeling quite pleased, deliberately played her tokens to overshadow Chen Baoxiang's, hoping to see her lose significantly, ideally enough to become the subject of ridicule among the capital's elite. However, for reasons unknown, her luck seemed particularly poor today. Her attempts to overpower were thwarted, and she found herself inadvertently feeding tokens to Chen Baoxiang. After several rounds, not only did she fail to win, but she also lost over 20 tokens to Chen Baoxiang.
Isn't this too much? Chen Baoxiang blinked at her, saying, "Sister Lu, why not wager a smaller amount?"
Lu Qingrong had intended to suggest the same, but Chen Baoxiang preempted her. As the losing party, she was left with no choice but to respond with feigned bravado. What does that matter? Let us continue.
I have completed my rounds. Oh dear, Sister Lu, you have excellent cards.
I too have completed my rounds. Apologies, but this round is yet another full set. Chen Baoxiang continued to win, all the while offering apologies. Sun Xianyu and Pei Rume were relatively unfazed, accepting losses with grace, as their families were not particularly burdened by such amounts. However, Lu Qingrong's expression grew increasingly grim. If this continued, would she not end up losing a small courtyard? Casting furtive glances around, she cleared her throat twice. Just as Chen Baoxiang was about to play her next token, a maid suddenly appeared behind Lu Qingrong and said, "My lady is weary.
Allow me to assist you with the game."
Lu Qingrong promptly passed her tokens over. The debts between the two were intertwined, and Chen Baoxiang had no objections to their role reversal. However, to her astonishment, the maid turned out to be a skilled player, not only reversing the tide of bad luck but also winning several full sets right off the bat. Chen Baoxiang scrutinized the maid's sleeves, sensing something amiss, and reached out to grasp them, but found nothing to hold on to.
"What's this? Can't bear to lose?"
Lu Qingrong jeered, hands on her hips.
"To lose is to bring shame upon the Zhang family."
"I merely noted that the hour is late," Chen Baoxiang replied, glancing at her remaining tokens.
"Perhaps we should conclude our game for today?" "Don't be ridiculous.
You've won so much from me, you must exhaust this entire box of tokens before you can leave, Lu Qingrong insisted, gesturing for several maids to block Chen Baoxiang's path. Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. The sound of tokens landing on the table stirred a breeze, rustling against the bustling windows, drifting towards the lofty Mingzhu tower. Zhang Zhixu had long extinguished his lamp and retired for the night, yet suddenly awoke with a start. He sat up and felt the wooden Buddha placed beside his bed, frowning as he inquired, "Has the person next door not yet returned?" The servant, rubbing his eyes, replied, "Not yet, master."
There hasn't been a sound.
They must be enjoying themselves. Immensely irritated, he turned over, thinking he ought to disregard her. If she drank herself to death, so be it, but as he blinked, another thought struck him. Should she truly perish, who would report to the magistrate come morning? With the scarcity of martial officials in the court, without someone as exceptionally talented as her to take the reins, when might they manage to overthrow Cheng Huili? Annoyed, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and languidly ordered, "Change my clothes and prepare the carriage."
"Where does my lord wish to go?" "The moonlight is splendid tonight. Let us take a stroll through the streets."
In the capital, the moonlight was a rare treasure. A mere corner of Mingzhu Tower could rival the beauty of distant places. The servant dared not question further, rousing the slumbering matron and discreetly escorting their master out through the back door. Meanwhile, Chen Baoxiang sat at the card table, on the verge of tears. Not only had she lost back all the tokens she had won, but she had also given away a dozen from her own pocket. To Lu Qingrong, this was a trifling sum, but for Chen Baoxiang, it felt akin to having flesh sliced from her body. The maid opposite her was undoubtedly cheating. She had witnessed several subtle movements, it lacked the evidence to prove it and was being restrained from leaving. In despair, she touched the Buddha figurine in her pouch, only to find it amusing. The deity had declared it ineffective, so how could it possibly come to her rescue?
"Is this how you concede?" Lu Qingrong taunted. "No one is permitted to leave until dawn." "Dawn?" Chen Baoxiang frowned. "But I must report to the Zhaoye department at dawn." "You, who only secured your position through flattery, who cares if you report or not?" Lu Qingrong retorted, just as the maid in front completed her play. Lu Qingrong clapped her hands in delight. "Bring the money, another full set." This round too was a full set. Pei Ruhang, initially angry with Chen Baoxiang, found himself unable to bear the scene and urged, "Let her go home." "Don't be ridiculous." Lu Qingrong narrowed her eyes. "Who here cannot afford to lose a few tokens? We shall play to the end today."
"But you have changed players," Chen Baoxiang protested. Lu Qingrong scoffed, "Who says one cannot change players? I have done so. If you have someone, you may change too." In the dead of night, she had no one to call upon. Moreover, given her current state of play, changing players would only worsen her situation. Her fingers stiffened, and in a moment of distraction, she lost her grip, causing her largest token to wobble and tumble toward the ground.
Hey, hitting the ground counts as playing," Lu Qingrong exclaimed excitedly.
"My maid plays a small token, and you bring the largest to overshadow it." Good. Before the final word could escape her lips, the token was caught midair by another hand. Lu Qingrong, disgruntled, looked up, intending to admonish Pei Ruhang for interfering, only to be met by an entirely unfamiliar face. A pair of striking eyes gleamed like polished ebony, with brows curved like crescent moons, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to autumn waters, dressed in garments as delicate as wisps of smoke. He stood upright, holding the card, his gaze descending like snow resting upon the branches of a wintersweet tree. From behind him, 7 or 8 attendants quietly formed a line, gently shielding the inebriated revelers from encroaching too close. The room gradually fell silent, all eyes turned towards him in astonishment. Pei Ruhang rose, intending to inquire about the identity of this visitor, but before he could speak, the man stepped past him and approached Chen Baoxiang, meeting Lu Qingrong's gaze with an air of nonchalance, and uttered, "I come to replace her."
Chapter 65.
"How impressive you are." In the private room, a pin drop could be heard amidst the sudden silence. Chen Baoxiang was still engrossed in her cards when someone reminded her to look up. Her eyes widened in astonishment.
How did you get here? Why don't you get up quickly?"
He lowered his gaze at her, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. Chen Baoxiang immediately stood up to make way, even brushing off the seat for him. Zhang Zhixu took her cards and sat down, casting a glance at them with evident disdain.
"What kind of luck do you have?"
"If I had good luck, I wouldn't have lost," she mumbled,
staring at him in disbelief and whispering, "Did you really hear me calling for you?"
Touching the bag at her waist containing the Buddha statue, she felt immensely moved.
"So that 101 I spent wasn't in vain after all."
"Stop spouting nonsense," he said, pursing his lips. "I merely came out seeking something to eat, and happened to spot you." Seeing her pitiful expression, it was clear she had been bullied by these people again.
Zhang Zhixu glanced across the table. Lu Qingrong instinctively shrank back at his gaze, while the others exchanged worried glances, too afraid to make a sound. The attire of the newcomer bore a striking resemblance to that of Pei Ruhang, both clad in a deep azure hue. Pei Ruhang's ensemble was already quite exquisite, crafted months in advance from the finest materials for his birthday, yet, standing next to the newcomer, it became evident that the true value of fine clothing lay not merely in the fabric but in the tailoring. While Pei Ruhang's outfit appeared somewhat rigid and constricting, this individual wore theirs with an effortless grace, exuding an undeniable air of nobility without the need for embellishments or gilded adornments. Who could possibly be more distinguished than the son of the Pei family? No one dared to voice their inquiries, yet it seemed they could guess at least a fragment of the truth. The once boisterous atmosphere of the gathering transformed into one of serene composure, with no one daring to raise their voices. Even Lu Qingrong ceased her provocations. The maid opposite dealt 2 more cards.
Zhang Zhixu shot her a glance, letting out a nonchalant scoff. The maid's hand trembled slightly, her anxiety evident. Zhang Zhixu methodically drew cards, playing two that others could evidently claim. Chen Baoxiang, in a state of distress, tugged at her hair.
Do you know how to play?
Each of my chips is worth 5 taels. How audacious, to still gamble high stakes in public. He retorted irritably, if you keep complaining, I'll throw all your chips out.
Chen Baoxiang promptly fell silent.
Curiously, her hand of cards was disjointed, and with smaller values, she initially thought it would suffice to lose fewer chips. Little did she expect that as the game progressed, Zhang Zhixu would actually play through all of his cards. Those 2 pairs should have been claimed, Lu Qingrong grumbled. The maid at the front was sweating profusely, unaware that Zhang Zhixu was deceiving her. She mistakenly believed he was holding high cards, vying for control of the game, not realizing he was merely posturing. It's just 4 chips, she retorted defiantly.
Let us play again.
As previously mentioned, due to his son's exceptional talent, Zhang Yuanshu, fearing that Zhang Zhixu might miss out on learning, scheduled nearly 20 lessons for him daily, one of which was gambling techniques. Zhang Zhixu despised this course, deeming it utterly useless, yet after winning 7 or 8 rounds in a row, Chen Baoxiang, clutching her chips, beamed with excitement as she embraced his arm.
How can you even do this?
Her eyes sparkled like stars.
That's amazing.
Zhang Zhixu pushed her away with a show of disdain, muttering, what's so impressive about it?
However, a subtle smile betrayed his true feelings.
Chen Baoxiang's flaw was her lack of decorum, her loud exclamations and exaggerated behavior, yet this very trait was also her virtue. The moment he displayed any exceptional skill, she would sing his praises to the heavens. Being constantly lauded could lead to arrogance and complacency, hindering progress. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely pleased, realizing that perhaps this knowledge was not entirely futile, at least he was regaining the brilliance of the stars he had missed due to his lessons. As he joyfully picked up the next hand of cards, he noticed the maid opposite was again up to no good. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhang Zhixu remained silent. But after a round concluded, he suddenly announced, "Clerk, check each person's cards." The clerk paused, examining the cards of each player. The maid quickly returned the stolen cards, sitting confidently as if nothing had happened.
When was this 3-beast Xuanwu played? The clerk inquired, struggling to recall.
The maid chuckled, with so many cards, who can remember them all? As long as the total cards are correct, it's fine.
It was my partner who played 4 Xuanwu, 5 Qinglong, 7 Zhuke, and 8 Zhuke in succession, Zhang Zhixu stated calmly. She used 3 Xuanwu to replace 6 Baihu, thus pressuring her partners 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. As he spoke, he sorted through Chen Xianyue's cards, arranging them in order, and laid out his own cards in sequence. The cards of both players matched perfectly, with only Lu Qingrong's maid being incorrect. The clerk smiled to diffuse the tension. This was indeed a mistake. She shall be penalized to compensate each household with full chips. What mistake?
Chen Baoxiang could no longer contain herself. She has been switching cards all along.
I've seen it multiple times, and now we've caught her.
You slanderous wretch.
Lu Qingrong retorted, her face pale with indignation. Just because of one mistaken card, you wish to tarnish my maid's reputation? Shall I claim that I also saw you switching cards? What cards did you see me switch? Chen Baoxiang shot back.
If I were to switch cards, I assure you, you'd lose every single silver hairpin.
You.
Young Master Pei, you are the host, please adjudicate. Pei Ruhang had remained quiet since Zhang Zhixu's arrival, but suddenly being addressed, he lethargically replied, it's just a game, if it's bothersome, we can stop playing.
What does a few dozen taels matter?
Is this merely a matter of a few dozen taels? This is a matter of hundreds, Chen Baoxiang thought to argue, but glancing around, the room full of nobles seemed indifferent. If she insisted on exposing the maid's cheating, she feared no one would support her, thus, she resigned herself to letting it go. Beside her, Zhang Zhixu nudged her arm, she turned to see his expression resolute, and behind him, Zhou Yuanning and others stood firmly in support. In that instant, Chen Baoxiang felt emboldened. From the very first hand, she has won a total of 863 taels from me, Mistson, and Ru Mei through her cheating, she declared loudly. If young Master Pei chooses to compensate her today, this matter shall be settled.
Pei Ruhang paused, furrowing his brow. Do you think you can just say whatever you please? Lu Qingrong exclaimed angrily, slapping the table. Are you unable to accept defeat? My current chips are 1.
It is the cheater who cannot afford to lose, Chen Baoxiang retorted, pulling down her lower eyelid and making a face at her.
What proof do you have? Proof is simple.
Let someone search your maid, she must be hiding cards on her person. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan and the others moved to take action. Lu Qingrong, furious, stepped in front, shouting, you dare, though my Lu family is not a prestigious household, we possess formidable means. If provoked, I shall have you all confined to the northern dungeon, you may not die, but you will surely suffer. Zhang Zhixu had been observing quietly, but upon hearing this, he pulled Chen Baoxiang behind him and stood up. I have little knowledge and have never encountered such formidable means, he said, fixing his gaze on Lu Qingrong. Today, I would appreciate the young lady enlightening me.
Chapter 66.
Affection as the word Zhang escaped his lips, the room fell into a hushed silence once more. Lu Qingrong looked up at him in disbelief. She could roughly deduce his identity, yet hearing him acknowledge it personally felt utterly absurd. The illustrious Zhang Zhixu, as rumored, was far too noble to deign to approach a courtesan, let alone to engage in this sordid game of flying leaves on her behalf and offer her support. Moreover, should a courtesan not kneel and pay respects upon encountering the master of the house, how could Chen Baoxiang behave so brazenly, and Zhang Zhixu tolerate it? The more she pondered, the more she shook her head in disbelief. Just as she was about to voice her doubts, Sun Xianyue quietly remarked, I thought to mention earlier that this young gentleman seems somewhat familiar, as though I have seen him in the palace before. Among the many present, although they had all attended Zhang Zhixu's celebratory banquet, only Sun Xianyue had the opportunity to meet him. Given her assertion, it was likely true. So it turns out that the affairs of the northern prison are not the business of the patrol camp, but rather the personal grievances of the Lu family.
Zhou Chuan murmured from behind, jotting down notes in his ledger. Lu Qingrong's complexion finally shifted, and she hurriedly protested, No, that is not what I meant, I was forced into saying that by Chen Baoxiang. She wronged my maid. Ning Su interjected, then for the sake of clearing your maid's name, it would be prudent to conduct an examination right here. He turned to Pei Ruhong, inquiring, What does the master of the house think?
Pei Ruhong had not anticipated such a turn of events. Zhang Zhixu's status was not something he could afford to provoke, yet, considering the friendship between the Lu and Cheng families, he hesitated before replying to Ning Su, that may not be appropriate, compelling a young lady to prove her innocence in such a public setting. Hearing this, Zhang Zhixu's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, so it seems young Master Pei recognizes that forcing a young lady to prove her innocence is inappropriate. Previously at the general's residence, he had ordered a search of Chen Baoxiang without hesitation. Why had he not deemed that inappropriate? Pei Ruhong fell silent. Chen Baoxiang, moved by the exchange, clutched Daxian's sleeve and whispered, I nearly forgot about this matter, I can't believe you still remember. I am not so easily appeased as you might think, Zhang Zhixu retorted with a slight curve of his lips, you seem to have forgotten the pain of your past. Chen Baoxiang was left speechless, feeling scolded even as she stood by. Yet, with Daxian present, the tide of the situation turned decidedly in their favor. Pei Ruhong remained silent, and Lu Qingrong dared not retort. Meanwhile, elders from the Pei family who had been drinking upstairs caught wind of the commotion and hurried downstairs. Lord Zhang, Pei Sihai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, my son is rather thoughtless. Please do not take offense. Ning Su swiftly intervened, blocking his path. Pei Sihai quickly bowed to Ning Su, pleading, Gentlemen, please calm your anger, it is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Zhixu paid him no mind, his gaze languidly fixed on the cheating maid. Pei Sihai promptly instructed the matrons behind him, quickly, search her. Several matrons restrained Lu Qingrong's maid, and within moments, they discovered a dozen flying leaves game cards concealed within her upper garment. The truth was laid bare, and Lu Qingrong's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck as she exclaimed, You wretched maid, how dare you conceal such a disgraceful act from me? The maid knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. Why are you not hastening to leave? I shall deal with you when we return home. Afterward, she hurriedly produced a large stack of silver notes and placed them on the table. This matter stems from my subordinate's wrongdoing, disrupting Lord Zhang's enjoyment. I shall cover the losses incurred today. The shimmering silver notes, each worth 100 taels, totaled over 1,000. Zhang Zhixu remained silent, but Chen Baoxiang, akin to a giddy mole, gleefully began to distribute the notes, one for Miss Tsun, one for me, one for Rumei, and for Miss Li. Wait, you did not win, so I shall keep one for myself. With so many eyes upon them, Lu Qingrong seethed, thinking that if she did not mind losing face, surely Lord Zhang would as well. Yet, upon glancing over, she saw that not only did Zhang Zhixu refrain from stopping her, but he also stood by with his arms crossed, awaiting the outcome. My lord, Pei Sihai cautiously addressed Zhang Zhixu from across Ning Su, the matter has been resolved. What do you propose? Zhou Chuan stepped forward, presenting a gift box with both hands as Zhang Zhixu spoke. For your son's birthday, it is only fitting to extend my congratulations. However, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger further. Lord Zhang, your generosity is overwhelming. Pei Sihai wiped his brow as he accepted the gift, walking alongside him while eagerly suggesting, there are many esteemed guests upstairs. Perhaps you would honor us with your presence. His voice trailed off as they exited the door. Pei Rumei reminded Chen Baoxiang, Lord Zhang is departing. Wait, I haven't finished counting my money yet. She did not turn her head, focused intently on the watermarks on the notes. Pei Rumei was initially taken aback, but soon came to a realization. Earlier, they mentioned you had another love interest. I couldn't comprehend it. You once risked your life for my brother, how could you easily let go? Yet today, I have come to understand. You made the right choice, sister, the Zhang family heir is far superior to my brother. It was common knowledge that Zhang Zhixu was indeed vastly superior to Pei Ruhong, and it was only thanks to Daxian's influence that she might ever associate with someone of such high status. Chen Baoxiang chuckled in agreement, her attention still fixated on the silver notes. Pei Rumei added, when it comes to affection, my brother cannot compare, irrespective of wealth or status. The hand holding the notes froze, and Chen Baoxiang looked up at Rumei in confusion before glancing outside. Affection? Indeed, Sun Fuyu chimed in, leaning in with a knowing expression, were it not for his feelings for you, he would not have lowered himself to come here today. He said he was hungry, Chen Baoxiang replied, perplexed. When one is hungry, they do not head to a tavern? True, if one is hungry, they ought to go to a tavern, Pei Rumei nodded. But sister, have you noticed? From the moment he entered, has he eaten anything? Chen Baoxiang was left speechless. The hour was past the midpoint of the night, and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the dark sky. As she dashed out the door clutching the silver notes, she spotted Zhang Zhixu leaning against the luxurious carriage, his demeanor cool and his features ethereal. She hurried over, her heart racing, and with wide eyes asked, Daxian, are you hungry? Are you hungry again? Zhang Zhixu brushed his sleeve as he entered the carriage.
Go back and eat. There is supper in the kitchen.
But, she followed him into the carriage, stammering, if there is supper in the kitchen, why did you come out to eat? Zhang Zhixu paused briefly before settling comfortably into his seat.
You do know I adhere to strict dining etiquette. Then what did you eat at the Zhixing Tower?
She cast a sidelong glance, noticing the young girl opposite her appeared quite anxious, her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting. He chuckled softly, tower pastries and fragrant fish cakes. Chen Baoxiang leaned in closer to inhale his scent. He was impeccably groomed, his garments imbued with specially crafted fragrances, reminiscent of morning dew in the mountains, mingled with a hint of sandalwood, undeniably delightful. But wait, she hadn't come merely to savor this. Leaning in closer, she sought the warmth of his breath, carefully inhaling near his lips. Zhang Zhixu remained still, his gaze lingering on the proximity of their lips as he softly inquired, what is it you desire?
Chapter 67.
Friends. Chen Baoxiang originally wished for nothing more than to catch a whiff of the scent of fragrant fish cakes emanating from him. However, at that precise moment, the carriage jolted, and she leaned forward, inadvertently colliding directly with him. The soft, fragrant petals of her lips pressed together for a fleeting instant before parting swiftly. Someone's pupils dilated, and their heart skipped a beat. Chen Baoxiang recoiled, bracing herself against the carriage wall, offering no apology, but remaining in a daze for a considerable time.
Then, she clenched her fist in indignation, exclaiming, what a fortunate misfortune for me.
Zhang Zhixu stood silent, momentarily lost in thought as he wiped the corner of his mouth, then lowered his gaze, saying, if you desire fragrant fish cakes, I can instruct Zhou Yuan to turn back.
I do not wish for that. Then are you deliberately attempting to be impertinent with me?
No, I merely lost my balance.
I harbor no other intentions towards you.
Zhang Zhixu's finely arched brows knitted together, not only impertinent, but you are also indifferent after the fact.
Who does she think she is insulting? That's not it.
You, Chen Baoxiang waved her hands repeatedly, attempting to explain, only to suddenly realize that there truly was no scent of fragrant fish cakes lingering near the corner of his mouth.
She instinctively cradled her head. What on earth is happening? Could it be that they were right?
Previously, when she inhabited her own body, the Celestial often belittled her, sometimes calling her inferior to the pigs in the East Market, and at other times criticizing her lack of vision.
But now, transformed into a living, breathing man, he seemed to have taken on a caring demeanor, his actions imbued with an inexplicable hint of flirtation. What was she to do?
It took Zhang Zhixu a moment to reclaim his thoughts. Casting a sidelong glance at her, he observed Chen Baoxiang alternating between cheerfulness and frowning, as if she were on the brink of a mental entanglement. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly reached out his hand. What are you doing? She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself with a scoff. Zhang Zhixu opened his palm. What do you think? Silver notes. You worked hard to support your endeavors. Do you expect me to let you keep all that silver without sharing a couple of notes with me?
What kind of hero demands silver notes after rescuing a damsel?
Chen Baoxiang glared, fiercely guarding her purse, but you are not short of money.
Not being short of money is one thing, whether you ought to give me some is another matter entirely.
He assertively snatched her purse and extracted 2 notes. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Not to mention, you and I are merely friends. Friends, the frown on Chen Baoxiang's face relaxed. How ridiculous, the Celestial had only ever regarded her as a friend, leading her to contemplate the implications of whether a celestial being could fall in love and what children born from such a relationship would be classified as human or celestial. TSK, but to be fair, it was the Celestial's kindness that had caused others to misinterpret their relationship. Such a wonderful Celestial deserved her to treat him with greater regard, beyond just crafting statues. Nodding to herself, Chen Baoxiang leaned back against the carriage wall. Relaxing, Zhang Zhixu observed her reaction, letting out a nonchalant hum. There was scarcely anyone in the world more foolish than her.
Yet, this foolish girl, unaware of her own folly, worried for him. Does your injury still pain you? It does. He replied curtly, if you would refrain from running to Pei Ruhang's side, I would suffer less. As the words left his mouth, he felt an awkwardness settle within him, hastily adding, the people around him are merely waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, and they dragged me into the mess. Are you referring to Lu Qingrong?
Chen Baoxiang tilted her head, smiling innocently, if she finds amusement in my misfortune, I shall find amusement in hers as well. After all, she lost so much silver today, returning home, she will have a difficult time explaining it.
Can someone who can purchase Wanbao Tower be troubled by such a trifling amount of silver?
Zhang Zhixu mused, becoming perplexed himself. He had never understood how Lu Shaohuai, a mere commander, could possess such considerable wealth. Now, observing Lu Qingrong's actions, it appeared that, apart from her affluence, she also acted with impunity. Recalling the relationship between Lu Shaohuai and Chang Hualu, Zhang Zhixu furrowed his brow slightly. Unbeknownst to Chen Baoxiang, she continued to chatter enthusiastically. Pei Ruhang and Mistsen have both joined the Bureau of Construction. They reporting for duty tomorrow. Perhaps I will encounter them there.
He was aware of Xin Xuanyue's admission into the pharmaceutical office, but when had Pei Ruhang entered the Bureau of Construction?
Zhang Zhixu lifted the carriage curtain to glance at Ningsu, and Ningsu straightened, hastily clasping his hands. I only just received the news. It is not a matter of negligence on your part, Master Zhang, but rather the procedures from the brewing office. Under the Bureau of Construction, there are 4 offices and 26 departments, with numerous individuals and complex relationships. It is not unusual to have 1 or 2 people inserted, but anyone holding an official title ought to follow the procedure set forth by the principal officials. He had been ill for far too long, allowing others to extend their reach so far.
Celestial, what is the matter? Chen Baoxiang scrutinized his expression. Do you not wish for Pei Ruhang to join the Bureau of Construction?
It is not that I do not wish it. It is that he is unqualified. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze. All officials from the brewing office must first serve in the countryside for 3 years, understanding agriculture, comprehending grains, and being familiar with the lives of the people before they can be considered. Pei Ruhang, let alone serving externally, has likely never even seen what rice looks like. Moreover, he excelled in criminal law during the imperial examination, and the Ministry of Justice had already made plans for him.
Why then suddenly send him to the Bureau of Construction?
Once the question escaped his lips, he felt a vague answer beginning to form in his mind. Cheng Hualu was profoundly dissatisfied with the fact that he did not punish Chen Baoxiang, while instead promoting her.
He desired to use Pei Ruhang's unorthodox entry into the Bureau of Construction as a means of reprimand, yet, to make a point in this trivial rivalry at the expense of his most cherished nephew's career?
Shaking his head lightly, Zhang Zhixu regarded Chen Baoxiang with seriousness. You must exercise caution in your actions tomorrow. He feared these individuals might still harbor ulterior motives, seeking to exploit Chen Baoxiang, whom they perceived as an easy target.
Rest assured, Celestial. I shall bring you honor.
Honor for what? Just refrain from causing trouble.
Understood, Celestial, I assure you there will be no issues. Her response was light-hearted, as though she took the matter lightly. Zhang Zhixu felt a twinge of unease and wished to say more, yet she seized the opportunity to regale him with anecdotes from the banquet, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, rendering him reluctant to interrupt. So be it. Zhang Zhixu propped his chin in his hand, listening while pondering. After all, with him present, even if Chen Baoxiang were to stir up a monumental disaster, he would be there to catch her.
Chapter 68, Chen Baoxiang's comfort zone. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen Baoxiang promptly reported to the magistrate's office. The Bureau of Military Affairs, on par with the patrol camp, was an elite institution gathering the finest martial talents from across the realm, and those appointed therein were naturally selected through rigorous scrutiny. The sudden arrival of a well-connected individual to serve as a clerk, especially one seemingly delicate and ineffectual, left many skeptical. Upon entering, Chen Baoxiang was assigned the most leisurely of tasks. With a hint of confusion, she gazed at the flowers and plants before her. You mean to say that my sole responsibility is to water these daily, and I shall receive a monthly salary of 14 taels? Indeed, replied the deputy officer respectfully. Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. Although she had a penchant for wealth, such an effortless income stirred a pang of conscience within her. She glanced around, contemplating whether to assist Clerk Su in his duties or to support Clerk Zhao in maintaining order. However, both of them insisted respectfully, Your Excellency, please remain at the office, we shall handle these menial tasks. This left Chen Baoxiang in quite a predicament. While other clerks were beleaguered with responsibilities, she found herself merely staring blankly at the rows of flora. At midday, Deputy Officer Zhong Li hurried in and addressed Clerk Su, who had just caught his breath. The grain collection in county has fallen short, we must dispatch additional personnel. Upon hearing this, Clerk Su's expression shifted dramatically as he waved his hands repeatedly. I am already short-handed here.
Send Clerk Zhao instead. But Clerk Zhao is still occupied, then we shall wait for him to finish. Deputy Officer Zhong fell silent, appearing somewhat perturbed. Chen Baoxiang quickly leaned in, asking, Is there anything I can assist with? Clerk Su shot her a sharp glance, dismissing her with a wave. This is not a task suited for you. Why should I not be able to undertake the same duties as fellow clerks? Chen Baoxiang retorted, puzzled. Is my salary less than yours? Clerk Su was momentarily at a loss, then chuckled in disbelief. You are but an oblivious newcomer. Very well, if you wish to go, you must first seek permission from your superior. This is your own decision. His tone suggested that this task was hardly commendable, yet Chen Baoxiang felt invigorated. She promptly took the command insignia and appointment letter to mobilize personnel. That day, rain fell in the capital, turning the streets into a muddy quagmire. The staff at the Bureau of Military Affairs were lethargic, and upon seeing the insignia, they responded half-heartedly. My lord, and county is 50 li away from the capital. Surely, we must ride horses. In this weather, the horses are contentedly grazing in the stables, who would wish to stir? Indeed, we have just returned from labor, drenched in sweat. You cannot expect us to toil for your accolades without regard for our humanity. Casting a glance at her empty hands, a few military officers scoffed, sarcastically remarking, working under you yields no compensation. We might as well carry sacks at the docks, where one can earn 2 or 3 dozen a day. Clearly, these individuals did not regard her, the newly appointed clerk, with any seriousness, brazenly demanding payment from her. Had this been any other clerk, they might have acquiesced, for ambition often requires sacrificing small matters. But who was Chen Baoxiang? She was a person who would dive into the sea for a single coin. How dare they speak of money to her? She immediately furrowed her brow. You expect additional compensation? Then I shall not require your services. I have my own people. My lord, Deputy Officer Zhong Li interjected hastily, grain collection is no trivial matter. A mere 10 or so scattered personnel is utterly insufficient, expenses must be incurred. Chen Baoxiang strode purposefully toward the exit. If 10 or so is inadequate, will 200 suffice? Zhong Li was taken aback and hurried to keep pace with her. Grain collection was no simple task, and he presumed this young lady was merely eager to achieve recognition. Intending to elaborate on the situation during their journey, however, Chen Baoxiang efficiently assembled the necessary personnel and confidently instructed, first, verify the weights and baskets, then ensure all transport animals are accounted for. Regardless of which estate or prefecture we pass, not a single head or hoof shall be overlooked.
Those dispatched to urge collection must be astute, no drinking, no bribery, and certainly no coercive taxation. Should any household fail to provide grain, make a note of the reasons, and I shall personally verify each one without error. Furthermore, if we encounter fields marked with wooden signs of prohibition or individuals from wealthy households or money shops, encircle them first and then report back to me.
Understood.
Having expended funds for these personnel, she found them far more reliable. None dared to contradict her, and they swiftly followed her lead toward the outskirts of the city. Zhang Li stood in astonishment. He hastily rode alongside Chen Baoxiang, forcing a smile as he asked, "My lord, have you undertaken such tasks before?" "Never," she replied, restoring an air of innocence, smiling brightly at the deputy officer. "I shall rely on your guidance, Master Zhang."
How could she, having never done such work, possess an understanding of the general circumstances surrounding rural grain collection, even foreseeing issues regarding the money shop's restricted fields?
Zhang Li was utterly perplexed, yet it was improper to inquire directly, and he could only ponder in silence. Grain collection was a grueling task, often requiring one to act against their conscience and intimidate farmers, and it was easy to fall short in meeting quotas. Thus, other clerks were reluctant to participate. Zhang Li was at a loss regarding Chen Baoxiang's enthusiasm. Not only did she personally venture into the fields and visit each household to gather information, but she also had someone compile a substantial record of her findings. Watching the record, Zhang Li felt a pang of alarm and considered intervening. However, Zhao Huaizhu, who stood beside Chen Baoxiang, was fiercely protective, brandishing her sword. "What are you doing? Do not touch my lord's belongings." "But this is inappropriate," Zhang Li protested, his expression pained.
"How can we trust the uneducated ramblings of these rural folk, recording them as fact? Master Zhang, how can you dismiss these accounts without even glancing at them?" Chen Baoxiang inquired with a smile.
Zhang Li waved his hand dismissively. "These people have never been educated, are ignorant of Confucian principles, and lack an understanding of propriety. Their words hold no value."
Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang's expression soured.
She turned to Zhao Huaizhu, indignantly reporting, "He insulted me."
Zhao Huaizhu, ever compliant, drew her sword. "I shall take care of him."
"That would be unwise, there are so many witnesses present."
"They are all uneducated. Their testimonies would hardly be credible."
As her words fell, the sword was drawn. Zhang Li was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock at the absurdity of these women before him. Yet, surrounded by Chen Baoxiang's loyal supporters, he could only swallow his indignation and bow his head in submission. "I was mistaken, I was mistaken." While he spoke these words, his heart brimmed with resentment. After all, Zhang Li had managed such tasks for many years. How could a newcomer wield such authority? Chen Baoxiang was well aware of this. However, she had long been accustomed to the oppressive exploitation of the rural populace, and, though she knew that she could not rectify all injustices single-handedly, she was determined not to merely go through the motions. As a person recommended by a prominent figure, she bore the weight of their reputation. Regardless of the task at hand, she was resolved to give it her utmost effort. Chapter 69. The frolicking puppy. As dinner time approached, Zhou Chuan delivered a food box. Zhang Zhixu lifted his gaze from the case files and glanced at the empty doorway. "Is Chen Baoxiang still at work?"
"Replying to your excellency, Lord Chen mentioned he has been dispatched on an official errand and will return later." "An official errand?" Zhang Zhixu frowned. "Wasn't it stated that Shi Wun-Ti be reassigned for the time being?"
"The authorities claim it was Lord Chen's own request," came the reply. Zhang Zhixu's heart sank. This was the first time Chen Baoxiang had ventured out on official business without him. That he had always sensed misfortune lurking around her. She seemed prone to calamities, her heightened sensitivity to pain often leading her into dire predicaments. When he was present, he could offer her some assistance, but now, in his absence, what if she encountered trouble? Thinking of the scheming individuals outside, Zhang Zhixu could no longer remain seated. He donned his outer robe and made his way to the carriage. Just as he settled inside, a voice called out from outside, "Great Immortal." Zhang Zhixu paused, startled. A figure scrambled into his carriage, appearing at first glance like a ghostly woman, and upon closer inspection, there was little difference. Sweat drenched her garments, her hair was disheveled and mired with dirt, while her sleeves were smeared with a yellowish mud, and her chin bore an unidentifiable filth. Chen Baoxiang looked up, grinning widely. "Are you done with work?" Given Zhang Ergonzi's fastidious nature, had it been anyone else climbing into his carriage in such a state, he would have kicked them out without a second thought.
Yet, upon seeing Chen Baoxiang, he merely furrowed his brow and inquired, "Were you bullied?"
No, Chen Baoxiang sat up straight, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "I was on duty."
"Your duty involved wading through mud to catch monkeys?"
"Such a duty does not exist," she pouted, then excitedly placed a thick booklet into his arms. "Everything's in here." The hefty tome bore traces of mud and the scent of ink. Zhang Zhixu casually flipped through a couple of pages, raising an eyebrow. "Did you go to collect grain with the brewing department?" "Today, I went alone," she explained. "The brewing department claimed they were too occupied and asked me to scout ahead."
"Scout ahead?"
"Clearly, they are using you as a pawn." Zhang Zhixu's ire flared. "It's already commendable that a clerk is willing to assist, yet they take advantage of your amiability to burden you with all the work."
"Is that so?"
Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "I thought they were being kind, giving me a chance to showcase my abilities."
"Your optimism is misplaced."
The brewing department received annual allocations from the Ministry of Revenue to procure high-quality grains in county for the purpose of brewing the finest wines. Since he took over the brewing division, the department had committed numerous offenses, either embezzling farmers' grain payments or failing to meet purchase quotas. He had imposed penalties and replaced officials, yet the brewing department had not only failed to reform but had grown increasingly lethargic. This year's grain harvest was significantly delayed, leading to a shortage of the palace's precious wines, and many were likely waiting to petition against him. Flipping through a few more pages, Zhang Zhixu suddenly halted.
Chen Baoxiang glanced at the text and then at him. What is it? Why are there so many farmers in county selling their land?
He flipped through faster. Land is the lifeblood of the farmers. If they face difficulties, a few families might sell a few acres, but to have over 100 households doing so, how could every household be in such dire straits? I find it puzzling as well, Chen Baoxiang murmured. I feared there was something amiss, so I inquired with them, and they all claimed to owe money for seeds and that this year's drought had compounded their troubles. Unable to repay, they resorted to selling their land.
How could a year's worth of seed money compel farmers to sell their land?
It's not just 1 year, she bit her lip. They said it has been several years of poor harvests, accumulating debts, and even the Shaohui pawnshop can no longer sustain them, hence they had to sell their mortgaged land.
Shaohui pawnshop?
The image of Chen Baoxiang dividing banknotes at the gambling table flashed in his mind, prompting Zhang Zhixu to ask, have you exchanged the banknotes that Lu Qingron lost to you?
Not yet, Chen Baoxiang fished in her pouch. I almost forgot. My people have been working hard lately, and I need to exchange some money to ensure they have enough to eat.
As she spoke, she produced a 100-tael banknote. Zhang Zhixu reached out to take it, unfolding the note to compare it with the names recorded in the booklet. It was indeed from the Shaohui pawnshop. Tomorrow, take this note to exchange for cash, and while you're there, investigate the situation at this pawnshop, Zhang Zhixu instructed. Inquire about the prices for mortgaged land, where it's being sold, and whether there is any coercion involved. Get to the bottom of it. Consider it done. Chen Baoxiang patted her chest confidently. Great Immortal, rest assured, I will handle everything and will not bring shame upon you. There was a sparkle in her eyes as she spoke, and despite her disheveled appearance, she radiated enthusiasm.
Zhang Zhixu paused, suddenly realizing, you're worried about embarrassing me, which is why you took the initiative to go to county today?
Not entirely, I just feel, she scratched her head, after receiving such a generous salary for several months, I ought to accomplish something worthwhile. With a monthly salary of 14 taels, there were certainly thousands of officials in the Desheng dynasty earning more than her, yet none seemed to take their duties as seriously as she did. With his lips pressed thin, Zhang Zhixu reached out to her tangled hair. Chen Baoxiang instinctively recoiled. It's dirty. If it were clean, why would I bother? He replied. Stay still. As he pulled her closer, the grass and mud entangled in her hair were gently cleared away. Chen Baoxiang felt like a little puppy that had frolicked in the mud, and the fastidious Zhang not only did not scorn her but even affectionately brushed against her. Truth be told, she had always cared about her appearance, as she needed to rely on her looks to navigate the circles of the nobility. Even in times of financial hardship, Chen Baoxiang endeavored to maintain a polished facade. However, it seemed she was often in a state of disarray before the Great Immortal, sometimes due to injuries, other times because she was too exhausted to freshen up. The Great Immortal may have expressed disdain, but it was merely in jest. Ultimately, he always ensured she was taken care of. A thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't resist nuzzling her head against his palm. Zhang Zhixu was momentarily taken aback by her affection, his expression softening. There is food waiting at home, let us return and have a good rest.
Is there meat? Plenty. Chen Baoxiang's eyes sparkled like crescent moons.
Being with the Great Immortal was truly delightful. There was an official position, a home to return to, and meat to eat. If only she could have encountered him sooner. Chapter 70 Reunion with an old friend. The reason why the area around Xuanwu Gate is bustling with nobility is not only due to its proximity to the imperial city but also because it is home to numerous money houses,
frequented by individuals bearing large silver notes, signifying immense wealth.
As Chen Baoxiang traversed this vibrant locale, she felt diminutive and impoverished, lamenting that her earnings were far from sufficient. Which direction is the Shaohui money house? She inquired. Wang Wu returned after making inquiries and pointed. It's in the direction with the largest crowd.
Indeed, this place is remarkable. Even money houses can attract such throngs. Wait a moment. Chen Baoxiang squinted and rose on her toes. Is there a commotion ahead?
Reporting to you, my lady, it is said to be a dispute over silver, with 7 or 8 thugs surrounding a young girl, he explained. It was one thing for her to have been chased and beaten without anyone intervening, but this was the main thoroughfare, and with so many people around, why did no one step in? Stop it, she commanded, immediately advancing with her entourage. The thugs, brimming with ferocity, sized her up and, rather than retreating, retorted, which official dares to meddle in our affairs? She brandished the gleaming token of the Department of Justice. However, the thug remained undeterred, scoffing, that department has no authority over us. With that, he raised his leg to kick the girl on the ground. Chen Baoxiang swiftly interposed her sword, blocking his kick.
What do you think you are doing? The thug, intending to shout back, was taken aback as the female official's voice rang out even louder. Clutching her sword protectively, she glared at him. I am traversing the road in peace, and you dare to kick me? Someone, apprehend them.
Yes, her followers affirmed. Stepping forward, the thugs were momentarily stunned and hastily called for their boss. The shopkeeper hurriedly emerged, casting a quick glance at Chen Baoxiang before clasping his hands and smiling. Your Excellency, you are unaware, but this troublesome girl owes our money house a debt and even attempted to set our establishment ablaze. We have shown mercy by not ending her life. Ridiculous, you are spouting nonsense, the girl on the ground retorted. You are clearly a pack of heartless demons. Chen Baoxiang pulled her to her feet and directed her behind her, addressing the shopkeeper. In that case, I shall take her into custody. The shopkeeper hesitated, scrutinizing her with a smile. My lord, this child is merely spouting nonsense. She is not credible. We have Captain Liu as our guarantor, and it is a most respectable business.
Captain Liu? Chen Baoxiang narrowed her eyes. Is it Captain Liu Xiaowai? Indeed.
She paused for a moment before smiling. Since Captain Liu was vouching for you, it simplifies matters greatly. I shall take care of her for you. Excellent, we are in your debt, my lady. The shopkeeper assumed he had gained favor and readily allowed her to take the girl away. The dirt-smudged girl, overhearing their conversation, attempted to flee, but to her surprise, Chen Baoxiang seized her by the collar. Let me go, you corrupt officials, release me. The girl struggled and kicked. Chen Baoxiang, with fierce determination, dragged her into a nearby alley, her demeanor suggesting intentions of silencing her, yet, upon entering the deserted passageway, she gestured to Zhao Huaizhu, watch the entrance closely.
Understood.
The girl, fighting desperately, was thrown onto a pile of straw, while Chen Baoxiang seated herself beside a dry vat, crossing her legs, and inquired, did you attempt to set fire to their establishment? The girl glared at her with reddened eyes, remaining silent. Chen Baoxiang chuckled, producing a meat bun from her sleeve and offering it to her. The fragrant aroma of the meat wafted from the soft dough. The girl's eyes widened, and without hesitation, she snatched it and began to eat voraciously. It was as though she had been starving for ages, devouring the bun without pausing for breath, until, in mere moments, she choked, desperately pounding her chest. Chen Baoxiang quickly handed her a water skin.
After swallowing the water and bun, the girl stared at her in astonishment, then suddenly burst into tears. You're not going to kill me?
Why would I kill you? You hardly weigh more than a handful of flesh. She shook her head. I merely wish to understand why you resorted to arson. They bully us with their power, the girl wailed. 2 years ago, during the drought, the money house came to our village to lend money, claiming we could borrow 8,000 won and repay 4 taels the following year, but when the time came, they presented a revised contract, demanding 40 taels. When we could not repay, they forcibly took our land deed as collateral, promising we could redeem it after a year of good harvests. However, last year, after a meager yield, they set our hard-earned crops ablaze. The repayment amount skyrocketed from 40 taels per acre to 400 taels. Our family merely borrowed 8,000 won, yet we now bear a debt exceeding 1,000 taels. They are a ravenous money house, and the government turns a blind eye. If you were in my position, would you not resort to arson? The girl sobbed, tears carving streaks through the grime on her face. Chen Baoxiang felt a pang of discomfort and pulled out a handkerchief for her, asking as she wiped, from which village do you hail?
Yanglin Village. Yanglin Village? Chen Baoxiang's interest piqued. Is it the Yanglin Village in County?
Yes.
Chen Baoxiang paused, hesitating to ask, is there a family named Yi in your village? The girl, sniffling, looked at her in confusion. My family name is Yi.
My grandmother is named Yi Qianlan. It was just her and me 2 years ago, but now I am the only one left. Yi Qianlan, the older sister before her, suddenly grew animated, grasping the girl's arm. Your name is Hanxiao, is it not?
Yi Hanxiao. Yi Hanxiao was taken aback. How do you know?
Her lips quivered twice as Chen Baoxiang inhaled deeply, striving to control her emotions. I have known you, long before, a very long time ago.
Yi Hanxiao stared at her in astonishment. You are someone acquainted with my family when we were prosperous? Yet, she soon questioned, but our family's past transgressions are not insignificant. My grandmother always said that anyone associated with officials would either sever ties with us or turn against us. How can anyone still care for me?
As she spoke, she scrutinized her with suspicion. The young woman before her appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in an imposing official robe, exuding an air of wealth, yet, she seemed deeply troubled, her head resting on the small girl's shoulder, trembling slightly, remaining bowed for an extended period. It seemed as if she were crying. Yi Hanxiao, perplexed, was only 12 and did not comprehend why this young woman was weeping. However, recalling the bun she had been given earlier, she held herself upright, striving to support the older girl and prevent her from collapsing. Chapter 71 Legal Principles and Human Sentiments. As Zhang Zhixu returned to Mingzhu building that evening, he noticed the presence of an additional individual beside Chen Baoxiang. A frail young girl, with a dusky complexion and tattered clothing, evidently a result of someone's misplaced benevolence in bringing her from the outside world. He averted his gaze, deciding against inquiring further. After all, he had witnessed the suffering of countless individuals, and to attempt to rescue each one would be an impossible endeavor. Master, Chen Baoxiang initiated the conversation. I visited the Shall We pawnshop today, and they are indeed oppressing the common folk, forcibly seizing farmers' lands, even boldly claiming that the place is protected by Liu Xiaowai. Zhang Zhixu seated himself and raised his eyes to her. What evidence did you bring back? Chen Baoxiang gestured towards the young girl beside her. She is a witness. The Desheng court places great emphasis on material evidence over mere testimony, he replied, shaking his head. A sole witness is insufficient. All that you have stated must be substantiated with tangible proof, including the relationship between Liu Xiaowai and the Shall We pawnshop, as well as any financial records or correspondence to solidify your claims. His words rang true. To lodge a complaint without evidence would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot, yet, a disposition too rational and just appeared to lack a semblance of human compassion. Chen Baoxiang slumped her shoulders, expressing her grievances. We are not in a court of law. Would it cost you anything to join me in cursing them for a moment? It would not, but it also would not resolve the issue. Zhang Zhixu glanced at the girl beside her. If she is indeed a witness, she should be handed over to the military authorities. What purpose does it serve to bring her here? Huan Xiao instinctively retreated behind Chen Baoxiang improtectively. Chen Baoxiang replied after a moment's thought, she has sold herself to me as a maid and has already signed a binding contract. Once I find further evidence, I shall send her to the authorities as well. Zhang Zhixu patted the seat beside him. After a brief hesitation, Chen Baoxiang moved to sit beside him.
Were you just cursing me in your heart? He inquired softly. Chen Baoxiang's lips twitched, and she muttered under her breath, is it possible for you to hear my thoughts even after we parted? With a dismissive grunt, he shook his head. There are certain principles that I cannot articulate to you, you will understand in due course, but for now, this person must remain with us. I have no objections, but do not attempt to deceive me. Such a binding contract could not be signed in the blink of an eye. That was pure fabrication. I am not lying, Chen Baoxiang insisted earnestly, producing the contract for him to see. Her family is burdened with substantial debts, which they cannot repay, thus, she had no choice but to sell herself to me. The contract was fresh, the fingerprints still vivid upon it. Zhang Zhixu scanned it quickly. 400 taels, is that exorbitant? She asked nervously. What is the typical price for a normal household? Zhang Zhixu pointed towards the young servant behind her. 200 taels. Chen Baoxiang turned to Yi Huanxiao, incredulous. Are you trying to swindle me? Huanxiao shook her head repeatedly. I have never sold myself, I do not know what the price should be. I merely thought to redeem an acre of land first. An acre, Zhang Zhixu queried, perplexed, or is land so costly? Ordinary dry fields usually cost only 20 or 30 taels, and even the most expensive rice fields rarely exceed 40 taels. Huanxiao exchanged a glance with Chen Baoxiang, swallowed hard, and recounted in detail how the Shelby pawnshop had been seizing their lands. Zhang Zhixu's expression darkened. Such outrageous oppression, and you did not report it to the authorities? We have, Huanxiao replied. To no avail, we possess no evidence, while they hold all the written documentation. Zhang Zhixu pressed his fingers against his temples. While evidence is indeed paramount, adhering to protocol in the face of these impoverished citizens left without recourse made him no different from those officials who idly occupy their posts. The room fell silent, and Huanxiao, feeling apprehensive, quickly added, I work quite efficiently, please do not dismiss me, for I would be utterly lost outside. How could he dismiss her? That was Chen Baoxiang's 400 taels, even a slight misstep could provoke her ire. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Zhixu remarked, I shall take 2 days off, perhaps I should visit in county. Excellent, Huanxiao's eyes brightened. I can guide you there. Chen Baoxiang examined Zhang Zhixu's resplendent satin robe and his newly donned lambskin boots, hesitating. Would it not suffice for me to go in your stead? You have stated it yourself, what is spoken differs vastly from what is witnessed firsthand, Zhang Zhixu replied, gesturing for Ningsu to lead Huanxiao away to change and freshen up while he washed his hands in a basin of copper. Chen Baoxiang paced beside him, but the journey is long, and I worry you may find it exhausting. If you can endure it, why should I falter? He shot her a sidelong glance. Or do you believe me to be frail? Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxiang shook her head vigorously, fearing she might be lifted and paraded around the courtyard again. Rest assured, I know my limits better than you do. He cleaned his hands and, on impulse, wiped hers as well. Moreover, if I am a witness, my testimony carries far more weight than hers. Chen Baoxiang's eyelashes fluttered. Perhaps it was the absence of anyone else in the vicinity that made her feel a profound sense of weariness and comfort, akin to returning home after a long day's toil. She allowed him to finish washing her hands before nestling beside him. Zhang Zhixu resumed his reading, occasionally sharing insights from the texts. She could not comprehend much, nearly curled up in her blanket, and soon found her eyelids growing heavy, tilting sideways as she succumbed to slumber. Just as Zhang Zhixu began discussing amendments to the law and sentencing guidelines, he felt a weight settle on his shoulder. He fell silent, casting her a disapproving glance. If it were anyone else, such behavior would be deemed inappropriate. It was certainly not customary to lean on someone else, yet this was Chen Baoxiang, with whom he had shared a bath. What harm was there in a light touch, especially when there was no hint of romantic entanglement? Having swiftly convinced himself, the second young master Zhang redirected his focus, bearing the weight on his shoulder while continuing to peruse the pages. Yanglin village lay 80 miles from the capital. Initially, Zhang Zhixu contemplated traveling by carriage, but after calculating the time required, he opted to ride instead. Yu Zhouchuan had prepared a splendid dark-hued riding outfit adorned with gold thread, quite extravagant in appearance, but Zhang Zhixu waved it away. Please provide me with something simpler. I am going to inspect, not to flaunt wealth. Truly considerate of the master, Zhouchuan praised repeatedly. Chen Baoxiang watched from the side as he changed into a red and white riding outfit trimmed with silver, donning a pair of doeskin boots. 2 servants secured hard leather around his knees and elbows and fastened a sunshielding hat atop his head. Where was the simplicity in that, master? She could not help but remind him, the roads in Encounter are treacherous and muddy. I am aware, Zhang Zhixu replied, mounting his horse with precise and deft movements, casting a proud glance her way. I have ventured beyond the city walls before. The Zhang family does not harbor idlers. He had begun assisting his family with land inspections at the tender age of 7, having witnessed vast expanses of farmland and dilapidated houses. He was no pampered nobleman unaware of the world beyond. Chapter 72 The World Unseen by the Great Sage. Chen Baoxiang gazed at him in silence, reflecting on a profound truth spoken by the sage. Some principles are ineffable and can only be comprehended through experience. Take, for instance, the noble gentleman behind her. He presumed that the difficulty of the journey stemmed from the lack of cobblestone paths, where the horse's hooves would easily splash up dirt and sand. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that Encounter was not merely devoid of cobblestones, it hardly possessed a semblance of a proper road. The roots of trees coiled along the path, muddy waters sprawled across the trail, and landslides precariously threatened the way. Vehicles could not pass, and horses could not tread. They were compelled to dismount and walk. The mountain path they traveled was steep and rugged, with branches obstructing their way and weeds flourishing abundantly. After trudging for an hour, they still showed no signs of nearing their destination. Zhang Zhixu leaned against a tree trunk, feeling a surge of frustration. Chen Baoxiang trotted over, her eyes sparkling as she said, Great sage, shall I carry you? How absurd!
He was a tall man, and she expected to bear him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Chen Baoxiang chuckled softly behind him, finding the sage rather endearing, though delicate and unable to endure hardship. He was quite stubborn, reminiscent of a proud little raccoon, blissfully unaware of the greater world. By the time they reached Yanglan village, their shoes were nearly worn through. The resting place was a humble thatched hut, lacking even a full set of tiles on the roof, with a gaping hole letting in light that illuminated Zhang Zhixu's dust-covered nose. He closed his eyes, his expression grim. The host was quite anxious, vigorously wiping the dust off the stools while fetching a wooden bucket. "Please wait a moment, I will go fetch some water." "Allow me," Ningsu offered, taking the bucket. "You go find some bowls."
"That is easily arranged." The host skillfully retrieved several earthen bowls from a bamboo basket in the corner.
Zhang Zhixu examined the bowls closely. Each one had a chip, and the bottoms were caked with a layer of unclean mud. "I am not particularly thirsty," he averted his gaze. "Having come this far, we might as well explore a bit first." Huan Xiao immediately pointed the way. "If you go along that ridge, heading west will lead you to the village's grain collection point."
Zhang Zhixu, propping himself on his knees, frowned at the dirt on his sleeve, wrinkling his nose. Chen Baoxiang leaned in to look at him. "Do you wish to change clothes?"
"No," he waved off his sleeve. "When one is away from home, one cannot have too many demands. Let us go." Following closely behind him, as soon as they stepped onto the ridge, he found himself sinking into the soft mud beside the path.
"Be careful," she grasped his arm. Zhang Zhixu stared in shock at his feet, his suede boots half buried in the foul-smelling muck. Pulling them out with effort, he found them caked with a thick layer, and the four-petaled white hem of his garment was not only soiled but also heavy, impeding his movement. He returned to the roadside, his eyes cast down in silence. Huan Zhao's face turned pale. "Sister Baoxiang, the gentleman seems quite upset." Chen Baoxiang untied her burden and smiled. "He is not angry. He simply does not know what to do." "Is that so?"
Huan Xiao regarded him cautiously. The figure ahead half sat on a stone, his fists clenched tightly, his lips pursed, casting a shadow over his handsome features. Was he not clearly angry? "You lead Ningsu ahead to scout the path. I will follow the gentleman shortly." Chen Baoxiang patted her back. Huan Xiao, feeling relieved, immediately took Ningsu away. Zhang Zhixu hesitated, contemplating whether to discard the boots when a figure squatted before him.
"Here," she smiled, asking, "Would you like to try this?"
The wrapping unfurled, revealing 2 sets of coarse garments and 2 pairs of straw sandals. The clothes were short-sleeved and cropped, wide below but requiring ties at the ankles. Quite unappealing. He raised his gaze. "Are you changing as well?" "Indeed," she pointed to her official boots. "These are stylish but impractical. One must go barefoot in the mud, and once we arrive, we can rinse off and switch to these straw sandals." After much hesitation, he finally reached for a set. They returned to the hut to change. The door swung open and shut, transforming the previously imposing female official back into a rustic villager, seamlessly blending in with the locals. Yet, upon lifting her eyes to look across, her small face fell. "Why is that?" Though she had changed her attire, she was reduced to her true form, while Zhang Zhixu remained ethereal in demeanor. The brown coarse garments accentuated his fair skin, and his tall stature coupled with long, dark hair made him resemble a celestial crane amidst a flock of chickens. Pouting, Zhang Zhixu quickly seized her wrist. "No need for that. Once we enter the fields, it will all be the same." Just as she was about to retort that with his face, it would hardly be the same, her peripheral vision caught sight of the redness and irritation on his arm, with some scratches evident.
"Did you react so swiftly?"
She frowned, rolling back his sleeve. Ningsu spoke the truth.
"You cannot bear inferior fabrics."
"It matters not," he replied, pulling down his sleeve. "I did not come here to indulge."
Chen Baoxiang chuckled, patting his shoulder as they stepped outside. "Are the rustic folk here not vastly different from those you have encountered before?"
"Not merely different, it was an entirely separate matter." Zhang Zhixu recalled the impoverished households his fourth uncle had shown him. They lamented their poverty, claiming to possess only 3 shabby tile houses, 3 meager donkeys, and 300 mu of barren land with 3 equally destitute servants. At that time, he had found their dilapidated dwellings quite persuasive, even reducing their grain tax. Now, witnessing the scene before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to return and kick those farmers. He prided himself on being difficult to deceive in most matters, yet he fell for this charade time and again. Chen Baoxiang noticed his despondency and waved her hand in comfort. "Do not be troubled. It is only natural that one cannot imagine what one has never seen, just as I cannot envision the grandeur of Mingzhu Tower. It is only reasonable that you cannot fathom the depths of poverty." Her words only deepened his gloom. Zhang Zhixu sighed, observing the silhouette of the woman ahead. "You too emerged from such a place."
"Indeed. Then when you beheld Mingzhu Tower, did you not feel resentment?"
He pressed his lips together. "You endure such. Everyone aspires to a better life. As long as your means are just, I have no reason to resent you." She walked through the barren fields, suddenly turning to look at him. "What should be hated in this world is oppression, injustice, the exploitation that leaves one starving when they could live well, and the thwarting of ambition by corrupt practices."
Zhang Zhixu was taken aback.
The May breeze, tinged with a hint of impending warmth, swept across the vast fields, rustling the dry treetops and brushing against her slightly furrowed brows. Chapter 73. The bounty of harvest. Zhang Zhixu suddenly realized that the former Chen Baoxiang was but a vague shadow in his mind. He was familiar with her voice and form, as well as her mannerisms and emotions, yet he could not ascertain, through the eyes of an observer, what sort of person she truly was. Now, however, that shadow began to flourish rapidly in the warm winds of May, taking root, sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit, gradually revealing her complete visage with a newfound clarity. She was vibrant and effulgent, possessing habits he understood, yet also harboring thoughts entirely foreign to him. The simple traits of greed, lust, and fear of death were not Chen Baoxiang. Nor was she merely a kind-hearted soul concerned for the world. She bore the most commonplace of foundations and the most mundane desires, yet also harbored a flickering ambition and ideals. After staring at her for a considerable time, he said, "Return and have someone write your words down to be posted at the Bureau of Agricultural Production." "Certainly," Chen Baoxiang nodded, continuing onward, "but remember to include the signature of Lord Zhang." Those words were spoken by him previously. I caught wind of them and now reciting them here is quite fitting. Zhang Zhixu. He almost forgot that her unyielding nature was her enduring trait. With a helpless shake of his head, he followed her onward. The sensation of walking barefoot on the muddy ground was quite alien to the second son of the Zhang family. The muck quickly sullied his trouser legs, and he occasionally stepped on stones and branches, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. He initially thought this hardship was already considerable, but upon reaching the granary, Zhang Zhixu was stunned into stillness. The desolate terrain expanded around him from the spot where he stood, and the piled summer grains resembled a mountain on the verge of collapse. At the base of this mountain, the grey and filthy farmers moved like specters, their emaciated forms barely clinging to skin stretched over bones. The outlines of their ribs were starkly visible, their bellies were sunken, and their legs, bent from years of toil, were nearly deformed. Their shoulders bore the indelible dents left by heavy burdens. He could scarcely believe his eyes and hastened to grasp the arm of a passing individual. "May I inquire, are you farmers of this village or serfs?" The elderly man looked at him in confusion, his hoarse voice resembling a broken bellows. "Farmers, naturally we are farmers." Zhang Zhixu's pupils constricted. Farmers were the good people, repeatedly mentioned by officials and even His Majesty, living in comfort and security, often noted with concern in memorials and royal decrees. Yet, the individuals before him bore no resemblance to the fortunate populace. Instead, they seemed akin to the most tormented serfs from enemy lands. If the good citizens lived worse than serfs, what fate awaited those serfs? Zhang Zhixu inquired further, "Is it true that the Bureau of Agricultural Production demands 3/10 of your grain?" 3/10? The elderly man stared at him, a twisted smile breaking across his face. "If it were merely 3/10, I would gladly prostrate myself toward the east until my dying breath, in gratitude for the Emperor's boundless grace." He pointed behind him. "Do you see what that is?" Zhang Zhixu followed his gaze. "2 baskets used for weighing grain. It is the official S2 mouths, one consuming your flesh and blood, the other spitting out mere bones. Once your flesh is scraped away, the bones will remain for next year's toil." Truly, what boundless imperial grace, what boundless grace! The old man pushed past him, staggering onward. Zhang Zhixu stood frozen, feeling as though the very blood in his veins had turned to ice, the characters of the memorial scattering in his mind, merging with the skeletal farmers before him. The grand prosperity, the bountiful harvest, the emperor's profound virtue, eternal fame, the court's elegance and righteousness, forging new paths. 3 phrases, totaling 24 characters, spoke not of these people, yet all bore down upon them. Zhang Zhixu gasped, feeling somewhat lost. Chen Baoxiang stood quietly behind him, observing. She watched as he questioned one farmer after another, saw him rush to the weighing platform, and then witnessed him seize a small official collecting grain. "Are you from the Bureau of Brewing? What are you doing? How dare you?" The surrounding people began to gather, and Chen Baoxiang finally took action. She stepped forward, brushed aside the encroaching small official, and revealed her badge. "We re with the same faction, do not cause a ruckus." The small official examined it closely, his anger intensifying. "Why aren't you helping instead of causing trouble? Can't you see how chaotic it is? If we don't collect at least 1,000 do of grain today, both you and I will face punishment. Can you only see the grain collection and not the condition of these people?" Zhang Zhixu pointed into the distance. The small official sighed in exasperation. "I see them, but who sees me? I have elderly dependents and young children. Missing even 1 month's salary means my entire family will starve." But the authorities clearly stated that they would only collect 3/10 of each household's grain. "Indeed, look at what is written in our ledger. Does it not state 3/10 per household?" The small official impatiently opened the ledger for him to see, clear as day, 3/10 per household. Zhang Zhixu's eyes reddened upon reading it. Yanglan village has an average of about 17 mu of farmland per household, with each mu yielding less than 6 do of grain. You recollecting 100 do from each household and still dare to claim it as 3/10. The small official, now irritated, narrowed his eyes at him, his expression menacing. "Do you have evidence to support your claim? Isn't it evident to anyone with eyes? Do I really need to provide evidence?" Zhang Zhixu was infuriated, yet as the words left his lips, he found himself momentarily at a loss. But isn't evidence necessary? He could see with his own eyes, but he could not bring everyone from above to witness personally. Without any substantiating evidence, any complaint would easily be lost amidst discarded documents. He would first need to obtain the county's ledger and then have the Bureau of Brewing reconcile the grain collected since spring against the accounts. Calming himself, Zhang Zhixu turned to walk back. Yi Huanqiu and Ning Su found them and hurriedly followed. Upon seeing their master in such attire, Ning Su furrowed his brow, but before he could speak, Zhang Zhixu first said, "Please go to the county office for me." Should I bring along the head clerk of those small officials from earlier? No need. Zhang Zhixu fixed his gaze on the path ahead, his tone cold. They are merely following orders. To grasp the root of the issue, one must pursue it upwards. After arranging matters, Zhang Zhixu returned to his senses, seeking out Chen Baoxiang, yet, upon turning, he found himself alone. She had vanished without a trace. It felt as though something had cut into his foot, causing discomfort. His body itched and pained, coated in mud. Zhang Zhixu took a deep breath, diverting his thoughts to inquire of Huanxiao. What about the payment for the grain collected? According to the Bureau of Agricultural Productionist documents, each dou should be compensated with over 400 coins. Huanxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 400 coins? Did not the sage's decree state it was 121 per dou? What? It is 121, Huanxiao recalled, nodding insistently. Last year, our family collected 60 dou and received over 7,000 coins, barely enough for seed money. With no food or drink at home, we were forced to borrow money from the small Hui bank to get by. During last year's grain collection, public grievances surged. In an effort to placate them, the officials had stated that this year, the overwintering wheat would not be fully collected, only 3/10 would be taken. After some deliberation, the family believed the remaining grain could be sold for profit to cover the loans and thus signed the borrowing documents. Little did they expect that the official who made that promise would be reassigned this year. The new official insisted on collecting all their grain. Unable to repay the loan and with little food left, the bank made matters worse by altering the contract to seize their land. Their grandmother fell ill from anger, while some uncles starved to death, and others were beaten to death. Huanxiao felt tears welling up but, glancing fearfully at Zhang Zhixu, bit her lip to suppress them. In the 12 villages of An County, we are not the only ones. All the farmers have been left with no way to survive. Echoing her sentiments, a gaunt farmer in the distance suddenly collapsed, prompting cries and exclamations from those nearby, yet the grey scene was obscured by towering mountains of grain. From afar, it appeared to be a bountiful harvest. Chapter 74. The best of people. In the evening, Chen Baoxiang returned to the thatched cottage of Han Xiao. She sat on a low stool, gazing at the disheveled Dician across from her, unable to resist leaning in to inquire, "What are you pondering?" Zhang Zhixu, with his eyes cast downward and eyelashes fluttering, replied, "Whether at the star-picking tower or during the housewarming banquet, you always ensure that there are no leftovers on the table. Initially, I thought it was due to your frugality, a desire to profit." Supporting her chin, Chen Baoxiang regarded him, "And what do you think now?" Now he understood. A child raised in the fields finds it intolerable to witness the waste of food. He even felt a twinge of disdain for his own extravagant self. Those dishes he deemed unworthy could very well be lifesavers for others. Indeed, there are many suffering souls in this world. Even if he were to exhaust his family fortune, it may not suffice to save them. That he had known this truth all along, yet, the perspective from the lofty halls of power contrasted starkly with his current situation. Even Ningsu had failed to notice. How had she descended? Taking a sip from the leather pouch, the tension in his furrowed brow finally eased, and just as he intended to express his gratitude, he turned to find her palm outstretched. "Pay up, 2 taels of silver." Zhang Zhixu nearly spat the water back in her face. "Earlier, I sent Zhou to the capital to apprehend corrupt officials. It seems I took a wrong turn." He gritted his teeth. "I should have arrested you first." Chen Baoxiang burst into laughter, her spirits evidently lifted. "I was merely teasing you. I wouldn't dare ask for silver from you, Dician. Come on, extend your hand." Skeptically, he complied. Chen Baoxiang produced a vial of medicine and began applying it to his arm. After rolling up his sleeve, "I chanced upon a traveling apothecary earlier. His remedies may not be as precious as yours, but they will suffice." The dark brown ointment spread across the inflamed and itchy patches of his skin, finally bringing a hint of relief to his sore, swollen arm. Zhang Zhixu felt a bit uneasy, clearing his throat to break the silence. "What herbs are in this? The scent is rather peculiar." Without looking up, Chen Baoxiang replied, "It's just cow dung, fresh from a yellow cow." Quickly retracting his hand, Zhang Ergongzi attempted to flee. Chen Baoxiang seized his wrist, pulling him back after a brief struggle. She looked at Ningsu in exasperation. "When you came to find me, didn't you say he was utterly exhausted and listless?" Ningsu, with a complex expression, clasped his fists. Initially, that was indeed the case. Yet, whether it was Chen's influence or the cow dungs, the master now appeared quite invigorated, declaring, "I feel much better now." "Really?" She raised an eyebrow. "You still have to accompany me tomorrow to visit various households." "It will be quite the endeavor." "I can manage." Zhang Zhixu gritted his teeth. "This is just a minor issue, nothing to worry about." The pampered young master, now dust-covered and disheveled, had not a single unblemished piece of clothing, save for his neck, which remained pale and unsoiled beneath a coarse hemp garment. He reached for the fish scale ledger brought back by Ningsu, and by the dim light of the oil lamp, began meticulously comparing the accounts, his sleeve falling back to reveal a glimpse of his arm and reddened joints. Chen Baoxiang watched, resting her chin on her hand, finding him more captivating than ever before. There were no grand palaces or fine wines here, only the rugged winds of the fields and the twinkling stars above. He sat amidst the very land that had nurtured her, anxiously seeking a way out for farmers like herself, his downcast eyes reflecting a chilling ice, yet within them burned a fierce flame. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Master," a servant announced, "Lord Zhou has reported some leads from the capital."
Zhang Zhixu lifted his head. What did he say?
Concerning the land transactions in Yanglan village, the servant began, although typically, land is sold to the highest bidder, it is quite coincidental that all the plots were purchased by a man named Lu Shi.
All of them? He was taken aback. Who is this Lu Shi? A relative of the Lu family, the nephew of Lu Shouhuai.
Zhang Zhixu chuckled coldly. The dashing law stipulates that officials are prohibited from purchasing land from commoners, with violators facing dismissal and investigation. However, lower-ranking officials always find ways around this. They either register transactions under a relative's name or allow moneylenders to manage the properties. Thus, even if the inspectorate wished to investigate, they would find no concrete evidence, unless Lu Shouhuai committed a grievous offense warranting a thorough investigation into all his financial dealings. The trail would end there, and the inquiry into Lu Shouhuai would not proceed further. Zhang Zhixu pondered briefly before glancing at the person beside him. Chen Baoxiang was folding leaves into a whistle and, caught off guard by his gaze, looked up in confusion. What is wrong? You have always had a plethora.
You can't simply stand idly by, can you?
I have always been one to stand by when I can, she replied defiantly. After all, working too hard doesn't yield any extra coins.
Zhang Zhixu contemplated. If this succeeds, I shall gift you a shop. Ah? Chen Baoxiang leaped up in excitement. A shop?
Which street? How many rooms, facing south or north, at the street's entrance or the end? Zhang Zhixu facepalmed, realizing he had worried unnecessarily about her excessive kindness. Her benevolence was akin to a flower crushed beneath a rock, or sesame seeds squashed beneath a watermelon. He shook his head. Didn't you just say you were overwhelmed by the number of martial officers you were raising? There's an empty shop with 5 rooms over by Xuanwu Gate, right in the center of the main street, facing south.
You can use it for your trade and earn a little extra.
The substantial silver note he had previously given Chen Baoxiang had been lost in the northern city prison, never to be recovered, and Zhang Zhixu had been mulling over how to provide her with a means to earn. The timing was perfect. This shop was undoubtedly more practical than that hefty sum. Chen Baoxiang's gaze shifted from equal to admiring. Xian, she exclaimed excitedly, you're absolutely right. Han Xiao is my person, and her fellow villagers are my kin. Regardless of whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of flames, I am willing to dedicate myself to their service. Zhang Zhixu lowered his eyelids and shook his head in silence. Chapter 75 Justice. Without partiality, on his first night spent in the countryside, Zhang Zhixu unexpectedly found himself lodging in the humblest of homes. There were no familiar beds, no fragrant incense, and not even a decent quilt to keep warm. Zhang Zhixu could only sit back to back with Chen Baoxiang on a long bench, struggling to keep his eyes open as he gazed at the night sky.
Huan Miao just mentioned that girls in these rural areas find it exceedingly difficult to survive.
She was fortunate to have her grandmother's protection, which allowed her the opportunity to escape to the capital. He inquired of Chen Baoxiang, and what about you, how did you manage to journey from Sanxiang village to the capital? Chen Baoxiang seemed weary, mumbling indistinctly, I simply walked there. Zhang Zhixu, dissatisfied, nudged her arm, speak seriously. Sigh. The person behind him shifted slightly, reluctantly continuing, when I was 12, a devastating flood struck Sanxiang village, claiming many lives.
I narrowly escaped and went to the border fortress to make a living with Granny Yi and the remaining villagers.
The border? Zhang Zhixu was puzzled.
Isn't that even harsher? Aunt Lu said there were acquaintances in the military camp, so I thought I might receive some favor. Acquaintances, Lu Qingrong, he wondered. Did you not say she no longer remembered you? Indeed, it's fortunate she has forgotten. What? Nothing. Chen Baoxiang chuckled and stretched. In any case, my life has been quite thrilling.
I fought in the fields at 5, had brawls at the border at 13, and later even served as a soldier, encountering bandits along the way. In a muddled fashion, I've managed to reach this point. It certainly sounded thrilling. I plan to return and visit her once I finish my business here. So she was still at the border, Zhang Zhixu remarked. If you're too busy, you could bring her over, I shall cover the travel expenses. The person behind him suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, you are truly a fine person, master. However, she wouldn't withstand the rigors of travel, I must return myself. She seemed genuinely pleased, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Zhang Zhixu smiled in return, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, gently whispering a wish. Very well, should the opportunity arise, I shall accompany you to see her. Chen Baoxiang fell silent, as if she had already drifted off to sleep. He continued to stare into the distance, pondering which families to inquire about tomorrow and what evidence to gather. The unfortunate circumstances had cured Zhang Ergongzi of his fastidiousness. He remained in county for 3 consecutive days, not only collecting sufficient testimonies and verifying accounts but also apprehending a slothful recorder. Wasn't it said that the brewing department would send Recorder Pei here today to report? He asked. The clerk across from him, glancing nervously at the plaque in Ning Su's hand, replied with trepidation, indeed, but Recorder Pei has urgent matters at home, so Recorder Lu has come instead.
You may inquire of him just the same.
What urgent matters could possibly arise? Pei Ruhong clearly wished to avoid the burdensome assignment, using his influence to send a substitute. Zhang Zhixu turned to the unfortunate Recorder Lu and declared, return to your brewing department and send your superior here. Inform him that by my command, he is not to leave in county until the grain collection is completed this year.
My lord, this. Simply relay my message. Yes.
Ning Su watched as Recorder Lu hurriedly departed, unable to refrain from commenting, both of them are merely 6th-rank recorders, and there are still 2 superior ranks between them and the head of the brewing department. To suddenly summon that superior to bear punishment on his behalf would mean Pei Ruohan would surely face dire consequences.
Once he finished speaking, he suddenly realized, is that what you intend?
If they recruit individuals through established protocols who prove unworthy, they must bear the consequences. Zhang Zhixu. Surely he would not act against Pei Ruohan merely because of Chen Baoxiang. However, the Pei family had a very different perspective. Having only recently taken office, Pei Ruohan found himself personally reprimanded by the head of the brewing department, who had issued an external assignment requiring him to endure hardship in a remote and impoverished locale like in county. Pei's mother sought connections everywhere, inquiring as to where the offense had occurred. Ultimately, the head of the brewing department's wife, wearing a facade of cordiality, remarked, "There is a rapidly rising recorder in the military affairs bureau named Chen Baoxiang.
You might want to ask your son if he knows her."
At that moment, Chen Baoxiang was galloping through the capital when she suddenly sneezed. Puzzled, she looked around but found nothing amiss. "My lord," Zhao Huaizhu pointed out, "up ahead is where those from the Shall We moneylender are detained."
Regaining her focus, Chen Baoxiang dismounted and knocked on the door.
Zhou Chuan opened it and led her inside, explaining, "I have already interrogated all the individuals. The owner behind the Shall We moneylender is Lu Huan, who is a twin brother of Lu Shi. The Shall We moneylender has been seizing farmers' land by altering loan contracts, then selling the land at inflated prices to Lu Shi, with money merely circulating between them, yet the land continues to increase. Once the formal complaint reaches the capital's court, it will likely be dismissed." "Then leave it to me, I will escalate the situation." Zhou Chuan nodded. "The master has conveyed his message to me, I will fully cooperate. It will depend on whether we gather some individuals to shout in the east and west markets or incite hundreds to sit in protest outside the courthouse. Among those wishing to amplify matters in the capital, these two methods are the most commonly employed." However, Chen Baoxiang shook her head decisively, "We cannot afford to waste time in Yanglin village, we must create the greatest commotion in the least amount of time." Zhou Chuan was taken aback. A gentle spring breeze caressed the thoroughfare at Xuanwu Gate, the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, and the weather was splendid. As usual, the manager of the Shall We moneylender opened the door, calling for his henchmen to collect debts, yet, before he could step outside, a group of dark-clad individuals surged in, swiftly binding them all.
"In broad daylight, what are you doing?" the manager bellowed in shock.
The black-clad men stuffed a handful of dung into his mouth. The manager's eyes bulged in rage as he struggled. The well-trained assailants quickly dragged him to the back while shutting the moneylender's door behind them. At midday, Pei Ruohan, with a cold expression, boarded a sedan chair to seek out Chen Baoxiang. As the sedan passed by the entrance to the Dali temple, a sudden commotion erupted.
"What is happening?"
"Reporting to my lord, it seems there is trouble ahead," the guard gasped. Pei Ruohan lifted the curtain, perplexed, and his pupils contracted in shock. Beneath the Grand Dali Temple archway dangled 7 individuals, 3 on each side appearing to be thugs, while the central figure was the familiar manager of the Shall We moneylender. Manager's son was stripped bare, his head shaved completely, his ample belly bound with ropes, and 2 placards hung from his body. He moved forward, parting the crowd to take a closer look. Chapter 76, Capturing a Fortunate Soul for the task. The wooden signboard at the front boldly displayed the character, Greed, while the one at the back frantically inscribed, Accomplice. These 2 boards sandwiched manager's son in between, akin to a verdict before a condemned soul on the brink of being cast into the oil vat in the netherworld. Guilty of corruption and collusion with the wicked.
Pei Ruohan felt a tightening in her chest and, pulling at those around her, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?"
"Are you still unaware?" a bystander grumbled, "that Sun Yaozu has committed unspeakable deeds, forcibly seizing the fertile lands of farmers, resulting in shattered families and ruin? It is said he has influential backing, leaving the authorities indifferent, hence, a hero has brought him here bound. I recognize him, he hails from Kuhuai Township, once a local ruffian, who could have imagined he would metamorphose into a moneylender? He is merely a scapegoat. There must be others pulling the strings behind him." The crowd buzzed with fervent discourse, their indignation palpable. Pei Ruohan, her face ashen, withdrew from the throng, casting aside her other concerns as she summoned Shou Mo, instructing, "Go inform the Lu family."
"Understood."
Upon receiving the news, Lu Qingrong grew anxious and rushed to inform her father. However, her father, displaying little surprise, barely lifted his eyelids, responding, "Simply send someone to bring them back."
"How can we merely bring them back?" Lu Qingrong exclaimed in frustration, "This is clearly an affront to our family."
"We can investigate further after this matter is resolved," Lu Shouhuai replied, flipping through a ledger.
"The pressing concern remains my promotion to the Ministry of Personnel. I must allocate some funds for that." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingrong immediately took her seat again. "Has the Grand Princess ceased her opposition?" "Opposition, of course, she still opposes," Lu Shouhuai scoffed, "yet, with the State Master's protection, your Uncle Cheng's recommendation, and the sage's favor, what can her obstruction accomplish?" "Father, you are formidable," Lu Qingrong rejoiced. "I shall have them retrieve manager's son and ensure he brings a substantial sum of silver notes." The father and daughter engaged in earnest strategizing, while the minor commotion at the gates of the Dali Temple would soon be forgotten, deemed inconsequential. Standing not far from the Dali Temple in a loft, Chen Baoxiang observed the time approaching for Xiaolanting's work, signaling to Zhao Huaizhu below with a waved mast. Zhao Huaizhu nodded, swiftly directing a group to push 7 or 8 carts towards the Dali Temple gates, each draped with a white cloth. The carts halted, and the people disembarked, their movements as slippery as an eel. "What do those contain?" Zhou Chuan inquired curiously beside her. Chen Baoxiang shook her head. "You would not wish to know." With so many carts emitting a foul odor, the guards at the Dali Temple could no longer remain indifferent and approached to investigate.
Just then, Xia Lanting dismounted his carriage, walking towards the entrance in confusion. What is this? Before he could finish, the guards lifted the white cloth unprepared. Xia Lanting gasped and turned to retch. The gathered crowd was taken aback, shrieking in panic, rotting corpses, all of them. 7 or 8 bodies lay grotesquely at the Dali temple gates, a sight utterly horrifying. Summon help. Xia Lanting gasped, conduct an immediate investigation. Yes. Such a grand spectacle was impossible to escape the notice of the populace, becoming a topic of incessant conversation, especially with Chen Baoxiang instigating the spread of rumors. Within days, word of the massacre at the Shalwi moneylender had swept through the capital like a spring breeze. Zhou Chuan, astonished, asked, "Where did the bodies come from?" Chen Baoxiang replied, her demeanor unflinching, "They were borrowed from Yanglin village." Thus, Xia Lanting could unravel the matter of Shalwi moneylender's land seizure alongside this revelation. "Your insight is commendable," Zhou Chuan remarked in admiration. "With this, our task can be deemed accomplished." "Not quite sufficient," Chen Baoxiang countered, shaking her head. Within the East Rong residence, Xia Lanting, covering his mouth and nose, wearily responded, "The Grand Princess. Recently, there has been a significant vacancy in the Ministry of Personnel, with both the Grand Princess and Chang Huali vying to recommend their candidates, resulting in considerable discord. Should she acquire such leverage, she would undoubtedly seek the sage's adjudication." Zhou Chuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. "Excellent, I shall deliver all the evidence to the Grand Princess's residence at once." Chen Baoxiang quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming in exasperation, "Does your master have a close relationship with the Grand Princess?" "Never crossed paths." "Then how will they accept your unsolicited delivery?" Zhou Chuan scratched his head. "If it is useful, why would they refuse?" Chen Baoxiang sighed. "You all claim the sage and the Grand Princess are in a constant stalemate, and the Zhang family has served the emperor for generations, being related to Cheng Huali as well. Do you think the Grand Princess would dare to utilize your delivered evidence? Then, what if I anonymously discarded it? An untraceable item would be dismissed even more readily." Chen Baoxiang clicked her tongue, seizing the ledger and testimonies from his grasp and thrusting them into Xia Lanting's hands. "Only he can deliver this. With past ties to the Grand Princess, Xia Lanting, a skilled investigator, would ensure acceptance of the evidence." Xia Lanting, still reeling from the stench of the corpses, lamented for several days, "Why must I be the one to deliver such items? The magistrate is already aware of the Shalwi moneylender case. As a junior minister, how can you refrain from reporting it? According to regulations, I can only report to the 3 provinces." Chen Baoxiang fixed her gaze upon him, then smiled. "The 3 provinces will yield no resolution. You are more aware of the intricacies than we are. With the villagers of Yanglin still unburied, how can you remain an indifferent observer?" Xia Lanting raised his eyelids to meet her gaze. "Is this your objective in casting the bodies at the Dali temple gates? How do you involve yourself in matters so distant as Yanglin village, laboring so diligently? Is it that Lu Shouhuai is your enemy?" "Your Excellency jests," Chen Baoxiang replied innocently, spreading her hands. "This is merely a task assigned to me by Fengqing. I am but a hired hand." "Indeed, I can vouch for Master Chen," Zhou Chuan added promptly. "It was our master who instructed her to act thus." Silence. Xia Lanting pointed at Zhou Chuan, then turned to indicate Chen Baoxiang. "My years of experience in investigating cases tell me something is amiss with you." He narrowed his eyes. "Yet I cannot currently grasp any incriminating evidence against you." "Your Excellency is overly cautious." "I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives." She smiled calmly in response to his pointed finger. "What connection could I possibly have with this matter from start to finish?" Chapter 77 of the enchanting Xia Lanting. Chen Baoxiang, an official from the Bureau of Land Affairs, was tasked with collecting grain. During his journey, he uncovered the illicit dealings of the Shalwi Bank regarding the sale of farmland and felt morally and logically compelled to inform Zhang Zhixu. Zhang Zhixu, a man intolerant of deceit, was determined to investigate further upon discovering the Lu family's malfeasance, thereby escalating. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Baoxiang acted with utmost propriety. However, Xia Lanting scrutinized her with curiosity, perplexed by how a seemingly unworldly flower vase from the countryside could navigate the complexities so astutely. It left him with a sense of having been manipulated. "Where is Fengqing?" he inquired of Zhou Chuan. "Your Excellency, my master will return to the capital today. Find a moment to inform me, I shall bring him wine," he replied. "Yes." After dismissing Zhou Chuan and Chen Baoxiang, he began to organize the evidence. Fengqing had meticulously compiled the accounts and altered loan contracts from Shalwi Bank, confirming the undeniable fact of their illegal sale of farmland. However, apart from Lu Huan, the clandestine owner, the remaining evidence linking Shalwi Bank to the Lu family lacked clarity. As Xia Lanting pondered over the account books, he intended to send someone to continue gathering evidence when a subordinate announced, "Young master, Miss Lu has sent an invitation, expressing her desire for you to join her at Lu Yuyuan to admire the blossoms." Miss Lu Qingrong had frequently sent invitations lately, requesting his company for shopping excursions or with his official duties consuming his time and the allure of leisure at Chunfeng Tower, he had declined all her requests. Yet, at this moment, Xia Lanting held the invitation, adorned with dried orchids, and slowly smiled. "Very well, I shall make my way there." In Lu Yuyuan, the spring scenery was vibrant, with young men and women donned in bright garments, reveling in laughter and playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst this gaiety, Lu Qingrong felt little joy. The Li and Zhou families had successfully arranged a marriage, propelling Sun Fuyu from the daughter of a leisurely official to the prospective bride of a powerful minister. Envying whispers filled the air as others began discussing their own engagements. As Fritz and Xianhua, her distinguished lineage and personal achievements rendered her a paragon. Even without a marriage, Lin Guilin was also being courted by 3 respectable families, each offering a secure future. And yet, Lu Qingrong bit her lip. She had a beloved, yet he was perpetually occupied. Each time she mustered the courage to extend an invitation, he responded with lengthy letters detailing his preoccupations, seemingly sincere and thoughtful. Yet, the outcome remained the same. He was perpetually unavailable, having declined her invitations 7 or 8 times. She wished to be angry with him, but those unique letters hardly felt like mere excuses. Her desire to understand him clashed with her growing frustration. Just then, Wei Qingzhao approached her without a hint of subtlety, asking, "Sister Lu, what has Lord Xie said?" What could he possibly say? He was most likely buried in work. Liu Qingrong forced a smile. "Let us first go and see the koi sent from the distant land. I have heard that the largest one weighs 20 pounds. Could it be that Lord Xie has found a new love? Wait, if he chose not to come, then so be it." Her father was soon to be promoted, and with her family's status, she could choose from a plethora of suitors. Why should it have to be Xiaolanting? At Chen Baoxiang's housewarming banquet, it had been clear that he harbored feelings for her. He had initiated private correspondence. Now, however, it felt as if she were the one waiting eagerly for him. Her agitation grew, and in a fit of frustration, she threw a handful of fish feed into the pond with such force that a jade bead from her wrist flew off as well, the precious item freshly purchased from Wanbao Tower. Lu Qingrong's pupils constricted, and instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but the koi pond had no railing, and the stones near the water were slick. She lost her balance and was about to tumble in. "Be careful." A strong arm encircled her waist, preventing her fall. Startled, Lu Qingrong looked up to see the slender fingers of the newcomer catch the falling jade bead. She was lifted effortlessly. The embroidered silver of his robe brushed against her nose, mingling the scent of ink and peach blossoms, enveloping her in a dizzying embrace. His warm palm pressed against her waist, sending heat through her thin spring garment, causing her skin to shiver. As she raised her gaze, she clearly discerned him. His eyes were as clear as autumn waters, his attire as ethereal as spring smoke. His graceful figure exuded elegance. While the world praised Zhang Zhixu as a paragon of virtue, she found Xiaolanting far more captivating. The warmth in his affectionate gaze could ensnare one's very soul, far surpassing the cold, distant demeanor of the second son of the Zhang family. The onlookers gathered to pay their respects. "Lord Xie." Xiaolanting merely smiled at her, his eyes brimming with warmth. "Why do you neglect your own well-being so?" All her previous grievances and frustrations dissolved in an instant. Lu Qingrong straightened, stammering, "Why you? What brings you here?" "Miss Lu has summoned me, how could I dare to refuse?" He smiled, unfurling his fan and greeting those around him. His robe flowed gracefully, and his demeanor was relaxed, as if this vibrant Lu Yuyuan were merely a humble retreat. Lu Qingrong felt her heart flutter, yet, fearing that her eagerness might diminish her worth, she feigned annoyance, turning her back to walk in another direction. He followed closely, cheerfully remarking, "Oh, you summon me yet ignore me?" "Your Excellency is busy, and I fear I might impose upon you," she replied. "Indeed, I am somewhat occupied, but to neglect a lovely lady would surely lead to a lifetime of solitude for me," he said. Lu Qingrong's heart raced uncontrollably. Was he implying a proposal? Was he declaring that he could not marry anyone else but her? Yet, how could the illustrious scion of the Dongrong estate truly face a life of solitude? "Ah." Xiaolanting shifted his shoulder, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lu Qingrong, now concerned, asked, "What is the matter?" "I have been burdened with paperwork for half a month, with little rest, and I am quite fatigued," he admitted, settling down in a nearby pavilion, weariness clouding his eyes. Despite his exhaustion, he had rushed over at her mere mention. Lu Qingrong felt a wave of guilt wash over her, mixed with joy. She felt remorseful for her lack of consideration and her doubts about his sincerity. Yet, it appeared that in Xiaolanting's heart, she held an undeniably significant place. Chapter 78, The Perils of Infatuation. The entire capital is well aware of Xiaolanting's flirtatious reputation. It is said that out of every 10 romantic verses in Chunfeng Tower, 4 are penned by him, and he is entangled with numerous women. Yet, at this moment, Lu Qingrong perceives that this man in the midst of his bustling schedule, he carves out time to accompany her in admiring flowers of no particular rarity, listens attentively as she recounts tedious family matters, and even kneels in public to brush the dirt off her embroidered shoes. Despite the presence of many noble ladies, his gaze remains fixated solely upon her. Since her arrival in the capital, Lu Qingrong has encountered various young masters, yet none possess the gentleness and understanding that Xiaolanting embodies. A sudden sense of urgency washes over her. Such a remarkable individual, should she not reciprocate his affections more openly? As dusk approaches and the flower gathering nears its end, Lu Qingrong hastily turns to Xiaolanting, saying, "My father may soon receive a promotion. Would you be able to join us for a feast at my home when that time comes?" A 4th-rank commander may not be deemed worthy of the Dongrong estate's threshold, but a 3rd-rank minister from the Ministry of Rights certainly could. "Oh," Lu Qingrong's eyes sparkle with fervor as she gazes at him intently. Xiaolanting inadvertently meets her gaze, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Do you take me for someone who seeks to climb the social ladder?" "No, I do not." "Do you mean to say that you do not share these thoughts with me?" "How could I think such a thing of you?" "You are wonderful, the fault lies with me." She hastily clarifies, "It is I who may not be worthy." Before her words can fully escape, he leans closer, deliberately brushing his lips against hers. Lu Qingrong's eyes widen in surprise. As twilight deepens and the surroundings grow deserted, only the gentle evening breeze and the swaying spring flowers remain. Her beloved, clad in a silver-embroidered white robe, supports himself. The pale yellow of her skirt billows and settles over his white robe, their lips entwined, imbued with the fragrance of blossoms.
Miss?
A maid approaches. It is nearly time, we must return, Mississippi.
Lu Qingrong awakens from her reverie, hastily pushing him away and gathering her skirt to depart. Xiaolanting, slightly off balance from her shove, chuckles at her flustered retreating figure. Must we wait for your father's promotion to enjoy your family's wine? Lu Qingrong halts, her face flushing crimson, afraid I accidentally smeared it. She hastily boards the carriage, drawing the curtain, and leans against the carriage wall, allowing her racing heart to gradually return to normal. Her fingers brush over her lips, the soft sensation lingering. With her cheeks flushed to the point of embarrassment, Lu Qingrong covers her face, her youthful exuberance mingling with a delightful shyness. Please, this way, young master, the maid gestures. The master is unexpectedly absent today. The mistress wishes for you to teach the young miss some chess skills. As Xiaolanting strolls through the corridors of the Lu residence, he smiles while surveying his surroundings. How opulent. Even the guardian beasts atop the eaves are more exquisite and grand than those of Dongrong estate. The maid chuckles in agreement, pointing ahead. That is the young Mrs. Study.
The eldest daughter of the Lu family, favored and capable, not only assists in managing household affairs but also oversees the family's finances, hence she possesses a private study that is typically off-limits to outsiders. However, when Xiaolanting remarked, the study of the Princess of Shanghai is splendid, reflecting her exquisite taste, Lu Qingrong evidently took note and promptly asserted that her family's study is equally impressive.
Feigning disbelief, Xiaolanting asked, your family has a study as well? This question struck a nerve with the eldest daughter, prompting her to rise indignantly. What of it, is my family incapable of having a study? Tomorrow, you shall see, mine is far more intriguing than that of the Princess of Shanghai. Xiaolanting, with a half-smile, followed the maid through layers of courtyards, deftly avoiding 2 hunting dogs, and smoothly entered the Lu family's study. You have arrived?
Lu Qingrong exhaled in relief, her heart fluttering like a child's. She too took a piece and bit into it. Her expression abruptly soured as she turned her head to spit out the pastry, her brows knitting together in distress. You must stop eating that, she urged, hastily grabbing his hand. It was ruined. It tastes dreadful. Xiaolanting chuckled, taking another bite. You mistakenly used alkali instead of sugar, Ronger.
How do you know it was me who made it? He smiled. How could I not be aware of your affections for me? Lu Qingrong's cheeks reddened once more. She quickly ushered away the surrounding servants, then glared at him with feigned anger. You cannot speak such things in front of so many. What if you do not marry me in the future? How will I face anyone? Xiaolanting lowered his eyelids, raising an eyebrow, then stood and grasped her wrist, gazing deeply into her eyes. How could I ever bear to leave you in such a predicament? Hearing this, Lu Qingrong's heart settled a little more at ease. She looked up at the man before her, contemplating that perhaps she would soon find herself in a marriage that others would envy. This study of yours, Xiaolanting surveyed the room, somewhat disappointed. It appears rather unremarkable. Come here, she beckoned him to a bookshelf, defiantly stating, at first glance, it may seem unremarkable, but the wonders lie hidden. With that, she twisted a vase, and the entire bookshelf parted in the middle, revealing a door behind it. Xiaolanting was taken aback but masked his surprise. A secret chamber, my family has one as well. Mine is different. My father specifically sought skilled artisans to construct it. In this world, aside from my father and me, no one else can open this door. As she spoke, she turned the circular disc on the door 3 times to the left and 5 times to the right, finally aligning the notch to a specific position. With a click, the door swung open. Chapter 79. The relationship of bathing together. Lu Qingrong was brimming with excitement. She was acutely aware that her family's residence could not possibly rival the grandeur of the... He chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace. To lead me to such a splendid place, would it not be a pity to leave so soon? Feeling her legs weaken, she grasped his arm in a flustered manner. What do you intend to do? Xiaolanting leaned closer to her ear, teasing, what do you think? That one do. We must first adhere to the 3 letters and 6 rights, she insisted, but before her words could fully escape, he leaned down again. In the open and progressive atmosphere of the Desheng era, societal expectations of women were considerably more lenient than in previous times, yet she was still unwed, and such behavior felt inappropriate. Lu Qingrong struggled for a moment, sensing his intentions. Xiaolanting, recognizing her resistance, immediately released her and took a step back. My apologies, if this In a moment of impulsiveness, she closed her eyes and rose on tiptoe, leaning into him. The clumsy kiss landed on his lips, causing him to wince in pain. Xiaolanting shook his head in resignation, lifting her and placing her upon the writing desk, gently pressing the back of her neck as he began to teach her. Lu Qingrong, who was initially bold and assertive, found herself surprisingly clumsy in matters of intimacy, her eyes unable to open, her body melting into his. Xiaolanting, adeptly controlling the situation, shielded her view with one hand while the other casually rummaged through the items on the table. Coincidentally, a small exchange voucher from a local money house was tucked within the accounts, already signed for redemption, pertaining to funds from Lu Wan. Upon examining the accounts, Lu Qingrong was rather carefree, revealing unaccounted sums laid bare.
Although filled with cryptic language, an experienced investigator would easily discern the underlying details. Nearby lay several letters, the authorship of which was unknown, yet his intuition hinted at their significance. Xia Lanting decided to gather them all, slipping them into the bindings of his trousers, carefully folding his robe over them. The girl in his arms let out a soft whimper, attempting to untie his garment. Xia Lanting swiftly grasped her hand.
Ronger, what are you doing?
He had no intention of sacrificing himself for a mere case. Liu Qingrong suddenly regained her senses, her face.
We should step outside, he remarked, lifting her with a smile. Your legs seem too weak to stand, allow me to assist you.
Please, do not say such things. Her voice trembled. To be honest, compared to the courtesy. Nevertheless, in light of her substantial assistance, Xia Lanting resolved to attend to her needs, amusing and coaxing her, even engaging her in chess and tea brewing. Liu Qingrong's gaze shifted from innocent curiosity to unwavering resolve, reminiscent of the sentiment, you shall be like a steadfast rock, while I shall be as pliant as reeds. He had encountered such fervent gazes before. They were not particularly rare, and he responded with a familiar smile, subtly probing for more information. Zhang Zhixu returned to Mingzhu Tower, having just settled into the bath, when the door was abruptly kicked open.
Great master!
Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, her head poking in. The situation with Xia Lanting has been resolved. Everything has already been sent to the Grand Princess's residence. Zhang Zhixu stared blankly, glancing at his bare self and then at the wide-open door.
Shall I invite you in?
Chen Baoxiang, undeterred, stepped inside and squatted by the edge of the bath.
However, if she has other considerations, it could be uncertain when she will make her move. Ah.
Chen Baoxiang wrinkled her nose. Yanglin village cannot afford to wait.
Great master, Chen Baoxiang, understanding, picked up a brush. Shall I cover your eyes as well?
Why would you do that?
Did you not ask me to cover my eyes when we bathed together? She mimicked.
Beside them, Zhou Chuan could only watch in silence, though he had sworn lifelong loyalty to his master. Discussing private matters in such a manner felt inappropriate. Master Chen, he quietly reminded, I am still present. Oh, then that is just perfect, Chen Baoxiang replied, handing him a nearby sash.
You can cover your eyes. Zhou Chuan.
In the bath, Zhang Zhixu held his forehead, struggling to explain that their previous bathing experience was not of the same nature, nor could he make Chen Baoxiang understand that this was a different context. He could only accept the sash, directing Zhou Chuan, you may step outside.
Yes. Zhou Chuan hastily complied, not only closing the door but also sending away all nearby attendants.
Very well, Zhang Zhixu sighed, gesturing to the sash in her hand.
You should be thorough.
Chen Baoxiang found his arm and applied more pressure.
Are you suggesting that we cannot urge her?
We can, but it cannot be us directly. We need someone she does not despise to initiate matters before her, and then she may be inclined to go along.
He might just catch her eye. Zhang's elder brother, Chen Baoxiang quickly inquired, where is he now? Just returned to the capital.
Then this matter should be easily resolved, she exclaimed with delight.
Let us directly seek your elder brother. Are you aware of my elder brother's temperament?
I do not know, but anyone capable of raising someone as upright as young Master Zhang cannot be a bad person. Chen Baoxiang grew more animated, adjusting her handkerchief and continuing to scrub. This will surely succeed. Suddenly, the person in the bath let out a muffled groan.
Chapter 80 The Stern Patriarch Master? Chen Baoxiang exclaimed in shock, did I touch your wound?
The master remained silent, merely grasping her wrist. In the dim room, the only sound was the dripping of water. Chen Baoxiang could see nothing, only feeling the damp warmth of his hand on her wrist, slightly trembling, as if imbued with a sense of helplessness. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again, no, you need not assist me.
I can manage on my own.
Your breath seems quite warm, Chen Baoxiang tilted her head, are you running a fever? Zhang Zhixu leaned silently against the edge of the base. Her ministrations had left his chest flushed, and his ears had turned scarlet as a shiver coursed through his arm, stirring something unusual within him. He had never been one to indulge in carnal desires, often regarding Chen Baoxiang as merely a companion through trials and tribulations. Yet, with her mere touch, he found himself uncontrollably recalling images that were both rounded and vibrant. In the fervor of youth and vitality, Zhang Zhixu's Adam's apple bobbed rapidly as he forcefully averted his gaze from her. However, his body reacted with swift and honest fervor. The rising heat tinged the corners of his eyes, and his breathing became involuntarily hurried.
Master? Chen Baoxiang, oblivious, continued to fret Zhang Zhixu.
A splash erupted from the bath, and someone abruptly seized her hand.
Leave.
He commanded in a low voice. Chen Baoxiang, engulfed in darkness and confusion, felt as though the master was angered with her, and she hurriedly retreated from the bathing chamber. Had he not mentioned when to seek out the elder brother, but surely, she could go after he finished washing, right? Chen Baoxiang tore away the blindfold, returning to the parlor to await his emergence. She had anticipated that the master would soon appear. However, half an hour passed before Zhou Chuan informed her, the master has just risen and still needs to dry his hair and change.
What?
After soaking for so long, wouldn't he be all wrinkled? Chen Baoxiang stood and glanced around. How much longer will it take? It's nearly dark outside. Just as Zhou Chuan was about to advise her to remain patient, Chen Baoxiang waved her hands repeatedly. I have business to discuss with General Zhang tonight. General Zhang is currently with the second young lady. Oh, Chen Baoxiang brightened. Then that is perfect. I will go over first. Zhou Chuan, please relay a message to your master to follow after me. Understood, Zhou Chuan replied. As Chen Baoxiang marveled at the serendipity, she hurried toward the Zhang residence, contemplating that if the elder brother was amiable, she could broach her matters without troubling the master further. However, upon stepping into the courtyard of the second house, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The bustling area that usually echoed with the laughter of servants was now as silent as a grave. Surveying her surroundings, the corridors that typically hosted graceful maids were now lined with armored soldiers, their sheathed swords ominously imposing. She swallowed nervously and drew back her foot, inquiring of her guide, "Are we in the wrong place?" Crack! A whip made of 5 twisted vine strands struck a man's back with a forceful crack. Chen Baoxiang jumped in fright, turning to flee, but heard the punished man rasp, "I know my wrongs. Please, father, restrain your anger."
The voice belonged to young Master Zhang?
Chen Baoxiang turned in astonishment. Before her stood Zhang Zhixu, clad in a thin robe, his back marked with blood from the lashes, forming a gruesome pattern reminiscent of vines. At the head of the room sat a stern figure in armor.
Why are you punishing him?
An uncouth and disrespectful individual deserves punishment. The armored man spoke coldly. If he dies, it would restore your reputation. Inoue, in a state of panic, could not prevent the punisher and was prepared to throw herself in the way.
Go ahead, the man said dismissively. You take 1 hit, and he takes 10.
Inoue, witnessing the brutal punishment, Chen Baoxiang rushed in 3 steps and unintentionally collided with the one wielding the whip. Inoue, you called for me, she asked with a smile. The room fell into an immediate silence. Inoue looked at her with joy, and Zhang Zhixi's hand, which had been propping him up, twitched slightly. This is the esteemed Chen lady residing in Mingzhu Tower, the man in the main seat spoke. Chen Baoxiang focused her gaze and observed a robust figure with a thick beard, copper eyes, and iron brows, exuding an intimidating presence. With a playful gesture, she replied, "Are you the legendary valiant General Zhang?" Inue's expression shifted, and she anxiously looked at her, shaking her head gently. What does this mean? Has she misidentified him? Chen Baoxiang was perplexed, but the man above scoffed, his tone icy. Is it with such flattery that you have deceived Zhang Fengqing into making exceptions for you? This man seemed devoid of humor. Chen Baoxiang straightened her posture, bewildered, and met his gaze head-on. What exceptions did he make for me? Breaking into the dungeon, bringing you back to the Zhang ancestral home, personally guarding you while you recuperate, and allowing— Her elder brother was known for his strictness and rigidity, holding the second brother in high regard. In his eyes, even celestial beings might not be deemed suitable for the second brother, let alone this young lady who appeared quite frivolous. It would have been better if she had remained silent, but Chen Baoxiang seemed utterly unaware of the situation. For every word the elder brother spoke, she countered with 3. Ah, so these are what you deem exceptions. I assumed it was merely a warm hospitality towards a friend.
Friend?
Zhang Tingen sneered, producing a copied document of her origins. What person are you to befriend him? His coarse fingers pointed derisively at the 3 characters of Sanxiang village, the mockery evident in his tone. Chen Baoxiang narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth descending. She assessed the man before her and suddenly smiled. According to the general's reasoning, if Fengqing does not regard me as a friend, does that imply he has ulterior motives towards me?
Do not speak foolishness.
The teacup shattered into fragments from the force of the blow, startling the guards outside, who swiftly drew their swords and surrounded the entrance. Chapter 81. Let me stay by your side. Inu hurriedly stepped forward to protect her, saying, Elder brother, Sister Baoxiang did not mean it that way. If you have something to ask, why not wait for second brother to arrive? When he comes, he will have his own questions to pose. What I wish to inquire about now is this woman.
Zhang Tingen coldly regarded Chen Baoxiang.
Sister Baoxiang and second brother, I want to hear her speak. Zhang Tingen waved his hand, and a servant immediately stepped forward to block Inu. Chen Baoxiang glanced anxiously at Inu. Earlier, this young girl had been cheerful and lively, but now she resembled a drenched cat, bewildered and restless, furrowing her brow. She directed her gaze towards the person above her. My acquaintance with Fengqing.
There is no intention behind it. Oh? Zhang Tingen's expression was one of mockery. Did you not attend his farewell banquet without bribing anyone? Indeed, I did bribe someone. After becoming acquainted with him, I have indeed benefited a little. Zhang Tingen let out a cold laugh. This is what you call a matter of fate. For the sake of this advantageous connection, you must have it is a very special bond. Zhang Tingen found amusement in her assertion. Indeed, how could it not be special, given the Zhang family's unique status in the capital? Zhang Tingen scrutinized her, coldly concluding, to you, Fengqing is merely a branch to climb. Chen Baoxiang scratched her head, feeling that there was some truth in his words. Zhang Zhixu was indeed the object of her aspirations, yet to say he was merely a branch, she lowered her gaze and murmured softly, that is not the case, he is a wonderful person. Carefree in youth, well provided for, yet still possessing grand ideals.
Such a person was someone Chen Baoxiang had never encountered before. With him around, she realized that the path ahead was not a dead end, there were still opportunities for improvement, and perhaps with effort, she could accomplish her ambitions. Her life was granted by the Celestial Master, and so was her fighting spirit. Unlike the simple branches of other wealthy sons, the Celestial Master was different, entirely different.
I know what you wish to express. Zhang Tingen leaned back, accepting. If he did not possess his current wealth and status, would you still consider being his mistress?
Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow. It must be said that this elder brother was indeed hitting the nail on the— Should she answer truthfully, she would indeed appear to be a seductress driven by greed, but wait a moment, she could not comprehend.
General, who told you that I am Feng Qing's mistress? Are you not? Of course not. She was both amused and exasperated.
However, since I have some connections and nowhere to stay, he has made an exception to take me in.
Zhang Tingen looked at her with a serious expression, clearly unconvinced.
I've heard that the general is stationed. He narrowed his eyes at the person before him and then, gripping the armrest, rose from his seat.
Are you aware of the rules of sparring? Naturally, life and death are my own responsibility.
My elder brother strikes with great force. What if I have been diligently practicing in the military affairs office for some time now, yet I have not received any useful guidance, Chen Baoxiang said, her fingers brushing over the weapons on the rack. Today, such a rare opportunity presents itself. I certainly wish to request the general's instruction. Had it been a month ago, Chen Baoxiang might not have had the confidence, as her training partners were merely inept minor officials. However, recently, she had encountered Su Buran at the headquarters, and after a rematch, she found herself able to exchange over 20 moves with him. Her rapid progress had emboldened her to test herself against someone like Zhang Tingen. Choose as you like. Those 2 meteor hammers weighed a total of 40 pounds, even men would find them cumbersome, yet how could this young lady lift them with such ease? Merely lifting them was insufficient. She even attempted to swing them, the heavy hammerheads moving as if they were made of featherlight. When Zhang Tingen finally sensed something was amiss, this girl seemed to possess remarkable skills.
Come.
She took her stance. Zhang Tingen focused, launching an iron-hard fist through the air with a remarkably agile body. At first glance, it appeared to strike left, but in the blink of an eye, it landed on Chen Baoxiang's right flank. The force was bone-crushing. Chen Baoxiang, caught off guard, took the hit squarely, her body jolting, followed by a sharp pain in her shoulder. She inhaled sharply, gritting her teeth and asking, "May I retaliate?" Zhang's elder brother appeared to be in his 30s, yet his reflexes rivaled those of a youth. She swung her hammers repeatedly, but every strike fell short, while his moves consistently found their mark. A sharp elbow strike to her back made her taste blood in her throat. Fortunately, her strength was sufficient. She continued to wield the meteor hammers, her strikes swift and relentless, showing no signs of fatigue even after a dozen exchanges. Zhang Tingen, seasoned from countless battles, felt no fear and was able to evade continuously, yet, being older than her, he began to tire after 20 dodges. With a resounding thud, Chen Baoxiang struck him in the back. Zhang Tingen wore armor, initially thinking that this hit would not matter, and anticipated that once he launched his final move, Chen Baoxiang would undoubtedly fall first. However, the overwhelming weight caused Zhang Tingen to momentarily lose consciousness, his body collapsing like a mountain crumbling to the ground. Chen Baoxiang stumbled a few steps, feeling somewhat unsteady herself, but recalling the wager, with no remaining family in the world, she had no desire to part from the home she had finally found with the Celestial Master. Chapter 82. It turns out there is no favoritism. The courtyard lay in disarray due to the clash between the two, and Zhang Tingen knelt on the ground. Chen Baoxiang attempted to reach out to him, but suddenly, someone approached from outside the moonlit gate, exclaiming in disbelief, "What happened?" Chen Baoxiang looked up to see the Grand Master, who had just bathed, donned in a flowing robe that shimmered like moonlight, the wide sleeves billowing in the night breeze. He strode towards her with urgency, his usually tranquil eyes betraying an unusual anxiety. "I am fine," she said, forcing a smile as she instinctively extended her hand towards him. Just now, Chen Baoxiang was momentarily taken aback. Her hands, poised in the air, awkwardly retreated as she turned to see Zhang Zhixu gripping Zhang Tingen's elbow, astonished as he caught the blood trickling from the corner of his brother's mouth. Then gazing back, she met his gaze and, in a daze, explained, "We were merely sparring." "What kind of sparring necessitates such severity?" He frowned. Chen Baoxiang's fingertips, resting on the ground, curled slightly. "Second brother, this was a contest proposed by elder brother." Inu tugged at his sleeve, adding, "Sister Baoxiang is injured as well." Zhang Zhixu froze, a pang of concern gripping his heart as he reached out to "I am all right, but he is bleeding. And the one inside who has been beaten also requires a physician's attention." Zhang Yinyu's complexion paled, and she dashed towards the side chamber. Zhang Zhixu regained his composure, hoisting his elder brother onto his back to seek a bed. Chen Baoxiang took a deep breath, setting down her meteor hammer, and slowly followed into the room. A buzzing filled her ears as Zhang Tingen clutched the bed frame, struggling to regain clarity. After a while, he finally focused his gaze. He panted heavily and turned to the side. "Elder brother?" Zhang Zhixu scrutinized him with a furrowed brow. He lamented, "You certainly know how to choose the opportune moment, showing up just when I am at my most embarrassing." Chen Baoxiang did not intend to. Zhang Zhixu pressed his lips together. "She possesses great strength by nature and lacks finesse.
Perhaps you could achieve something worthwhile."
Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. Despite having inflicted such harm, he bore no grudge and even offered to find her a teacher?
"Elder brother appreciates talent," Zhang Zhixu explained quietly. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude?"
"Thank you. I certainly did not hold back earlier," he added. "Very well," Chen Baoxiang agreed. Rising to her feet, Zhang Zhixu stood as well, intending to examine her injuries. However, their elder brother interjected, "You stay, I have further questions." Zhang Zhixu watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowing once more.
"What's this? Are you quite concerned?"
Zhang Ting'an leaned back, casting him a sidelong glance. "How peculiar. Elder brother is unaware," he pursed his lips. "That girl suffers greatly when injured." Hearing such words, it seemed increasingly unlikely that they originated from his lips. Zhang Ting'an found it hard to believe. "In my absence from the capital these past few years, have you faced significant upheaval?"
"None whatsoever." "Then why would you take such a woman as your concubine?"
Zhang Zhixu was at a loss for words.
"Who said she is my concubine? Is she not?"
"She is merely a clerk at the Wuli Yamen, without a place to stay, which is why I offered her shelter."
His attempt. Zhang Ting'an glanced at the room's walls before suddenly asking, "So you do not harbor any feelings for her?"
Zhang Zhixu hesitated. What does it mean to like someone, like how Chen Baoxiang acts around Pei Ruhang? The thought of her foolish antics in front of Pei Ruhang made Zhang Zhixu shake his head vigorously.
"Truly do not like her?" Zhang Ting'an raised an eyebrow. "If you do not, why the disdain visible on your face?"
"It would surely sadden the girl." "What sadness or otherwise, elder brother, I have not pondered such things," Zhang Zhixu retorted, producing a royal edict.
"At present, my sole focus is this case. I implore you to assist me in progressing it."
Zhang Ting'an picked up the edict and began to peruse it, while Zhang Zhixu stood by, explaining the ins and outs of the situation. As Inu approached from the direction of Zhang Xilai, she spotted Chen Baoxiang seated alone against the wall. Lost in thought, a maid stood in the room, quickly stepping aside as she entered. Observing the scene with suspicion, she opened her mouth to inquire why a doctor had not been summoned, only to overhear the voices of her elder brother and second brother from the adjoining room. Realizing the implications, Zhang Yinyu hastily helped Chen Baoxiang to her feet and led her outside. After traversing several corridors, she finally spoke in exasperation, "Sister Baoxiang, do not mind my elder brother.
He simply does not wish for you and second brother to be together."
Chen Baoxiang, holding her shoulder, smiled faintly. "I understand, I have not taken it to heart." "That is for the best," Inu sighed in relief, explaining as they walked, "My grandmother's lineage hails from a small, backward noble family, adhering strictly to outdated customs that forbid unaccompanied interactions between men and women, especially without formal ties. Having been raised by her, elder brother has absorbed these antiquated values and is exceedingly rigid. Thus, you see, upon his return, Zhang Xilai was bound to face his wrath. Had you not arrived promptly today, he might have truly harmed him."
"Weren't you saying that Lord Zhang was raised by your elder brother?"
"Indeed," Inu conceded. "To be fair, elder brother has not mistreated Zhang Xilai. In terms of food, clothing, education, and all necessities, he has been treated no differently than the legitimate sons of the household. On his 13th birthday, elder brother even journeyed from Ximing to return just to prepare longevity noodles for him."
Chen Baoxiang grew increasingly perplexed. "Isn't that rather affectionate?" "It is indeed, yet when it comes to my affairs, elder brother seems to transform entirely." Inu sighed. "I cannot fathom why he is so reluctant to allow Zhang Xilai to grow close to me. After all, we are family, and what harm could come from enjoying an outing together?" Chapter 83. Not family. Zhang Yinyu was in great distress, her delicate features creased in a frown as she pondered over the matter, unable to make sense of it. However, Chen Baoxiang seemed to have come to a realization. "Not family, indeed," she murmured, massaging her injured shoulder. "No matter how much they resemble family, they are not truly family." "What?"
Inu did not catch her words and turned to look at her. Chen Baoxiang chuckled softly. "What I mean is, compared to Lord Zhang, the Grand General undoubtedly cares for you more. You are his sister. When your interests are not involved, the Grand General and Lord Zhang may appear as family, but once your well-being is at stake, Lord Zhang can hardly be considered family." The concept of family was far too complex for those of them who had lost their parents. Inu was taken aback. It seemed that Chen Baoxiang suddenly understood something, nodding at her. "I shall take my leave now."
"Aren't you waiting for second brother?"
"He is engaged in serious discussions with the Grand General. I fear they won't finish for at least an hour." She waved goodbye to Inu. "While it is still light, I shall take a stroll around Xuanwu Gate." There was nothing of interest around Xuanwu Gate, as it was surrounded by residences. Inu was puzzled, yet seeing Sister Baoxiang's cheerful demeanor, she thought little of it and continued on her way to inquire about Zhang Xi's arrival at the physician's. Zhang Zhixu left the grand residence without catching sight of Chen Baoxiang.
After circling back to Mingju building twice, he unexpectedly encountered Han Xiao tidying up her belongings. "What is going on? Where are you headed?" Zhou Chuan asked with curiosity. Han Xiao, while folding clothes, replied cheerfully, "The master said that it is inauspicious for me to stay with you, so I must move out." Zhou Chuan was taken aback. Zhang Zhixu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Where is she?" "Right here." Chen Baoxiang, clutching a pile of boxes, turned her head to reveal herself. "Master, do you need something from me?" Zhang Zhixu reached out to take half of the boxes, glancing at her arm. "Does it not hurt anymore?"
It wasn't a serious injury to begin with.
I've already applied the medicine.
With a bright smile, she placed the boxes on the table. You arrived just in time. I wanted to tell you that I spotted a small courtyard on the 2nd Street of Xuanwu Gate. It may not be as respectable as the previous place we considered, but at least it is quite close to the military officer's office, so I rented it from Yalong. Her words darkened his already troubled expression completely.
Are you uncomfortable living in Mingzhu Building? It's quite comfortable, indeed. Then why, while counting her belongings, Chen Baoxiang laughed, but master, I cannot stay here forever, can I? We aren't related by blood. Now that my injury is healed, it would be rather inappropriate for me to overstay my welcome. She sorted out the jewelry and trinkets, placing her large knife and official attire into the boxes, reluctantly saying, I'll leave these behind. The courtyard is small, and if a thief were to break in, that would be quite a loss. His fingers tightened, and Zhang Zhixu's expression darkened, making it clear to her that he was displeased. Yet Chen Baoxiang paid him no heed, wandering about the room while muttering, I really like this bedding, can I take it with me? And that dressing mirror along with the rouge box, I like those too. Can I take them as well? And what about me? Zhang Zhixu asked coldly. Chen Baoxiang jumped in surprise and turned to look at him, bewildered. He lowered his gaze, speaking in a muffled tone, I mean, if you simply move out like this, what will happen if I make a mistake? That won't happen. Chen Baoxiang waved her hand dismissively. I've realized that you are quite clever and really don't need my assistance. She even almost forgot that he was pretending to be Zhang Ergongzi. Zhang Zhixu felt a wave of frustration. Don't you mind the expenses of living alone?
I've calculated it. With just Han Xiao and me, if we avoid ostentation, the expense is 1 TB too high. Chen Baoxiang counted on her fingers. The courtyard has 5 rooms, and hiring just one servant won't cost much. Irritated, Zhang Zhixu stood up and paced around the room. He understood that it was inappropriate for the two of them to live together. Rumors abounded outside, and she wasn't truly his concubine. Even considering her future, they needed to avoid suspicion. Chen Baoxiang might very well marry one day, but as he thought of this, his expression soured even further. The person across from him, however, remained in good spirits, even comforting him. It's all right, master, I'll be at Xuanwu Gate.
If you return home, we won't be far apart.
Aren't we trying to avoid suspicion? It would be better to keep our distance, he replied coldly. Ideally, you would reside at Xuanwu Gate, and I would stay at Hufang, never crossing paths again.
Why was he getting angry?
Chen Baoxiang found it amusing, pouring him tea and generously offering him some snacks. Zhang Zhixu could not swallow a bite, watching her finish packing her things and making arrangements with Li Fu for the moving time the next day. If you need to, you can contact me using this Buddha statue, she said, presenting it to him. Using this to keep in touch was hardly different from severing their ties entirely. Zhang Zhixu left her room with a stoic expression, unable to articulate the source of his anger, which only seemed to intensify.
He asked Ning Su, has she been in private contact with Pei Ruohang recently?
Replying to the master, there has been no such interaction.
Then has she set her sights on another young master and wishes to distance herself from me? Replying to the master, it seems that isn't the case either. What could be the reason then?
Zhang Zhixu was perplexed and vexed. It matters not. I have never enjoyed living in close quarters with others. It is much better for me to be alone in this tall building. I relish the solitude. Ning Su and Zhou Chuan stood by, not daring to breathe a word. Zhang Zhixu returned to his own room, bathing and dressing in a calm manner, then lying down to rest, aiming for a peaceful slumber.
The two of us are not related by blood, not related by blood, not related by blood. Chen Baoxiang's voice inexplicably echoed in his mind. His eyes flew open as he sat up, seething with anger. What a notion of being unrelated. Why didn't you mention this when we shared a room after drinking? Master? Zhou Chuan hurriedly pushed the door open upon hearing the commotion.
Zhang Zhixu composed his expression, feigning fatigue. The wind in this tall building is rather strong. I will close all the windows at once and move the screen over, Zhou Chuan replied. This bed is also not quite to my liking. It lacks the comfort of the main residence.
Zhou Chuan was astonished. Master, this is the very bed that was moved from the main residence. Zhang Zhixu narrowed his eyes, silently glaring at him.
Zhou Chuan quickly slapped his forehead. I understand now. We shall move back to the main residence tomorrow morning. Chapter 84. If you're not family, don't live together. Early the next morning, Chen Baoxiang, accompanied by Han Xiao, began her move. All her belongings were loaded onto a cart, yet the celestial being did not appear to bid her farewell. Noticing that the time was nearly upon her, she decided not to wait any longer and first headed to the market to purchase some supplies before returning to tidy up her small courtyard. The yard was somewhat disordered, with everyone busily attending to their tasks. Just as they had finished cleaning the main gate, the celestial being's carriage flashed past the entrance. Chen Baoxiang thought she must have been seeing things and shook her head, continuing to arrange her flower pots. However, the celestial being's carriage circled back again, the wheels rolling slowly enough for her to catch a glimpse of the nonchalant face by the window.
Ah!
Holding a flower pot, she walked to the entrance.
Celestial being, have you moved back so soon?
Zhang Zhixu did not look at her but replied in a flat tone, not yet, just passing by.
Oh.
She hesitated, glancing inside the house. I should invite you in for a visit, but my place is still in disarray, so dirty and chaotic.
Perhaps you could come tomorrow with Inu instead?
Indeed, she genuinely hoped to send him away. Zhang Zhixu gritted his teeth, wanting to sulk and shut the window, but he heard Su Baran's voice calling from the courtyard, Miss Chan, where should I put this? Place it in the stable on the left side of the yard. He swiftly opened the small window.
Feng Chang? Su Baran exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be the one asking that?
In broad daylight, a man and a woman alone together, what was he doing here? Seeing the awkwardness, Su Baran quickly explained, I'm on my day off. I ran into Miss Chen in the West Market. Her purchases were heavy and numerous, and the hired laborers couldn't carry everything, so I came along to lend a hand.
Very well.
Zhang Zhixu stepped down from the carriage with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes.
Then I shall lend a hand as well. Please don't.
The bluestone slabs are all muddy, and the old furniture is covered in dust.
Chen Baoxiang wrinkled her nose. Wait until I've tidied up before you come. Why could Su Baran help, but he could not?
Zhang Zhixu felt particularly disgruntled, pushing past her and entering the house. After living together for so long, Chen Baoxiang had become somewhat familiar with this celestial being's peculiarities. He was fastidious about cleanliness. Even a seemingly clean stool required extensive wiping before he would sit. Whenever he found himself in a dirty environment, he insisted that Zhou Chuan prepare warm towels and incense for him. He had never performed any manual labor, whether moving items or cleaning, and he couldn't even wield a broom. His hands were so delicate that aside from where he gripped a brush, there was not a callus to be found. Thus, when his pristine brocade boots stepped into the yellow mud, Chen Baoxiang felt a pang of sympathy. She followed him closely, urging, Su Darren is here. We have enough hands, you won't be of much help. Oh, don't glare at me. If you must assist, please don't lift the plaque. How about watering the flowers instead? If all else fails, could you help me figure out how to arrange the tables and benches in the main hall? Celestial being, you truly can't go there. There are puddles in the grass. Su Baran, familiar with Zhang Zhixu, had also developed a rapport with Chen Baoxiang during their recent martial practice. However, now, trailing behind the two, Su Baran felt as though he barely recognized them. How could Zhang Zhixu be sulking like a child, and why would Miss Chen not send someone to do the work but instead kindly advise him, with such minor tasks? How could it possibly tire him? Zhang Fengqin. Shaking his head, he turned to Chen Baoxiang. The new cauldron you purchased is quite heavy, it would likely require both of us to move it to the front. All right, with Zhou Chuan and Ning Su accompanying Zhang Zhixu, there should be no issues. She turned to follow Su Baran towards the front hall. As Zhang Zhixu walked, he soon realized he was alone. He turned back and coldly asked Ning Su, is this what you meant by not being interested in anyone else? Ning Su was at a loss for words. Master, she has said she is merely lending a hand. How did it become something else? To offer unsolicited kindness is either deceitful or malicious. Su Darren is not a bad person, is he? Of course, Su Baran was not a bad person. In fact, in terms of both family background and character, he far surpassed Pei Ruhan. Logically, Zhang Zhixu should encourage Chen Baoxiang to interact with him, to fulfill the promise he had made in prison. Yet, Zhang Zhixu's expression remained cold and sullen, rendering him incapable of feeling joy. Why should he avoid suspicion with him, while others did not have to? With a flick of his sleeve, he changed direction and followed the two towards the front hall. Chen Baoxiang instructed Han Xiao to bring him a clean chair, allowing him to sit on the already cleaned back corridor. However, she herself was busy moving items with Su Baran, getting her hands and face covered in mud, and the two of them sat on the filthy steps, conversing closely without any regard for decorum. Zhang Zhixu watched coldly, his anger rising, and he stood up to grab a flower pot. Upon seeing his actions, Chen Baoxiang's eyes widened. Celestial being, your clothes, the silver thread embroidery will be ruined. He smiled through clenched teeth. It's not worth much, merely over 20 taels. How much? Hearing that price, her frustration flared as she immediately snatched the flower pot from his arms. Stop it, just stop. Su Baran approached and effortlessly took the flower pot, glancing at him. Fengqing, you should rest. Miss Baoxiang and I can manage here. Miss Baoxiang and I. Zhang Zhixu mentally mocked the phrasing, casting his eyes skyward, yet, Chen Baoxiang nodded in agreement. I believe our strength should suffice. Let us move the bed frame together shortly. All right. As they spoke, they walked off together, leaving him standing alone. Zhang Zhixu, he had never felt so neglected in his life. He initially thought to turn around and disregard them, but feeling indignant, Zhang Zhixu remained rooted in place, observing the two. He watched as Su Baran and Chen Baoxiang moved to either side of the bed frame, preparing to lift it together on a count of 3. He also saw Chen Baoxiang crouching beside the bed, clutching her shoulder, her brow furrowing in pain. Zhang Zhixu froze, his gaze darkening as he strode forward. Just as Chen Baoxiang mustered the strength to lift the bed, her arm was suddenly pulled back. Bang! The bed leg that had just left the ground crashed back down, producing a resounding thud. Chen Baoxiang blinked in confusion, meeting Zhang Zhixu's taut jaw. Step aside, he commanded coldly. On the other side, Su Baran leaned out, exasperated. Fengqing, what are you doing? I can't lift such a large bed alone. I will assist you. He grasped the bed frame, asserting, our combined strength should suffice. As he spoke, the fallen leg of the bed was hoisted once more, the force so great that it nearly knocked Su Baran off balance. Su Baran quickly steadied himself, raising an eyebrow at his counterpart. Years apart, and your temper has grown quite fierce. You, however, have not changed. Zhang Zhixu replied with a blank expression, your skills remain unrefined. Chapter 85. Specialty products of Shanxi. Su Baran found it quite remarkable. Zhang Zhixu had always been a person of steady disposition, rarely revealing his likes or dislikes. How could someone so composed suddenly exhibit such fiery temper? Nevertheless, with a lady present, Subaran did not wish to lose face and immediately matched his exertion. The bed frame, which was meant to be carried by 4 individuals, was thus hoisted inside by the 2 of them, unwilling to yield to one another.
Chen Baoxiang stared in astonishment. Would the 2 valiant gentlemen not carry in the other one as well?
Subaran wiped the sweat from his brow, about to agree, when he noticed Zhang Zhixu, with a flick of his sleeve, rising and pulling Chen Baoxiang out.
Zhixuan, take someone to assist. Understood. Chen Baoxiang was tugged along, weaving through the bustling crowd until they reached an empty room. Master, she asked, perplexed. Zhang Zhixu halted, his gaze fixed on her right shoulder. Is this what you refer to as a minor injury?
Chen Baoxiang shrugged her arm. It's not too serious, I haven't bled or broken skin. It's merely a bit uncomfortable, and it will heal with time. He was unconvinced and turned her around, yanking off the thin garment draped over her shoulder. A large bruise came into view, making his breath hitch. Chen Baoxiang quickly adjusted her clothing. Master, you are being rather inconsiderate. Are you going to lecture me about familial ties? He retorted, exasperated, tossing her a bottle of medicine. If I were truly concerned about blood relations, I would have crossed boundaries with you long ago.
We ought to consider marriage at the earliest. Chen Baoxiang caught the bottle, chuckling awkwardly. I am not so brazen as to presume.
After all, she had made it clear that she held no such intentions. After uncorking the bottle and inhaling the scent, Chen Baoxiang remarked, your medicine is truly effective, I shall apply it shortly.
Don't wait, use it now. But I am busy tidying up the courtyard. Are you in such a hurry to move?
Zhang Zhixu asked, displeased. I am not charging you rent.
Chen Baoxiang chuckled softly, diverting the topic. Then, would you mind keeping an eye outside while I apply the medicine here?
Zhang Zhixu, in a huff, swept out without a word. Perhaps in his agitation, he had momentarily forgotten to explain his earlier reaction to Chen Baoxiang, as she perceived him not as Zhang Zhixu but as someone who shouldn't be so concerned about Zhang Tingan. However, Chen Baoxiang did not inquire further. With her typically naive mind, she likely hadn't even considered that angle. Shaking his head, Zhang Zhixu, feeling vexed, instructed his attendants to clean meticulously, hoping to spare himself from further worries induced by that foolish individual. The moving chores, which were originally expected to take several days, were completed that very evening with the assistance of Subaran, Zhang Zhixu, and his entourage. Subaran glanced at the darkening sky, hesitating. It's quite late. The journey back is rather long. Smiling graciously, she replied, the guest room on the left has been tidied up, you may stay for the night and depart tomorrow. Zhang Zhixu, initially preparing to leave, halted at this remark, retracting his foot. Then I shall also stay.
There is only one guest room.
Then it cannot be helped, Zhang Zhixu said. Sudaran, please proceed.
I shall have Zhixuan escort you.
Subaran was still processing this when Zhang Zhixu seized him and led him out the door. He looked at the person beside him in confusion. Fengqing, do you have feelings for Chendaran?
None whatsoever. Then why interfere with me? Subaran sighed, I am not young anymore.
It's rare to encounter someone suitable, and instead of offering assistance, you create obstacles. Zhang Zhixu maintained his composure. So that was your intention. I did not realize it before.
How could he not realize?
Subaran hesitated to respond as Zhang Zhixu paid him no mind, pushing him into the carriage and signaling Zhixuan. Understanding the cue, Zhixuan drove off swiftly, not even allowing for farewells. Having relocated, Chen Baoxiang found no difficulty adjusting to her new bed, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Sister, Hanshao exclaimed excitedly as she rushed in, the Shall We Money House has truly been sued.
Opening one eye, she languidly inquired, what happened? The money house was sealed today, and all accounts will be meticulously audited. The authorities have declared that if it is confirmed that officials have usurped fertile land, the mortgage deeds will be returned to us in full. This was indeed good news, yet she was curious. How did you find out?
Naturally, I just informed her, came Zhang Zhixu's voice from the tea table.
Chen Baoxiang jolted upright, staring at the shadow behind the screen. You haven't tea left?
I did not leave, I just arrived. He had deliberately surveyed the surroundings upon arriving and noted with relief that Subaran was nowhere to be seen.
Are you still in bed?
Chen Baoxiang hastily got up to wash, scrubbing her face and brushing her teeth, then quickly selecting her attire. Embracing the new environment, she meticulously applied her makeup, admiring herself in the mirror, feeling even her strands of hair were beautiful. Before stepping out from behind the screen, Zhang Zhixu glanced at her and suddenly began to understand Subaran's sentiments. It was rare to encounter such a capable and attractive woman. It was only natural that he would harbor feelings. However, Chen Baoxiang was far from the gentle and demure appearance she projected. Should she be paired with a warrior, one could only imagine the constant bickering, making domestic life untenable. Shaking his head, Zhang Zhixu transitioned to serious matters. General Zhang, having achieved great military success, entered the palace this morning to express his gratitude, publicly accusing Lu Shouhuai in the presence of the Grand Princess and numerous censors. Initially, the sage intended to impose a light penalty, but the Grand Princess subsequently brought up the matter of the Shall We Money House. The incident surrounding the Shall We Money House had caused quite a stir in the capital, and all the censors present had heard of it, leading to a flurry of accusations, which compelled the sage to relent and order a thorough investigation by Xiaolanting.
Xiaolanting is indeed capable.
Upon receiving the imperial decree, he promptly sealed the money house and the Lu family's assets, dispatching heavy guards to several households that had frequent dealings with the Lu family.
Chen Baoxiang felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. Justice prevails, retribution is inevitable. Do not rejoice too soon, warned Zhang Zhixu. Lu Xiaohuai is easy to deal with, but the formidable Cheng Huaili behind him is not to be underestimated. For now, he may not respond to Xia Lanting's blockade and investigation, but once he does, the case will not be so easily unraveled. How could that be? Chen Baoxiang gestured. Did we not gather all the evidence? It is coherent enough to condemn Lu Xiaohuai. Evidence exists, but the severity of the punishment, whether light or heavy, rests solely in the sage's hands. He gently shook his head. Both Lu Xiaohuai and Cheng Huaili have contributed to the dynasty's successes, having defended critical border territories with great valor. For the sage to execute them would be akin to severing his own limbs. Who would willingly part with their own arms? But, Chen Baoxiang murmured, but the laws of the great Shang state that one must pay with their life for murder. With so many innocent lives lost at his hands, is that not enough for him to deserve death? Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze, offering no reply. Chen Baoxiang, unwilling to relent, pressed on. What if Xie Daran uncovers more of his crimes? What if he is found to be utterly remorseless? Above the laws of the great Shang, there is always an emperor. He turned his head away. We can only do what is within our power. The rest depends on the opportune moment. Chen Baoxiang scrunched her nose in dissatisfaction. Chapter 86. Do not deceive me. They claim to be under heavy guard, yet the forces that the Dali Temple could mobilize at a moment's notice were exceedingly limited. With as many as 12 families involved in the case, it meant that some households were watched over by merely 3 or 5 officers. The Lu family, however, found themselves encircled tightly. Yet, Lu Xiaohuai, having accompanied Cheng Huaili for many years, possessed a considerable influence in the capital, with numerous troops from the patrol camp at his disposal for personal use. The scant manpower from the Dali Temple was utterly insufficient to confine him. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Qingrong was discreetly pushed onto a cargo ship by Lu Xiaohuai under the cover of darkness, departing from the capital. Xia Lanting had received wind of this in advance and hastened to the ferry. However, Lu Qingrong stood on the deck, casting a cold glance down at him. The distance between them was merely 5 zhang, and as he held the reins, facing her gaze, he inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Qingrong was rather naive, having failed to realize that he was exploiting her all along. Even upon discovering the theft in the study, she did not suspect him. She had even brought him some pastries, claiming they were freshly made, and this time, he had indeed added the correct amount of sugar. Xia Lanting found it amusing, yet as he chuckled, a slight sense of remorse crept in. He recalled their interactions following the housewarming banquet, where they occasionally enjoyed romantic evenings and leisurely boat rides on the lake. During those times, Lu Qingrong would jealously cling to his waist, interrogating him about whether he had been visiting any brothels to listen to music or sharing jokes about Chen Baoxiang, laughing until she collapsed onto his lap. She was not an inherently kind person. In fact, she could be quite willful and headstrong. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lu Qingrong had never wronged him. She had even gone out of her way to cheer him up during his low moments. It was he who had crossed the line. With a soft sigh, Xia Lanting reined in his horse, watching helplessly as she drifted away from his sight, the white sailboat melding into the evening glow, gradually disappearing from view. When Zhang Zhixu entered his own flower hall, he found Xia Lanting slumped despondently within. Once the epitome of charm, his hair now hung disheveled and his demeanor was dim and lackluster. Zhang Zhixu found it curious. Has the courtesan you keep run off with yet another musician? Not at all, he sighed. I came to ask you to lend me some men, to tighten the encirclement around each household further. Zhang Zhixu glanced at him. Having known Xia Lanting's character since childhood, seeing a look of conscience-stricken unease on his face was truly a rare occurrence. Use my orders to borrow Suborin, he said. He has been quite idle of late. Very well. Xia Lanting regained his focus. The former manager of your silver house has some connections with Lu Xiaohuai. I cannot investigate this myself, so I must trouble you to inquire. I have no time, Zhang Zhixu replied, turning to leave. Hey, a little help, please. I can at least thank you later. With what? With that new I recently acquired. Boring, he scoffed. Better to offer that fine steed from the foreign tribute. The steed was unlike an ordinary horse. Its hooves moved in unison, appearing as if it were limping, yet it provided a remarkably smooth ride, even at a gallop, without causing significant jolts. Xia Lanting's face fell upon hearing this. That is exceedingly rare. If it weren't rare, I wouldn't be asking you for it, Zhang Zhixu shot back, raising an eyebrow. Will you give it or not? All right, dear ancestor, I knew that once you caught wind of something valuable, it would be impossible to keep it. He lamented dramatically. After extracting a toll from his friend, Zhang Zhixu felt somewhat relieved of the frustration that had been building up due to Chen Baoxiang's earlier vexation. After bidding farewell to Xia Lanting, he proceeded to meet Lu Shang, who had previously managed the Huaidong Silver House. Having been detained in the Zhang family escort yard since the incident involving the soul recovery pill, Lu Shang had not yet been interrogated. They had merely been biding their time, gradually wearing down his resolve. Now that Xia Lanting had traced the matter back to him, Zhang Zhixu unlocked the door that had remained shut for far too long. Once arrogant, Lu Shang now appeared utterly defeated, his eyes dull and lifeless from the torment of confinement. Upon seeing Zhang Zhixu, he rushed forward. Fengqing, you were this small when I held you in my arms. I have worked for the Zhang family for 8 years. While I may lack merit, I have certainly put in my share of hard work. Ningsu blocked him from coming any closer, while Zhang Zhixu leisurely took a seat on a stool. Do you believe I have been too harsh with you, Fengqing? Good nephew, this hardly counts as a significant offense. 4 years ago, the Huaidong Silver House turned from profit to loss. You claimed it was due to several fields suffering from poor harvests. Zhang Zhixu opened the account book. 3 years ago, it was discovered that you had embezzled funds from the account, and you said it was due to your mother's death, leaving you no choice but to resort to such measures.
2 years ago, you were caught taking 300 taels from the Liu family, asserting it was payment for tea. A year ago, a 20-year-old girl with the surname Liu appeared in your courtyard, living and dining with you, and you claimed she was a distant cousin seeking refuge. He closed the pages with a sardonic smile. Do you believe any of this? Do you think I believe it? Lu Shang longed to argue, but, meeting Zhang Zhixu's penetrating gaze, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he wilted. Young master, I know my actions have caused some losses to the Zhang family, but the Zhang family is so wealthy. You are aware that I have wealth. I do not care about such losses. Zhang Zhixu interrupted. Does Lu uncle know what I truly care about? Lu Shang looked up in confusion. The man before him was on the cusp of adulthood, his once gentle features now sharpened, dark eyes fixed upon him like a razor's edge poised above his head. Am I a traitor? He murmured. Or should I not have tarnished the Zhang family's reputation? Incorrect. Zhang Zhixu crouched down, fixing him with a serious gaze. You should not have deceived me. In his life, nothing irked him more than being deceived. Before him, Lu Shang had always appeared kind and honest, reminding him to dress warmly in cold weather, offering ice during the heat, and occasionally bringing him fresh fruits from the countryside, his face adorned with an innocent expression. Had he not heard his voice at the Pei family, he would never have suspected him. The fondness he had previously held for those gestures now morphed into rage. Whatever Ning Su asks, Lu uncle best answer, Zhang Zhixu said, shifting his gaze away languidly. I shall not accompany you further. Lu Shang was struck with terror, wishing to plead for mercy, but Ning Su had already stepped forward, swiftly silencing him and dragging him out by the rope binding him. The sound of muffled sobs floated over the high walls, mingling with the wails emanating from the main house of the courtyard on Xuanwu 2nd Street. That hurts, Chen Baoxiang winced, baring her teeth. I've already applied the ointment he gave me. Why does it still hurt so much? That ointment is for external use. It cannot alleviate your internal injuries, Sun Sihua remarked, opening the medicine chest, puzzled. But how did you get hurt again? Chen Baoxiang chuckled awkwardly. The injury on her right shoulder was not severe, or at least she had thought so, believing that applying some ointment would suffice in a couple of days. However, during lunch with the master, she suddenly coughed up blood. Chapter 87 of Flower Bait. The esteemed master turned as pale as a ghost, immediately administering acupuncture to her and sending for her master. Sun Sihua took one look and declared that her shoulder blade was fractured and there was internal bleeding. Had aid not arrived promptly, she would likely be too weak to speak at this moment. My disciple is quite amusing. When I first taught him the art of the solidifying needle, he was most reluctant to learn, yet now he wields it more adeptly than anyone else. Sun Sihua chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Baoxiang intended to nod in agreement, but upon recalling her disciple and the solidifying needle, she hesitated. Master, she suddenly raised her head, how many people in the world can truly master the solidifying needle technique? Sun Sihua, engrossed in preparing the medicine, replied, this technique is a unique secret of my master. He only passed it down to me, and I have only imparted it to Feng Qing. Chen Baoxiang slowly blinked. If her memory served her right, when she was still in her own body, the esteemed master had previously used the solidifying needle technique on Cheng Huai. If only Sun Sihua and Zhang Zhixu possessed this skill, where then did the esteemed master acquire it? Lost in thought, Chen Baoxiang unconsciously murmured, could it be? What? Sun Sihua did not hear clearly. She regained her composure and, with a serious expression, asked, Master, if someone has been deceiving you since the moment you met, what would you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Sihua replied, I would poison him and ensure his demise. Chen Baoxiang was left speechless. While that was somewhat satisfying, was it not also illegal? After some contemplation, she lamented, if I were deceived, I might not resort to murder. At most, I would find him frightening and refrain from opening my heart to him. You sound rather too easy to bully, Sun Sihua disapproved. If the cost of bullying you is minimal, you will perpetually be subject to it. You should learn from Feng Qing, he is ever vengeful and would never let those who deceive him off lightly. As he spoke, his gaze caught a glimpse of a garment outside the partition. Hey, child, what are you doing standing there? Come in. The water-green ham-frozen Zhang Zhixu stepped around the partition, his expression a complex mix as he clasped his hands in greeting. Master. How long have you been here? Just arrived. That was a deceit. He had entered the moment Chen Baoxiang inquired about the solidifying needle technique. The longer he listened, the more a chill crept down his spine, prompting him to remain still. He dared not meet Chen Baoxiang's gaze and instead lowered his eyes, saying, These past few days have troubled you, master. I arranged for Jiuchuan to prepare a banquet for you at the Star-Picking Tower, featuring the most popular troupe in the capital. Sun Sihua had no particular hobby aside from his passion for music. Upon hearing this, he broke into a smile. Ah, you are truly filial, this is nearly sufficient, then I shall take my leave to rest for a while? Disciple will see you off, master. Chen Baoxiang watched as he left and took quite some time to return, clad in a light purple robe. She questioned, esteemed master, why are you wearing this? Since the transformation of the esteemed master into Zhang Zhixu, he had not repeated a single expensive garment. She counted the colors, in nearly half a month, he had amassed red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo, yet he had never donned purple. Finding it curious, she had even asked Jiuchuan about it, who replied, our master finds purple gaudy and has never touched it. After hearing this, Chen Baoxiang admired the esteemed master greatly. His intelligence was exceptional, and his mimicry was impeccable, surpassing even Zhang Zhixu. However, at present, the esteemed master looked at her with an innocent expression and glanced down at his attire. I accidentally soiled my clothes while seeing off master earlier, so I simply purchased this outfit at a nearby fabric shop. Does it not suit me? It was not that it was unappealing. His face made anything look good. However, Chen Baoxiang anxiously glanced outside. Zhang Zhixu detests this color.
What does he know of taste?
The esteemed master frowned. This color is noble, only those of high birth can wear it.
Chen Baoxiang felt a sense of camaraderie, cheerfully giving him a high five.
Yet, after the gesture, her expression fell.
Have you forgotten that you are still impersonating him? Ah, right.
The esteemed master smacked his forehead in realization, then bitterly smiled.
This life is exhausting, and so is this charade. Ha!
Chen Baoxiang was puzzled.
I thought you seemed quite at ease.
After all this time, no one has raised any suspicions.
You know not of what you speak.
The esteemed master sighed. I have inquired about Zhang Zhixu's every preference and learned them well, yet many of his habits are the exact opposite of mine.
He loves bamboo, I detest it.
He enjoys water, I fear it, he shuns the cold, I revel in it. He is allergic to rapeseed flowers, while I happen to adore them, even this purple hue, which he despises, I habitually purchase. As he spoke, he helplessly extended his hands towards her.
Chen Baoxiang suddenly understood. So you are entirely different individuals. Otherwise, what would it be?
The esteemed master looked perplexed, feeling a small sigh of relief, she smiled.
Indeed, it ought to be so.
Zhang Zhixu curved his lips as he examined her wounds, casually commenting, fortunately, I learned the solidifying needle technique a century ago.
Otherwise, you would have surely fainted today. Chen Baoxiang perked up her ears. A century ago?
Indeed. At that time, only Sun Xiao's master possessed this technique, and I learned it from him. Such words would hardly convince even a ghost. Yet, when uttered by the omnipotent esteemed master, Chen Baoxiang found them entirely plausible. So that is the case, I almost mistook you for Zhang Zhixu.
How could you think that?
Zhang Zhixu averted his gaze. I am a celestial being, he is but a mortal. Exactly, she exclaimed, her interest piqued.
So, esteemed master, if you discover someone deceiving you, would you seek revenge like Zhang Zhixu?
Lu Shang, shackled, stumbled through the streets, appearing utterly disheveled. Zhang Zhixu glanced out the window, his gaze drifting as he remarked, surely not, how could I be as narrow-minded as him? Chen Baoxiang released a deep sigh of relief, for reasons unknown, both felt a twinge of guilt. She turned her head, feigning interest in the purple smoke from the incense burner, while the esteemed master uneasily scrutinized the patterns on the curtains. By the way, how are matters with Lu Shaohuai progressing, she inquired. Zhang Zhixu replied, based on the existing evidence and charges, he can only be prosecuted for embezzlement. The deaths in Yanglan village cannot be attributed to Lu Shaohuai. The situation at Shelwi Money Exchange is moving faster.
All involved parties have been imprisoned, including Lu Huan and Lu Shi. As he spoke, a sense of injustice welled within him. Why should Lu Shaohuai escape the death penalty? Why should embezzlement warrant only a light punishment? However, the laws of Dashang were established by officials, and such leniency was expected when it came to their own punishment. No one ever deemed this problematic, yet from Chen Baoxiang's perspective, was this not the very root of unchecked official corruption? What was more alarming was that even if this root were identified, the officials in power would be loath to reform it. Her heart sank gradually, her expression growing increasingly grave. Zhang Zhixu, sensing her distress, forced himself to uplift the mood, realizing she needed rest and should not dwell too much on troubling thoughts, yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found her with a sly expression, her eyes glinting mischievously. Esteemed master, does this mean I could also throw a grand birthday banquet and seize a fortune in the process? Chapter 88.
The pursuit of wealth. The value of human life pales in comparison to the pursuit of wealth, and Chen Baoxiang found herself giddy at the thought of a windfall that would bury her in riches. Let us host 30 tables for a banquet, distributing invitations to every minor official beneath us, surely that would lead to prosperity. Great master, we are finally on the cusp of prosperity, she exclaimed with a playful grin, tugging at his sleeve. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she found no trace of mirth upon his countenance, his brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. He admonished her with restraint, Chen Baoxiang, do not descend to their level. Why not? She tilted her head, regarding him curiously. After all, the cost is hardly exorbitant, is it? The laws of the great Shang are imperfect. Those who serve must advise, and those who govern must act justly. He articulated each word with deliberation. Even when loopholes exist, even if others exploit them, do not allow yourself to fall into moral decay. A flutter of emotion stirred within her, causing her lashes to tremble. Oftentimes, she perceived the great master as someone untouched by the struggles of the mortal realm, akin to a flower nurtured in the clouds, yet, at times, he resembled a solitary bamboo stalk undaunted by the harshness of life, standing tall and graceful against the elements. Swallowing her sentiments, she teased him, so, if the good times are reserved for the unscrupulous, what becomes of the virtuous? Zhang Zhixu fell silent. Clearly, this was not a matter to be resolved in haste. With a smile, she added, given the choice between being a poor virtuous soul and a wealthy scoundrel, I have always preferred the latter, and you know this well. His brow knitted in deep contemplation, as if he wished to persuade her, yet his understanding of her troubled past rendered him somewhat at a loss for words. In his presence, Chen Baoxiang summoned Huanxiao, instructing her to prepare for the feast, invite more cooks, ensure an abundance of meat and vegetables. We are to create a grand occasion. The great master's expression darkened, yet she feigned ignorance. In the springtime, banquets among the noble families of the capital proliferated, and although her birthday celebration was not the most opulent, a great number of attendees graced the occasion. Despite sending out only 50 invitations, over 100 households arrived. With humble gifts, I extend my congratulations to Lord Chen, though they are but trifles. Lord Chen, I am honored. I come under the auspices of the Ministry of War. Lord Chen, a pleasure to meet you. I approach on the recommendation of Lord Zhao, seeking a cup of wine. Having tended to her injuries for several days, Chen Baoxiang now possessed the strength to stand at the entrance. Her smile radiated warmth as she greeted each guest with heartfelt enthusiasm. Zhou, standing beside her, could not contain his curiosity.
Do you know so many people?
Certainly not, she replied softly, maintaining her smile. Most are acquaintances I am meeting for the first time.
Then how come you wonder why I seem so familiar with them, she interjected, casting a glance at the towering pile of gifts by the reception area, her smile growing ever brighter. It is only natural. They have paid for their introductions. Zhou remained speechless. He truly believed that Baoxiang and his master were two entirely different kinds of individuals. Logically, one would expect his master to harbor disdain for her. Yet, Zhang Zhixu sat uncomfortably in the modest upper chamber of the Chen residence, observing the throng below with evident displeasure, yet remaining motionless across from him. Su Baran expressed surprise. Fengqing, what brings you here? If you can attend, why can't I? He retorted tersely. This space was originally designated for me alone. Zhang Zhixu was not one to be easily invited. He was accustomed to sitting alone at high tables, and any slight would prompt him to take his leave. Yet, given Chen Baoxiang's financial constraints and the number of guests, he sighed deeply. The previous day, as they watched the sunset in the courtyard, Zhang Zhixu had inquired, since you were adopted, how do you know your birthday? Chen Baoxiang had replied with a beaming smile, it's quite simple. The day Granny Yi found me is my birthday. Without her, I would not have survived. You know, when I was young, I envied the little girl next door. She celebrated her birthday every year, surrounded by family and friends, all gathering to celebrate her. They served her meat sauce noodles, the aroma wafting through the air, even reaching me through the wall. Zhang Zhixu was not one to be swayed by sympathy. He believed that where there were the wealthy, there would also be the impoverished. With so many struggling souls, each navigating life's challenges, Chen Baoxiang was just one among many, deserving of no particular concern. Fengqing. Xia Lanting observed the food box beside him with confusion. Why bring that to a banquet? Zhang Zhixu, snapping back to reality, retorted, what business is it of yours? Is there not enough on your plate with Lu Qingrong's affairs? With so many around, it was remarkable that they had allowed significant figures to slip through their fingers. His expression soured. Xia Lanting lamented, must you bring up such unpleasant matters on a day meant for celebration? Zhang Zhixu was equally discontented. The crowd was overwhelming, and each guest seemed eager to ingratiate themselves with him. His well-mannered upbringing compelled him to engage politely, yet his mood soured, akin to having damp straw lodged in his throat. As his gaze wandered from Xia Lanting, he spotted two figures at the entrance. Zhang Yingyue had been specifically invited by Chen Baoxiang, and Zhang Xilai was also on the guest list. The two had initially approached separately, only to collide at the threshold. Yingyue appeared to be urgently conversing with Zhang Xilai, yet he averted his gaze and instinctively recoiled from her. Zhang Zhixu cleared his throat involuntarily. Zhang Xilai turned to peer inside, his expression tightening. Uncle? Zhang Zhixu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, gestured with his hand. Come in and sit. Yingyue followed Zhang Xilai obediently, feeling somewhat guilty as she sought conversation. Second brother, Xia Darren, what gifts did you bring for Sister Baoxiang? Xia Lanting replied weakly, a red envelope. Zhang Zhixu shot him a sidelong glance. You have put forth no thought whatsoever. How was I to know what she would like? A red envelope is always a safe choice, Xia Lanting replied, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. What did you bring? A fine steed, a tribute from a foreign land. Xia Lanting was taken aback. Wasn't he that rather extravagant? He was merely borrowing flowers to present as offerings, while this man had outright seized the flowers for himself. Fengqing, your generosity is remarkable, Su Baran remarked. Just in time, as Baoxiang is about to begin her lessons in archery and horse riding. A steed will greatly enhance her progress. Too kind, Zhang Zhixu replied with a sidelong glance. What did you gift her, Xinjiang? Su Baran chuckled lightly, mine is hardly worth mentioning. Though he professed to pursue her, he had put little thought into his gift. Zhang Zhixu gave a soft snort, shaking his fan as he surveyed the impressive steed now before him. Chen Baoxiang stood nearby, refraining from mounting the horse. She was engrossed in animated conversation with a lady opposite her, who excitedly clasped her shoulder and presented her with a red box. Upon receiving it, Chen Baoxiang opened it briefly before closing it tightly, cradling it against her chest, a clear indication of its considerable value. Zhang Zhixu did not dwell on it further, redirecting his attention to await the commencement of the feast. Chapter 89 The Birthday Banquet. Chen Baoxiang organized an extravagant feast, having slaughtered no fewer than 20 sheep, not to mention the pigs, cattle, fish, and various meats. It truly appeared as though they were preparing to feast for 3 days and nights. She was in high spirits, moving from table to toast the guests, regardless of whether she knew them or not, engaging in light conversation and ensuring that everyone was entertained and cheerful. However, with so many people present, time slipped away, and by the time she made her way to the loft, noon had long passed. Daxian sat in silence, arms crossed, and did not even look up when he heard her enter. Chen Baoxiang sensed that something was amiss and, after toasting the people at the table, discreetly approached him to whisper, have I missed your mealtime? Daxian merely grunted, still refusing to meet her gaze.
The room was crowded and chaotic. She barely managed to exchange a few words with him before Su Buran interrupted, while Yin Yu pulled her aside to chat, and Xiao Lanting clamored to seek her out for a complaint. Before long, she found herself pushed away from his side as Zhang Zhixu's expression darkened further as he rose to leave. A hand reached out from the crowd to grasp his arm. He paused and turned to see Chen Baoxiang parting the throng, assuring him, "I'll be right there," as she pulled him along towards the exit.
"Where are you going, Lord Chen?" "Baoxiang, sister."
"Miss Baoxiang, I haven't finished speaking," a multitude called after her, but she did not look back, her grip on him firm as she led him out of the room, heavy with the scent of food and wine, into the refreshing breeze outside.
Zhang Zhixu's demeanor softened slightly. He muttered, "Where are we headed?"
"I have something to consult Lord Zhang about," Chen Baoxiang replied vaguely, guiding him into the quieter main hall at the back. Come, I've saved a table just for you." She seated him at the table, adding, "I've also asked Ningxu to take your maid away, so feel free to eat, don't hold back."
Did she think he was angry because he hadn't eaten enough?
Zhang Zhixu let out a deep breath, annoyed, and placed the food box in front of her. Chen Baoxiang looked puzzled and opened the box, revealing noodles. In truth, it should have been a bowl of meat sauce noodles, simmered in a rich broth with top-quality cloud silk noodles as the base and finely chopped beef for the sauce. Even though it had congealed into a lump, its aroma still wafted enticingly. Chen Baoxiang's eyes sparkled as she held the bowl and looked across at him.
"Was this made just for me?"
"Not at all," Zhang Zhixu replied tersely, "it was merely arranged for display." She chuckled softly, her cheeks flushed from the drink, and without hesitation, she threw her arms around him.
"Daxian, you're truly wonderful." The scent of alcohol enveloped him. He should have found it off-putting, yet for some inexplicable reason, his hand instinctively found its way to her back. He couldn't help but grumble, "You seem to be enjoying yourself while I nearly suffocated upstairs, with so many people crowding around me. I didn't know who among them was your important guest, so I didn't dare to have Ningxu intervene. And what about Xilai and Yin Yu? Why did you pair them together? When Yin Yu gets drunk, she babbles on about embarrassing things." Xilai nearly suffered because of her antics. "And Su Buran, what status does he have to be shielding you from the drinks?"
His words tumbled out rapidly, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Chen Baoxiang listened, her gaze dreamy, and she chuckled lightly. Zhang Zhixu tried to pull away from her but found her taking up chopsticks to start making noodles. The noodles were tough, and she struggled to knead them, but she still managed to pull out 2 strands and shove them into her mouth.
His irritation dissipated significantly.
"Stop eating that, let the kitchen prepare a fresh bowl. It tastes quite similar to what I imagined," she continued, seemingly oblivious, as she persisted in kneading and eating. "Daxian, you have no idea how long I've waited for this bowl of noodles."
Zhang Zhixu pressed his lips together in annoyance. "I know."
Even though they were not in the same body, and despite the vast chasm between them, he could still see the little wretch who had longed for what others had from across the expanse of time. Chen Baoxiang was a young girl who mattered to someone. She deserved to have what others possessed. After devouring the bowl of meat sauce noodles, Chen Baoxiang patted her belly in satisfaction. Behind her, a mountain of birthday gifts piled up like a small hill as Zhang Zhixu glanced over and suddenly asked, "What did Su Buran give you?" Chen Baoxiang pondered, "His gift wasn't tea given to the doorman. He mentioned waiting until tonight to give it to me privately." "Tonight, privately?" Zhang Zhixu narrowed his eyes slightly.
"It certainly sounds like it's nothing good. How could his gift be anything less?"
"I was referring to him as a person." Chen Baoxiang fell silent, scratching her head in confusion.
"Daxian, do you not like Lord Su very much?"
Zhang Zhixu did not respond, merely toying with the teacup in his hand. However, Chen Baoxiang grew anxious and earnestly advised, "Lord Su has been your childhood companion and has a good relationship with Lord Xie. If you want to maintain good relations with Zhang Zhixu, you cannot dislike him."
"It would be too obvious."
"Who said childhood companions must remain close? His connection with Su Buran was only due to Xie Lanting's involvement." He huffed and poked her forehead with his index finger. "Instead of worrying about me, you should calculate how much silver you've spent on this banquet."
"Right."
Upon recalling this, Chen Baoxiang hurriedly pulled out her abacus. Not knowing how much it would be, she wailed upon calculating, "So expensive, it's just food, how can it cost this much?"
She hadn't even included extravagant dishes like lamb, mostly serving hearty meats, yet the tally was suffocating.
As she calculated, she pitifully opened her purse to peek inside. Zhang Zhixu chuckled at the sight. "Knowing it's expensive, yet you prepared so many dishes. Given your nature, you should have only served lunch and skipped dinner.
Inviting guests for just one meal would still yield ample gifts, and the expenses could have been even lower."
"You don't understand," Chen Baoxiang mumbled. Zhang Zhixu was displeased by her remark. He was the person in the world who understood her best, so what could he possibly not know? Just as he was about to continue, Han Xiao rushed in with a smile, calling, "Master, everyone is looking for you outside."
"You should hurry out. I can't handle them alone."
"I'm coming," Chen Baoxiang replied, lifting her skirt as she dashed out. Zhang Zhixu followed closely behind her. As they traversed the courtyard back to the front hall, he glanced around, his pace suddenly slowing. It was well past noon, and most guests had already dispersed, yet every banquet table remained filled with people, their manners uncouth, almost as if they were fighting for food. Upon closer inspection, they were ragged individuals, eating while warily scanning their surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest notice from the host. "Chen Baoxiang," he called out ahead, intending to remind her, "you spent a fortune on this banquet." Chapter 90. He did not know the person ahead strode through the courtyard, seemingly blind to those around them. Zhang Zhixu came to a halt, standing beneath the corridor, observing as the servants in the courtyard continued to serve dishes and meat with an air of oblivion, their hands rudely plunging into the platters they carried, showing no reaction whatsoever. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Zhixu wondered if there was something awry with his own vision. However, upon closer inspection he noticed a scuffle breaking out over food, while a few militaristic figures from the other table approached, compelling those involved to return to their meals obediently. A throng of ragged individuals, initially hesitant and glancing around, surged forth upon discovering that there were provisions to be had at this table. The dishes that the nobility found unappealing were devoured by them, leaving not even a drop of oil soup behind. How could it be so expensive, lamented Chen Baoxiang across the way, pinching her philtrum in distress. Yet, in the very next moment, a large platter of scallion pancakes was snatched away from before her, and she turned her head, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Zhang Zhixu felt a stirring in his heart. "Oh, master, it appears we are finally on the verge of prosperity," he mused. "I have always preferred to be a wealthy villain rather than a poor good man. You know this all too well." He believed he understood everything. However, lifting his gaze to the distant, irate Chen Baoxiang, and then glancing at those voraciously enjoying their meal right beneath her nose, Zhang Zhixu lowered his eyes, realizing there were indeed matters he remained ignorant of. For instance, these past 3 days coincided with the farmers who had their land seized coming to the capital to lodge complaints and reclaim their property. They were unfamiliar with the surroundings and had no money. Where would they dine? Similarly, what of those who had fallen into destitution due to the loss of their lands and families, struggling to survive in the unfinished Guangxia Fong? Chen Baoxiang was well aware of these unspoken realities. The 3-day banquet, lavish with 100 tables, could still provide a few hearty meals, even if the later servings consisted mostly of meat scraps, minor dishes, and steamed buns. It bore no banners of charity, nor did it require gratitude from anyone. Those seated here were merely fortunate enough to encounter a grand banquet at a noble spring feast, akin to the time when Chen Baoxiang had but a few copper coins, waiting on the street for spring to arrive. An odd warmth surged within his chest, accompanied by a quickening heartbeat. Zhang Zhixu fanned himself, saying, "Zhou, it seems rather warm today." Zhou looked up, perplexed, at the sky. "Haven't the past few days been breezy? It's quite cool." "Is that so?" He had been feeling increasingly hot of late, likely due to Chen Baoxiang's restless spirit, which inevitably influenced him. Just then, a voice called from above, "Master, young Master Zhang has gotten into a scuffle." "What?" Chen Baoxiang gasped in shock. Conflicts at banquets were commonplace, especially with so many martial men present today, for which she had made some preparations, yet she had never anticipated that it would be Zhang Zhixu, the typically decorous scholar, who would initiate the fray. When Chen Baoxiang rushed upstairs, she found Xia Lanting restraining Zhang Zhixu, who was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot and fists trembling at his sides. Opposite him stood an individual clutching their face, furiously shouting, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm alone today, I'd make you leave horizontally." Who wouldn't be incensed by such words? Young Master Zhang had nearly regained his composure, but upon hearing this, he surged forward once more. Chen Baoxiang hurried to intervene, thinking that Silver Moon was still present. How could they brawl in front of her? Before she could voice her thoughts, a flash of crimson moved past her. "Your mouth isn't clean, is it? Not clean?" Silver Moon shouted, seizing a stool to strike. "I'll make sure you leave horizontally right now." Chen Baoxiang was taken aback. Her body twisted in midair as she quickly wrapped her arms around Silver Moon. "Don't hurt yourself, what's going on?" The stool crashed against the individual, and Silver Moon attempted to kick him again, but Chen Baoxiang's strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to move, and she turned her head, saying, "Sister Baoxiang, I'm sorry for the trouble." "I'm not afraid of trouble," she replied, pulling Silver Moon away, "but what on earth is happening?" The room was crowded with people. Some were mediating the conflict, while others sought a doctor. Ning Su and Zhou moved to clear the area, ushering everyone toward the side rooms. When the surroundings finally quieted, Silver Moon's emotions stabilized somewhat. With reddened eyes, she explained, "That person is under Cheng Huili's command." He pretended to be drunk and came over, claiming he wanted to test the marriage customs for their general. What utter nonsense! Chen Baoxiang's temper flared, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to pursue him. Zhang Zhixu grasped her arm firmly, frowning, "Let her finish." "What's there to listen to? Just hearing that is enough for me to break his leg," Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, struggling. "What kind of scoundrel dares to bully my friends on my turf? Let go, I'll kill him." Silver Moon timidly tugged at her sleeve. "I've already dealt with it." The moment he spoke, I slapped him twice and dumped a plate of freshly fried meat slices on his head. Chen Baoxiang's struggles suddenly ceased, her expression shifting in surprise as she regarded Zhang Yinyu anew. "Ah. It was he who provoked me first." Second brother said, "Under the great Shang law, only the instigator is punished, the defender is blameless." "I'm not saying you're at fault." Chen Baoxiang crouched beside her, examining her palms. "I'm just surprised at how strong you are." Zhang Yinyu, too, had been pampered and lacked brute strength. However, fueled by her anger and the provocations of that ruffian, she momentarily set aside her inhibitions of originally, having eagerly awaited Sister Baoxiang's invitation to converse with Zhang Zhixu, at the very least to apologize for the last incident that had led to his beating. She found herself rebuffed, as Zhang Zhixu avoided her, nodding to her words without granting her a single glance. The Zhang family was meant to sit together, yet just before taking their seats, Zhang Zhixu had switched places with Xia Lanting. Zhang Yinyu's heart felt as though it were steeped in vinegar, crumpled and sour. When that ruffian approached with his absurdities, she could hardly restrain herself. What she hadn't mentioned to Sister Baoxiang was that as soon as she struck, the man had attempted to retaliate. Being from the military, he had both strength and stature that far surpassed hers. Just as she was about to suffer a loss, Zhang Zhixu, who had been ignoring her, charged in like a frenzied dog, engaging in a brawl with the man. Recalling this, Zhang Yinyu anxiously turned to look at Zhang Zhixu. His hands were scraped, but his gaze had already shifted to the window. Chen Baoxiang observed the two of them, clicking her tongue, then turning to Zhang Zhixu, saying, "You handle that one. I'll deal with this, let us separate and discuss." Zhang Zhixu nodded, casting a glance at Zhang Zhixu. The latter felt a shiver down his spine and obediently followed him outside. "Uncle, I'm sorry," Zhang Zhixu spoke before he had even reached the back garden.
Chapter 91 What is heartfelt joy? Though Zhang Zhixu did not turn his head as he replied, "What do you mean by sorry?"
"I have brought shame to the Zhang family."
Xia Lanting interjected, "What is there to be ashamed of?"
"It was he who first harassed the young ladies of the Zhang family."
Zhang Zhixu retorted sharply, "You know nothing, so keep your mouth shut."
Xia Lanting, unwilling to concede, was about to argue back, but he noticed Zhang Zhixu, with his lips tinged in shades of purple, solemnly stating, "I did not strike that person, and I was injured." "It is indeed quite shameful."
Xia Lanting raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Isn't it normal that a cultured scholar cannot defeat a ruffian? Is there even a need for reflection on that?"
Turning back, he saw Zhang Zhixu nodding in agreement. "When we return, I shall find you a master."
"You cannot remain cooped up in the study, completely ignorant of martial arts."
"Yes, sir."
The duo fell silent, as if there were no other matters worthy of discussion. Xia Lanting widened his eyes in astonishment. Is this really the end?
The Zhang family is renowned for its strict upbringing. This is, after all, a matter of brawling. Shouldn't there be more admonishment?
Zhang Zhixu cast a disdainful glance at Xia Lanting.
Even Yinyu knows that under the laws of the Great Shang, only the instigator is punished.
Are you, who oversees the penal system, unaware of this? I am aware, but are you suggesting that just now, my nephew exhibited some inappropriate behavior?
Zhang Zhixu candidly acknowledged, "When I rushed in, I disregarded propriety and directly pulled my aunt behind me."
Zhang Zhixu seemed unimpressed. What is there to fret about? Every time she misbehaved as a child, were you not the one who carried her home?
Carrying her was far more affectionate than merely shielding her with a hand. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze, his ears tinged with red. "But we are grown now, and my father wishes for me to observe some decorum." "If you are to adhere to your father's rules, then that would indeed pose a problem," Zhang Zhixu replied, shutting his folding fan. "You certainly need not have attended this gathering today." Although Chen Baoxiang had sent him an invitation, if he were to mention the family's predicament, she would surely understand.
Yet, Zhang Zhixu still chose to come, and not only did he come, but his gaze was persistently fixed on Zhang Yinyu. Though Yinyu was oblivious, he was acutely aware of every detail.
"Uncle," Zhang Zhixu said, his complexion pale, "I harbor no ulterior motives." Zhang Zhixu regarded him with a bemused smile, remaining silent. The garden was abloom with vibrant spring flowers, and Zhang Zhixu, lost in thought, suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know what heartfelt joy is?" Zhang Zhixu narrowed his eyes. His usually obedient nephew was revealing genuine emotions, displaying a mix of pain and struggle. "Uncle, do you know? I cannot pinpoint when it began, but my feelings for her have changed. When I see her, my face flushes, and my heart races. Being near her makes my palms warm. Even though reason incessantly reminds me that this is against propriety, I find my gaze uncontrollably drawn to her. But she is now my aunt and has been promised to another." Zhang Zhixu lifted his head, his eyes fragile as if they might shatter upon contact. "Uncle, strike me if you must." A fierce blow would be best, shattering all of his foolish desires. Zhang Zhixu listened, his brow furrowing gradually. "Have you misunderstood? Experiencing flushes and racing hearts upon seeing another is quite normal. How can that be termed heartfelt joy?" Xia Lanting, initially intending to discreetly avoid eavesdropping on the Zhang family's secrets, could not help but dart back at this remark. Who do you feel this way about?" Zhang Zhixu clicked his tongue in annoyance. "What business is it of yours? How can it not concern me? I am well versed in matters of the heart, far more accurately than your family's herbalist can identify herbs." Xia Lanting seized the opportunity. "If you let someone so inexperienced guide you, who knows where they might lead you astray?" He turned to Zhang Zhixu, saying, "It is entirely natural for a man to feel flushed and breathless around someone he cherishes. Some even find their emotions swayed. One moment they may be angry, and the next, easily appeased. That is what it means to be smitten." Zhang Zhixu remained silent, his expression souring. "Do not interrupt me with your nonsense." "What nonsense?" "I speak the truth. Those of us who never indulge in tales or dramas cannot fathom what it means to be enamored without the wisdom of our predecessors. Xilai, heed my advice. When you like someone, you must pursue them, regardless of the obstacles ahead. Life is fleeting. Why allow regrets to linger?" "Hey, Ning Su, put me down." Zhang Zhixu frowned and gestured to Ning Su, "Throw him far away." "Yes, sir." Zhang Zhixu watched as Xia Lanting struggled against Ning Su's hold, shaking his head with trepidation. "I shall adhere to the teachings of the Zhang family and will never again act in such a manner." The people across from him remained silent. Zhang Zhixu anxiously raised his gaze, only to find his uncle seemingly lost in thought. The half-closed folding fan rested motionless on his knuckles, his deep black eyes staring blankly at the bluestone beneath him. Zhang Zhixu blinked, suddenly daring to speculate. "Uncle, are you thinking of Miss Baoxiang?" "No," Zhang Zhixu returned to reality, lowering his gaze. "She and I are merely friends." "Friends?" Zhang Zhixu pondered. If their relationship were akin to that of Xia Lanting, would his uncle permit Ning Su to treat Miss Baoxiang in the same manner? Meanwhile, inside the room, Chen Baoxiang sneezed, rubbing her nose. She straightened up. Please continue. Across from her, Inui sulked as she said, I have already tentatively asked my elder brother if I could serve under him as a minor official, but he refused.
In his view, a woman should remain dutifully in the inner chambers.
Yet, to stay at home, relying on their support, leaves me without the confidence to assert my own desires for marriage. She sounded disheartened. Moreover, the Cheng family continues to pressure us. The Cheng family, Chen Baoxiang contemplated, Lu Xiaohuai has already been imprisoned, and Xiang Huai has a limp. The future landscape may differ greatly from the present. I hope for a turning point within the year. Inui frowned, but simply waiting at home for results is akin to being a fish on a chopping board. I wish to fight for my destiny, yet my elder brother offers me no avenues.
Chen Baoxiang suggested, have you heard of Xin Xianyue? I have heard the name. She is currently serving as a deputy officer in the pharmaceutical department of the Bureau of Industry. Chen Baoxiang clapped her hands. She is intelligent and ambitious. Just the other day, someone from the pharmaceutical department told me that Lady Xin is likely to be promoted next year. How wonderful! Inui exclaimed with envy. Once she has an official title, she need not wait at home for a marriage arrangement like us. What I mean is, if you have aspirations, why not try working under her? Chen Baoxiang suggested. Compared to the military environment, that place is primarily occupied by female officials, and I believe your elder brother might be more amenable to negotiations. Zhang Yinyue's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She grasped Chen Baoxiang's hand and asked, is it truly possible? I haven't read many medical texts. Compared to those who only begin to learn how to read upon entering the bureau, you are already quite accomplished. Chen Baoxiang gestured for her to open her hand. Puzzled, Zhang Yinue complied, only to see that Chen Baoxiang had not consumed the sunflower seeds she had previously cracked but had gathered a large handful of white kernels, half of which she offered to her. When Lady Xin was appointed, I assisted her with a small favor, so providing you with a letter of recommendation should not be difficult, she said with a smile. As long as you do not give up on yourself, I am willing to help you. To escape one's original fate, an individual often requires not only their own effort and luck but also the support of a benefactor. Having grown accustomed to being humble, Chen Baoxiang relished the opportunity to play the benefactor. Upon hearing her words, Inui felt elated, and Chen Baoxiang shared in her joy. The two young women huddled together in the room, conspiring loudly. Chapter 92. The most precious thing as dusk descended, the lively atmosphere outside lingered, though the number of guests had dwindled considerably. Su Buran finally seized a moment of respite and summoned Chen Baoxiang to the rear garden. I truly appreciate your constant assistance, my lord, Chen Baoxiang remarked, covering her eyes as she followed him forward. I haven't properly expressed my gratitude. In truth, you need not bestow upon me anything overly extravagant. Extravagant? It's merely a matter of thoughtfulness, he replied. Individuals of your stature naturally possess valuable sentiments. Su Buran glanced back at her, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Very well, he said, a hint of nervousness in his voice, you may open your eyes now. Chen Baoxiang lowered her hands, blinking in surprise as she was quickly captivated by the spectacle before her. A sky lantern ascended gracefully from the eaves of her dwelling, its elongated shape adorned with a design of a bluebird clutching a flower, a newly released wish lantern from Wanbao Tower, priced at 500 won each. One alone was already lavish, yet as it floated upward, a multitude of lanterns drifted in from all directions, their glimmers sparkling and swaying, instantly filling the entire night sky above her courtyard. From a distance, it resembled stars descending to earth, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as if the Milky Way had reversed its course. Chen Baoxiang's eyes widened. A soft orange glow cascaded from the heavens into her gaze, presenting a vision one might only witness in dreams, grand and resplendent. The nearby garden also came alive with colored glass lanterns, each palm-sized fixture painted in vibrant hues, filled with oil and sealed with a specially crafted base, twinkling amidst the blossoms and branches. They resembled enlarged fireflies or eyes that could no longer conceal their affections. Amidst this dazzling display, Su Buran watched her, somewhat awkwardly and shyly expressing, the brothers in the office suggested I present you with a blade, given your skill with one, yet I believe you are far more befitting of these radiant objects. Just as on that day when they sparred, and he found himself half kneeling on the ground under her strength, he gazed up to see her extending her hand toward him, illuminated by the most brilliant morning sun in the capital. The daylight was radiant, and the young girl, clad in tightly fitted attire, was strikingly luminous. My lord's martial prowess is unparalleled. I fear I shall soon no longer be your match, he mused, his attention returning to the lights, filled with deep affection. Thus, on this day, I wish to use the scene as a medium to request something of the utmost value from you. Chen Baoxiang turned her head, astonished by his words. They stood close together, their mutual feelings palpable from a distance. Zhang Zhixu leaned casually against a nearby eave, idly toying with a folding fan, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding moment. Xia Lanting glanced over, unable to resist a teasing remark. Are you truly conceding such a person to him? What do you mean, my person? Zhang Zhixu replied without looking up. I've already stated we are merely friends. I am also your friend. Why do you not gift me a house or store? Zhang Zhixu remained silent, his expression indifferent, exuding a palpable sense of detachment. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, long tails of light streaking across the dome, illuminating the increasingly intimate silhouettes of the two figures in the garden.
The hand playing with the fan tightened unexpectedly. He straightened his posture, suppressing a rising impatience, and finally took a step forward. At that moment, Chen Baoxiang abruptly leaped aside, shooting Subaran a glare before hastily running towards Zhang Zhixu's direction. A jolt of surprise coursed through Zhang Zhixu. Chen Baoxiang dashed with remarkable speed, her water-colored skirt billowing like blooming peonies in spring. She did not glance back, her clear eyes fixed upon him, a steady gaze. What could this mean? With his keen intellect, Zhang Ergongzi ought to swiftly discern her motives and intentions, yet, his mind was a blank, devoid of thoughts. The hand that had gripped the fan loosened, a delightful tingling sensation coursing from his fingertips to his heart, the beat quickening while a dull throb began at his temples. Unaware of his own expression softening into a smile, he instinctively reached out his hand toward her amidst the dazzling fireworks, catching a radiant star. Great immortal, she exclaimed. In that instant, Zhang Zhixu suddenly grasped the sentiments Xiaolanting had described. His palm grew warm, filled with a sense of bewilderment. One moment he was irritated, and the next, he felt entirely appeased. He responded softly, a rare tenderness in his tone. The person before him raised her head, visibly flustered as she exclaimed, "How could Subaran behave this way? He gifted me a birthday present and then demanded money." Zhang Zhixu, in such an intimate and romantic setting, Subaran dared to utter such words. He regarded the figure standing at a distance with shock. "He asked you for how much?" "Everything, all that I possess." "That is utterly outrageous." "Come, let us confront him." "All right." United in indignation, they prepared to seek out Subaran, but Xiaolanting hurriedly intervened, querying Chen Baoxiang with surprise. "What exactly did he say?" Chen Baoxiang, her fists clenched in anger, replied, "He demanded my most precious possession." "What could that possibly be other than silver, including what Lu Qingrong lost to me and what the great immortal gifted? It amounts to over 2,000 taels." Having initially found the myriad lanterns and fireworks grand and generous, she now realized it was all to be charged to her account. Xiaolanting, he let out a hiss, scratching his temple. Is it possible that what he referred to as the most precious thing is not silver? What else could it be if not silver? Chen Baoxiang retorted, her eyes wide. Do I possess anything else of value? To most, precious and valuable are two distinct concepts. Yet, this individual, Chen Baoxiang, was an exception. Xiaolanting rubbed his forehead, contemplating how foolish Subaran was for not simply expressing his genuine feelings. Instead, he spoke of the most precious thing, oblivious to the fact that nothing held more value in Chen Baoxiang's heart than silver. Zhang Zhixu too came to a realization, unable to suppress a chuckle. Subaran was utterly unaware of Chen Baoxiang's priorities, failing to recognize what mattered most to her while attempting to stage such a grand gesture. It was apparent he was not a suitable match for her. "I shall go speak to Subaran," he declared. "You should check on Hanxiao, she seems quite overwhelmed." "Understood." Chen Baoxiang clutched her purse and dashed away. Xiaolanting observed her retreating figure, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Did you not assert that you were merely friends?" With the overwhelming scent of jealousy permeating the air, was this conduct befitting of mere friends? "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Zhang Zhixu replied curtly as he turned to leave. "Please assist Subaran in tidying this up. Her household lacks sufficient hands to manage." Chapter 93 Enlightenment. Xiaolanting, being a person of considerable experience, could likely discern the truth. Even if Zhang Fengqing refused to acknowledge it, the notion of friendship was merely a facade, a veil of affection that flickered between what was destined to blossom and what remained unfulfilled. His first instinct was to jest and tease, but upon noticing the jade crown atop Zhang Zhixu's head, Xiaolanting hesitated abruptly. "Have you managed to placate the one within the palace?" Zhang Zhixu paused, memories flooding back to his days as the top scholar during the imperial examinations. It was during that time that the new emperor had expressed a desire to bestow a marriage upon him. It was only after the Zhang family elders jointly petitioned, citing his vow of celibacy since childhood and the stipulation that he must wait until he reached maturity to return to the secular world, that the emperor reluctantly suppressed the imperial edict. Although it had been set aside, the desire had not been extinguished. For years, whenever the Zhang family hinted at potential suitors, emissaries from the palace would inevitably come to apply pressure. He felt like a piece of meat for which a deposit had already been placed, left on display at the market, unable to be purchased yet also unable to escape the torment of waiting. Suddenly, everything around him seemed magnified, the sounds of fireworks erupted in his ears, and the wind caused the lanterns beneath the eaves to sway precariously. He felt as if he had regained his senses, his wandering spirit finally tethered to this body burdened by shackles. The suffocating pressure and despair, nearly forgotten, began to resurface, weighing heavily upon his breath. The second son of the Zhang family was a beacon of hope for his clan, the favored scholar of the sage, a man tethered by unseen strings, compelled to advance step by step. He possessed no freedom and, thus, felt unworthy of his own aspirations. The fleeting joy and satisfaction he experienced with Chen Baoxiang were but a merciful gift from the heavens, destined to be reclaimed in the blink of an eye. What he ought to do now was to facilitate the union of Subaran and Chen Baoxiang, fulfill his promise, and then return to his original plans, dedicating himself wholly to the Zhang family until death. Rationality dictated that this was the course he should take, yet Zhang Zhixu turned his gaze towards the figure in the distant courtyard. She took a bite of the morsel she was playfully fed, her eyes squinting with satisfaction, only to be startled by the sound of a shattered bowl, exclaiming in dismay as she calculated the cost of the broken dish with her abacus. Joy, melancholy, excitement, and pain intertwined within him. Chen Baoxiang was as vibrant as a dream he had never dared to dream, coloring the monochrome world he inhabited with hues of life. He had felt her emotions and savored the essence of existence. To be abruptly thrust back into the tranquil torment of his hell was simply unacceptable. Xiaolanting observed the expression on his friend's face, feeling a pang of compassion as he began to offer gentle words of encouragement. Just then, he was taken aback by Zhang Zhixu's unexpected declaration. If I do not attempt it, how can I ascertain whether it can be settled? His tone was light, laced with a rebelliousness Xia Lanting had never heard from him before. Startled, he cautioned, do not act recklessly, the sage has already spoken. Indeed, he has spoken, yet no formal decree has been issued, Zhang Zhixu countered, turning back to face him.
How can you be certain that no further complications will arise? Xia Lanting was left speechless.
Before him stood a friend he had known for over a decade, suddenly radiating an unfamiliar intensity, reminiscent of a flame rekindled in the rain after lying dormant in ash, or a fish long stilled in a pond, suddenly striving to swim upstream.
You, he gasped, eyes widening, are you truly willing to defy the edict for her? Not solely for her, Zhang Zhixu replied, brushing aside his sleeve as he approached Su Baran. I have my own ambitions to pursue.
If Chen Baoxiang could struggle against all odds to survive, he, with his power and privilege, had every right to remain hopeful rather than relinquish everything.
In the distance, Su Baran was still somewhat dazed, staring blankly as Zhang Zhixu approached.
Fengqing, he called out as Zhang Zhixu halted before him, calmly meeting his gaze. Earlier, when Chen Baoxiang moved, you posed a question at the entrance.
Su Baran pondered for a moment. About Chen Darren? Yes, repeat it for me. Unsure of the intent behind his request, Su Baran obediently recited, do you have feelings for Chen Darren? Indeed, Zhang Zhixu confirmed with a nod.
I am unversed in matters of the heart and do not comprehend the depth of such feelings, nor their duration, he candidly admitted. However, at this moment, I do. If you wish for my assistance in pursuing her, I must decline. Su Baran's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. The approaching Xia Lanting was equally astounded, his mouth agape, frozen in astonishment. Another firework exploded in the night sky above the three of them, dazzling in its descent. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixu felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a thrill that rendered his fingertips slightly numb and tightened his throat. This was an emotion he had never experienced in Chen Baoxiang's presence, surpassing mere joy, infused with an indescribable pang of yearning. After a long silence, Su Baran burst into laughter, clapping Zhang Zhixu on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Then let us rely on our own merits. I shall not require your assistance, nor will I yield to you out of friendship. Zhang Zhixu clicked his tongue, playfully swatting away Su Baran's hand with his fan. Am I to yield to you? Though Chen Baoxiang was naive, she was not blind. How could she possibly forsake him for another? He was not as oblivious to her as Su Baran. When the moment came for him to express his true feelings, he would ensure she did not misconstrue it as a mere transaction. Xia Lanting, caught between the two, dared not breathe. He believed his two friends had lost their minds. What was love, after all, that it warranted such a standoff? They would be better off indulging in music at the Spring Breeze Pavilion together instead. What was more concerning was that the two stood there, locked in a mutual gaze, neither willing to make the first move. I propose, Xia Lanting interjected, waving his hand between them, that we return home for now? You may go ahead, Su Baran replied with a smile directed at Zhang Zhixu. I still have gifts to deliver. Zhang Zhixu lazily grinned. I cannot leave. She will undoubtedly come looking for me shortly. Fengqing is quite confident. You, however, lack self-awareness. She mentioned she has something to discuss with me later. Then we shall all remain here and see whom she calls first. Agreed. Simultaneously, they turned to gaze toward the courtyard. At the eye of the storm, Chen Baoxiang remained oblivious, busily clicking her abacus, alternating between furrowed brows and ecstatic smiles. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she looked up and called out to them. Xia Darren. Do you have a moment to spare? Su Baran Zhang Zhixu. Xia Lanting found himself unexpectedly thrust into the eye of the tempest. He smoothed his disheveled hair, pointing at himself in confusion. In me? Yes, Chen Baoxiang hurried over, beaming. I just heard them say that you will be the first to know the outcome of Lu Shouwai's case. Naturally, I am the presiding judge of this case. Then may we speak privately for a moment, she asked, bowing slightly. Xia Lanting innocently raised his hands to his two brothers, signaling that this was official business and imploring them not to take out their frustrations on him. Chapter 94. Madame Yi and Chen Baoxiang were unaware of anything, and impulsively, she pulled Xia Lanting to a secluded corner. At today's banquet, a lady by the surname Ji mentioned she possesses evidence of Lu Shouwai's heinous acts against a servant and a commoner. Do you think it might be of use? Lady Ji? Xia Lanting's expression sharpened as she took the items and began to examine them. Is she the same Madame Ji who previously accused Cheng Huili? Seems so. Why would she entrust these to you? I have no idea. Chen Baoxiang scratched her head. She initially intended to give them to Zhang Zhixu, but there were too many guards around Fengqing, making it impossible for an outsider to approach, so she brought them to me instead. As she spoke, her tone was puzzled yet innocent, without a trace of deception. However, after skimming through a few testimonies, Xia Lanting suddenly looked up at her. Such significant evidence, if it were to fall into the wrong hands, all her efforts would be in vain. If you have no connection with her, how could she place such immense trust in you? Chen Baoxiang widened her eyes. Are you implying that I do not wish to cultivate a relationship with her? She is the wife of a fourth-rank official. If I had such a friend, I would surely flaunt it. Xia Lanting pursed her lips, closing the documents. I shall return and investigate thoroughly. Chen Baoxiang teased, Sir Xia, do you harbor a bias against me? Every time we converse, you seem to question my integrity. Not at all. Xia Lanting waved his hand repeatedly. If such words were to escape my lips, I would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism from both of them.
Who are the two? Never mind.
He cleared his throat lightly. I am merely a person who has spent years handling cases, and my vigilance is heightened. I tend to overthink matters involving anyone connected to a case. This is not directed at you, my lady, please do not take it to heart.
Chen Baoxiang cheerfully waved her hand. That is quite all right.
If you remain skeptical of me, feel free to station someone nearby to observe. I am entirely guiltless. With her words, Xiaolanting felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, despite Chen Baoxiang's eccentricities, she had never been implicated in any case.
By the way, he said, his gaze shifting, what are your thoughts on Su Baran and Fengqing?
They seem quite admirable, she replied. Not in terms of general goodness.
I mean, do you believe they possess any exceptional qualities?
Exceptional qualities, you say? Chen Baoxiang pondered a moment. Fengqing is wealthy, generous, kind-hearted, has impeccable taste, and is quite beautiful. As for Lord Su, he is rather tall.
Xiaolanting. Why does it seem that only his height stands out?
He shook his head, sighing.
It truly is unnecessary to hold back. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Xiaolanting waved his hand.
You have a banquet to prepare in 2 days. I am busy and shall not return. Once the case concludes, I will find you in Fengqing. Safe travels, my lord. Chen Baoxiang smiled and waved. In the small courtyard, the banquet continued, with a mountain of gifts swiftly transported to a nearby pawnshop in exchange for gleaming silver, which was then traded for ample food to serve at the feast.
Huanxiao sat beside Chen Baoxiang, simultaneously joyful and anxious. Sister, do you still have enough silver left? Chen Baoxiang counted her banknotes, smiling brightly.
I initially thought I would be waiting in the capital for a long time, thus requiring a substantial amount of money. But now it seemed that the wait would not be prolonged. The wicked would soon meet their fate, and retribution would follow. She would soon have her desires fulfilled.
Lady Ji has already departed, saying she will visit us again when the opportunity arises.
Huanxiao seemed puzzled.
She appeared to be crying just now, but why? A person dressed so well should not be lacking, should they?
Of course not. Chen Baoxiang gently patted her head. She merely reminisced about an old friend upon seeing me.
An old friend? Chen Baoxiang nodded.
Zhixu was a dear friend of Madame Yi, having grown up together and studied in the same academy, sharing similar aspirations, yet diverging paths upon reaching maturity. Madame Yi stubbornly pursued a career in public service, while Zhixu married and relinquished her recently attained position as a female official, dedicating herself to domestic bliss. Chen Baoxiang felt that Madame Yi must harbor resentment towards Lady Ji, otherwise, she would not have refrained from mentioning her for so many years. However, while sorting through Madame Yi's belongings, she discovered a trove of letters penned by Lady Ji. There were a total of 204 letters, meticulously arranged in pristine, not a single one missing. Unable to read, she could only listen as the literate companions read aloud the names signed at the end, recounting tales of their youthful camaraderie, the sender's regrets, and faded memories of the past. The impression of Lady Ji was that of a fragile shadow, yet this seemingly delicate individual, when it came time to accuse Cheng Huili, dragged her frail body to the imperial court and persisted for 3 hours, undeterred by the neglect and scorn she faced, tirelessly gathering evidence. The birthday banquet this time was a heartfelt invitation from Chen Baoxiang, accompanied by a peony. Madame Yi's favorite flowered Lady Ji arrived promptly, gazing at a letter that had been written but never sent, her eyes filled with longing and heartache. She has never replied to me. Lady Ji choked back tears, not in 17 years.
Does she harbor resentment towards me until her dying breath?
Chen Baoxiang felt as though she had been struck, memories forcibly resurfacing in her mind. A deluge, a throng of people, dying sands, and the high graves built beyond the borders. As the surrounding commotion faded, Chen Baoxiang felt herself still seated by Madame Yi's grave, small and dazed, too afraid to weep aloud.
Wherever Madame Yi is, that is Baoxiang's home. Who would ever forsake our Baoxiang? Madame Yi cherishes her dearly. The stooped figure was scattered by the wind laden with sand, transforming into unshakable blood in her eyes. She longed to carry Madame Yi back to the capital, to introduce her to an old friend she had murmured about in her final moments. Yet, ultimately, time had slipped away. Chen Baoxiang softly inquired of Zhixu, what was Madame Yi like in her youth?
She was, Zhixu sighed, stifling her emotions, yet a smile crept upon her lips, a fearless whirlwind, born into a scholarly family, yet she had a penchant for martial arts, galloping through the capital, causing mayhem, prompting old Master Yi to chase her with a branch. She learned some literature, but her martial skills surpassed her studies, as her brother insisted she read. Her spirit was rebellious, never yielding to anyone's wishes. She grew up with all this ruckus and chaos until she turned 16, when she passed the examination for the head of the martial officials. With the spring breeze at her back, she rode through the flowers, and people lowered their heads in awe. I thought she would live a resplendent life.
But then. The following memories brought tears to Zhixu's eyes once more. She handed over a box.
These are some belongings she left behind during her time in the capital. I have kept them for many years, believing she might need them upon her return.
But now.
I shall give them to you, keep them for her. Chen Baoxiang was left astonished. In her company, Madame Yi had always been frail and aged, like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, upon opening the box, she envisioned a vibrant figure in a red dress riding past, laughing exuberantly as she reached for the finest peonies in the capital. She saw her wielding a brush, intoxicatingly filling verses atop the stargazing tower.
With bright, expressive eyes, she raised a cup, glancing back with confidence and flair. Though you have encountered countless individuals, how many resemble me? Her hearty laughter soared through the moonlit air, gradually fading into a ghostly silhouette. I once believed I was the only one who remembered her. Zhixu sighed, her eyes slightly narrowing with fine lines. Fortunately, she still has you. Chapter 95. If given the chance to confess, sister, why are you crying too? Han Xiao, smiling yet flustered, reached out to wipe her face. Did I say something wrong? Chen Baoxiang returned to her senses and, with a smile, brushed her eyes. No, it's just that the wind upstairs is too strong. Shall we go downstairs then? All right. She guided Han Xiao back to the rear courtyard. Just as they approached the moon gate, they spotted Disheartened. This person, lacking in patience, leaned against the wall, frowning after waiting for a moment, his gaze darting over with a hint of childishness. However, upon getting a closer look at her eyes, his expression shifted. Who bullied you? Chen Baoxiang grinned. No one, I'm just a bit tired. Disheartened appeared to have much he wished to convey, yet upon hearing her words, he swallowed it down, merely nodding gently. Go rest. I've arranged for someone to look after you ahead. Will there be a fee? Not at all, he replied bluntly. Asking you for money is akin to gouging out your flesh. Chen Baoxiang burst into laughter. The spring flowers swayed, and the banquet was lively. As she gazed at Zhang Zhixu's handsome profile, her thoughts drifted, and she suddenly said, in a little while. What? He asked, puzzled. Chen Baoxiang lowered her gaze. After some time, I would like to invite you to the star-picking tower for a drink, just the two of us. Such sudden generosity? Zhang Zhixu scrutinized her expression, and the tips of his ears gradually turned red. He feigned indifference, averting his gaze, and waved his fan. Sounds good, just have Han Xiao notify me when the time comes. All right. The two walked side by side, disappearing into the night beneath the lights. As the first bout of late spring chill swept through the capital, the verdict for Lu Shouhuai's case was finally announced. In the courtyard, the fine rain fell incessantly, the grass in the distance a vibrant green, yet the wind still penetrated the 2 layers of clothing, bringing a chill. Xia Lanting, feeling the cold, crossed his arms and remarked, according to the emperor's will, a banishment of 500 miles is sufficient, especially since Lu Shouhuai has paid a considerable amount for his atonement. However, that Mrs. Ji, who previously accused Cheng Hualu, somehow obtained evidence of Lu Shouhuai killing a good servant and harming a common girl. Seizing the opportunity, I advised a change to an exile of 800 miles, and he is forbidden from holding any official position. What do you think, Fengqing? Count this as a minor achievement for me? Chen Baoxiang sat beside Disheartened, attempting to boil water, but she could never quite grasp the timing between the first and second boil. The ladle slipped from her hand, clattering against the teacup with a loud noise. Zhang Zhixu reached out to catch the tea strainer she had knocked down and asked softly, has Cheng Hualu sought mercy again? Naturally, Xia Lanting laughed. He is just short of producing the imperial decree given to him. Unfortunately, the Grand Princess is unwilling to let this opportunity pass. A few words in the palace forced the emperor into a corner. Even if he wished to protect Lu Shouhuai, he could only spare his life. Isn't one life enough? Chen Baoxiang spoke softly. Xia Lanting was taken aback and turned to look at her. She seemed to have merely asked casually, her expression devoid of any gravity, her hands still engaged in her task. Yet inexplicably, Xia Lanting felt a gust of wind carrying the fine, cold rain, making him feel even colder. He rubbed his shoulders. The wild mountains of Bashu are no good place. While they claim to spare a life, it also depends on whether his life is resilient enough. Chen Baoxiang focused intently on the water's third boil, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Zhang Zhixu continued, when will Lu Shouhuai depart? Today, around the hour of Wei, Xia Lanting replied. Rest assured, I have dispatched 2 capable military officers to accompany him, nothing should go awry. The regulations for exile in the Great Shang were extremely strict. At each post station, travel updates would be relayed, and should any criminal attempt to escape, their remaining family would suffer. Setting aside Lu Qingrong, the Lu family had hundreds of mouths to feed, and it was unlikely Lu Shouhuai would make such a foolish mistake. The authorities also began to reckon the farmland usurped by the small Hui Bank, and in about half a month, those farmers would be able to redeem their land and resume cultivation. Zhang Zhixu nodded, feeling quite pleased, and instructed Zhou Chuan, prepare some wheat porridge for dinner. Please, no, Xia Lanting interjected hastily. Now that this matter has finally reached a conclusion, will you not accompany me to Liao Garden for a game of bowls? I've invited Yin Fengshe and Su Buran, we'll dine at Liao Garden tonight. With this incessant rain, what enjoyment is there in bowls? Playing in the ball house means you won't get drenched, will you? Zhang Zhixu appeared disinterested, turning his face to decline. Xia Lanting could not help but glance sideways. How long has it been since you last played with us? Even Yin Fengshe remarked that you seem off. Why do you always rush to Qindaren's courtyard? Zhang Zhixu remained unmoved. You've changed, Xia Lanting feigned tears. In the past, you only played with me, and there were rumors that your favorite person was me. Now it seems to have shifted to Zhang Zhixu quickly covered his mouth, glancing instinctively to the side. Chen Baoxiang appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly not having heard. Xia Lanting struggled to speak again, but Zhang Zhixu clicked his tongue and shook him off. I'll go with you, but stop your gossiping. All right then. Chen Baoxiang returned to her senses. Gentlemen, please take care. I still need to practice boiling water and will not see you off. Xia Lanting bid her farewell and, upon stepping outside, could not help but inquire, what is she practicing this for?
Zhang Zhixu replied irritably, for returning a favor to Su Boran.
Oh? Such thoughtfulness?
What thoughtfulness? She simply could not bear to spend money on expensive tea cakes, so she thought to hone her skills to procure cheaper tea cakes to fill the gap.
Zhang Zhixu snorted repeatedly, and after sitting silently in the carriage for a moment, he could not help but glance at Ning Su, who always understood his thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden gaze. My lord? Zhang Zhixu pursed his lips, remaining silent, his expression weary. Ning Su quickly analyzed the situation and concluded, Chen Darren has either been on duty or staying at home learning to brew tea, he hasn't even seen Su Darren. Who asked you that? He huffed, lowering the carriage curtain. Xia Lanting, beside him, wore a complex expression. You are one who, when unmoved, remains indifferent, yet when stirred, you become so clingy. Who is being clingy? Zhang Zhixu replied, displeased. Aren't you the one who has been suspicious of her all along? I merely asked Ning Su to keep an eye on things to prevent you from pinning any accusations on her. By heaven's conscience, what accusation could I possibly level against her? All of this is reasonable suspicion. Xia Lanting spread his hands. After all, she falsely reported her household registration, clearly from Guixiang village, yet claimed to be from Sanxiang village. If she were from Guixiang, she would undoubtedly know Chang Hualu, indicating she was lying from the start. What could the purpose of such lies be? Perhaps, to avoid trouble? Xia Lanting pondered, after all, Chang Hualu wields immense power. Then that settles it, Zhang Zhixu replied irately. She is but a commoner whose life is as fragile as grass. If she does not protect herself, does she intend to risk her life to aid in you in ruining a marriage? You must have seen how gravely she was injured when helping to seize the medicine. That is not the point. The crux is that she lied. Xia Lanting retorted, can you tolerate a close friend lying to you like that? Just to clarify, she lied to you, not to me. Zhang Zhixu shook his finger. I know her well. She has never deceived me. How do you know that? What a ridiculous question. He had been in Chen Baoxiang's body for so long, what could he possibly not know? Others might misunderstand her, but he was her Discian, having experienced all her pain and helplessness, and naturally stood by her side. The carriage swayed and ambled forward, moving silently through the spring colors tinted by the rain and mist. The hazy spring rain gradually diminished, the horizon slowly brightening with a fiery sunset, only to be swallowed by the darkening night. After playing bowls for a while at Liao Garden and sampling a few unappetizing dishes, Zhang Zhixu felt boredom creeping in and was about to leave when someone rushed in, breathless. Lord Xia, a young clerk shouted, quickly mount your horse and take a look. Something has happened in the western suburbs. Chapter 96 The homicide. Today, at the hour of the rooster, Lu Shouhuai departed from the Dali Temple prison. After bidding farewell to his family at the western city gate, he was escorted to the Huaikou post station, situated more than 20 miles away. It was expected that by the end of the hour of the monkey, the first handover receipt would be delivered, indicating that the prisoner had officially begun his journey. However, now, as the hour of the dog draws to a close, the city gate has already received that handover receipt, yet Lu Shouhuai has been discovered lifeless on the road to Huaikou post station, a mere 10 miles from the capital. The body transported back to the western suburbs was filled with mud and sand, the face swollen, and the hands tightly grasping handfuls of grass and stones. Xia Lanting needed only a single glance to comprehend, he was drowned in the river with his head held down. Zhang Zhixu, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, was both shocked and perplexed. Who would go to such lengths against him? Xia Lanting's gaze shifted toward him, poised to speak yet hesitating. Zhang Zhixu soon grasped the implication. Although the conflict between the Zhang and Cheng families was not overtly apparent, both Cheng Huaili and he secretly wished for the other's demise. As Lu Shouhuai was Cheng Huaili's most trusted aide, the primary suspect was undoubtedly him, yet, he had a solid alibi, having been under Xia Lanting's watchful eye the entire time. Xia Lanting inquired of a junior official at what time was the handover receipt dispatched, and when did it arrive at the city gate. The junior replied, it was sent out at the end of the hour of the monkey from the post station, arriving at the city gate half an hour later. He turned his horse around and galloped silently into the city. Zhang Zhixu, not being one of Dali Temple's officials, had no choice but to leave with him. However, as the carriage followed closely behind, he suddenly sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, Xia Lanting headed straight for the entrance of Chen Baoxiang's courtyard. Is your master at home? He dismounted and asked the doorkeeper. The doorkeeper rubbed his eyes and yawned, yes, she has not left the house all day. Xia Lanting lifted his robe and made his way through the corridor to the main house at the back, where he indeed spotted Chen Baoxiang still brewing tea. Lord Xia, she looked up in confusion, what brings you here at such a late hour? Hastening to her side, Xia Lanting surveyed the items on the table. When they had departed, there had been 10 tea cakes, and based on half an hour per cake, only 2 or 3 should remain, yet now, 6 tea cakes were still on the table. Where have you been? He coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the person behind the tea table. Chen Baoxiang appeared bewildered, I haven't gone anywhere, what's the matter? Who can vouch for your whereabouts? Han Chao, the household servant, he has seen me. Chen Baoxiang frowned in displeasure, Lord Xia, are you interrogating me? Zhang Zhixu caught up from behind and pulled Xia Lanting aside, frowning at him. Xia Lanting stumbled back a couple of steps and forced a smile, I may have been a bit hasty, but if you have been brewing tea here all this time, how could there still be so many cakes left? You mean this?
Chen Baoxiang lifted a tea cake and replied helplessly, "This is quite precious, a mere 100 for such a small piece."
"I must be frugal." Zhang Zhixu, incensed, turned to her. "I told you I wanted a whole piece to brew, yet you break it in half? What's the difference between a little more or a little less? Besides, if I used a whole piece every time, my daily expenses would be astronomical." Chen Baoxiang lamented. What kind of family background would allow for such extravagant tea practices? Xia Lanting was momentarily taken aback, recalling her frugal nature, which softened his demeanor. "Have these servants been with you the entire time?"
"Not at all, they are stationed nearby," Chen Baoxiang clarified. "Han Xiao comes to refill my water every half hour, and I encountered the household servants twice on my way to the toilet." The handover receipt from the post station signified that Lu Shaohuai was first escorted to the Huaikou post station before being abducted and subsequently drowned in the river. The journey from the western city gate takes half an hour, and riding to Huaikou post station takes just over half an hour. Thus, for Chen Baoxiang to commit the crime, she would require more than 2 hours. Relaxing his guard, Xia Lanting rubbed his temples. "In other words, you could not have been near the riverbank in the western suburbs."
"What riverbank?"
Chen Baoxiang looked at him, puzzled. The latter then explained the situation concerning the western suburbs.
"Lu Shaohuai is dead," she gasped. "Isn't that a good thing?"
Zhang Zhixu swiftly covered her mouth, smiling apologetically at Xia Lanting. "She is young and doesn't understand, just speaking nonsense." Xia Lanting scoffed. "I conduct my investigations with utmost rigor. How could I harbor suspicions over just a few words? My earlier doubts were merely due to the coincidence of discussing Lu Shaohuai's departure time today." Chen Baoxiang pulled Zhang Zhixu's hand down. "I am focused on brewing tea."
"How could I pay attention to what you were saying?"
Indeed, she had no pressing motive to wish for Lu Shaohuai's death. Her previous petty grievances with Cheng Huili did not warrant such a significant risk. Compared to Chen Baoxiang, the farmers whose lives had been ruined by Lu Shaohuai bore greater suspicion. Frustrated, Xia Lanting departed to continue his inquiries into other potential suspects. Chen Baoxiang rested her chin on her hand, watching his retreating figure. "Sometimes, Lord Xia can be rather intimidating."
"Did he frighten you?"
Zhang Zhixu pursed his lips. "He has always been like this. While other classmates played cockfighting or pretended to be kings, he insisted on dragging us into the courtroom. Yin Fengshi and Su Buran were subjected to his tyranny, being interrogated as criminals from a young age. Even I was appointed as a secretary, writing confessions daily." Chen Baoxiang turned to look at him, her gaze somewhat dazed. Zhang Zhixu touched his nose. "Isn't it amusing? I had a rather dull childhood."
"No."
She tilted her head, about to say something but then stopped, changing the subject. "Master, being a scribe is terribly boring. I rarely encounter any significant matters." Zhang Zhixu pondered. "Recently, there have been many places with rioters. The military offices ought to be quite busy tomorrow. I will help you inquire if they have overlooked you."
"That would be wonderful."
Chen Baoxiang smiled sweetly, breaking off another piece of tea cake to continue brewing. The news of Lu Shaohuai's death stirred little commotion for her but created a tremendous uproar in the capital. Cheng Huili, in a frenzy, pushed his wheelchair into the palace to meet the emperor, insinuating that the Zhang family was plotting treachery. Zhang Zhixu, unwilling to be outdone, sought to prove the Zhang family's innocence and urged the emperor to dissolve the engagement between the two families. The grand princess delightedly watched the spectacle unfold, observing the new emperor's lips blistering from the strain. Lu Shaohuai's death was merely an unfortunate accident, the new emperor remarked to Cheng Huili. Dali Temple has already investigated and does not rule out the possibility that he merely fell into the water and drowned.
"Your Majesty, Lu Shaohuai was a transported criminal."
"How could he return midway after passing the Huaikou post station and accidentally drown? It is evidently the Zhang family. They previously sent someone to frighten me and steal my life-saving medicine, even sending their subordinates to vandalize my shop." "My dear minister," the new emperor interrupted sharply, "the Zhang family is your in-law. The Zhang and Cheng families must maintain harmony. The greater the disturbance, the more opportunity it provides for the grand princess." Cheng Huili recognized that whenever the Zhang family was involved, the emperor would not yield, regardless of the events that transpired between them. The emperor wished to keep both families in his service, avoiding any discord. Casting his eyes downward, he clasped his hands. "This minister understands." Chapter 97 of the premeditated assassination. The relentless wind and rain in the capital had persisted for several days, causing the newly bloomed flower buds to fall to the ground. As the hooves of the horses trampled through the mud, Chen Baoxiang turned to the person in the adjacent carriage and inquired, "Are we only visiting the apothecary office one last time today?" "Indeed." Zhang Zhixu nodded, yet with a puzzled expression added, "Why do you insist on accompanying us?" "Dear second brother, you simply do not understand." Inu leaned her head out. "I share a close bond with Sister Baoxiang. Today, as she embarks on her new position, how could I not come to bid her farewell?" After several days of negotiation, the eldest brother finally consented to allow her to take a position as a minor clerk at the apothecary office. With her advance, the thought of earning her own salary and the opportunity to meet Zhang Shi more often filled Inu with immense joy. Chen Baoxiang smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am here to see Inu off. Given the recent chaos in the capital, having more people around is certainly wise." The murder of Lu Shaohuai, with the perpetrator still at large, had instilled fear among the nobility of the capital, prompting them to bring along additional attendants for protection. Ning Su originally intended to find a couple of skilled bodyguards to accompany his master, but before he could voice his intentions, Lord Chen had already begun to stay close to his lord at all times. During the day, when the master visited the Bureau of Construction, she followed. After escorting someone into the bureau, she proceeded to the Ministry of War, and at dusk, she waited at the entrance of the Bureau of Construction, with her tall steed standing guard, causing the nearby ruffians to keep their distance. While today was ostensibly about seeing Miss Inu off, Lord Chen's gaze remained fixed on her master, alert as if her ears were about to perk up, and Ning-Su felt both satisfied and reassured. Lord Chen, as they walked halfway, a messenger suddenly rode up, cupping his hands in respect. The office has issued an appointment. Please return swiftly. Chen Baoxiang exclaimed, "Oh, master, your words are truly effective. Work is already coming in." Zhang Zhixu raised 2 fingers to lift the curtain. "Such a rare opportunity, you should go. But we are still quite far from the apothecary office." She glanced around. "I will first escort you there." The messenger hesitated, looking troubled. Zhang Zhixu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not offend the higher-ups. Go ahead, I still have Ning-Su with me." The carriage was within the city, and with Ning-Su bringing along 7 or 8 individuals, he believed there would be no issues. However, Chen Baoxiang appeared quite anxious, meticulously advising Ning-Su for a considerable time before turning her horse around to follow the messenger. Zhang Zhixu watched her retreating figure and suddenly remarked, "She truly seems quite competent when it comes to business." Indeed, Inu clasped her hands over her heart. "I too find Sister Baoxiang to be quite impressive. Your discernment is commendable." Likewise, Inu turned to him, speaking with a knowing tone, "Second brother's judgment has always been impeccable." Zhang Zhixu was taken aback, using his fan to obscure half of his face. "I do not comprehend what you are implying." "How could that be? My second brother is the most astute individual under heaven. The only things you fail to grasp are those you choose to ignore." Inu teased, "Eldest brother was interrogating me yesterday, asking how you and Sister Baoxiang became acquainted. I have no knowledge of that, you must clarify it yourself. However, second brother, you must be cautious not to praise Sister Baoxiang in front of eldest brother, as he resembles the Queen Mother wielding a golden hairpin, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to draw a line between you two. Your worries are unwarranted." Zhang Zhixu scoffed lightly, "I do not easily extol others." Zhang Inu shot him a sidelong glance, playfully mocking him. He maintained a stoic demeanor, akin to a lotus leaf gently cradling water, unwilling to reveal the slightest emotion, yet, recalling the deeply concerned look Chen Baoxiang had cast in his direction, Zhang Zhixu discreetly curved his lips upward behind the fan. It was only she who would fret over him like this, as if he were not a martial artist heavily guarded, but rather a fragile piece of jade that might shatter with a mere knock. It was utterly unfounded, yet others did not receive such treatment. If one were to laud her, indeed, there were numerous commendable traits. Eldest brother simply did not know Chen Baoxiang well. Once familiar, he would surely recognize her merits. Zhang Inu stared in astonishment, witnessing her second brother lost in thought, gazing at a certain spot, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, his dark eyes shimmering with light. She sighed, clasping her heart. It seems second brother genuinely holds affection for Sister Baoxiang. Zhang Zhixu returned to his senses, slightly annoyed, and lifted the curtain to call out, "How much longer? Hurry and get this person to the apothecary office." "It appears that a funeral procession for the Lu family has blocked the main street ahead," Ning-Su replied, cupping his hands. Originally destined for exile, those in charge had remarkably arranged a grand burial under the influence of Cheng Huai's power. Zhang Zhixu shook his head, lowering the curtain. "Let us take another route." The coachman complied, diverting onto another street. Perhaps due to the state of emergency in the city, several streets were barricaded, making it impossible for the carriage to pass, necessitating further detours. After winding through the streets for nearly half an hour, Inu grew anxious. It would be faster to take a detour via Shiliang Street to the apothecary office than to continue this way. But that would mean exiting the city. Nonetheless, it is better than being late on my first day. She fretted, Lord Sun has been very accommodating. I cannot make things difficult for her again. Ning-Su glanced toward his master with concern, who pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, please secure yourselves." The coachman tightened the reins. Ning-Su and Jiuquan, along with their entourage, rode behind, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, ever prepared for any eventuality. However, unexpectedly, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, and the carriage, which had been proceeding normally, suddenly surged forward, crashing through the first 2 guards and veering towards the city gates in a wild gallop. "Stop!" Ning-Su bellowed. The coachman ahead feigned ignorance, not only failing to halt but also driving further into the western suburbs. The sudden jolt nearly caused Inu's head to collide with the carriage wall. Zhang Zhixu steadied her with one hand on the window frame while grasping her arm with the other, gazing forward to see the stable boy seated on the yoke, brandishing a dagger as he leaned into the carriage. "They have even replaced this person." He tightened his grip. "It seems this has been long planned." The assailant sneered, "Unfortunately, you are completely unprepared. Today, the 2 of you from the Zhang family will accompany us to the grave, and we will not be at a loss." As if in response to his words, a throng of bandits surged forth from behind the carriage, their gleaming blades reflecting the light. The rapidly spinning wheels crushed the creek water, sending up a spray of white droplets that sparkled under the sun. Chapter 98. A single rescue TikTok. Chen Baoxiang wiped the droplets of water from her face. She stared blankly at the rainwater that had accumulated on the eaves of the military department and suddenly inquired of her aide beside her. As Ning-Su replied, the aide shook his head, "Not yet." By this time, he should have arrived at the apothecary bureau. Ning-Su had clearly promised to send word upon his arrival. Unconsciously touching the pouch containing the Buddha statue, Chen Baoxiang felt a sudden wave of unease. Leave someone here to watch, I will go and check, but, my lord, they have not yet presented the appointment documents. If they truly wish to give them to me, they would have sent the messenger directly into my hands, rather than making me wait here in vain. With that, she rose abruptly and headed outside. Go summon Zhao Huaizhu and as many people as possible. We will all go together, understood. Outside, a few military officers attempted to detain her with formalities, but Chen Baoxiang's expression darkened, and she dismissed them with a wave before hastily mounting her horse, urgently pursuing the direction of Daxian and Inue. At the West City Gate, someone reported seeing the Zhang family carriage leaving the city. Zhao Huaizhu caught up to convey, the city is too congested. They might have detoured outside. Chen Baoxiang tugged the reins and galloped toward the West City Gate. My lord, that path is a small road, seldom used. Zhao Huaizhu called after her. I am aware. Chen Baoxiang quickened her pace, but it is highly likely they have taken this route. Though unfamiliar to others, she was well acquainted with the path, charging straight through the woods and onto the muddy trail. In the distance, vague voices could be heard. Chen Baoxiang squinted. Wang Wu, take half the men to scout that way. If you encounter any bandits, kill them without mercy. Of Huaizhu, accompany me to the right. Zhao Huaizhu acknowledged while reflecting. Despite their lord's usual carefree demeanor, she found him to be more reliable than anyone else when facing serious matters. In this remote wilderness, while others floundered about like headless flies, he seemed to know precisely which direction to take, as if he had come here beforehand. Sure enough, after pursuing for less than 2 miles to the right, they stumbled upon a group engaged in combat. Chen Baoxiang spurred her horse into the fray, just in time to intercept a sword aimed at someone. The individual stumbled back, their dark clothing billowing slightly. Upon closer inspection, Chen Baoxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Ningsu, drenched in blood and standing in the muddy water, immediately called out upon seeing her. To the southeast, please, Lady Chen, hurry to rescue. Without hesitation, Chen Baoxiang raced in the direction he indicated. The rain had ceased in the wild outskirts, leaving clear footprints on the path, revealing that a considerable number were pursuing Zhang Zhixu, and Ningsu had managed to hold off only a small fraction. Anxious, she urged her horse forward, but after a mere 2 to 3 miles, they encountered a fork in the road. To the left and right, both paths bore similarly chaotic footprints. The roads diverge too greatly, searching one by one may take too long. Zhao Huaizhu suggested, why not split our forces? That one do, they are too numerous, and if we divide our troops, we might be at an even greater disadvantage. Chen Baoxiang surveyed the surroundings and suddenly declared, let us pursue to the right. To the right, Zhao Huaizhu hesitated as she followed. What if it's the wrong choice? At 1 be wrong, Chen Baoxiang asserted firmly, gripping the reins tightly. No one understands him better than I do, aside from himself. The right path led to an expansive bamboo grove. After traversing a mile, they reached a wide river. Across the river, numerous bandits hastened their search. Upon spotting her, just as Zhao Huaizhu intended to direct others to search among the reeds on the riverbank, she saw her lord suddenly leap into the water. Struggling to swim to the reeds in the center of the river, Chen Baoxiang scanned her surroundings and grasped a broken stalk that was protruding from the surface. With a swift tug, someone broke the surface, a spray of water mingling with a sharp dagger, aimed directly at her face. Chen Baoxiang seized his wrist, her other arm wrapping around him tightly. Daxian, it's me. Zhang Zhixu faltered momentarily. The cold river water cascaded from his eyelids, splashing onto the surface. He looked at her in disbelief, and after a long moment, he relaxed his grip on the dagger. You really found me. Did you call for Buddha again? She patted his back. I heard you. You're lying. He pressed his lips together. If you were going to hear me, it should have been when I left the city. It was my fault. Chen Baoxiang guided him toward their side. I should have insisted on escorting you all the way. How could she be blamed for this? Zhang Zhixu, glancing back at the restless bandits on the shore, tightened his grip on Chen Baoxiang's wrist. What about Inue? Have you seen Inue? To protect Inue from the overwhelming pursuers, he had instructed Zhou Yuan to lead his companions away from him early on. Wang Wu has taken the men over. There is no need to worry. Zhang Zhixu exhaled slowly, soaked to the skin, his inky hair hung loosely, damp ends falling over his forehead, accentuating his pale lips. Chen Baoxiang ordered Zhao Huaizhu to retreat, pulling him onto her horse, and deftly retrieved a robe from the pouch hanging nearby to drape over him. I am not cold, Zhang Zhixu insisted stubbornly. Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow, squeezing the horse's belly as the wind whipped around them, causing his fingertips to tremble. Zhang Zhixu regretted his defiance but had no choice but to cling tightly to her. The bandits across the river, seeing their numbers, seemed to abandon the chase and did not pursue further. Chen Baoxiang glanced back, tightening the reins as she spoke to Zhao Huaizhu, help me keep watch. Understood. The dazed young master, caught in the wind, was pulled down from the horse and led into the bamboo grove, his heavy, wet robe deftly unfastened. What are you doing? He grasped her. Chen Baoxiang replied with irritation. Let go. Her tone was unexpectedly fierce, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang Zhixu obediently released his grip, allowing her to remove his outer robe and inner garments, wringing out his damp shirt to dry his skin. His already fair complexion appeared even paler after soaking, with some areas broken and raw. Chen Baoxiang bit her lip in concern. How long did you hide? I don't know. Zhang Zhixu shook his head. That group kept searching along the shore, and I didn't dare to move. Once we return, have Zhou Yuan make you some ginger tea and take a hot bath. She dressed him in clean clothes and carefully adjusted the cuffs. Though tailored for a woman, even the larger robe fit him surprisingly well. Zhang Zhixu glanced down at yours, gifted by Lord Su, but he was uncertain of the size, so we made it larger, saying in winter I could wear more layers underneath. He tugged at the hem, his expression unchanging. It appears to be meticulously crafted. Are you sure it's all right to give it to me? Your Lord Su won't be upset at this critical juncture. Who cares about such things? Once her attire was arranged, Chen Baoxiang pulled him onto her horse. Let us go. We need to rejoin them. Chapter 99. To no Wang Wu, who had come from behind, had already rescued Zhang Yingyue and apprehended quite a number of bandits. However, it seemed that these bandits were all determined to die, before the ropes could even be utilized. They had bitten through the poison sacs in their mouths to take their own lives. Such ruthlessness, Chen Baoxiang remarked as she pried open the mouths of two of the bandits to inspect them.
What kind of person could do this? Who else could it be? Inoue replied, infuriated.
It's none other than that old rogue, Chen Huili.
Who else would specifically target us in the very place where Lu Shouhui met his demise?
Chen Baoxiang was taken aback and turned to survey the surroundings. Indeed, this location was situated 10 miles from the city gates, precisely where Lu Shouhui had drowned.
Is this the point of no return? Ning Su squinted. Zhang Zhixu shook his head. It is precisely because the face cannot be torn that he resorts to underhanded tactics.
Regardless of the occurrences between the Zhang and Cheng families, the sage would only seek to mediate, and Chen Huili had seen through this, opting instead to take drastic measures.
We must return at once to inform Lord Xia, Inoue insisted.
This is broad daylight murder. It warrants a thorough investigation. With the assassins all dead, it was unlikely that any investigation would trace back to Chen Huili, and nevertheless, given Inoue's lingering fear, Zhang Zhixu instructed Zhou Chuan to report the incident for her peace of mind. Chen Baoxiang accompanied them back to the city, intending to continue to the yamen to collect the appointment documents. Zhang Zhixu frowned as he observed her half-dry garments.
You should return to freshen up first.
I will have someone notify the main office. The appointment documents will be sent to your home later.
I'm fine, Chen Baoxiang dismissed. I'm in good health and not so easily afflicted. Zhang Zhixu clicked his tongue in disapproval.
She raised her hands in surrender.
Very well, I shall return to tidy up before seeking you out again.
The atmosphere in the capital had already been tense due to Lu Shouhui's death, and now, with someone daring to attack members of the Zhang family in broad daylight, the situation had escalated dramatically. Upon receiving the news, Xia Lanting rushed to the charitable establishment to inspect the corpses of the assassins and to inquire with Zhao Huaizhu and others before returning to find Zhang Zhixu.
All leads have been severed, I presume? Zhang Zhixu anticipated. Xia Lanting sighed deeply. He is far too ruthless. Had I known that Lu Shouhui's death would drive him to such madness, I should have warned you to be on guard in advance. Who could have foreseen this? Zhang Zhixu shook his head.
Even if one had, once pushed to that path, there would be little recourse.
Is it the narrow road outside the West City Gate? Indeed, it is seldom frequented by anyone.
I only traversed it once when I accompanied you to view Lu Shouhui's corpse, and managed to ascertain that there was a river nearby for concealment. At this point, Zhang Zhixu suddenly halted in thought. Of course, he knew about the river because he had been there before, but how was it that Chen Baoxiang was so familiar with the route? Xia Lanting coincidentally brought it up.
I heard that it was Chen Darren's timely arrival that saved you?
Indeed, Ning Su replied, still shaken.
We owe our gratitude to Chen Darren. Zhou Chuan mentioned that there were numerous pursuers?
Yes, Chen Darren had brought a limited number of people, and had it not been for her keen sense of direction, we might not have been able to escape successfully. Xia Lanting lifted his teacup, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Zhang Zhixu frowned at him.
What are you suspecting now?
It's not a suspicion, I merely find it curious. Xia Lanting tilted his head. Those martial officials said that Chen Baoxiang pursued to the right with remarkable accuracy, but what gave her such confidence in your direction?
Perhaps it was an instinctive connection.
Spare me, Xia Lanting tapped the table, we never rely on such notions in our investigations.
We only consider evidence.
Very well, then present your evidence,
Zhang Zhixu replied coldly. Prove that today's events have any relation to her. I never claimed today's incident was linked to her.
I merely find it odd, when I previously questioned her regarding Lu Shouhui's case, she claimed to be unfamiliar with the riverside path, yet now she navigated with such precision to find you.
Xia Lanting pondered deeply. Does this not suggest that she was lying to me before? Not at all.
Zhang Zhixu contemplated. At that time, it had just rained lightly, and the footprints on the road were quite clear. She need not know the path, she could have simply followed the footprints straight to you.
And what of the fork in the road?
Xia Lanting unfurled a map, pointing at the divergence. They said that Chen Baoxiang did not hesitate at all and pursued to the right. That is quite simple, Zhang Zhixu replied. On that fork, the left side is a field of rapeseed flowers, while the right is a bamboo grove.
If you were to rescue me, which way would you go? To the right, Xia Lanting nodded. You are allergic to rapeseed flowers.
Indeed, and moreover, the right side has a river, I can swim, and traveling this way greatly increases the chances of survival.
He closed his folding fan.
With this thorough examination of events, everything suddenly made perfect sense. Xia Lanting nodded in understanding, his expression relaxing as he resumed sipping his tea, yet, after placing the teacup down, he noticed that the person across from him appeared increasingly grave.
What's wrong? Xia Lanting chuckled, I've managed to piece everything together, yet you seem perplexed?
Not quite, Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze, his eyelashes trembling gently. If I were Zhang Zhixu, these matters would indeed be quite clear. However, presently, in Chen Baoxiang's eyes, he ought to be a divine being, one whose habits starkly contrasted with Zhang Zhixu's. Who adored rapeseed flowers, despised bamboo, and could not swim. Chapter 100 A belief. I inquired about all of Zhang Zhixu's preferences and learned them quite well, however, many of his habits are the complete opposite of mine.
He delights in bamboo, whereas I detest it.
He is adept in water, while I harbor a fear of it, he shuns the cold, yet I revel in it. He is allergic to the rapeseed flower, which I, conversely, cherish. Even the hue of purple, which he disdains, I habitually purchase.
So, you and he are entirely different individuals?
What else could it be? The previous conversation echoed clearly in his ears, as if Zhang Zhixu had suffered a tremendous blow. His pupils constricted, suddenly enlightened yet somewhat bewildered. How had Chen Baoxiang discovered his true identity? With her seemingly foolish mind, how could she have possibly realized? Even if she had, why had she not confronted him directly? The amulet in his sleeve had soaked for too long, and most of the gold foil had peeled away. Zhang Zhixu stared blankly at it, and after a long pause, he asked Xiaolanting, if Chen Baoxiang indeed visited that riverside, could she not very well be the one who killed Lu Shouhui?
Not exactly, Xiaolanting replied, she has an alibi.
A mere half-hour gap is insufficient for her to drag someone back from Huaiko Post to commit murder. The officer escorting Lu Shouhui had stated that both men were incapacitated by a drug at Huaiko Post, and the round trip between the West City Gate and Huaiko Post would take at least an hour.
Chen Baoxiang lacked the means. Zhang Zhixu lowered his gaze, nodded, and stepped outside.
Hey, Xiaolanting blocked his path. You haven't clarified why you suddenly seem so perplexed. Is there a new point of doubt? There is none, he replied. If someone as astute as you has not uncovered any issues, how could I possibly find a clue?
Then where are you headed now?
Just taking a stroll. Chen Baoxiang had already bathed and changed, reclining on the couch for a brief rest. Before her lay pastries sent by the diviner, with freshly brewed wine at hand, and she should have been indulging in delightful feasting, yet, at this moment, the room contained no one but her and Zhao Huaizhu. My lord, Zhao Huaizhu murmured, the young official from the Dali Temple has been persistently questioning our people about the details of today's rescue. Chen Baoxiang was absorbed in drying her hair, half-dry strands cascading against her taut jawline. Her once lively and clear round eyes now hung in indifference, casting a shadowy gaze.
What did they inquire about?
We said nothing, but some individuals below could not keep their mouths shut.
Zhao Huaizhu frowned. Shall I pay them a visit to urge them to be more discreet? There's no need.
All pertinent information has been shared, your further interference would only complicate matters. And what of the Dali Temple's inquiries? Never mind, without solid evidence, they can only harbor suspicions. Zhao Huaizhu's initial anxiety was quelled by her few words. She could not help but feel relieved to have found her lord, otherwise, they would have been incapable of achieving anything. Chen Baoxiang continued to dry her hair, feeling somewhat vexed. Today, she had been too hasty, neglecting to disguise herself adequately, resulting in too many flaws being exposed. If she had been more thorough, she should have lingered longer at the fork in the road or perhaps split into two paths, yet that would have meant that the person would have to remain submerged in the water for an extended period. Already delicate and precious, any disturbance could lead to discomfort or rashes. Further delays could yield unpredictable outcomes. Recalling the fragile state of that person, Chen Baoxiang sighed deeply, her eyelashes lowering. Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes echoed in the courtyard. Zhao Huaizhu tensed, swiftly climbing out of the window to evade elsewhere. Chen Baoxiang returned to her senses, pulling the dry towel from her head. As the cloth covered her entire face, when it fell away, her gaze regained clarity, and her expression became lively once more.
Diviner?
She looked toward the figure entering through the door. Still clad in wide sleeves and a narrow waist, adorned with a jade crown and silver hairpin, Zhang Zhixu stepped in, lifting his gaze to meet hers, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in a clear pool or snow-laden branches reflecting the moonlight. He walked directly to the low couch, seemingly intending to inquire about something, but upon lowering his eyes, he noticed the scratch on the back of her hand. It was from when she had rescued him earlier, a slender line of blood from her thumb to her wrist, and the wound remained unbandaged, slightly pale. Zhang Zhixu pressed his lips together, letting out a soft sigh. You've injured yourself quite severely once more. Chen Baoxiang arched the corners of her eyes. What's so severe? It's nearly healed. Cheng Hui is rather ruthless. He dares to act so brazenly in broad daylight. He remarked, fortunately, you are astute enough to know I would be hiding in the water. Chen Baoxiang's eyelids fluttered slightly. She focused on the glossy ends of her hair, casually stating, this isn't a matter of my cleverness. It's merely that the 100 coins weren't wasted. The amulet, she said, producing it and waving it before him. When I reached the fork in the road while pursuing, I initially intended to head toward the rapeseed flowers, but suddenly a voice urged me to turn right, saying you were in the river on that side, so I went right. This explanation was, in truth, quite absurd. Any normal person would find it hard to believe, yet the individual seated before her was Zhang Zhixu, the one who had shared an even more extraordinary experiences with her. Chen Baoxiang held her breath, waiting quietly for his reaction. Zhang Zhixu remained silent for a moment, reaching out to dry her hair. His slender fingers gathered the towel, gently rubbing the ends of her hair dry. When you have the chance, remember to visit the temple and express your gratitude. Chen Baoxiang felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a smile spread across her face. You truly believe me?
Are you deceiving me?
Of course not. She chuckled awkwardly. How could I possibly deceive you? I thought as much, he nodded, the heaviness in his gaze lifting. In this world, anyone might deceive me, but you would not. It is said that the heart is inscrutable, yet between them, there were no barriers. His heart had once beat in sync with hers, their emotions and perceptions intertwined. He was the one who understood her best in this world. Chen Baoxiang had no reason to lie to him. The tightness in Zhang Zhixu's chest suddenly eased, and he set the towel down. You should refrain from venturing outside for the next few days. It is unsafe in the capital, and Xiaolanting is already suspicious of you.
That won't do.
She gathered her dark locks. The central office has just issued my commission.
I must fulfill my duties. Delaying for a few days would not be detrimental. Delay for a few days?
Zhang Zhixu calculated, the day after tomorrow is Lu Shouwai's sacrificial ceremony. If you avoid this matter and step out later, should any unforeseen events arise, it would eliminate any suspicion against you.
Chen Baoxiang raised an eyebrow.
What a jest! She had prepared for these days precisely to ensure that Lu Shouwai's sacrificial ceremony would be disrupted. Even the most virtuous officials do not have their remains buried whole. How could such a vile creature, one who tramples upon human life and engages in corruption, be allowed to have their memorial tablet offered in the four gods' temple, revered by the masses? Her heart swirled with tumultuous emotions, yet her face maintained a sweet smile as she obediently nodded to the diviner. Very well, I shall remain at home, and once all is resolved, you may join me in the star-picking tower for a drink.